argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my god! Bro, baby, shake it. Let's go. Let's go with that.
Can't argue with the numbers.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lambs my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it.
morning. Good morning. This is Gone Trucking with your hosts HB2N and John Galt. Please hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here, and of course, if you want to help sponsor this episode, hit the Cash App $HB2N. And first off, salute to DiCapriano. Hey, salute to DiCapriano. I appreciate that Cash App, man. Early. Got the Cash App early this morning, man. You know, I got something on my mind, y'all. You know, so yesterday, Cosmic Fox pulled up. I had the whole chat channel going crazy. Her too as a woman. Clearly, this person has mental illness. Clearly. And can y'all hear me? Can the people hear me? Hear me. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, we got Mela in the building. Thank you.
Good morning, HB.
Good morning, Portia and HB.
Good morning,
Mela.
Good morning.
So I was listening to you complaining about a previous panelist, and I'm going to go on mute while you tell the story because I missed it apparently.
Thank you, Mela. Thank you. So this person with mental illness came up here and was arguing with everybody. Everybody was arguing back and forth. Everybody going back and forth with a mentally ill person. A man that wants to be referred to as a woman. And me personally, I'm not arguing with people with mental illnesses. It's just not, I don't have enough time. But when you have somebody so different, so mentally warped, sometimes you want to have a little bit of understanding. Try to understand where they come from. A lot of people like to talk, yappity yap, but a lot of people don't like to listen. People don't like to listen. Everybody wants to get their point across. Everybody wants to be heard, but people don't want to listen. And me, I like to listen because that's where you learn things. And I came to a realization with this whole transgender bullshit, because it's bullshit. We know a man is a man, a woman is a woman. So with everybody yelling and screaming back and forth at each other, it's hard to listen. But in that listening, I learned something. And I want to share with you guys what I learned, because I know a lot of y'all were too busy talking and yapping to actually learn something. So everybody thinks that they're an expert on everything. Everybody's got an opinion. I think Blacks has said it before. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got them. But on these topics, I like to go to the experts. Who's more of an expert in these topics than a trans person and a gay person? Two queers, two sissies, two fudge packers. And between the two queers, they had a back and forth. And it was very revealing because you had an openly homosexual man who lives as a homosexual, and then you had a trans. And I learned something very, very, very poignant with this whole trans and homosexual, gay, sissy debate. The reason why some guys decide to dress up as women, be sissies, and dress up as women and kind of delve even deeper into that delusion is because for a man, naturally born man, it's easier to live their life as a woman. It's easier. It's a whole lot easier to live your life as a woman if you're a man. Now, if you're a woman, obviously, being a woman, a naturally born woman, women have a lot more, it's hard to be a woman. I think compared to men, it's easy to be a man, As a man, all you really got to do is take care of business. Well, I don't really got nothing to worry about. All you got to do is stay out of trouble. Work hard, pay bills. Being a man is pretty easy. Fuck a couple bitches, keep it moving. But a woman, naturally born woman, it's very hard to be a woman. Y'all got periods. You gotta worry about getting raped. You gotta worry about your boyfriend, your husband killing you. You gotta worry about working. You gotta worry about being a woman in the workspace. You gotta worry about driving. Women can't drive. You gotta worry about driving. You gotta worry about your weight. You gotta worry about so many things as a woman. Health, so many things. And Jamie sexual man, while he was screaming at Cosmic Fox, the transgender, he said that it's easier for you as a man to live your life as a woman than to accept that you're just a sissy, ugly guy. It's easy. It's easy to just totally disregard your masculinity, even though you're gay. Clearly you're gay. Doesn't mean that you're not a man. You're still a man at the end of the day. Just because you're a fag doesn't mean you're not a man. But even in the gay community, they understand that these transgenders are just sissies that are afraid to be men. So society has made it so that you got men who are a little flamboyant, a little sissy. They can totally disregard that they are actually men, because it's easy to take some estrogen. It's easy to cut your wiener off. It's easy to put some titties in you. All you gotta do is go to the hospital, lay down, they cut you open. You're not doing it. It's easy to do that. But what's hard is to accept the reality that you're an ugly, sissified man and you got to live your life like that. So you try to manipulate society to believe that, oh, I should call you a woman. I should accept that you're a woman. When Jamie, openly gay man, he knows he's gay. He knows he likes pussy. He just accepts it. Doesn't mean he's not a man. He's still got to handle his business as a man. So, you know, the social aspects of it, listen, I'm not about to argue with a fucking queer. I'm not. Sorry. It's beneath me. I'm not arguing with nobody. This ain't an argument. But I do listen. And I think with this body dysmorphia, I think with all these drugs that they pump them full of, you got society, you got some people kowtowing to it. Oh, you want to be, that's why I call them cosmic fox. I'm not about to, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But a lot of people will. A lot of people will call him or her, call Michael Melanie. I'm not doing that, man. Respectfully. But also, I still respect every one of God's creatures, you know, and I accept them for what they are. Some people are just crazy. I'm crazy. So who am I to judge somebody else? I'm crazy. I think it's actually funny that somebody would cut their wiener off. I think it's funny. I'm not all the way there. I'm a little fucked up. But does how somebody else chooses to live their life, does that anger me? Does that say anything about me? Man, fuck them. Fuck them. I don't care. Live your life. Now I understand people worried about the kids, the babies. Everybody's a philanthropist. Everybody cares about the kids. What about the kids? The children. What about the children? Honestly, fuck them. Fuck them kids, man. They gonna figure it out one way or another. Can't save nobody. Only person you can save is yourself. Everybody wants to be Jesus Christ. Everybody wants to be the Messiah. Only person you can save is your goddamn self. And you need to start focusing on that. Everybody's a goddamn, I can't think of the name. Niggas need to stay in their place and come to a
Martyr.
point of
Martyr. You were looking for the word martyr.
That wasn't the word, but
Oh, okay.
that wasn't the word. What's the word? What's the word where like
When
like to
somebody
like
sacrifices themselves for another.
no. When you're like somebody that like to pontificate on society and stuff and
A
like
know-it-all?
nah, not just a know-it-all. That's I mean everybody on YouTube's a know-it-all. What is that? When you like to like what are they called? There we go, Stanley. Everybody's a fucking philosopher.
Okay.
Thank you,
Shout out to
Stanley.
Stanley.
Thank you, Stanley. Everybody's a fucking philosopher online, but nobody listens. Nobody listens because this is a real thing. I try to understand people's agendas and their plights and where they're really coming from. And I think for ugly gay guys, it's gotta be hard to be a fucking ugly ass gay guy. It's gotta be tough, bro. You don't like pussy. Niggas don't like you. So what's the next step? Oh, you're gonna live your life as a fucking woman. Imagine you an ugly ass gay dude. You're 5 foot. Fucking sissy. Flamer. Nobody likes you. You're all fucking extra feminine and shit. Nobody fucking likes you. You make everybody uncomfortable. But you start pumping yourself full of hormones and estrogen, you put on a wig. Now you're attracted to some people. It's easier to live as a woman when you're queer. It's easy. That's why they do it. It's not about living your truth.
Hello?
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific book.
Dude, do you know history? Dude,
Motherfucker, give me the book.
let me drive my point home. Dude,
Nope. Motherfucker.
you're wrong.
HB, are you there?
His connection, he's on the road, he's driving right now, so
Okay.
he's here. He's just getting back connected.
All right.
Yeah. He's just getting back connected. That's all.
That was a lot to say.
Bad job. My bad job.
HB.
My bad job. My bad job.
Okay.
Fucking Angel is calling me. So all in all, there is definitely a lot of mental illness going on in this world. And me, I actually have I have a little bit of compassion for them. I still do think it's funny that guys are so mentally ill nowadays that they want to cut their wieners off, and that there's fucking sick ass doctors that actually do it. I think it's fucked up. But at the same time, if we can't understand where these people come from, how can we find a solution as a society? Everybody wants to yell and argue with a fucking queer, but nobody wants to come and find solutions for this shit. And I think I came close to a solution. Maybe not a solution, but an understanding. That it's easier to pretend to be a woman. That's why they do it. Not because they think that they're actually women. That's all. That's the flim flam. That's the trick. That's the mental manipulation. That's the gymnastics they try to play on y'all. You can't fool me. You got a wiener. You ain't no goddamn woman. I don't care if you cut your balls off, cut your cock off, and turn it into a fucking catcher's mitt. You're still a man. You're just a man with a mutilated wiener. Now everybody knows I love Game of Thrones. Theon Greyjoy. Theon Greyjoy was also a man with a mutilated penis. Does that make him any less of a man? He sacrificed himself at the end against the White Walkers. Just because he didn't have a penis, does that make him any less of a man? No. No. So, closing my monologue, I just want to say I learned something. That's the beauty of YouTube and StreamYards, is that you can learn things from people. That's why I like listening to John. You learn things. Master Kim, you learn things. Stanley, you learn things. Melly, you learn things. There are old people. You got a lot of wisdom with the old people. Not Mella so much, but you know what I mean. 12th man. You can learn something if you listen long enough. And I suggest that maybe some of you guys learn to listen a little bit more than trying to argue with a goddamn queer online.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
That was fabulous.
Thank you, Mella. Thank you, Mella. Good morning,
Yeah.
Portia. Good morning, 12th man. 12th man.
Good morning, HB.
12th man, how are you? You had surgery. Man.
Hello, 12th man?
You there?
Maybe he's just comforted by being on the panel.
Yeah. He's still healing.
Yeah.
Well, to your monologue, I thought that was a good observation of what happened yesterday. And I think that without Jamie coming up, because that was one of those like, oh wow, this is but just to get that perspective of it. You have two people that consider themselves queer, but one is more comfortable in just saying, hey, this is what I am, this is who I am, and of course the other. But I definitely agree with what you just said. I think it was good.
Yeah, Jamie's one of those gay guys that you wouldn't want to be locked in a cell with him. He's a homo. He's a homo, but he's not pussy. I like to say it like this: he's gay, but he's not a fag. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys.
It makes sense.
Yeah, he's definitely a queer, but you wouldn't want
If
to be
he
locked
wants
in
you,
a
he gonna get you. That type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not some pussy, you know. He's not all in his feelings, and he accepts what he is. He's not trying to change nobody's perspective. He's not trying to create a whole new language just to validate psychosis. He knows he's fucked up.
Yeah. In this world, there, some people are, when it comes to sexuality,
there are takers, and I don't mean the R word, right? I mean,
Hmm.
they're not interested in foreplay. They're not interested in, going around, trying to convince you to love them. You know, they think that you have something they want, and they're going to pursue it aggressively.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a terrible person. They don't even consider, you know, the objects, the I don't even like to call it the object, but you know, whoever they're trying to acquire, I'll put it that way. They they just don't have the mentality to consider someone else's standing. It's like you're standing in front of me. I want you. I'm gonna get it. And outside of now you mentioned being locked in a cell. Now there are people that take it to that extreme where they don't care about the law. Do you think he's that messed up?
I don't think I think I'm just saying like as a person, like he's the type that just because he's gay, it doesn't mean that he's like soft.
Oh, okay. Because you
Yeah.
mentioned being locked in a cell, and I was just trying to explore how
Yeah, yeah,
far.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
like what kind of picture you trying to paint about his character?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's just not like a pussy, you know. Yeah, he's gay, but he's not pussy about it. He's more so like
So he's not going to take anything by force. He's because you mentioned being locked in a cell. That was intriguing to me. So he's not going to take anything by force, but he's
yeah, yeah, yeah,
exclusive.
yeah. When I say locked in a cell, I mean like he's just because he's gay, he's not gonna be the type to just be in there washing drawers and stuff. You gonna have to you gonna have to beat his ass, and I don't think you can beat his ass. Now,
He's the dominant.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, when it comes to Cosmic Fox, that's more of like a sissy, like more of a soft dude that is transitioning and wants to be referred to as a woman. But for me, I think is not only is it disrespectful to women, but it's also just not the reality. You're not a woman. You can never be a woman. You gotta die and come back, reincarnate if you want to be a woman. But
Can I? Sorry.
well, go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say if I could ask a question. Do you not do you what do you think about um the aggressiveness towards women in terms of conversations like you, of course what happened on the panel yesterday, it seemed as though there was more aggression towards the women in the conversations versus the men.
Well, I think the women were a lot more. There were certain guys that were hostile also, but I think I made a joke where I asked Cosmic Fox if when Tough Guy was cussing him out, did it turn him on? Because I think ultimately with a queer, they kind of prefer the aggressiveness from a man than a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when I think that obviously he's not interested in women at all, or really even having conversations with women. And I think it was both. I think it was on both sides. I think the women were very kind of catty towards him, and vice versa. You know, but I mean, what do you expect? He's delusional. Like, what do you expect? You know, He's like complete delusion. So I wouldn't. I guess if you ask, what do I think about it? I didn't think too much of it. I expected it.
Hmm.
He's a queer man living as a woman. Of course, he's gonna have contempt for other women.
It was initially not so much so expectation, because I do know that there was a lot of fire in the building during that exchange on yesterday. It was just something that I noticed, and of course, it's one thing to see it like just in the videos that you come across on YouTube, comes down your feed, but whenever you're actually sitting backstage and you're listening to it, it's just it just seemed different. Like it seemed like it was like with the men, it was kind of the aggression was less and more willingness to listen, but with the women, it was catty. Um, and of course, there were catty men, so I can't see it on both ends. But I was just curious to know if you saw a difference. But you said you expected it, so thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I don't even think I really saw a difference. I feel like there was, you know, everybody pocket in that situation. We always talk about how we're conservatives and you know, um, we don't hate anybody, and you know, me personally, I just think that you have to represent the change that you want to see in the world. So I just don't see any benefit on trying to shit on somebody with a difference of opinion, especially when they're completely delusional. It's like going into an insane asylum and trying to reason with the Joker. It's just not
Can
gonna
I
happen.
can I
Go ahead,
say
12 man.
something, HB?
Go ahead, 12 man. Go ahead, go ahead.
Well, if it comes between like making it a freak platform, which I don't think it is or is becoming, but
Oh no, no, no.
or losing someone like Tough Guy, which is a pretty solid motherfucker in my opinion.
You
Then
know
to
what?
me,
12 man. Let
the
me.
delusional ones gotta go.
You know, I just think if somebody is gonna stop supporting the channel because of one person pulling up here and there, then God bless them. I can't.
Right?
I'm not somebody who's trying to please everybody. You can't please everybody.
Yeah.
You
No.
can't. And when you go about your life trying to please everybody, trying to please the audience, trying to please YouTube, trying to please panelists, all it's gonna do is
Right.
leave you empty. And I just think that's the wrong way to go about it. Now, am I telling you to call that man a woman, tough guy? I mean, 12th man? Absolutely not. Am I telling you to accept how these people live their lives? Absolutely not. I'm not telling you any of that.
Well, it's like when this person gets up there, that's all they want to talk about is trans bullshit.
Yeah, and
It
listen,
does
you
kind
can
of get old.
it does, but I think on certain topics you should go to an expert. So if we're talking about we bring up this topic, Portia brought the topic up,
All right.
an actual
Yeah.
trans to talk about it with. If we're talking about law
Not
or a case
well.
that's
That makes
happening.
sense. It's not the only time though. HB.
Right. It's not like we sit and talk about this shit all day. But if the topic comes up, doesn't it make sense to bring in somebody who actually really knows about it? They live that life. if I want to talk about, if we bring up,
Breaking up HB a little
I'm gonna
bit.
talk. I'm gonna talk to 12th man. You know, I'm gonna talk. If I'm gonna talk, we're gonna talk about being a landlord or something. I'm gonna ask John. You know, if I got some math questions or something, I'm gonna ask Portia. We have so many people over here who are literal experts on what they do in their field. And I think when we're talking about that type of stuff, it's actually a benefit to have somebody that will pull up and talk about it. Doesn't mean we have to agree at all. That's why when Tough Guy pulled up, I gave him the floor. I didn't shut him down. I didn't protect Cosmic Fox. I let him tell him exactly how he felt.
That's
I gave
true.
him the floor. I gave him the floor.
I don't know, man. I kind of see Tough Guy's side to those, like, every time you come up, it's someone talking about having 4 nipples and a tail, and they're a woman when, you know.
Yeah. But it's not like we talk about that shit all the time, though, either. We talk
That's
about a
true.
myriad of things.
Yeah,
We talk about so many things, and I just can't. I don't get triggered by those type of topics. There are topics that trigger me, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not better than anybody else. That's just not one of them. You know, I don't if I don't accept it. You know,
probably seem like you'd probably taken a little more personally if you had kids. The way
even if I had kids, you know, honestly, I think about that type of shit all the time. Not all the time, but
they want to mutilate your kids without you even knowing it.
You know,
they're all
I think
kind of fucked up.
This is why I do like to, you know, this is why I like having older people on the panel and having conversations with older people, because Stanley's right. A lot of that shit comes down to parenting. If you really need a fucking teacher to tell you that your kid is transitioning, you know, maybe you need to be a better parent.
Yeah, there's something else there.
They're doing it on purpose, though. They're getting kids to want to be that way.
Yeah, but I think regardless, if we know that they are, but I think if you're a parent and you're in your kid's life and you don't stand for that, you don't promote that, and you're open and you talk to them and you know the type of person they are, you don't have anything really to worry about. And even if you got a kid that turns gay or is a trans or whatever, like, are you gonna not love that kid any motherfucker? Hold on a second. This fucking pickup truck just cut me off. You piece of shit. Anyway, like, I just don't genuinely believe people are really gonna just disown their kids if they decide to live that life. Now, if I'm a parent and my kid decides to live that life, am I gonna support them? Am I gonna you know, tell them that everything's gonna be okay? No, I'm gonna keep it real with them. Like, bro,
probably get them counseling.
I try to get them counseling. I try to tell them, hey, bro, you're going down a bad path. You're going down the wrong path. But I think as a parent, your job is to put your kid in the best position to be successful.
You know, HB, they made it against the law in some states to get your kid counseling if they have a gender dysphoria, or they can't figure out if they have a,
No,
you
no.
know,
I
dick
think
or
as a
vagina or whatever.
parent, though, your duty is to make sure your kid is in the best position to be successful. All the social shit that you got to deal with, man. Listen, man. They gonna be who they gonna be. They gonna be who you raised them to be.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of these kids, man, they don't have their parents. They don't have loving parents. That's why they get sucked into that bullshit. That's why Stanley's right. A lot of this shit really does come from bad parenting.
Well, it
So
makes sense.
so what we gonna do about it? We gonna get mad? We gonna yell and scream about it instead of just accepting what it really is? It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
If I may, I think something to what both 12th and HB said. It's not a common discussion over here. And so last night, whenever that was the discussion on the panel before switching into another topic, because it was I believe it was 9-10 people. The house was full.
Mm-hmm.
And the topic came up last night, which I'm glad that you actually opened up with your monologue about this, because last night I was like, well, just whenever he gets here, whenever, all of you guys are here in the morning, to address it, because of asking, whenever I come over here, I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear that, this, that. But yesterday was the first time I actually heard Fox talk about the trans thing.
That's the thing. That's what's so ironic about it.
That's the very first time. And so for me, like reading that story, I wasn't expecting, because anybody can pop up at any moment. But that was my very first time. So that's not my opinion of Fox, because I've never talk about the trans thing.
Yeah,
but I know like
Sonic,
everybody else said that.
Cosmic Fox has been over here multiple times, and the trans shit wasn't never the topic.
Yeah, and that was my impression. And that's what I was saying last night. Like that was the first time. I've never had the conversation, but they were telling me about all of the other times where I guess it's happened when I was asleep or something.
It hasn't though. It hasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because
wait a minute, HB. Because remember that one night, that motherfucker wouldn't stop talking about trans stuff, and I was like, "Yo, HB, I gotta go, man. I can't listen to this shit no more."
I thought we were talking about assisted suicide or something like that. Weren't we talking about that? I can't remember. remember. You might be right. You might be right, 12th man. You might be right. And listen, man, I understand that some of these topics can be very very disgusting. Very disgusting,
And it's easy to just tune out if you don't want to,
Yeah, that's it.
Partake in that discussion, turn it off.
Yeah, just leave and come back later. Just check back in.
Yeah,
that's right.
It doesn't just because we have the conversation doesn't mean that we support it.
Don't be stuck on stupid.
Right. And the thing is, I think we can have a conversation without being rude. Now, if you got a mental illness, maybe it's a little bit harder for you than other people.
Can I say hi to Virgo and Mela and Denizen?
Hey, 12th man. Hey, 12th man. I identify as an orange tabby cat.
I'm not a cat person, but if you are, that's fine.
I'm a trans cat.
12th man.
Hey, yo.
Hey, Virgo.
Good morning,
Mela.
everybody.
Good morning, lovely panel. How are you guys doing today?
We're
Very
terrific.
good.
Virgo.
Good,
How did
good.
your
No.
surgery go, 12th man?
Yeah, that's the real topic. How did it go, man?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm it hurts like hell, but I'll live.
So 12th man,
Yeah.
you got your sex reassignment surgery.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
How does
HB
it
is too much.
Did you
how
get
does
the
it
bussy or the? What'd you get?
I can't.
Well,
Oh my gosh, this is
only
like
thing
too early,
only
Virgo,
thing I'm
and
disappointed in
I
right
haven't
now
even
is one of
fallen
my
asleep
middle.
yet.
What only thing I'm disappointed in right now is one of my middle fingers don't work.
Angel's been up all night in anticipation to find out what gender 12th man's going to be.
Well, well,
I think
I
all
think
y'all
I'll
know
be
that
up
by now.
for the rest of the night because it's already 2 a.m. here in Arizona, so there's really no point with the sun coming up in the next 3 or 4 hours. So, yeah, I'm just gonna be staying up. Yeah, I haven't been able to fall asleep, and I don't think it's even worth it to even try.
12th man has added a new letter to the alphabet.
Which one?
I don't know. You tell me.
S for Seahawk.
Yeah.
It's
You turned into a Seahawk.
LGBTQIAS now.
Oh, Lord.
Remember to only eat anti-inflammatory foods, 12th man, while you're recuperating.
Yeah, I got a
Stay
bunch
away
of
from foods
blueberries.
that cause inflammation.
That means eat a lot of spicy Indian
I
food.
got
Ah,
blueberries
What kind,
and
Mella? What kind of foods cause
peaches.
inflammation?
I would say grains like pasta, cereals, waffles, toast.
Waffles.
everything
But
that
is
I
it
love.
only certain
Like
Get
types of
Milla up
grains,
out of here. Somebody
or
get Milla up out of here.
I'm just saying, like when it comes to inflammation, things that are like wheat products and,
but
and highly processed foods,
what
that'll do it for sure.
but
I ate
what
lots
about
of
something that
Red
is
meat
protein
made?
though
and
too.
But what about
peaches and
something that is made
blueberries.
from whole
I'm
grains,
good.
Mella?
No, that's that we could go through a whole rabbit hole about that bullshit because the FDA is in the bed with these corporations that are trying to push hybridized how can I put this, adulterated wheat. Like this is not your grandmama's wheat, okay? This is not
True.
the wheat that's in America now is not the same wheat, and it's
we bleach it?
causing
We bleach
people
that
to
shit.
be sick and they don't know why.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to
Oh.
do something, like if you just absolutely cannot let it go, at least coat your stomach, right? Um, there's ghee, like clarified butter. Like at
Oh, I
least
use
try
that.
to, yeah, at least try to, protect your gut lining from the onslaught of bullshit that wheat causes. And I'm not just talking about
Raw
allergies.
raw
I'm talking
milk,
about I'm
Mela.
talking about real fucking penetrable damage that bullshit does.
Because I forgot
Raw
the
milk,
name of the
yogurt,
sickness that is the name
all
of the
kind of
illness.
good.
But there's an illness where you get the inflammation on the inside lining of your stomach. And I've had that before. It is not sweet.
Is
I'm
it
telling you
GERD?
right now.
Celiac.
It's a
It
different type of wheat in this
hurts.
country. They're like the wheat that we're exposed to in this country is illegal in other countries. That should give you a clue.
Hey, hold on a
Virgo,
second.
is it
Hold on a
called
second.
GERD?
Hold on a second.
You
Hold on
know,
a
People
it's
second.
get
called
GERD.
something itis.
Hold
Something
on a second.
itis.
Hold on a
Oh.
People
second, guys. Hold on a second.
gastritis probably, but
Gastritis, yes.
yeah,
You gotta turn your mic up, HB.
hold on,
they're
hold on, hold
they're
on, hold on. I can't really turn it up. So let me just talk a little bit louder.
oh
I can
Hey,
hear you just
Cosmic
fine.
Rock. Hey, Cosmic Fox, listen. You're gonna get these jokes, Cosmic Fox. We'll give you the platform. You could talk. We accept you, but don't come over. If you could take a fucking cock, you can take a joke. All right?
Oh crap!
Damn.
It's not a dick. Don't take it so hard.
Right.
Facts.
We're gonna.
Man, you guys are brutal.
You're gonna get these jokes. All right? This ain't a safe place. We'll give you the platform to
Stay in your
have your.
safe space, bitch.
You ain't gonna get a blankie here.
Yeah, we accept everybody. You can have
Tell
your
him, Virgo.
opinion, but listen, you're not about to change nobody's mind about anything. Everybody up here is a fucking alpha. Everybody. It's the jungle over here. We all apex predators. So
Actually, Fox, the fact that you act superior to everyone is a consequence of your narcissism. Pseudoscience is not a prerequisite. I'm pretty sure you would act that way regardless.
The HP head predator.
yeah, we all predators over here. You gonna get the jokes. Alright? Go put your skirt on.
Yeah, we just had to free Willie the other day. We had
I free Willie every day.
Predator in charge.
Oh Lord.
But Cosmic Fox, I definitely don't, I don't hate you for being a queer though. I just think, me personally, I just think you have a mental illness, and I think that personally, Cosmic, I think that it's easier for you to live as a quote unquote woman than it is to accept that you're just a ugly,
a bitch ass man.
Hey HB, let me ask you a question. Do you think that a lot of these kids that are turning to this stuff, do you think they're like kids that are shunned and not like maybe bullied, maybe put off to the side or whatever?
Never.
And because this is such a phenomenon, they find something to latch on to so they can be special. Because I have a theory. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it's for attention.
Mm-hmm.
I think Virgo, what it really comes down to is that it's one thing to beat up a sissy, but it's a lot harder to beat up a sissy in a dress. So I think it's just I think it's a lot easier for sissy guys to just live as a woman. I think honestly, I just think it's easier for them.
Well, back in my day, they would have got beaten up regardless. But here it is now. Society tells us we can't do it.
Right.
We get doxxed, we get whatever.
But I think it's just easier for them to train looking like a woman and presenting themselves as a woman, because women get, even guys that dress like women, they get catered to certain ways where you got to be a little bit more, sensitive to their feelings and all of that shit, and all the bullshit that you gotta, like guys, a lot of times we gotta tiptoe around women because they're emotional. So it's like the same thing with these guys, where you kind of gotta tiptoe around shit because they present themselves as women.
Mm-hmm.
I just think for them it's easier,
Yeah, because I have one at work, and it uses the women's bathroom, and man, I can't even voice my opinion. I'll get fired. I really would get fired if I voice my opinion.
Damn.
About this stuff, and how dare me address him as him? I have to address it as her, and I just refuse. So I just don't interact. Thank God, it's in a whole other department.
Really?
but we do
Yeah.
have a communal bathroom. And
That's
as
deep.
much as my state is red, the court system is so effing liberal. It makes me want to throw up. And I'm looking into like doing something else because I thought like, oh, I'll go into the government. I got a great pension, whatever, but I'm so sick of it. And I'm one of these people that I don't let my job dictate what I do. So when they told us to get the jab at my old job, I quit. I was like, F you.
Yeah, no. And I think that's kind of the thing about most of us over here. Like, you know, we're all pretty much alphas. Like, we're not going for nothing. We're not the get along, go along, get along type of people at all. And even for me, like living in Chicago, I got tired of that shit. I got tired of just being in a super liberal city, but I'm not gonna sit and complain about it. I fucking packed my shit and got the fuck out of there.
Bingo. That's why I left New York. And I left New York 2008. I saw this shit coming. It's like I was an oracle or something. I saw it coming.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like arguing and getting mad and complaining about it, like we're fucking apex predators, man. You gotta act like it. And nobody up here is a fucking sissy. Nobody.
Nah, and thank God I married somebody that has I would rather gouge out my eyes than be married to a sissy liberal man.
Yeah.
That was kind of mean, but it was still funny.
Well, it's not mean, it's the truth, you know. And like I said, I'm not gonna hate somebody for their views.
Yeah, but it sounded like a hate crime the way you said it.
No, I said I gouge out my eyes. I gouge out my eyes, not his eyes.
She said her eyes. She said her eyes.
What?
Yeah, the way you said liberal sissy, and then you said man like you didn't even really mean it.
Why somebody had come up on what is more or less a mostly black conservative panel and then be a snowflake like that and act like they deserve.
Yeah,
it's an angry troll.
And I
It
don't
has
switch
nothing to.
teams. I don't switch teams. I may not 100% agree with Trump, but I'm not going to switch my team just because I don't 100% believe in him. And that's what these liberals do. They bat for this team, they bat for that. Man, pick a team. And stick with it. Your values don't change.
Wish Fox would transition into a person who had a broken keyboard.
Lord have mercy.
Denizen always with the joke.
But yeah, no, I think that's where separates us from the other side, though. The other side doesn't want to have an open, honest dialogue. They just want to shame you into, not believing what you believe in. But that ain't gonna work. You can type a goddamn paragraph in the chat. Nothing's gonna change. But if you hit the panel, we can have as gentlemen, we're all gentlemen up here except for the ladies. We can have a civil discussion. And that's the thing too, like we gotta set ourselves apart from these fucking animals out here. These people are animals. We're predators. We're not fucking animals. There's a difference.
Yep. Highlight what Foxy Brown just said.
Foxy Brown.
Which one? The last one? Oh, okay.
The one with I quit because I'm a baby.
Oh, that one. You quit because you're a baby.
No, I quit because I stand on business.
There you go.
I have my values. I have my morals.
And blame everyone but yourself, baby.
Well, no, I do blame myself. I blame myself for falling into this bullshit. So I had to get out of it. I don't I don't conform. I am defiant by default. Okay? When the crowd is running right, I'm gonna run left. That's how I was brought up. I don't follow. I lead. And guess what? After I quit, there was a couple people else that, that quit as well.
Yeah.
Take a stand and stand on it. I'm not gonna just blindly
Why are
follow.
you so afraid of science, Virgo?
I'm not afraid of science. I just didn't believe that me getting the jab was gonna save my life. F that.
Oh, that's clearly a fear of science.
Nah.
Nah, fuck that jab, man. They wasn't getting me.
Yeah,
They weren't getting me. When I saw they were giving people vouchers for weed, I was like, yeah, this is
Like John was talking about earlier, French fry. Oh, I love the way he said French fries. He said French fries.
out in
Chicago. These niggas took French fries.
out in Chicago, they were giving people the shots in parking lots.
Yes, they had like pull-up trucks and shit. That I ain't with it.
Hell nah. That shit seemed like it was like Nazi Germany.
Yes.
Like it was like some internment camp type shit, man. I was like, man, fuck this, man. Y'all must be crazy.
Now, to answer your question, Denizen, I do trust in science. I've had a couple of elective surgeries to improve my health or what have you. Matter of fact, I just had one the other day. But when you're telling me that I need a shot that they're giving out just all willy-nilly to everybody, that it's going to save my life, man, I can't buy into that.
I'm a pure blood, I've never had any vaccine.
Oh wow.
Oh, here's how they chokehold us here. Your kids can't go to school, and I wish I had the means. When I had my kids, I would have just homeschooled them instead of giving them immune shots. But I was young. I didn't know any better.
Yeah, I think some of the shots are good, but I don't think all of them. I think it should only be like the first couple shots, but then after that, man, you got to build up your immune system.
Yeah, I had to fight because I remember when I first moved to Florida, the doctor's records were, I don't know, I guess lost or whatever. And they were like, well, they need all these shots over. I said, the hell they don't.
Yeah, nah, that's bullshit.
I said, damn well if they're in school, they already had these shots. And I can show you their school records. They weren't in school, so they had these shots. So no, you're not jabbing my kids again.
I'm just glad I don't have any kids.
My mother claimed religious exemption, and it was the 80s too, so it was a lot easier to not do stuff then.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, I pretend like we're Muslim just so my kid don't gotta get shit. I don't give a fuck. Just tell them assalamu alaikum, son.
Come in with a hijab. I'll go in there with a hijab on my head or whatever.
Hell yeah. I get that shit off Temu.
Put a burqa. All you can see is my eyes.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's uncomfortable. That would be uncomfortable in Florida, though.
That's why I'm glad. Portia played that video yesterday too of the surgery where they cut the wiener off. Actually seeing how it goes. It's really kind of funny, man. Like it was like a banana peel. Like they peeled it like a banana. It was crazy.
Yeah, they just chopped it all off and cut it into little pieces.
Inverted it.
Yeah.
It was like they inverted it. It was weird. It was like putting your shirt on backwards.
Have you ever seen the female to male one? That's even worse.
Those are what the
No,
percentages of those are lower.
those are more and they're harder to tell. I actually met one in real life. This is like my ex-girlfriend. We were at a graduation party for one of her friends, and it was all girls except for one guy there, me and another guy. So me and the other guy, we're sitting there shooting the shit, talking, and the dude was kind of small, but he was just a short guy. But he was the only other guy there, besides like the girl's dad and stuff. But he was grilling and whatever. So we're just talking, blah blah blah. I didn't think nothing of it. So afterwards, I find out that this dude used to be a girl, like literally was a girl, but he had like a beard and everything. But I couldn't even tell. I thought it was just a short, little weird guy. I didn't know it was actually a girl. And my ex-girlfriend at the time, she told me that back in high school he used to be really weird. Or well, she used to be really weird, but once he transitioned, he was pretty cool, like pretty chill. And I think, for it's kind of the same reason. Like for some people, it's just easier for them to live as something that they're not because of their mental illness. It's just
Yeah,
easier for
yeah,
them than to just
yeah. But
accept that I'm mentally ill. I probably need therapy. No, I'll just go under
mhm,
the knife and change the outside instead of focusing on within
because everybody accepts it.
because everybody accepts it.
But
You
I
know,
wonder, do they even get pleasure out of that? Because they take skin from like their leg or their arms to make a false penis. I mean, you
I
don't have the same nerve endings. You're not. I don't know. It's just
No,
confusing to
they
me.
keep the head attached so that you can have a fake clit, and so you can get some stimulation from
Ooh.
your penis head that's still left over.
yeah.
Yeah, but even if they detach that and put it on top of your skin, like, what kind of
No, no,
pleasure are
no.
you
This
getting?
this is a this is a this is a woman, a naturally born woman that transitioned to a man. Like she
Yeah,
started
that's what I'm
taking
saying.
she started
Yeah,
taking if you put on a
testosterone and stuff.
fake yeah.
Oh, I'm
Penis,
not actually familiar with how that surgery works.
Yeah. I heard,
yeah,
hey
they take
Dennison, I
skin
heard
from
they
the
put
leg
like a cadaver dick on them.
that you could pump it up.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, that's what I heard. I
Yeah,
heard
some
that.
of them
no.
you can. You could pump it up to make it hard.
Yeah,
So,
you could
I
pump them
mean,
up, but they don't use cadaver dicks that I'm aware of.
That's what
why
I
not
heard.
just be a bull dagger
There's
and wear a
nothing you could
dildo?
attach it to.
Yeah, yeah,
They
you
uh
could. Yeah, you could.
they reconstruct like from other parts of the body.
I don't know, man.
You
I
know
could
what
be wrong
bothers
though.
me?
I could
I
be
think
wrong.
that it's a form of self harm, but it's being accepted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it is.
exactly what it is. It's not only just being accepted, Virgo. There's a $1 million industry, a
Yeah.
A
$1 billion
whole
industry.
industry.
Yeah,
Like like people are being medically trained to perform these surgeries, and it's lucrative.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So there's incentive to promote that it's okay, when in fact it's self-harm.
yeah. And the
Nothing but the
government and the
devil's work.
schools, are pushing it too now.
Yeah.
It's like you get social clout from it. You're given special treatment, special attention, special rights, legal protections.
What happened to the good old days when they just used to cut themselves? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, no, seriously though. Seriously
I'm
though.
just kidding.
Serious no, you got a point though.
No. Yep.
You don't really see cutters as much anymore. And I think those
Because they're
weird
all transitioning.
they're all transitioning now. Yeah. Yeah, those people that used to, wear all black and hide their forearms and shit. Now they're just transitioning. It's just easier.
The
Instead of
goth
dealing with
kids.
the underlying issues that make you feel that way, let's just treat my body like a fucking
Yeah, exactly.
The bottom
butchered.
surgery would be completely unnecessary if there were no link between gender and sex. It's not like these
Yep.
people are getting this surgery so that they can go unnoticed at the YMCA, right? Nobody sees what's in your pants.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
blame brain inflammation. You know,
Yeah,
the,
no, Mela. I think
that's what I
it is.
truly blame. Brain inflammation.
Yep.
There's an inflamed brain occurrence, and this fucking people's proper thought patterns up.
Yeah, no, it's
And it's
definitely
in
a
the food.
mental
It's in the
illness.
food that we eat too. To be honest with you,
It's in the food.
that's why I stay away from processed food. I stay away from canned food. Even like people think I'm crazy. Even my tuna fish, I don't use tuna from the can. I buy fresh tuna, bake it, let it cool down, flake it up, and make tuna salad out of that to make sandwiches. I don't buy canned tuna.
I don't. I kind of think I kind of think it's like a spiritual thing too. I think um I think with a
You
lot of
think it's
people.
spiritual?
Yeah, I honestly do because honestly, I think if they weren't afflicted with this, they wouldn't want to live this life. Like you gotta really kind of think, do they even want to be like this? Do you think if they had a choice, do you think they would choose to live this type of life?
No, because there's a lot of them that come out with they do interviews, they do documentaries, how they regretted it
Yeah.
and are crying to go back, but they can't.
That's why I think it's a spiritual thing. I honestly think these people may have a bigger um like a bigger I don't know how to say it, but they have a bigger purpose in life, but they're overlooking it and just kind of going into their their mental
Just
illness more.
imagine a back tattoo that you regret times 10. That's kind of what it is.
Yes.
Mela,
It's like
Mela,
you
do
have
you
this
have
impulsive commitment
wait
to get this full back tattoo, and
wait
then
Mela, how many tattoos do you have?
how many what?
How many tattoos do you have?
Not one,
Oh wow.
none,
Wow. Okay. All right.
none. I wasn't raised to desecrate my body,
Damn.
Oh,
at all.
I got
All
5.
right.
Well,
Oh.
to each his own. But I'm saying for me,
Yeah.
it was frowned upon. So I just took that with me into adulthood.
Oh yeah, my daddy gave me hell for it, especially
Yeah.
my tattoos, because I have like a whole sleeve on my leg, on one of my
A-
legs. So
I, I
Angel,
think I
Angel.
think somebody saw
yeah.
a tattoo and pointed it out and said, "Don't do that." And during my formative years, and it just stuck with me. I guess that's what happened.
Hey, Angel. How many tattoos do you have?
None.
Uh, are you gonna get like a uh one of those
My
Indian
youngest sister has a
feathers?
tattoo on her back though,
She has a
and
tramp stamp. Is it the tramp stamp, the one on
no,
the lower
actually,
back?
it's the geisha girl, right? It's real
Oh, okay.
decorative and pretty. Back when she first got it, but now that she's older, she's like, "Why the hell did I do that?"
It looks like a wizard standing under a willow tree now. Doesn't look like a geisha girl anymore.
It doesn't look like it. See, that's the thing about tattoos, right? When they're fresh, they are really prominent and artistic. But people forget how skin changes, right? And it's like
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't look as good as when it's fresh.
Yeah.
That's the thing
Well,
about tattoos. They only look good when they're fresh.
I gotta keep my Tina legs up then.
Hey, I think with this comment from Cosmic Fox, the biggest difference though is those are still women.
It's a lie, though.
But no, no, there's a big I know with the BBLs and the big boobs and stuff, there's a lot of women that are starting to regret it now.
I couldn't
Yeah,
get
but
yeah.
there's a lot of regret amongst transition surgery
No,
recipients
no,
too.
no,
This
no, 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 no. I'm just saying that with the difference though is those are still women. Yeah, they
yeah,
might
yeah.
be
And all I'm
they
saying is the claim is also factually incorrect. It's based upon a survey that doesn't make the claim that people use it as a source for, and it doesn't count past the first year of transitioning. Um, it's a common misquoted statistic from a non-study, and also breast implants are mutilation. You know,
yeah,
they're still
no,
making
no.
the same point.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what?
Women
no.
shouldn't stuff
I'm glad he said
silicone.
that.
Women shouldn't stuff silicone into their chests any more than they should carve their breasts out.
You know, I'm glad he said that because one of the points I was gonna make is that that's how this whole surgery thing and reassignment thing started. First we accept breast implants, then we
Yeah,
accept BBLs, now we're accepting trans sex changes. You know, it all trickles down, shit rolls downhill. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
So you know, now I would never put in anything foreign into my body. I don't believe in that. But um I do want a lift. I'm almost 50 years old and I do want to lift. You know, that just entails, you know, them
You
sucking some
know, you
fat
know,
out of the
you know,
breast and lifting it up.
you know it's really dangerous though, Virgo, right? You know it's really dangerous.
I know my husband says the same thing. He says I'm fine
Yeah,
with your mom boobs.
yeah. You know it's really dangerous. But I think
But no, would I put butt implants if I needed them? Nah. Some there's some men out there that like little booties. So
Really? Are you sure those are men?
yeah, there's definitely there men has different
Gay guys,
tastes
maybe.
and different, huh?
Gay guys, maybe.
yeah,
No,
I don't really like
white
big
guys.
butts.
White guys don't really care for they like boobs. They don't really care for
Guess I
gigantic
ain't white
BBL
then. Shit.
butts.
Yeah, you're Italian.
Yeah, you're an anomaly.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Gary.
Hey, hey.
Let me tell you something. Men are so easy to please. They don't
True.
they may fantasize about like a 10, but even if they find a 5 that treats them well and is a damn good wife, he's gonna love her and stick with her.
Yeah, even a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, we guys are pretty simple, man. It's not really
Cook my
much to
dinner,
us.
shut up, clean the house, take care of my
Exactly.
kids. That's it.
Yeah,
Don't go off buying Michael Kors purses every weekend. You know, that's all they want.
yeah. There is like a balance, though.
Give me some good Becky. That's it.
Angel, Angel, what do you need from a woman, Angel?
I just want her love and personality in a great direction. I don't want no woman that feels as though she's like the person that deserves to be treated royalty and that kind of stuff. And I would want the woman that would be able to work together. Like if there's a problem, like we see each other facing, like try to work together without trying to like spin a narrative or try to like see as though there's only one way to like go it the to where like things would have to end between us. So I like know there's plenty of women that sees things in a better light and sees things as possible in the end. So that's kind of like for me of what a woman would be like for me.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can see
You
that.
want a best friend?
Well, not necessarily a best friend. Like,
Does she have to submit to you? Is what I'm asking.
no, she doesn't have to
Okay.
submit to me.
Okay. So you want a best friend?
Well, what do you mean by
Someone of
submit?
equal footing.
Well, I'm not like doing the like. Look, basically, what I'm trying to get at, like, I don't know what you like. I've heard like people ask, like, so do you want to submit? And I have no idea what that means. But if it means like me, like getting everything out of it, where she does all the work and I take all the credit and do nothing, and where I don't work, hell no. Like,
No, not necessarily that. It's what the dynamic I'm wondering regarding you is whether or not you can accept that you don't have the final say.
I would say that it would have to be agreed upon by the both of us, and yeah,
Okay,
it would,
so you want a best
yeah,
friend.
and then like at times like we would have to like listen to each other, not necessarily like let's say if I had my loved one and with me in the audience of like let's say The Price is Right. And like, let's say, if she came on down, she would like could listen to me, or she could listen to herself, just like how I could listen to her if I got
So
called
that
down.
that would be a best friend. I understand where you're coming from, believe it or not.
But how's like that a best friend scenario? Even if we do find a connection between each
You're
other.
you, you trust one another the most. That's what I mean by best friend. You trust one another the most.
Because when you say that, it kind of sounds like we don't want to go into the stage of like married couple, engaged couple, boyfriend, girlfriend, as though we're just in the
wait,
friend
Angel,
stage.
Angel, hold on. Everybody be quiet for 1 second.
Who is that?
Is that 12th man?
Yeah, it might be Portia.
No, it's not Portia. Portia's always on the go. That has to be. Them meds probably kicked in for 12th man, poor thing.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm
It's
thinking it
probably 12th man, yeah.
Oh, poor baby.
because you're still up, Denizen, right, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been Denizen too.
Do you know how to mute him?
Yeah,
I use push to talk.
He just wanted us to hear it.
Yeah. I'm gonna let him.
Yeah.
If Gift Crack was up here, I would definitely bet on him. But you know what, Mela? Here's the thing about being your man's best friend. That's actually a good thing. It's healthy because I didn't learn to be best friends with my ex-husband. So, and this is why we have so much conflict with the kids and stuff like that. But men truly want somebody who's interested in their interests. So my husband got me into gaming. My new husband, he got me into gaming. You know, I was open to do that with him. He got me into a whole bunch of nerd stuff. And I see how much he loves his family. So man, even though I just had surgery, when that hurricane hit and it was time to grind and help his parents move, I was there. Even if I couldn't lift heavy stuff, I sat on a chair, folding stuff and putting it in boxes and stuff like that. And the
Most
way he
definitely.
looks at
Yeah.
me,
Being
the way
present is important.
yes,
Yeah.
the way he looks at me when I do those kind of things without him even needing to ask me, it's priceless.
And I
It
just
is
want to say,
priceless.
to Melo, sorry if I misunderstood with what you were saying, but I understand it now.
I think
Okay.
you understood it. I think you understood it, Angel.
I fully understand. Like, I still would like a commitment, but if that's what like a best man or best friend is, outside of just the friend zone, then yeah, that's what I mean by it. Because I've seen some relationships where like the
No,
woman
I'm talking
doesn't
about
go.
man and wife. They're, can be best friends. Like the
But but
commitment
but
is
but
that
uh,
strong.
but like I said, when I think of like the best friend, it's just like staying at a limited like distance without going like the next
No,
step
that's not
or
what I meant.
level.
Yeah.
But that's what I thought. Sorry for my misrepresentation again.
Yeah, I think
I
it's.
Yeah,
apologize for
I
not making
I think
myself clear.
I think Angel was confusing what you said with like friend zone, because there are guys that we wouldn't want to date, right? But they're wonderful men, but it's just something not there that doesn't click. So we put them into the friend zone. So it's like
Yeah, I
we would,
wasn't talking about
yeah, we would never
out
be with them,
yeah.
but they're
I
good
was
people.
referring to intimate
Hmm.
intimate best friends. Intimate.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
Um
like,
I
yeah.
got you.
Yeah, I
yeah.
should
I
have
got
used
it
that word.
now.
Yeah,
I
I don't
got it
get friend
now.
zone. I don't get friend zoned. I don't. Yeah, I don't get friend zoned.
If you, who said that? HB?
Yeah, I don't get friend zoned.
Ah,
Yeah,
come on, HB. You never had a chick that just ghosted you?
yeah.
I mean,
Ghosted.
We all
after
had
I
that
hit it,
happen to
maybe.
us.
Yeah, nah, yeah,
After I hit it, maybe.
nah. I don't. I mean, ghosted.
Oh Lord.
I'm trying to
I'm just
think. I don't.
saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about ghosted. I don't know. If I smashed, it's kind of hard to ghost me if I smash. But
So if you had a party at your house and you invited all of us, it'd be like 20, 30 women knocking at the door, being like, "Who you got in there?"
ah,
He's got hoes in different area codes.
So I have to bring my
Old
my
school.
cantana. I have to bring my cantana if you ever had a party, slash them like Michonne.
oh. Alright,
Be
come
like,
on.
"Hey, I'm just a friend, bitch."
You guys are all married.
Man.
I actually respect I respect marriages. I think that's sacred. So I wouldn't try anything with
I ain't gonna lie to
Beta.
you.
you
I
and
ain't gonna
Melly.
lie to you. My
Beta.
husband, when we first met, his ex-girlfriend kept stopping by like unannounced and stuff like that. And I just gave it a stink eye, like, what the hell? And I just gave my husband at the time he was my boyfriend. I gave him the look. He told her, get the hell out, whatever. And then she would use excuses like, oh, she wants to come to the parents' house. She misses them. And I was like, you need to cut that. I said, you got a choice. I said, if you want to remain friends with somebody that still wants you, now I don't mind my husband having female friends because we both have friends of opposite sex, but you have to respect our marriage. You have to respect that we're together. So most of our friends are like other married couples. We go out to dinner, hang out or whatever. But these single chicks that still want you,
Yeah,
or single men that still want me, that's a no-no.
that's right.
And I gave him the choice. I said, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm not gonna be caught up in a triangle.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's
And
a lot harder for girls though, because you know,
obviously he did the right thing.
a lot of times girls they'll have guy friends, but the guys want to smash, and
Guys always want to smash.
I know.
Even the married ones I'm friends with, if I were to give them the opportunity, guys always want to smash.
I know.
But
That's
it's
why it's
all
like
in
I.
respect.
That's why can guys even really be friends with girls like legit? Because
Um,
I think
Yes.
it's up
I
to the women to put their foot down, and yes, they can.
yeah, but is it really a friendship if you want to smash?
You don't have to
No,
want to smash though.
If you're a
no,
beautiful woman, I mean, what do you expect a man to think?
it's
He's a
not
man.
even.
He's gonna.
It's not even about that. Like men just have this natural curiosity to know what a woman's vaginal walls feel like.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah,
They just
yeah,
want to
Lord.
know.
yeah, yeah, Yeah. Yeah. No,
Listen
Miss
to
Mella's.
him.
T.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all of it though.
Yeah. No,
I
Mella's.
want to know
Mella's.
like what color your nipples are and whether they're
They
big
want to
ones or
Mella's.
small ones.
know. They
Mella's
want to
Whether you
know
real.
got
about
hair
the.
down there, if you got hair, how do you trim it? How do you
They
keep
want
it?
to
You
know
know.
the areolas. They
Yeah, all the
want to.
different variety and flavors of all the rainbows, man.
Man,
Mella's
men are
spot
just
on.
curious creatures, man. They're just
Yeah,
curious.
Hmm.
the only rule I have is
Women,
I'm
we
I'm
already got it
never
figured out. It's like a dick is a dick,
I'm
whatever.
never gonna be friends with a guy that had already smashed and like introduced him to my husband. That's to me that's disrespectful.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I dumped a girl for that shit one time. This back when I used to smoke though, and
Oh, she had an ex that
yeah, no, he was like a dealer. I was like, yo, I can't. My guy's not picking up. Do you know somebody? And she was like, yeah, I know somebody. So we went to go pick it up.
She really
Mhm.
knew him.
Yeah, and he was cool too. He was a cool dude. And then we're just smoking and shit. And she told me she used to date him. I was like, wait a minute. You had me pay this guy that you used to fuck money, and we ended up breaking up like a month later. I
Wait a
could
minute. If she had told you before you picked up the weed, would you have bought it?
Nah, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. She should have told you then. Yeah.
Yeah, nah, and that's what I was really pissed off about is that she didn't tell me, cause I would have been like, shit, we ain't gotta smoke then. I'm good. Fuck it. That's why I don't really deal with weed smoking chicks no more, cause I know how fucking treacherous they are. They'll fuck the weed man, and they'll fuck the weed man, and then
let me get an
go
extra
go
nickel bag.
yeah, no, go smoke with you. I'm not smoking with no weed smoking ass bitch, man. Or I'm not fucking with no weed smoking. I quit
After their
smoking
lips been
too.
wrapped around another reefer.
I don't like marijuana.
Damn, Virgo.
No, it's
Um,
true though. Virgo, no. Virgo, no. Virgo probably, she probably jerked a couple guys off for a dime bag.
Nah, nah. I don't mix business with pleasure.
Yeah.
Now, did I have
He just made his
boyfriends that
Italian come out.
wait a minute. You didn't do
did I
nothing
have
for favor.
boyfriends that dealt? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Back in
know
the
you
day I
did.
did have
I
boyfriends.
know you did. I know you
But
did.
just a random weed guy and just smash him for a nickel bag, man. Come on
Nah,
now.
maybe not smash, but maybe maybe gave him a little,
Top him off? Nah.
yeah, a little top him off a little bit,
Nope.
Hand to Rooney.
a
So
little
you had
hand,
a boyfriend that happened to sell weed.
A little bit of hand sandwich.
Yeah.
yeah, a little hand
So,
job.
so if it wasn't for the weed, you would still be his girlfriend, or were you
Oh
his
yeah, definitely.
girlfriend
That's
because
not
he
that's not
sold
like
weed
a yeah.
or sold weed?
I never said I was looking for a guy that sold weed, but yeah, just so happened that he would sell little, not like a big time guy, just
Did the
he
weed
happened
bring
to.
you two together?
No, we got together, and this is oh my god, this is so long ago. I was only like freaking like 19 or something like that. Yeah,
Oh
so
wow,
yeah, so yeah,
fresh
I was
Virgo.
young and dumb.
Wow.
Then I got married at 21.
Ah,
That is young.
that's very
hmm
young.
But we didn't have kids until I had the twins at 27.
Yeah.
So
No,
we were married for a minute.
I think I saw I think I've seen Mela before, like at a house party in Chicago.
I think you're lying.
Oh, okay, never mind. You don't go to house parties?
I was not ever into that
Mm,
type of music.
okay,
Man, I
okay.
used to cut school and go to basement parties, gene prints on the wall. Stop playing.
About to say, I thought I saw you at a party at on the west side one time during COVID, but maybe not. Maybe not.
No,
No, maybe not. Wow.
I would have liked to have been the one, but I wasn't.
Yeah, nah. It would have been nice to meet up with you, Mela.
Oh,
My
Nice.
roommate, my roommate was
Go
from
get some
Chicago.
I am a good time, believe it or not. I'm a lot of fun. It's just that now that I'm older, I'm like, been there, done that. Because I've literally traveled the world, right?
Yeah.
I've done the wildest things. And I'm a
Wow.
mother, a wife, a daughter, because my mother's
Mhm.
still alive. And I'm just like, damn, I've gotten away with so much. Let me sit the fuck down and just be on YouTube and talk shit with people. Just got
How old are your kids, Mela?
I only have a son that's mid-20s.
Oh, he's a grown man.
Yeah,
Mela is
he doesn't
seasoned.
pester me, thank God.
Mela,
Mm.
you're seasoned. You're seasoned, lady. You're a little seasoned over there.
Unfortunately, I am very, very
A little seasoned. Couple.
well-rounded, like in terms of experiencing life. Because anyway, I don't want to talk
Grays.
about myself. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
Couple grays growing in over there, huh?
Say what?
You got a couple grays growing in.
Gray hairs?
Yeah.
No. There,
Okay.
there's actually this thing called nutrition,
Oh.
and you learn how to avert that.
Oh.
And
Hey,
I
black.
expect, I'm looking for gray hairs, and they haven't come about yet.
Oh.
Now
I,
keep
I,
in mind, I'm not perfect, so I have a stretch, some stretch marks, but it's not bad,
Oh.
and I'm actually gonna get that corrected.
my
What do
husband
you
said that's
mean?
sexy.
What do you mean you're gonna get
Yeah,
it corrected?
Yeah, stretch
like
marks.
yeah, I got some stretch marks on, like.
The right amount in the right place is nice.
And where do
Yeah.
you like your stretch marks, baby?
Oh.
You know, where ladies stretch out, you know?
Tell
Imagine
me,
having
Oh.
twins, Bella.
get
Imagine
A little
specific.
bit
having
on the
twins.
side boob, on the thighs, and the
Get
butt.
specific. Yeah, the butt,
I already had a tummy tuck. I want to do another one.
the sides, the breast. You're naming all the right places. You know what I
Hmm.
really appreciate about my body, more so than anything else, is that I don't have those flappy arms.
That's a
Oh, the
blessing.
chicken wing arms. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't
I
have those
don't have
either.
that, and I'm so happy.
The
Everything
turkey
else I
wing
can work
arms.
with, but from what I understand, getting rid of those flappy arms is very difficult.
Well, there's surgeries for that too, girl.
I don't like the idea of surgery. I gotta go the long haul. Like when it comes to um, how can I put this? I want my breasts to be pointing the way it used to point when I was younger, right? And
Mm.
Yeah.
that's the it's like they're ample, they're nice, they're very, very tender and sweet and lovely and all that good shit. It's just that the nipples need to be where they were, before. So
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
the breasts aren't droopy, it's just the nipples have kind of, you know,
Started to turn south a little bit.
and I
Yeah,
just
that's why I
don't,
want to lift. I want to
yeah, I
lift.
just want the nipples to just be
Telling you,
sexy.
don't do it.
And
I want the
ain't nothing like some pregnant breast, man.
I
When it's
want the
all
nipples to be
engorged with
centered
milk.
again.
Oh my God.
Like
Yeah.
everything looks fine. I just want the nipples to be
You
like they were.
you ever send pictures of them?
Who you talking to, HB?
After you stop drooling, I'll think about it.
No, no, I was just asking. I like hypothetically.
I send pictures to my husband.
Oh, oh,
Oh,
We
y'all
gotta
send
keep it
pictures
spicy.
to
We
our
gotta keep it
husband.
spicy.
And-
Caliente.
yeah.
Caliente.
He says I'm tripping. He's like, ain't nothing wrong with your titties, baby.
Yeah, I'm telling you, don't do it.
Yeah. He said you better not get no damn surgery. What the fuck wrong with you?
Vinegar tits. What's vinegar tits? Man, come on, Dingo.
He even was so nice to say those the areolas I still love. I was like, wow.
A
That's
true man is gonna love his wife transitioning into her older self, no matter what. Those men that look for like those Leonardo DiCaprio's, every 6 months we see him with a new 21-year-old. Those are not men. They're somebody that
Well,
needs to fill their ego.
especially if you're doing it right? Like if you got really good genetics, which it sounds like Mel has, and I can see that you have.
And I didn't even know it.
You guys, it's easy
Black
from
don't
your
crack.
perspective, right? Because you're gonna look great even though you're older, and there's gonna be men who appreciate a woman's body that has character.
I just wish you didn't.
But it's not. Some ladies got it rough, It's just like they're pretty for like 18 minutes in their 20s, and then by the time they're 45, they just look like old men with weight
Shit.
problems.
Some of these
that's
chicks,
bad.
they start wearing makeup so early, and that's one thing I didn't do. Like when I was younger, I didn't wear makeup. Like all I did was put on some lip gloss and maybe some eyeliner. I never put on foundation until I turned like 40 something. They start so early with all this heavy makeup, their skin just goes to shit by the time
Another
they're like
thing
30.
that I'm grateful for is circumcised penises, right?
Oh, thank the Lord for that.
Yeah. A lot of men don't want to discuss how not ugly, but like in America, we're conditioned to accept circumcised penises. Do you all think that's wrong? Should women just accept
Yeah.
penises regardless of whether or not
Yeah,
it's
it's kind of.
circumcised?
Uncircumcised penises are so unhygienic, and to me,
That's not true.
honestly, if
It's
No,
well,
no, no, no. I think
it's
I
different.
think like I think guys have certain things they like about women, and I think women have certain things they
Yeah,
like
but
about men.
there's an aesthetic preference for
Yeah, yeah,
mutilated
yeah.
penises. That's a little weird.
Mutilated.
okay, so
It
Denizen
absolutely is
Denizen has an
mutilated.
uncircumcised penis. Then
No, I was born in the 80s in America. What are you talking about? I never got a choice.
They're called turtleneck.
Well, no. To be fair, it is a mutilated penis, but
It
at
is.
the same time,
But
at the
it's
same time, I wouldn't. I don't judge women for preferring circumcised over uncircumcised because I
do
think
you ask that on the first date? Like, are you circumcised? Do you ask that?
oh no, not on the first date.
It's like, look,
Oh, the second one.
I'm not gonna waste time
No, that's
getting
not even a
to know
conversation. To be
you
honest with you, when
if
you're
you're not
ready to do the
circumcised.
thing, you see it, and it's like a turnoff for me.
what if Mella? What if you didn't know until afterwards? Like you guys ended up
That's what
having,
I'm saying. You got to know beforehand. It's like I'm not trying to get attached, like emotionally involved with you, and you uncircumcised. Fuck that.
Damn.
Well, I don't get emotionally involved until I seal the deal.
Cold-blooded.
I've conditioned myself that way. I
I
don't get
can't
emotionally involved.
comfortably put you in my mouth if you're uncircumcised.
why not?
Exactly.
Why not?
Why not? You gotta pull the foreskin back first.
It's not attractive.
You pull the
Yeah.
foreskin back and then have a
It's
gobble.
the same way you want an attractive pussy. A woman wants an attractive penis.
Yeah, but what if I
Exactly.
told you that
You don't want roast beef.
I only liked the pussy that looked. I only liked the pussies that have been circumcised. What if I told you that? Like with the clitoris hood removed.
Then
Otherwise,
I
it's
would have to give
I
you
can't get interested.
references elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like there's no such. I think they do circumcise women in like those oppressive countries.
Right.
In
And they
America,
circumcise boys in this one.
Now when they do that to women in those other countries, and I think Africa is one of those continents where they do that. Um, I think that's mutilation, and that's I think that's to suppress women because
Yeah,
honestly, when you circumcise the penis, to me, and anybody could disagree, it's
I
more
think it
hygienic,
enhances their pleasure.
I think
and
it's the
yeah,
same here. The same here. Women don't like the way penises look, so nurses and mothers are chopping that shit off in the hospital for no reason. And they tell themselves a bunch of lies about unsanitary this and that, but I have never seen any evidence for that. Uh,
yeah,
like
they have
a
to know how
dad
to
teaches
wash.
your dad is supposed to teach you how to wash correctly. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, you got to pull
And
it back and wash, and then dry it off really well, or else it's
Unfortunately,
gonna stink.
like HB has said, fuck them kids.
it's bad for your
And
pupus
apparently,
as well. And it also
fuck
takes
them
away from
kids.
sexual
So
pleasure.
a father's not teaching the
And
boy how to clean
it
himself.
causes a variety of sexual dysfunction and skin problems too, and later in life.
What, circumcised or un?
Circumcision,
Oh, no.
absolutely, 100%.
You can pass a lot of bacteria if you don't know how to wash correctly. You can pass a lot of bacteria to your
Wait.
partner.
I
Yeah,
wanna
you could
ask
do that
Nate.
without a foreskin too.
I said
I
something
want.
to HB that pissed him off.
No. You didn't. You didn't. I don't. I'm just. I guess I'm just thinking about you. Going
Remember
down
when
on
you
a.
said fuck them kids? Remember
Yeah,
that?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay. So it's being said that a father is supposed to teach his sons how to properly bathe himself. And
No,
any event
Mela.
that
I meant fuck trying to save these, like, save all kids. Like, fuck them. Obviously, you want to make sure your kids are good, but you can't save all these kids out here. Some of these kids,
oh, you were
they're
talking
gonna die.
about children outside of your own.
That would also
Yeah,
be
yeah,
appropriate sexual education, in my opinion. Not when they talk about like sexual preferences and sexual intercourse and all this, but actually taking care of your own body. That's an
yeah.
appropriate thing for public education.
I
That should be
agree.
part of your health class, learning how to bathe
I agree.
appropriately
That's what they
and
should be teaching them instead of passing out condoms.
right.
Nah, I agree. Cause the crazy thing is, when I was younger, it doesn't really happen anymore because that's why I've always kind of preferred older women too. When I was younger, anyway. But younger girls, when I was young,
Why?
younger girls, they didn't know how to really clean themselves like
You
a woman did.
huh.
I
You
heard
know?
that too. I heard that
Maybe
a
their
lot
mom
of
didn't teach them.
I heard a lot of girls are left to figure out for themselves
Yeah,
how,
yeah.
their hygiene, and it's sad,
Uh, it would be like night and day with a girl that's like 19,
Huh.
20, and then you deal with like a 30-year-old woman. It's like night and day. It's like,
I say
wow.
I only dealt with older women.
Yeah. Yeah, no, older women, like, once they pass 30, older women, they know, they're very familiar with their coochies. So they know, they do all types of shit to it. They
just
they
imagine the teenage mothers um who weren't given the privilege of instruction for hygiene, right?
yeah.
So,
Mm,
that had to be horrible.
Yeah, no, especially
yeah.
like in college too. Like, there would be there would be some girls that were so unhygienic down there that it was insane. I remember fucking this girl. This girl was beautiful too. But I remember fucking her. I'm hitting her from the back, and she literally had dookie still in her butthole.
Damn.
Yeah.
What were you doing in her butthole,
I
HB?
would I
No,
wouldn't
you
know.
can see it.
You could
No,
see
I
it. Like,
mean
if
she
you
didn't clean herself properly.
right. That's
She
Oh,
that's
didn't
that's
know
my
how
whole
to
point.
clean
That's my whole
herself
point. She
after a
didn't she
bowel
didn't
movement.
she didn't yeah,
that's
she didn't clean
nasty.
herself. Yeah, nah,
She didn't
right.
know.
But that's just in
No, not
college,
on him. That's nasty on her.
That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean. She didn't know.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
she, there, like, I'm. See, at first I used to think it was foster care, right? I used to think that children grew up ignorant in terms of hygiene for foster care. But as it turns out, there are people that just are like they have this phobia about teaching their children hygiene because they don't want to
Mhm.
seem pervert. They think it's a perversion to teach their children hygiene. And I was just sad. Like when I was in the military, I heard so many fucking stories, man. I was like, what?
Yeah, a lot of no,
Yeah.
Mela. A lot of parents they just leave it up to their kids to figure it out.
That's what
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like I was told crazy stuff. Like my mama never taught me this. My mama
Yeah.
never
I
taught
used to.
me. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I used to date this guy, right? That he was a well, not single dad, but he had his kid like every other weekend. And sometimes when he would, this is like right after my divorce, and I moved to Florida. And if he'd come over for the weekend, or I'd go over there for the weekend, whatever, we'd figure out what to do. And when he had his daughter, as a woman, as a mom, if she's in the shower, I would, because people look at it funny if dad goes into the shower and check on the girl child, whatever. So I would go in and make sure she's okay or whatever. Man, when I tell you the amount of skid marks in her panties, and not just from the back, from the front. So I had to show her, with his permission, absolutely, how to correctly wash herself with the rag. She didn't use the rag. She just used the soap and just soaped her body, which is, I guess what kids would do if you don't know any better. She soap her body and rinse off. No, I had to show her how to get in there with the rag.
Yeah. You know, a lot of white girls they don't use like the rags. They don't use face swabs.
Man,
Yeah.
I got being that my mom, my aunt, and I have a couple of friends that are nurses, especially OBGYN nurses. Yeah, I got some stories to tell you about these white women
Yeah, they
that
don't
don't
use
believe in rags.
yeah, they don't use rags. They just use their hand. It's
I
very
don't know. I don't
interesting.
know how these black guys are falling all over them, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean they keep it clean, but I guess it's just
Mm.
I don't know.
The hand is actually more sanitary to use.
That's their theory. I
No,
don't know.
not if you change your rag. I mean, if you use the same rag all week, yes, it's very unsanitary.
If you change the rag every single time you get in the shower and it's
Yeah.
bleached, then yeah. So you're using 1 to 3 rags a day, then potentially yeah. But you're also, even with the rag being clean, it's more effective at spreading around bacteria than your hand is. Your hand is more effective at getting rid of bacteria. So as you
Okay.
clean from one place to another, even
So
in the
what type of
same
soap?
usage of the rag, you're
Okay.
spreading more
Okay,
bacteria around by
roast me
using
out.
it.
So
Okay.
Dennison, I guess you wasn't in the conversation. We were talking about bath rituals yesterday morning. So
What
not
type of
only
soap does a person wash shit off their hands, innocent?
I'm sorry, say
Huh.
what?
What type of soap should a person use to wash shit off of their hands?
I mean, any other the same kind of soap you use for anything else.
Wrong. I would not really be like for instance, if somebody confessed to me that they use their hands to wipe their ass, I,
But you don't use your bare hands to wipe your ass. What the
but
fuck are
then
you talking
what are
about?
you saying when you said it's actually more hygienic to use your hand than the towel? Like
When you're in a shower, yeah.
I think it
yeah,
And that's what a
creates
dermatologist will tell you that.
see
The rags soak up germs and they breed in there because they retain moisture.
you
If
don't
you
use the same towel.
yeah, they're also more of I went over that. I went over that in detail and at length. And then I and then I also expanded on that, saying that their rags are more effective at spreading bacteria in the same usage than your hand is.
Well, I think when it comes to feces, it's a very, very like you just you, okay.
I
I'll
don't
put
know.
it this way: cross contamination is a thing.
Ooh.
I'll put it that way. Cross
Are you
contamination
gonna
is
use
a
a rag
thing.
on your butthole and then wipe your face with it?
Oh.
That's what
Yeah.
No,
HB
that
said. He did. He said
Yeah, I do. I do that.
HBC said
you
he does that.
missed the conversation yesterday.
So
Yeah.
cross
No,
Well, I wasn't here
contamination is a
yesterday. No, I'm
thing.
here
Yeah.
right now.
What's the rumpus? Yeah,
HB
I do
would
that.
agree.
But I'm gonna say that kind of I just landed the plane. Then I think regardless, even if
Yeah.
HB
Yeah.
doesn't,
well, here's
I
the
think I
thing.
made my point.
Here's the thing, Denizen. This is just my personal body care. Okay, I have a rag that only goes on my privates, and then it goes from you wash the front, and then when you're done with the front, you do the back. Now I have a
Word.
body brush, and I put my soap, my gel soap in there, and I scrub all over my body. I shampoo my hair, condition my hair, and then I have another brush, a face brush that does my face. You squirt the face wash on there, and then you scrub your face. So
Word.
all of these things are not touching.
What
If
happens
you
to them after you're done, though?
Well, after I'm done, the face one, I rinse it off real good, and I use it like every day, but I change it like once a month. That's why I don't get like expensive ones. I get just the regular face scrub things, and my rag. I let it dry on top of the shower, and then once it's dry, I throw it in a hamper, and I
Why
use
are
another
you
one.
calling it a rag?
So
That's what it
A
is.
so
washcloth.
That's what it
Sorry.
all I'm
is.
saying
Don't
is
call
a
it a
all
towel.
all I'm saying is a dermatologist would tell you that if you started using your hand to wash your face and body instead of that separate thing that you rinse out really well, as you put it, you would
Mhm.
spread less bacteria.
Well, it works for me, and that's
Well,
it.
I am just gonna say this: regardless if it's someone like a dermatologist that knows more about how to like moisturize or take care of skin, I don't like even trust them, let alone doctors nowadays. So I just don't follow any like actual stuff that doctors try and prescribe or recommend, and I don't need no help from no dermatologist neither.
Wait, Angel.
Technically,
Angel.
you could test it for yourself.
Angel. What do
Well,
you?
You don't need no
all I need
thinking
is my
dermatologist.
Dove. All I need is my Dove Plus Men Body Care and Moisturizing Bar.
Angel. So you don't
And
use
rub that bar where the bar gonna go.
Angel. You don't use a face cloth or a rag.
I use a body wash thing, like those little like circular fabric washcloths that you scrub when you
Okay.
the body wash. That's the only thing I use.
Okay. So you use like a body scrubber thing.
Um, cause like those assortment color body scrubbers that you see at like Walmart or
Oh yeah,
uh,
yeah, 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 yeah. I know what you're talking about. Those they're like the little loofah kind of things.
yeah, the ones that have like the little cloth hanging thing, the
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah,
top that you can hang over like your water faucet thing that allows you
yeah,
to like
You
have
you
your
change
water
them
pour into the
regularly
tub
though,
or from
right?
the shower.
yeah,
How
yeah.
often do you change them out?
I wash them about maybe once a month.
You okay? You rotate it once a month. Okay.
Because they get used quite often, but
No,
uh,
they're very open air, right? They're not. like a washcloth.
But I
They're
do
very
like, but upon like done scrubbing, I do rinse out any soap or debris out of them.
yeah, exactly. They're easy to rinse out. That's what I meant.
The bacteria aren't
Yeah.
though, and they love to grow on cloth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why
those
you gotta change it every day. That's why you
I
once you're
think
cloth
done.
and plastic are different. That's true.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And
then I
Dennison,
and then
I I actually wash my like the towels and the cloths. I wash it with like detergent, but I also put a little bit of that like vinegar in it, so it
Yeah,
disinfects everything.
yeah.
Oh yeah, HB. I definitely wash my towels and rags in a separate wash.
Hmm.
And I we only use I don't like stuff with dyes at the house, so we only use white towels. We're very racist about that.
Racist.
Yeah. So we only use white towels and yeah, I put some bleach in there and you know, detergent and wash it in hot water.
But most of the time, I use my Dove Plus Men body care bar.
Hey Virgo, you should try
That's a nice
vinegar
soap.
instead. You should try vinegar instead because I used to use bleach too, but for some reason bleach always kind of destroys the fabric over time a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I just gotta buy new towels, but I'll try the vinegar.
Yeah, yeah, because it does the same thing. Like people only use the bleach just for the disinfected part, and vinegar does the same thing, except it's not as it disinfects, but it's not as harsh on the material. Because that bleach like
Add
eats
some
through.
baking soda to it.
I never thought about putting some baking soda in
Yeah,
it too.
vinegar and
Let me
baking
try.
soda kills microbial uh organisms. You know that bubbling sensation when you mix baking soda and vinegar together. That
Mm-hmm.
that's the chemical reaction powerful enough to kill microbial organisms. So
No,
um,
I did want to get back to that. So you were saying something about
I'm getting sleepy. Sorry
Mela.
about
You were
that.
okay. Maybe I could wake you up a little bit. You were saying something earlier about
Say
how
what?
um you were
Oh,
saying
I'm
something
pressing
earlier
buttons. I
when we
might
were
show something. Sorry. Wait.
no Mela. You were saying something earlier about how you prefer circumcised because
What I
when
do?
you put your mouth on it.
Oh, that was back when I used to suck dick. I don't do that anymore.
What?
What?
I really am
Now
sleepy.
you
I'm
better
tripping.
now
Okay.
you're gonna get us asking more
Boo!
about that
Everyone booed
Mela.
this woman.
Oh, my husband would be mad if I said that.
Okay. I don't like it.
Wait, Mela, what made you stop sucking dick?
I just don't like it.
I think
Um,
Mela, I think you love it and you just don't want to admit how
Mm-mm.
much you like
no,
it.
I
no, no,
don't.
HB. HB, there is a thing. There is a thing. Some women don't like doing it, and you don't want that from a woman that doesn't like it. Like the
Yeah,
kind of woman that will just give it to you on your birthday or Christmas. Like
yeah.
that. That's
It's
how my
it's
husband's ex
lousy head.
was. Like she would treat it like it was a chore. Man, I go to town. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
You gotta. Yeah. You got. There was a time I wanted to prove to myself that I was excellent at it, and that time has passed.
I can get down with that when it comes to eating box. Like I feel you. I went through the same experience. I could teach a class on cunnilingus,
It's
but
like I've already
Well, you see,
proven
that's the
my
deal.
worth.
If you want me to love doing that,
I'm
you gotta
done.
love doing it too.
I do. I do.
That's the deal.
But I'm kind of over trying to prove it. Like my ego is.
Yeah, I just it's like for what?
Mela, you think it's because of your situation that you're not
No, it's just that I've given myself I've afforded myself so many reckless adventures with my spouse, right? Like we've done things that would have had us arrested for indecent exposure. Like when you're giving your husband head at a Columbus statue in the middle of a park, and
Oh, that's crazy.
you
Get
know what
wiped
I'm
up.
saying? And you want to get it done as soon as possible, so you got to be good at it, right? And I've proven to myself time and time again, like when you're driving down to Dan Ryan and, you know, you just go down on him to see if he could stay stable without crashing the car, you know, shit like that, right? Like I've proven to myself that I can do it and I just don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, but
Like,
Wow.
that was when we were just dating with the car and
not
Yeah.
situation like
dating,
that.
no, married. I wasn't doing that
But
when we
now
were dating.
married is different. It's like,
We were married,
Yeah.
yeah.
come
Yeah.
here, let me
I
see
think
Or
that
I think
Irish Spring.
Mela, I think I did see you on Lakeshore Drive that one day. I think I did see.
Oh my God.
I think I yeah.
donuts on the road.
Yeah, was your husband in a Hellcat? I think I did see you.
Oh Lord.
Mm-mm. We
We
were in
done
a
conjured up
Maxima.
Garion.
We were in a
Ah,
Maxima, baby.
Isn't Garion supposed to be detained? Isn't he in
But I'm just
jail
saying,
for
when I
his
get tired, I
crimes?
start tripping. Y'all gotta. I'm
he
going on
was
mute.
found innocent. He was found innocent. He was found innocent. Wow.
Retrial.
Wow. Yeah, God bless Mela. I don't believe her one bit, but God bless her.
Oh, you don't believe me?
No, I don't believe you. I don't believe
Why
you.
not?
What part don't you believe?
I don't believe she's not into it anymore.
Oh, I believe her.
Oh, that's the part.
Has has anybody ever joined the Mile High Club?
That's what I haven't
Nah,
done yet.
nah. I'm too pussy.
Sitting
I'm too
on that
pussy for
sink and
that.
getting it in. I haven't done that.
I'm too pussy for
I
that.
I made it my duty. I was like, man, I need to join the Mile High Club.
She said duty.
I have not done that.
I'll be I'll be too scared.
That would
For
be
what? You just
interesting.
lock the door. What the hell?
But there
Yeah,
are marshals on the plane.
yeah.
So
And what if
that's
what
the
if like a
excitement
old
of
They
it.
they they watch if two people go in at the same time.
yeah, they
Yeah, but
watching.
you gotta do it
You're better
slick.
off
You
at
gotta
the
you gotta
mall.
let one go
At the mall.
first, and then
There's
you
another
know you just
reckless
look
event.
out, and then the other one goes in. That's
But
it.
they nah, they keep an eye on whether or not two people go in there.
Yeah,
Oh Lord have
Gary
Yeah,
is
no,
mercy.
you're gonna get busted.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
How about the
Nowadays you get
swimming?
busted.
Have y'all
This ain't
joined
the
the
Gotta
swimming
'70s
pay
pool
off the
club?
anymore.
crew to get away with some shit like that. Or it's gotta
Have
be
y'all
on
joined the
private
swimming
jet.
swimming pool club?
Oh yeah, nah. That's shit. That's
In the
like
community pool?
yeah, that's normal. That's
That's
normal.
kind of gross.
Yeah, shit. I
Why?
did it.
It's a little
Why?
unsanitary in the community pool. I pass on that.
There's gonna be semen in the pool?
Yeah,
Oh well,
yeah,
Oh
they clean it,
no.
don't they?
yeah.
Oh
Nah,
no. Little
the
kids
Yeah, people
swimming in the
pee in
pool.
pools. Word.
the
And the chick
chlorine.
Exactly.
who
People
doesn't
be
know how to clean
pissing
her
and shitting
butthole,
in pool.
she swims in there too.
And then skid mark teenagers and I'm not
Drug
interested.
Exactly.
users.
Yeah,
The
I don't
chlorine.
do
The
public
chlorine kills
pools.
all of that. The chlorine kills all of
I
Nah,
don't
that.
I'm
do public
good.
pools.
In the ocean, now
I
you're
hate you,
talking.
Gary.
On the beach,
Yeah, nah, that
Then
is
you
that is
wonder
pretty
why you
crazy,
gotta
Gary.
visit a dermatologist and shit. Like,
I don't go to a
duh.
dermatologist. I stopped using sponges, rags, and loofahs, and I haven't had a single blemish since.
There you go. There you go.
Really, really. Maybe it is the rags that are fucking people up. Maybe
Yeah,
it
Every
is.
once in a while, if I feel like I want to exfoliate, I get some whatever Black Sea salt facial scrub, and I use my white ass fingers to rub it in on my face, and then I rinse it off. with
Said his
cold
white ass
water, and
fingers.
I feel fresh like a mountain man, baby.
Squeaky clean.
Hey, Denizen, what kind of white are you?
I'm half
You Italian?
Italian. I'm Portuguese and a quarter French, and I'm
I knew there was
culturally
some
my grandmother
Italian in
is
there.
Lebanese.
Do you rub olive oil on your skin occasionally?
I can't. I
No, I
can't.
take shots of it sometimes though for heart health.
Yeah, yeah. Drinking it's
I
supposed to
do
be good for your
use
heart.
I do use
Forget about it.
Forget
um
about it. Hey,
I do use a lotion that
Hey, you
has
mooly.
vitamin E in it though.
yo,
What
more
kind
like
of lotion?
Um,
Whatever
it's
you can get your hands on.
no, I have stuff I like, all natural
That
stuff.
baby oil.
No, it's tea
I
tree.
didn't.
It's made by a custom like company,
oh yeah, I like tea tree oil too. I
and
fucks with tea
it's
tree
tea tree
oil.
Uh,
oil based, and
oh
Oh
yeah, that's
yeah.
good for your hair
it
too.
has
Good
that
for your
olive
hair.
oil extract in it.
That's what's up right there. Everybody listen to that. That
Yeah, tea
part.
tree oil is the shit.
A tea tree oil
Yeah.
mixed with an oil that nurtures your skin.
Hmm.
Get with it.
Yeah, it's
And
good
that's a
stuff.
natural exfoliant. If you have, honestly, if you have dandruff, tea tree oil is very good for that. You just rub that into your scalp,
Yeah.
do a couple of treatments, and or even you rub it into your scalp, rub it into your hair, put on a shower cap, go under the dryer, or sit for a little bit, and then get in the
And you
shower
know
and
what,
wash your
Virgo?
hair.
You know what, Virgo? It's a whole education, right? And it
Hmm.
should be passed down to our children and our children's children. But a lot of people who have to figure it out for themselves, they don't figure out until after they have children. You know,
Well, welcome to the wonderful world of YouTube. I mean, you can find all this stuff on YouTube.
you can, and that's the beautiful
Hmm.
thing, right? It's like
Hmm.
people who are listening, they've heard suggestions and ideas, and then they
Yeah.
can look up stuff on their own by just typing it into a search engine. Like it's a
Hmm.
beautiful time to be educated. Like
Yeah, I think
Yes,
there's
and I,
no
I got it
excuse.
passed down from my grandmas
Hmm.
and my mom,
There are
because
no more
they're
secrets.
from the Caribbean, and they know like everything that they ever did was natural stuff.
There are
Like
no
we
more
use
secrets.
palm oil to get rid of a cold. You rub some palm oil on your chest and you wrap yourself up, and then you sleep, and then all that phlegm comes up the next day. A lot of people don't know that,
There are
because
no
I
more
don't like to
secrets,
take
man.
medications either.
You
I
could
really
literally,
don't.
it's like rubbing a genie on a lamp. Like you could type
Hmm.
in, what do you do if you got a pimple? And next thing you know, you got all this information.
yeah.
Like children don't have to be, abandoned with ignorance anymore. Like they could look it up themselves. Like, do children even need parents anymore? They could teach themselves how to ride a bike for God's sakes. You know, I
Hmm.
do you know I actually was curious one day how to ride a bike. Now I know how to ride a bike. My child knows how. Everybody I know knows how to ride a bike. But there was this woman that was on Good Morning America that said she didn't know how to ride a bike. And I was like, this chick is a journalist. Let me see, like what happens when I type in how to ride a bike. And do you know all types of comprehensible instructions came up. So if you
Well, how
don't
old
know
was
what to
she?
do, it was one of them chicks on, like, I don't know if it was Good Morning America or some morning talk show, but it was oh, I remember. It was the lady who used
Hmm.
to be on All My Children, but then she started uh
Susan Lucci?
no, 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 not All My, wait a minute. She's blonde, right? And
Hmm.
she took over a morning talk show that used to be hosted by an old guy. Um and
Kelly.
Kelly. That's her. Okay.
Kelly
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, she's old enough to know how to ride a
If
goddamn
she
bike.
could, she admitted that she could not ride a bike.
Didn't she
And
used to? Didn't she use?
like,
and,
Go ahead,
and
Angel.
so my point is, I found
cause we
out
talk
that
about
she
Regis Philbin and Kelly
Regis.
Ripa.
Yeah. Yeah. Her. Right. So my point is that I was like, well, so maybe she's not a journalist, okay? But my point is, she was on television enough, and I was just like, say what?
Um,
Oh, anyway, I've said enough. I
wait,
was just
wait.
emphasizing that these young children, if they have any doubts in their minds as to whether or not they're being raised right, they can actually look it up.
Mela, a lot of people don't know that the way that they living is even wrong, though.
Mm.
Well, there's this thing called instinct and intuition.
How do
You
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 have?
can feel when like you're being mistreated. You can feel it
How would you know though? How would you?
because you go to bed mad, and that's if you have a bed. Like say somebody's being mistreated, right?
Hmm.
In America, at some point, even if you're chained to a damn radiator in the basement, at some point as a human being, there's something instinctive about you that just screams this ain't right.
Yeah.
And so that's
Well,
how a
it
child
depends on the
knows.
situation, Mela.
That's how
I
a
mean,
child knows if somebody, like, let's say a child it wets the bed, right? A
oh, a
child,
child. Oh, okay.
yeah, and I'm talking about children. If a child wets the bed and a parent is whooping them every time they wet the bed, that child is wetting the bed what every day? So they getting
Hmm.
their ass whooped every day. No wonder they turn out to be fucking monsters. And that's the result of knowing instinctively that they are being mistreated.
Yeah.
That's my point. There's an
Should you? Should
instinct
you?
in the
Should
human spirit that knows when
Uh-huh.
something's wrong.
should you whoop a child if they wet the bed though?
No,
No, hell no. They're not doing that on purpose. It's
Yeah.
a
there's
hormonal
something wrong.
it's a
Hmm.
hormonal developmental process.
Yeah. Wait, wait,
It,
wait,
I
they're
wait.
mean, and this is
Angel.
why.
they're not in,
Wait,
and
wait, wait.
they're not
I gotta
intentionally doing that.
I gotta ask Angel something real quick. Angel, when do we gotta turn the clocks back?
I believe it's let me take a look.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Because daylight
Uh,
saving time begins, I know, in March, right around springtime, where we have to spring forward. But I think somewhere in the fall of October is when we put them back. Let me look when the date is.
yeah. I thought you knew, Angel. Yeah.
And you know what's sad? And this is what's sad about growing up in a Caribbean family. It's like they beat you for any little thing. And I
We
vowed not to raise my.
turn our clocks back November 3rd. I always felt like it
Okay.
was in October, but the reason why I had to look is because many years it seemed like it falls in October, and some years it's in November, so it's hard to predict when it's gonna fall in.
Okay. So we
Bush
still got a
changed it.
while. Bush changed it.
Yeah.
Why?
Why the fuck? I don't know.
Damn it,
Jesus
Bush.
Christ. Damn, I didn't know
Yeah.
you could just do that as a president. You can change that shit. Wow.
Yeah, it was a presidential decree to begin with.
Wow.
If I was president, I'd have no daylight or whatever saving time. Y'all just take the time as it is because it's a pain in the ass having to wake up
Yeah.
earlier.
I think from a documentary or some information about daylight savings time was initially to help back in, I think, the early days, rail workers or something like that.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
It was to preserve as much daylight during working hours as possible.
Yes, yes, uh-huh.
Yeah.
For farming, I
But you see,
believe, or
I'm in
something like that.
Florida, so we even when the clocks go forward, we don't get dark until I would say the earliest we get dark out here is like probably 6 o'clock. But when I was living in New York, it used to get dark when they changed the clocks at like 4 o'clock, you know?
Yeah, because
Four
it's
o'clock,
still
it looks like midnight. You'd be like, what the hell?
it's still dark where I'm at. It's dark
Yeah,
as hell.
the sun's about to come out soon over here. Yeah, because my
Still
daughter's
dark.
getting ready for school, so
Oh,
Mm.
what grade?
she's a senior,
Oh, in college or high school?
high school.
Ah,
Oh,
boy.
so she's graduating this school year then.
Yep, and she has homecoming what and coming in like 2 weeks. I had to spend a fortune on, she got a
Did
cute
she
little
get like a
dress,
custom? She got like a custom
shoes,
dress, or she just got it from Rainbow?
Um,
rainbow. What the fuck? Oh man, HB.
you meant that as a
I
joke.
haven't shopped rainbow since I was like a teenager. No,
You
she didn't get
meant,
a custom one, but for her prom, she will get a prom. We're going all out. But
yeah, I've
yeah.
heard senior proms is more extravagant than other high school proms, Virgo.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
senior. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. And I never had homecoming in New York. We don't do that kind of stuff. I think it's mostly like I guess like a South thing or
Um,
Midwestern thing. I don't know. We don't
Yeah.
do that in
I
New York.
I actually never got to
Yeah.
experience my senior year
That's not good.
because when '08 came around, I was approached by someone of the high school I was at and said that I completed all my credits for like eligibility to graduate that year or I could go into my senior year. So I chose to graduate early, so I never got to experience my senior year, but always heard that senior years have more of the benefits than any other school year.
Oh wow, you're a young angel. By 2008, I already had 3 kids, and
Well,
I graduated 94, and I graduated a semester early, so I didn't have to do like the spring semester. So what I did was, I worked, saved up some money because I knew I was gonna go away. I had already got accepted to certain colleges, so I knew I was gonna go away. So I worked, saved up some money, and when the class actually got to walk and do prom and all that stuff, I did that. So
well, that's cool.
Angel, you should have went to prom, man.
I sometimes wish I should have like attended my senior year, but I feel as though I made the right choice. But like I said, I heard senior years is the best year in high school, and I would love to experience all the stuff that you get throughout your senior year. But I felt as though in order for me to start my life early as possible was the best choice to just graduate early.
did you guys have senior celebrities in your school? Like it's like a thing that
I
we
wouldn't know because if there was any celebrities, it would have been
no no
prior
no no no
to.
not like real celebrities, like who's most likely to succeed, who's most likely to do
Nah,
this.
nah, nah, nah,
Oh,
No, there
okay.
wasn't
Well, I'm
anything like
proud.
that.
I'm proud to say
nah.
I won most popular.
Oh,
No, there wasn't
oh.
anything like that in school. Um, Not even for the other seniors before me in the years of high school. I never seen any of like most popular, most athletic, none of that stuff in my years
Hmm.
of high school.
But then again, I went
Angel,
I went to I went to an art school, so
Angel, did you go to a school on a reservation?
I went to school in Moorhead, Minnesota, where I was at years before moving to
Oh,
Arizona.
okay. That's right.
yeah.
That's right.
You ever heard of LaGuardia HB in New York?
The airport, yeah. LaGuardia.
Yeah, well, there's a school, LaGuardia School of the Arts.
Oh no, I didn't know there was a. I thought it was just the airport. No, I didn't know
That's in
that.
Queens. Yeah. So I went to LaGuardia School of the Arts. I was in band, and man, all of us was nerds in that school. To be honest, just a bunch of art students
This
back in
one
the day.
time, did you go to band camp? This one time at band camp?
One time at band camp,
Did you
no,
go?
I didn't go to band camp, but I did join the citywide marching band.
You know, they. I think it's about time they did a another American Pie movie.
I know, right? That movie was epic, especially
It's
when
about time.
stuck his schlong in the pie. Where's
Nah,
Denizen?
Stifler's mom was the best part.
Oh yeah.
Stifler's
Is
mom.
Denizen sleeping?
No,
Uh,
you can't hear me.
I understand.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, Denizen.
You got. I feel like you guys have
Denizen's
pretty
getting the
good sleep.
lasagna ready.
Oh,
Oh my
oh,
god.
oh.
Yo,
But how many
Denizen,
times
honestly, if you made some lasagna, I'd come over because I grew up
but
around a lot of Italians, so I know
but
y'all could cook.
but
Y'all know how to
Oh,
season your food.
I make the
I feel
panties
like
drop with the lasagna.
but
Oh,
a little bit ago, I feel as though this ain't the first time 12th Man has slept on any of John's panels before, HB.
you know, 12th man just had surgery, so he's got like a lot of drugs in him right now.
He got that Percocet.
Nah, he said he had a hydrocodone. I didn't even know they still give that shit out.
Well, what the
Oh
heck is
wow,
What the heck is that? Or what you just said, HB?
Hydrocodone, it's like a real strong
that
pain.
is like I think it's even stronger than morphine, isn't it?
I
No,
don't know. I don't think it's that
no, no,
strong.
no, 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 no.
Yeah, morphine's like the
No,
strongest.
Because
hydrocodone is
I had the morphine drip when I had my gastric surgery years back, and man, I kept pressing that button. I People visited me. I didn't even know who they were. I was just out of it. I was so loopy. So my mom was telling me that how I came to see you yesterday. I'm like, huh? Nope,
Yeah, no,
don't want to hear it.
hydrocodone
I
is
just
it's
kept
not that
pressing that button.
hydrocodone is not that bad. It's
it's the
pretty
good stuff, but it's nothing like
yeah,
that.
yeah, it's definitely the good stuff.
Well, I was
You don't
high as
want
a kite.
Advil, you don't want Tylenol, you want the hydrocodone. That's the good stuff.
Yeah.
Tylenol 3 actually had it in there. It
Oh,
was
Well,
really?
hydrocodone
Tylenol
mixed with
3 is nothing
aspirin.
but Tylenol with codeine.
It,
Codeine,
it,
that's what it was.
it
Mm.
always seems like something like relevant or revolutionary always disappears. Because who remembers in the 1990s or the 80s when like a lot of sodas was made with a sugar called NutraSweet, and now that stuff is no longer existent. And if hydrocodone used to be in like Tylenol, I highly doubt that's in Tylenol nowadays. It seems like something relevant back in the day is nothing like relevant now because I don't know what made NutraSweet disappear from sodas. If it was the health concerns of concerned parents that picket and protest and boycott every little thing of what products are made of, then that could have been the answer in the same response of hydrocodone not being in like Tylenol. But it just seems like something that is so like relevant back in the day ain't as like used now.
Yeah. You know, I think with hydrocodone, I think it was because people got Addicted to.
Oh, HB dropped off. He'll be right back. I know. But if that's the same reasoning behind NutraSweet of how like people got addicted to a lot of like sodas with that stuff, then I guess that's a relevant answer as to why like hydrocodone was taken out of Tylenol because of how addictive it was, like NutraSweet being taken out of sodas.
Mm. Now I'll tell you this much. When I had my back surgery,
Man.
my boys were six months. So they gave me Percocet to go home with because yeah, it was very painful.
You
But
had
I
every
got so
surgery, Virgo.
loopy.
You had
Oh
every
yeah, I've had a lot
surgery.
of surgeries. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You
Well,
sound like
not
a.
a lot. I've had okay.
You
Well,
know,
Hey,
anyway,
son.
let me
you
continue.
know,
So when I had the boys, I had to after that I got back surgery and they sent me home with Percocet and I took it the one day because my mom had taken off to help me, but she had to go back to work. My ex-husband had to go back to work, so I was alone with the kids, and I felt so loopy, and I was like, you know what? I can't take this medication. So I discovered that even though surgery hurts, the only way to recover quickly is to bite through the pain. And this is why, with this surgery that I just had recently, I just bit through the pain. I didn't take no medication on it. Yes, I put some heat presses on my tummy and laid down and first couple of weeks, I should say, it hurt bad, but now they told me 6 weeks to recover. I'm still not gonna like push it and lift up anything heavy, but you know I'm walking around. I can cook and stuff like that.
Yeah, I need some. I want some hydrocodone. If anybody's got some, let me know. Try and mix it with some alcohol.
Okay. So HB, to answer your question, you said I had a lot of surgeries. So I had two
Yeah,
C-sections.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You got a lot of
I had
surgeries.
I had back surgery. I had
Yeah,
gastric
more.
surgery.
Yeah, more than
And then
Angel.
recently I just had the hysterectomy. So that's only like what, 5, 6 surgeries.
Oh man,
Oh well, can't forget my tummy tuck.
man, Jesus Christ. Oh man, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Maybe I'm addicted to just
um,
being put to sleep.
I'm just like doing my math right now. Since you said you graduated in '94, Virgo, and you
Hmm.
must have been 18 or 19 at the time, and with the
I
'94
was
to 20,
17.
Hey,
so
Clip, salute, salute.
so you're about 47 or 48 right now, right?
Oh,
I'm 48.
oh.
I was trying to do the math in my head. Like you're not like you're like about 18 years older than me, but not 18, 14 years older than me because I'm 34 and you're 48. Even though I'm still young, I'll be up there with you in less than 15 years.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
CKJ, what's going on, man? Good morning. Morning.
Morning, good morning. What's new? What's new?
Man, nah shit, man.
CK, what's up?
Man,
What's up? What's up?
man.
Nothing new?
Nah, nothing crazy.
We were talking about inverted penises. That's all.
What?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's this gentleman that came up yesterday that wants to cut his penis off. So, yeah. Besides that, though,
Was he trolling?
nah, 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 nah. Hell nah. He's
I don't think he's trolling.
He's a trans man and he wants to cut his wiener off.
Well, I actually love that Tommy guy from a couple days ago, Virgo.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He was pretty
What
cool.
Tommy guy?
I guess the saying is true, HB.
What's the saying?
Ain't nothing like vagina.
Wait, what'd you say?
There's nothing like vagina.
Yeah, yeah. Some guys would cut it off just to have one.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. I don't know why, but it's still funny to me, man. Like there's some guys out here that would cut their wieners off. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You know, it's
Excuse me.
so many like documentaries or people who have like transitioned and they fucking regret it, man. Like
Damn.
later on down the road, they regret it. You can't go back.
Yeah, nah, you can't. You can't. Imagine trying to go back too. Like you go to the doctor and say I want to reverse it, and he's just like, man, that shit's over, bro.
Oh man.
That shit's over. That shit is brutal. Oh yeah, I don't get it, man. I think it's kind of funny though.
It's a true mental illness, man. It's a true mental illness.
I don't even think it's a question. I think it's a deep mental illness. But there's some people that just don't want to believe it. They really think that they're girls. It's crazy to me. I don't know how anybody could believe something so insane. It's like dogs that think they're cats or something, or a cat that thinks it's a dog.
I think they're suffering, and they're confused. But I don't know that I'm convinced that they actually believe they're real women.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that either. I think it's just they're
No,
coping
I, I
with.
I think their sickness goes so deep that they do believe that they're real women. I mean, take a
Nah,
look around. What are they doing? They're
I don't
wanting the
think so.
same rights as women, and
That's what I mean,
nah,
though. That's what they
yeah,
want. They
yeah.
want
I
the
don't.
social privilege. They want to be special, and they're angry too. Like,
Yeah, I don't
look
believe
how
they
angry
believe it
they all
either.
are.
can we
Because
just
they
go
know
back
they
to the
can't be
old time
women.
gays? Can we just go back to
Old
the gays
time
in the 90s?
gays.
Nah,
No, I'm
seriously.
serious, man. The gays that just did their thing and just didn't shove it in our face, and we all knew they were gay.
Whoa,
No question asked, whatever.
Whoa!
It was what it was.
whoa.
Oh, you got a sausage in your face.
Yeah. Oh boy,
Nobody really
yeah. You
cared
got a
back then.
big eggplant right in the face. Oh, whoa. He's greasing the workers. Oh, hey.
Nowadays, they just want to shove it all down your throat. Like,
All right, Virgo, relax now. You gotta relax, Virgo. You you gotta. It's a family
Settle
show.
down there, huh? This is a family
Yeah,
show.
yeah,
this is a family show.
yeah. Come on, relax now. And
Forget about it.
I don't think that they believe that they're actually women. I think it's just a sickness, man. It's a real sickness.
It's quite sad, to be honest with you.
No, it really is. That's why, even with Cosmic Fox, I couldn't get mad at him because it's like getting mad at somebody who's like in a mental institution. You gotta have some
Yeah,
compassion. You gotta have a little bit of compassion because I couldn't imagine losing my mind.
yeah,
Like people that go through Alzheimer's and stuff, and
yeah.
uh,
Especially dealing with my grandma. She has dementia right now. So
yeah,
it's like,
dementia. Yeah.
hmm
So like mental illness, people see it. Like it just manifests all in different ways,
she doesn't
and it's
even
like
recognize me.
My grandfather went through that. You know,
It's painful.
During that time, a lot of crazy stuff came out about my family, man. I tell you that.
Yeah, they tell the truth, don't they?
Oh man, my grandmother.
They tell the truth.
My grandmother ain't shit.
Oh, he started
I can't.
telling on her.
Dude, he was staying. He went to go stay with my aunt. You know, she was taking care of him. My uncle come home. Dude, he almost killed my uncle. Talking about you're fucking with my wife. You fucking with my wife. Pulled out a knife on him.
Wow.
That's some Marvin Gaye type shit.
Dude, some crazy stuff happened on back in the day, man. Oh my gosh, man.
Oh wait, so your grandma used to fuck with your uncle?
No. He was thinking. So she used to, I guess, fuck around on my grandfather. So he's thinking that she know him with this man. He's in his mind. He's just another dude that she's messing with.
Oh, so she did step out on him.
Man, a couple times, man. So two of my uncles is not his sons. Never
Damn,
fucking.
you didn't even know that?
Nobody knew it, dude. Nobody knew it. The only son that's his is my father, man.
Wow.
Dude, my father was hurt. Because my father's the oldest. He's the oldest. So to find that out, and my father about to be 70, so this was like a couple of years ago. To live this whole time and you got this image of your mother.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But all the truth came out,
man.
All the truth.
They say there's a huge
and my grandfather from the South.
You said he from what?
I said he's from the South, so he came up here in like 52 up to Cleveland, like 52. So he's a stern dude, hard dude. Like didn't say much. Like as I was growing up, he didn't say much. Quiet, you know what I'm saying? You didn't fuck with him, didn't nobody fuck with him, nothing like that. So just to like hear him like not in his right mind, but he's saying a bunch of stuff that didn't nobody know but him.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
I actually want to change things up and talk about like food right quick as Virgo likes to.
Okay.
For the last couple months, I don't know if you paid any attention, HB or Virgo, but there was rumors of like a quote-unquote Krabby Patty meal coming to like Wendy's and some restaurants, and apparently that's coming true now. Later this month, and like celebration of SpongeBob's 25th anniversary, and I'm just thinking to myself, what exactly is this gonna do? Because the Krabby Patty ain't no pretty patty, and even if it was a pretty patty in 6 designer colors, I would refuse to represent something that has a rainbow colored theme to it.
You not gonna get a Krabby Patty, Angel? I'll get one.
Well, if it was a pretty patty, like in that one episode in the early days of SpongeBob, where SpongeBob like tries to tell Mr. Krabs that he has an idea, and then he floats down from the ceiling, and Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. Well, tell me to me, lad. Okay, Mr. Krabs, don't slow down until you see that. What is that? The pretty patties available in 6 designer colors. And I would like review something like that.
Damn. I don't know if I'm as excited as you for the Krabby Patty, Angel. I don't know, man.
Do we actually have Krabby Patties? What the fuck?
Not yet.
Well, apparently Wendy's and some restaurants are partnering with Nickelodeon to release a Krabby Patty meal, and certain restaurants and markets or something. But I'm just trying to like bring the up and just like give my thought of it. But if it was a pretty patty, then that would be something that I wouldn't want.
So what is it gonna be, like crab cakes on a bun? because that would be good. I don't know if I would trust it from
I
a
guess,
fast food
however,
restaurant.
that they are able to replicate the burger from the cartoon is how they're gonna do it. But it just seems to me it's just a standard old hamburger from any restaurant. It isn't anything special.
Yeah, I'd rather make my own crab cake. I wouldn't trust any crab
Yeah,
cakes from a fast food restaurant.
yeah.
So I like to use lump crab, not no fin or sh- leg meat or whatever.
But I can only imagine if the meat was like made of like crushed or mashed up crab meat. If they wanted to really like honor the term Krabby Patty, but uh, it just seems odd to have like something be replicated in real life from a cartoon that is just fictional. But like if they want to like do it, but I wouldn't know what the meat would be made of because there hasn't been no descriptions of what really is gonna be like made of within the Krabby Patty meat. If it's just some old hamburger or like crab meat.
Mm.
It got silent.
What you said, Denizen?
Nada.
Oh, I thought you. Oh, that was Angel. I thought you said something,
That
Denizen.
was
My bad.
me. That was saying that I went silent, Virgo.
Oh, okay. My bad.
My bad. My bad. My bad.
uh,
My bad.
you're
Man.
actually
My
making me want
bad.
like. You're actually making me stay up, Virgo, because now you're making me smile and laugh, and I think like it's gonna keep me up.
Don't get too happy, Angel. I'm married.
I know.
I'm
But
sorry. I have to turn
no.
you down. I have to turn you down gently.
But
I
you're
know you
making
would
me
have loved
smile.
to been with the Virgo.
I wanted to say to CKJ, you know, they say that a lot of kids, their fathers aren't really their fathers. Like it's a lot more common than people think, especially nowadays.
Yeah.
That's why
Oh,
they
well,
that's why like mandatory DNA tests is not a thing because it would probably break up a lot of families, man.
well, HB, did you hear my story when I told it? I always have a lot of stories, so I can't even blame you for not like hearing what I had to say.
What?
Did you hear my story about my father?
Oh no, no, no. He's not really your dad.
Ah,
He's
I'm
not
just
really
gonna
your
keep it
papa.
simple and sweet. I didn't find out my dad was my dad until I was 17.
Damn.
I was raised thinking, even my mom, I had to like legally change my last name and everything. Because my mom lied to me and told me my stepfather was my father. All
Wow.
because
Yeah.
yeah,
See that?
all because they were together. He wasn't ready to get married or for whatever reason, and
Yeah.
she just kept me from him. I was man, HB, let me tell you, if you know my whole backstory, I've had a lot of growth to go through. Like I hated my mother, hated my stepfather to the point where I was such a good student. And then when I found that out, thank God I had already got accepted into college and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
like after 17, I was a rebel. I'm
Did she
talking
ever
about
tell you? Did
drinking and
she?
smoking.
Wait. Did she
Hmm?
ever tell you why she did it?
She never gave me a straight answer. My mom is a fucking Pisces and they lie. They lie like fucking crazy. And and I know this because my ex-husband is a fucking Pisces. He's a fucking liar too. Um,
Jesus.
so everything is, and then she would use the fake tears. Like, okay, I don't care if you guys broke up, it's fine. You know, people break up all the time. But for you to actually put the effort into giving your husband, your new husband, you know, give me his last name. And then it's not only that, it's like I went back to my whole childhood. Like now I understand why I would get the most brutal beatings. I understood, man. I I don't want to incriminate myself here on online, but I put a knife to his neck one day. I had enough. I had enough.
Jesus
I
Christ.
beat him with a phone. He
Jesus.
gave me a black eye one time, and my mom, the reason why I was so upset at her, was because instead of her coming to me with my black eye, you know, she ran to him. It was like, please don't put him in jail. Please don't put him in jail. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And this was back in the day when you had to actually press charges. So now, in present time, no matter what, if you want to press charges or whatever, you the state automatically, puts you in jail and proceeds with charges. But
Yeah.
that excluded me to a whole other part of my family. So when I started meeting them, and now holidays I'm going to them, she got upset and wanted to cry and stuff. And I'm like, man, fuck this shit. I'm also a type of person, man. I will hold on to a grudge longer than a Jew holds a penny. I tell you that much.
Jeez.
It took me a very long it took me a very long time to forgive and move on. And that only came because, I had to read my Bible. I had to ask God for guidance. And after I got divorced from my first husband, I spent a very long time being single because I didn't want some random man coming in and fucking putting his hands on my kid. Like I was so protective over them. It's not until me and my husband met, I think my boys were already like 16,
Jesus Christ. So much families are fucked up. I say that.
But here's the thing too. During wartime, right? You had a lot of husbands that got killed in war. And, yeah, a guy would get a wife, probably already had a kid and just pass it off as their kid. But, to me, that's different. The father is dead. But for me, or a lot of women got pregnant young, and while they're pregnant and not showing, they find a guy to marry them and pass it off as their kid. They did that too.
Jesus
Yeah, like my
Christ.
in-laws, she's a nurse now, but my in-laws, she got pregnant when she was 16 and they got married and they had 5 boys. Unfortunately, 2 of my husband's brothers have passed, but yes, they had 5 boys. And they
Damn.
struggled and she worked her ass off. Dad was in the military. It
Wow.
is what it is.
Well, on some lighter news, it's 6:08 Central, October 3rd, 2024. Jesus Christ. Ah.
HB, you made your move already?
Yeah. I'm down in Texas now, man.
How was it?
Yeah.
How was the move?
Man, it was a little stressful at first, but once I got, once I got like the place locked down, and I still got to get my ID switched over to Texas though. That's like the only thing. I went in there, I went into the DMV, man, and it was like a million Mexicans in there. I'm like, oh god damn, I gotta go in there as soon as it opens and just sit up in that bitch, man. So
I'm thinking about Texas myself.
nah, I fucking love it, man. I will say though, my allergies been crazy down there. I feel like it's just all that the the south and how dry it is out there. I don't know what it is. With my allergies, I haven't been able to get used to it. But man, I fucking love it out there, man. It's just I don't know. It's just a different. It's just way different. It just feels everything just feels different out there. I fucking I love Texas, man.
Yeah, I'm
You know.
thinking about relocating.
Yeah. And then too, like I got like a little apartment, and like the place that I'm at now, man, that should be like damn near $3,000 in Chicago, man. that shit ain't that shit
Also, the
is
cost of living is higher in Chicago than it is in Texas.
oh
Or
man, like bro, like 4 times as much in Chicago.
dang,
Like Chicago's cost of living is so much more than Texas. You could damn near get like a man, you can get damn near a mini mansion down in Texas, man, for like, 200, 300K.
for real?
Fucking yeah, bro. Just look it up, man. Um like, looking like in the Dallas Fort Worth area, like all around that area. You can buy land cheap out there. There's so much land out there you can buy.
Yeah, I want to build too, man. So
Yeah,
I think if I do relocate, I'm building. I want something brand new,
yeah. You can
like acres or so.
you can build land. There's a lot of land out there. I don't know why, but I started looking up houses, and then on the houses a bunch of land started coming up, and I'm like, damn, you could buy land for like, I saw some land, I think it was like a couple acres for like 15 grand. I was like, god damn, this shit cheap as
Damn.
hell out here. Yeah. I don't know. It might have been like a Indian burial ground or something, but I don't know. That shit was crazy, man. Yeah, it's look into it though, man. I honestly I fucking love it down in Texas, man. Just the vibe is so much different too than the Midwest. It's like cold up where we're at. You kind of got to be a little colder down there or up there, but it's a little different down south. People are a lot more friendlier, and it's so much more space too. But yeah, no,
We say hello at Publix.
yeah, I know you noticed that too. Oh, we
Yeah,
got
we
we
strike
got
up a
Lolo.
conversation.
Lolo's in the building. Good morning,
Is
Lolo.
she? Good morning,
Yeah,
Lolo.
yeah. Lolo's been living in a kayak these past couple days, cause
A kayak? What the hell?
yeah,
What are you talking about?
yeah, her
I think Lolo she's up my way, right?
she
I thought she said that.
no, I think she's from Ohio, but she moved down to I think North or South Carolina, one of the two.
Oh, okay,
And
okay. From Ohio.
yeah,
But she mentioned something about Ohio.
and she got caught in that storm, and she's been living in a kayak these past couple days because it's still flooded. So I hope she's okay.
So she's just rowing up and down the river?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh shit. That's gotta be rough, man.
yeah. She
I'm
is.
praying for you, Lolo.
Yeah, it's hard for her to charge her phone up. That's what
No,
she
I
said.
get it. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Prayers. Chat. Put
Ooh.
some prayers in the chat for Lola. Yeah, she's.
HB, did you have to get like a moving company, or you just did it yourself?
Nah, I just did it myself. I got my
You probably don't got. It's just you by yourself. You probably don't got a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It was just me.
Yeah,
Me.
yeah.
And plus um I drove down there, and then I put a bunch of shit in my truck because I had to relocate too. Or I had to relocate with my company down south. So I put a bunch of shit in my truck too.
Oh yeah, that's
So
I
saving
was just about to ask you, HB. I said, did you just move your product to the side and just slide in your stuff?
yeah, lucky. Nah. I wish. You know how easy it would be able to move like that. That shit would be
On a
so
run,
easy. That shit would be so much easier. God damn. Damn. Yeah, stay strong, Lolo. Lolo can swim though, so she should be okay. But yeah.
Man,
It's
when you
been
live, let me tell you something. When you live in Florida, I'm only speaking about Florida. When you live in Florida, you better learn how to swim if you don't know how to.
you
They
don't want
talk
to
about
swim.
black people don't know how to swim. Yeah, the black people down here do.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle he stays down there in Jacksonville.
Oh, that's up north.
Yeah. Oh,
No, I'm in the,
you in the south?
southwest.
Florida? Oh, okay.
I'm in Manatee County, if you know what that is.
No, I don't.
So it's, you know what Hillsborough County is?
Nope. I just
Damn.
know Jacksonville. My uncle stays in Jacksonville. That's it.
Okay, so you know where Tampa is, right?
Yeah.
So I'm the county south of so Tampa's in Hillsborough. So I'm a county south of Tampa,
Okay.
which is Manatee County.
Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. I
Okay.
gotta send some paper in. I'll be right back though. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
I was thinking about Florida, but I don't think I want to deal with it. So I'm trying to get my security clearance back, and then I'm gonna try to see if I could be like a contractor or something like the DOD or something. So I gotta look for like
you want to move to Florida?
I was thinking about Florida, but I don't know if I really want to do Florida. That's what I was thinking about,
Yeah,
like
I
Texas.
don't suggest you moving to Jacksonville though.
Oh no. I'm definitely not moving to Jacksonville.
I would suggest my county or
Jacksonville is right now. No.
I would suggest Manatee County. Then you got, it depends on what you like. If you like farm, I would suggest Ocala. Newport Richey is nice. Even parts of Hillsborough County is nice. Maybe not Tampa. I mean Tampa, you have
One of my
nice, but
old supervisors, he's a lieutenant now. He's he got like a year left, but he's stationed in he just built a house in where he built his house at? Is it St.
he's
August?
probably in McDill.
Augustine? St.
Is he in
Augustine or
Tampa?
something? Is that a place?
Oh, St. Augustine.
By base. Yeah, he
St.
built the house. I know
Augustine is
he by base.
nice.
Yeah, he just built a brand new home, man. I think he said that's where
Yeah,
he's gonna
and
retire at.
St. Augustine is one of the oldest town. I think it is the oldest town in Florida. It's not one of the. Yeah, it is the oldest town in Florida.
He got about a year left in the Navy, so I know he's close to a base or whatever. So
I love to go visit St. Augustine. You do the ghost tours and everything. You stay at an Airbnb. It is like so old town, you know. Yeah, but like coming from New York, I would never live.
It's better for you down there from New York, right?
What happened?
I said the cost of living is better for you down there in Florida compared to New York.
Well, it used to be. I mean, and it probably still is, you know, when you look at it. But it's gotten expensive out here too. Florida's gotten very expensive, man. I'm telling you, it's a little rough out here.
Man.
I remember when I first moved out here, I had a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. That's the first thing I got when I came out here. And my rent was only like $800. And this apartment was huge. We had a pool in the community. You know, you could barbecue. We had a community center, like all the bells and whistles. Now, if you want something like that in Florida, you're paying for one bedroom, at least 1,800.
Man.
At least in my area, and I would only imagine like the major cities like Tampa, Orlando is probably the same thing or even higher. Because my town is not even a city; it's a town. So yeah, it's crazy out here in Florida now. We have a lot of people, snowbirds and people moving from up north coming down here. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, I said to myself, if I had to move to Miami, man, I might as well have stayed in New York.
I never been to Miami. That's like one of the places. Some places that I just don't want to visit. And that's like one of the places. I don't care how much people talk about the place, but I don't want to visit it.
Now, don't get me wrong. I like visiting Miami. Maybe it's just the drive through Alligator Alley that makes me want to go, but I like visiting Miami. I like the food. I like the people. Yeah, there's some parts you got to stay out of or whatever, but the food especially, and there's outside of Miami in Fort Lauderdale, there's a huge mall that we go to, like an outlet mall. It's called the Sawgrass Mall, and it's, when I tell you, the food court is the size of a mall. So my kids, especially when they were younger, they used to love it. I'd give them cash, and everybody would run to whichever place they wanted to get something to eat, and then we'd meet back up at the table. So I don't know. The kids loved that when they were younger. But yeah, I like Miami to visit, not to live. And my dad lives across the state. He lives in Palm Bay, which is like a very like ritzy neighborhood. If you're not let's just say you're not gonna move from up north and first thing you say is, I'm moving to Palm Bay. This is like a hidden little gem. And so far he said that it's not, infiltrated by a lot of northerners yet, but once they find out, that's what happens.
It's a lot of retirees down there, right? People that's retired in Florida.
Yeah, you have a lot of retirees, and then you have a lot of what we call snowbirds. I don't know if you know the term.
No, I never heard of it.
Okay, so snowbirds are basically people that live up north, but because it gets so cold up north in the winter, they have a house in Florida.
Oh.
So they'll stay for like the hotter months, or the cold months in their state. They'll come down. We have a lot of people from like Ohio, Michigan, all those cold states, Vermont, New York, some retirees with money, so they have like property down here. And then what they'll do is when they go back, they'll rent it as like Airbnbs and stuff like that.
Yeah. There's a couple guys that I work with. They got some homes down there, and I know like they gonna retire within the next couple of years. But all of them say they move to Florida. They gonna sell their house up here and move down there to Florida. It's a guy. He got a condo down there in where's this condo at? I know it's off the water somewhere. I think he got a condo. It's like near Orlando, I think. But the time the time that he's not down there, he rented out to Airbnb the whole year.
Yeah, so yeah, So yeah, most people do that. You know, they retired, they got some money saved up, especially if you're up north, because up north you get great pensions. So that's one thing about up north. If you want a bonus to live up there, you know, you get great pension and you have unions. You don't have that here down south. But I'm not worried because the kind of job that I do, it's not like manual labor. You know, I'm an accountant, so if I have to go up until 70 to save up some money and retire, I can do that. You know, it's not a strenuous job, you know.
Right.
But I feel sorry for like my mom-in-law. She's a nurse, so you know, yeah, she's on her feet all day, and now with everything that happened with the storm, she mentioned something the other yesterday. She's like, "Oh, that sets me back on my retirement," and we were like, "Oh man," like we felt bad because she was so planning on retiring like next year, but now with the storm and you know, yeah, we have insurance, but insurance is like crazy out here. So even if you have insurance, it's not a guarantee they're gonna pay you for everything that you lost, or they'll value it at a lesser value than you know. They lost 3 cars, they lost all their furniture, a lot of appliances, washing machine, dryer, dishwasher, oven, everything got, you know, wet.
And they got to start all over.
Yeah, they had about 2 feet of water in the house, standing still water.
Man, see, that's the thing that will not make me move to Florida. The storms, like up here in Ohio, all we get is snow. You know, we get all 4 seasons, and it doesn't even snow like it used to. But we may get like one bad blizzard, but that's it. Like you don't have to really worry about your property getting like damaged or just starting over.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, I wouldn't mind moving out of Florida. Probably not up north. I need to be near water, so I don't know. I wouldn't mind moving out of Florida. But my husband is very like family orientated, so he cannot live anywhere that's like really far from his family, which I get and I respect. So me, I don't care. Like if I don't see my family for a year, I'm fine. We don't get along like that. But I do have a cousin that lives out here in Florida. And I have a cousin that lives. Bye, booby. Okay, baby. Yeah, my daughter just went off to school. Yeah. So I have a cousin that lives out here in Florida. And then I have a cousin that lives up in Georgia. And she's only like a 7-hour ride away. So, and then he has a brother that lives in Georgia around the same area as my cousin too. So that works for us. So you're in Ohio now?
Yeah, I'm up here.
Is that where you live?
Yeah, Ohio.
Okay.
Northeast Ohio. The Cleveland area. Yeah.
Oh, so you're on the outskirts of Cleveland?
Yeah, I'm on the outskirts of Cleveland. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how is it on the outskirts of Cleveland? Because I've heard so many bad stuff about Cleveland. So how is it on the outskirts? Is it less crime, more crime?
It's not so. It's nice. I mean, you got some real nice areas. Cleveland itself, it's not bad. It's not too bad at all. I mean, it's some rough areas, but that's around the country. But I don't know. I grew up in the inner city, so I'm not like afraid of the inner city. I'm pretty known. I mean, I wouldn't live there. You know, I got kids, like but.
Oh yeah. And I get that.
I would invest in the area. Like I buy some rentals down there. You can make your money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Randall's.
How old are your kids?
My son is 2, my daughter is 9.
Oh, so you got some youngins, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you gotta give them that suburban life when they like now I'm like my sons, I have twins, they're about to be 22 in March. And they I raised them here in Florida. They were born in New York because I was still in New York, but I raised them out here in Florida. But they have that kind of upbringing here. So now when they go back to New York, they're not gonna fall into the wrong crowd and like, hang out with, bad people or whatever. Like they know. So I'm not afraid for them. Well, I'm afraid for them in general because moms and dads always worry about their kids. It's just natural, you know. But I think they have a good head on their shoulders, and they're both in school. One is about to be done and stuff like that. The other one is already done with his bachelor's. He's looking for a job, and they're applying to law school right now.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's so funny because
I pay for
they're huh?
I pay for it. My daughter goes to private with both of them. Actually go to the same school, but I pay out of pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough, man. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's why I love Florida, because I didn't have to pay for like private school because, the schools out here, they were nice schools, Made sure I lived in an area where they had like A schools, and sent them there. But yeah, I was saying that now that they're, about to go to law school and everything, it's I could finally like just breathe a little bit. And my daughter is a senior right now and in high school. So she's about to graduate too, and she wants to go away.
Where
She
she
doesn't want to go back to New York.
she's going. You know what school she want to go to?
She's waiting to hear from LSU.
Okay. Yeah, I chose to pay for school. I didn't want.
No, in New York, I tell you this much: in New York, you kind of have to, because I wouldn't trust my kids going to public school in New York.
Yeah, see me, I don't trust no public schools. Period. So I'm like, when my daughter got the age, I'm like, you know what? I we visit 3 schools that were like the top schools in the area. I mean, within the state, and she got into the top 1. So I was like, well, fuck it.
Good for her.
She goes to the number 1 school
Good
in the
for
state.
her. So do you have like charter schools in your area?
Yeah, we got public charter, but it's just with me, my focus is education. So I wanted her, and this before I even had my son, because they stepped apart. I wanted my daughter to be in the best position as possible as far as like education, her network, resources, and stuff like that. So I will pay the cost for that because I know it's gonna pan out.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's being a good parent. Yeah.
Thinking ahead, so I want her to be in the best position possible. So I don't mind,
and
even though I pay a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And you have to also learn that not every kid is the same. Like for example, my boys always excelled at school. So me putting them into public schools was nothing for me, because it was like, yeah, I know they got this. But my daughter, girls are different, man. And, I had to put her in a charter school, and it turned out to be great. She's been in charter school through from elementary she did, and when we lived in Hillsborough County, and she went up until like the 4th grade or something, or the 3rd grade, before we moved down to Manatee. And that school was pretty good because I lived in like an HOA community. I rented a house out there, and the school was within the community. So everybody that went to the school was basically the people that lived in. So it was like mostly like 2-parent homes and, you know, working people and stuff like that. But when I got out here to Manatee, the school that she was zoned for, I went to visit it because, you know, I wanted to give it a chance, you know, whatever. And, you know, when I walked in, the lady at the desk said to me, "What your name is?" I said, "Oh, hell no. I am not, she is not going to the school." She stayed in that school for about a week. And then I found, luckily I got a spot at a charter school, which she went to. And now she's in another charter high school, which turned into a middle school, which that's what she attended. She attended middle school, then transferred into high school. And now they are even adding an elementary school to the school. So, and it's a school for the arts. She does dance, like ballroom dancing and all that stuff. Oh, good morning, Natasha. That's actually my name too. Good morning.
A shout out to Primal and Natasha.
Yes. Oh, Primal. Yes. Good morning, Primal. Yes, Canada. I used to go to Canada every summer. We used to go to Montreal, and it was like an 8-hour drive from Brooklyn. So we go to Canada every summer and visit family, and I love Montreal. It is so clean out there. We would get on our bikes and just ride and look at the cows and pet the cows, and oh my God, it was such a good time just to get away from the city, you know. But girl, it gets too hot. It gets too cold for me up there. I don't think I could live in a place like that. Not at my age. I got aching bones. Yeah, Helene was something brutal, man. Like I said, my in-laws lost everything in the house, and I did a walkthrough the other day. I don't know if John stamped it, but I did like a walkthrough through the house and neighborhood and stuff like that. And everything they had to throw out, everything, and they gutted all the walls, and now they're just waiting on contractors to rebuild the walls and house. And then me, my house sits on stilts, so we're high up above the ground, and we didn't get any damage, but our area did get flooded as well. But I did lose the storm damaged our AC and our water heater. So I went without hot water and without power, without AC for a while, for a couple of days. That's about it. Everything's up and running now, thank God. Nope, it's not for everyone. You got that right. But I do miss the fall. I like fall. I like to something about the fall. It's like nostalgia. Like I remember as a kid, the leaves would fall and you'd go outside and fall on top, just like you would fall on top of the snow and make like snow angels. You'd fall on top of the leaves, and you know, come inside dirty and your parents are like mad because you're so filthy. Yeah, so I love the fall. But the only difference, Natasha, is that mine's, instead of an S, it's a C. Gosh, who else is on here? Is it just me and you?
I'm here.
Yeah, so it's just me and you. Oh, I think HB
Who's
said he
the
had
other?
to go do something real quick.
Who's the other avatar?
I would believe that's HB, but he said he had to jump off for a minute so he can do something. I think he had to complete some paperwork.
So no one can join the panel,
No. No, unfortunately, I am not a moderator, so no.
I'm updating the BIOS on this computer.
Wait a minute, that's Denizen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just making sure I'm talking to the right person.
It was CK that was up here a second ago, though, wasn't it? I thought I heard.
Yeah, I was talking. Oh, maybe the avatar is CK. I don't know. It doesn't say a name. I can't see the name on it. So, Denizen, tell me about that lasagna, man. I love me some lasagna.
Oh, my lasagna's the business. How much you want to know?
I bet.
You want me to tell you all
bet.
my secrets?
I know about that. I know about that Sunday sauce. That's all I know.
Yeah, I
grew
make
up
a
around
bolognese.
a lot of Italians.
I make a meat sauce. I use 3 different kinds of meat. What you know about that?
Oh yes. Okay. Let me guess. Pork, veal, and beef.
That's right. And the pork.
That's right.
Might
I told
be.
you I grew up around a lot of Italians.
And the pork just might be in the form of, my favorite Italian sausage from down the street in the deli.
Yes. Oh, that's another thing we had in Brooklyn. That's what I miss. I miss the Italian butchers and stuff like that, and the little Italian shops, the mom and pop shops. We used to go get some real mozzarella cheese and some homemade pasta. Like they make it like homemade, but like kind of like dry it out. So you had to like partially boil it, not too much like you do with the box stuff. And some raviolis, some bread. And when I was pregnant with the twins, they used to sell they sold lobster, right? So you can either buy the lobster and go home and cook it, or you buy it from them and then you tell them how you want it done, and they'll cook it for you. Oh my God. I used to get that with some French fries. That was like my craving.
Hey,
so good.
Lolo, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone?
Morning, Lolo.
Good morning, Virgo.
How you doing? How's everything?
Everything's okay. My house has power, but my family in like a different area doesn't have power, and some of my friends in Georgia still don't have like electricity or water, so it's going, but me personally, my power's back on, so I'm cool.
Oh, girl, glad to be back under that AC, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like sleeping with a fan on, sleeping, charging my phone, waking up to a fully charged phone is nice.
Ooh, I don't know how I made it through those hot summers in New York, because New York is not known for having like central AC. Like you'll have like an AC unit, maybe like in a living room. And I remember being a kid, like we'd all sleep in the living room when it was really, really hot, you know. But yeah, Florida has spoiled me to the point where it's like every part of the house has AC, and
Right.
I don't even think about it, you know. And then when it goes off, I'm like, man, I'm gonna die. This is my death.
Yeah, I feel that. Honestly, one good thing about me, I think I have like low iron or something because I'm always cold, like regardless where I am. I live in South Carolina, and obviously
You
it's
know
so
what? You
hot
should get
here.
it checked. You should get it checked because I'm anemic and I'm always cold. It doesn't even matter. Unless it's like scorching hot and I'm outside, I'll get hot.
Right,
But
exactly.
even my AC, I only leave it. And me and my husband, this is like our biggest argument. Okay, is the freaking AC. He always wants it at like 60 something. And I'm like, motherfucker, it is too cold in here. Turn it down
And then
to
he probably just tells you to
70.
bundle up.
Yes, but here's the thing, Lolo. He'll put the AC at like 63 and then wrap himself in a blanket. And I'm like, motherfucker, you are not hot if you're
That's what I'm
wrapping
saying.
yourself in
You're
a
cold
blanket.
yourself.
Shit. So I always turn it back up to like 70. Well, I don't want to piss him off, so I don't turn it all the way up to 76, but
Right.
I'll turn it up to like 71, 72. And to me,
Mm-hmm.
that's still even cold.
No, I 100% feel that. My stepdad used to be the exact same way. Like when we were kids, he was like, "Do not touch the thermostat. You better put on some socks, sweatpants, hoodie. Like if it's cold, that's just on you. But do not touch the thermostat." And it's been like that ever since.
And then the heater doesn't work in Florida. I'll tell you this much, because you run the AC for the most part of the year. So for the 2 months where it gets a little chilly, then I'll wrap myself up in blankets, because by the time you get the house really heated, it's already not cold anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't even imagine the heat or anything in Florida. I would hate that.
And then it smells. You get that nasty smell throughout the house. So I have to light candles, like scented candles and stuff.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, the
Hey,
heater stinks.
I put an article in the back chat
Let me see. Let me see
just
what
to
you.
read. Like if you guys could bring it up, I'll read it. I just
Hold on. Hold
am
on.
on my phone, so I don't want to like go
Hold
out
on.
of the page and like it, overheat my phone or something since I have iPhone 8.
Hold on. Hold on. I can't. I don't think I could bring it up. I don't know if Denizen is there. Denizen, are you still there? Let
Yo,
me
what
see.
up?
Wait. Post the link again. Maybe Denizen can share the link. I don't know if you're on your computer though or not.
Yeah, I can play a video. Is
Okay.
that what it is, or?
No, it's just an article on Yahoo. Like I'll read it. I just can't like bring
Okay.
it up.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. Wait. Denizen, you see it in the back?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Let me full screen this.
And it's the one about the two men arresting or being arrested because they had like 5 adults and multiple children in the back of a truck or something. I don't know. I didn't read it because I wanted to like, react to it with you guys. It might just be better if you would type it in. Honestly, I have no idea. I would just type in 2 men arrested Missouri.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
Yep, that's the one right there.
Hold on. Oh. Damn, Portia, you're up. What the hell? Did you even sleep? What the fuck is going on? Yo, this guy. I think I know it. I think I know what's going on. Wait, is it the 2 men arrested in Missouri?
Yeah, after police discover 5 adults, 7 children.
Oh, damn, that looks like Garion on the right. Damn, Garion.
So
Oh,
yeah,
A little
those
bit.
guys.
it's like
Oh, the one on the right looks like Carrie.
a little bit. Garion, damn, Garion. There we
Gary
go.
and committing crimes and shit.
But okay, I'll read it. But all right, so Missouri law enforcement officials arrested 2 men after discovering 7 children between the ages of 2 to 13 and several adults in the back of a U-Haul box truck during a traffic stop on the interstate, according to the report. KY3, a local NBC station out of Springfield, Missouri, reported that 31-year-old I don't even want to attempt to say his name. Well, Mr. Bistrel and 22-year-old Mr. Omar were charged with 7 counts of first-degree endangering the welfare of a child. The station reported, and according to court documents, a trooper with the Missouri State Highway Patrol stopped a U-Haul truck about 4:30 p.m. on Sunday on Interstate 44. Bistrel allegedly told the trooper he and Omar rented a U-Haul box truck in Buffalo, New York, and drove down to Glendale, Arizona to pick up a woman who had been kicked out of her house by her mother.
Damn.
When Bistrel and Omar were pulled over, Bistrel explained to the trooper that they were on their way back up to New York from Arizona. 2 women were in the passenger seat, and Bistrel said that they were his sister and fiance. The woman told police a different story, that they traveled to Arizona to pick up some things and to visit family. In the court documents, the trooper noted that there were conflicting stories being told by the suspects about the trip, leading the trooper to believe that they were involved in criminal activity. When the trooper asked to search the U-Haul, Bistrel reportedly gave permission and said that there were beds, clothing, and 5 adults and 7 kids in the back. The trooper called for backup and placed the women and Bistrel under arrest. To prevent anyone running into traffic on the interstate, police transported the U-Haul to the Webster County Jail for further investigation. During the investigation, troopers opened the back of the truck and noticed the air was warm and there was no power or air conditioning. Troopers also said that there were clothes and food containers in the back, and most of the children removed from the U-Haul had dirty diapers that had not been changed for hours, police alleged. The occupants in the back were also reportedly sweaty because of the heat. When questioned by troopers, Bistrel allegedly said he did not know why they took the kids on the trip knowing it was going to be hot. That's why we tried to stop a lot, Bistrel told police. He explained that he and Omar tried to stop every hour and a half or 2 to 2 hours during the trip so the occupants in the back would not get hot. The 2 men also reportedly shared driving responsibilities. The Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, and the Department of Family Services also responded to the scene. Bistrel and Omar were booked in the Webster County Jail and held without bond.
Damn.
And that's just the end of it. But yeah, no, when I seen that, I just thought it was kind of crazy because it's like, obviously, you know, their stories weren't being added up. And it's like, were you guys trying to like move a family from like, you know, a type of situation where you're helping them out? Or were you guys like on some, you know, human trafficking type of stuff? Or like, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Wait, go back to the pictures. Let me look at it. Let me look at the pictures real quick. Hold on. Go back to
You
the
just need
pictures.
to see what they look like.
Let me see the mug shots again. I don't know. These niggas, I don't know, man.
Yeah, they seem like they would be lying anyways. Like if I pulled up and I was a patrol, like, and I seen Bistrel, I'd be like, "Sir, step out of the vehicle."
Oh, sir. Put your hands where I can see them. Get your ass up out the
See,
car.
now if Omar was driving, you know, he looks a little less intimidating, so it's like, all right. But if I seen Bistrel, yeah, there's something going on.
These niggas both look crazy. I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of weird.
And that's what I'm saying. It's a weird story. It's like, what were you guys doing with, you know, children in the back, already 2 women in the front, and another 5 adults in the back also?
it honestly, it kind of sounds like they were just moving, but obviously you don't want to put people aren't supposed to be cargo, you know?
Right.
Like this isn't the transatlantic slave trade. You can't
Exactly.
you can't use people as cargo. So I think damn Virgo, you got to take you some Ben Gay or something, or what is that, Beano? You need to take
Oh,
some Beano.
y'all heard my bad. Y'all
Yeah,
heard that. I
damn.
thought I was on mute.
Let me get Virgo up out of here. Virgo,
I had a
take
I
some
had a
take some. I had to get Virgo out of here. Virgo, take
And
some
no, just what
Beano.
made it worse for me a little bit was the fact that they did say the children hadn't been changed for hours. Like, you guys
Yeah,
say that you know, try to stop every hour or two, but that wasn't the case when they looked at the children alone, like, and everyone's sweating. So you guys were just on the road for hours and hours without stopping.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, I have seen videos of how the migrants or how like the Mexicans transport people, and they give them like fans. They have fans tied up to the like drilled into the side of the trailer.
Right.
So it's at least they can kind of they got a bunch of Gatorade bottles they can pee
Right, and they
into.
have some type of like ventilation and air.
Yeah, they got air in there. So, not too much ventilation, but at least air where they can
Right, but in a U-Haul box truck, like, has anyone
yeah,
ever sat in the back of a U-Haul, even with the door
yeah,
open? It's very,
yeah.
Yeah.
very hot in there.
It's super hot. Yeah. It's like
So it's
really
like,
fucking
damn,
hot.
like, yeah, and it's like, damn, if it was, oh, you were just trying to move your family, which it didn't even say, like, I guess it doesn't matter what race the rest of the people were, but it's like, oh, if they told us, the rest of the people were black, okay, they could have been family and they were just moving them, across state lines, whatever, whatever. But like, to me, it just sounds like, I don't know what it sounds like to me. It sounds like human trafficking, but I agree with American Man that they do seem too stupid for trafficking.
Yeah, nah, these ain't traffickers. I think these are just some lazy ass niggas that they didn't want to. They were trying to. They didn't want to go back wherever they were moving to. They didn't want to do like a round trip and get go back up and get the kids. So they're like,
Yeah, that's true.
we gonna put y'all in the back of the U-Haul. Ah. This
What
always
about
this.
the 5 other adults in the back though? Like, they didn't have an opinion and like, hey, like, we're hot, like, let's knock on the back of the truck, like, guys, stop.
They probably had drinks and stuff back there at least to keep them cool. But you could easily have a heat stroke back there,
Oh yeah, 100%.
and something. It doesn't seem like they were being trafficked though. That doesn't seem like the
Yeah, because
situation.
I guess if when the police did come, they probably would have like testified against that, like, hey, we're being kidnapped or something. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
probably true.
yeah.
I just
This
want to
is
know what they had to say. They didn't even give an explanation of like, oh, like, yeah, we were traveling from here to here, but like, why do you guys have all these people in the back of the truck?
yeah. This is just some lazy niggas right here, man.
Facts. I mean, at least they had a bed in the back. Like, that's like I guess the like, the silver line.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When it gets hot,
Like, you
just
don't
go to
have to lay
sleep.
on straight metal sheets.
Just go to sleep if it's too hot. Just take your ass to sleep, man. You know
You
that?
you almost die of heat exhaustion.
Yeah, it's super illegal though to do this type of shit though.
And it's kind of crazy though, because like, don't you think that people probably like do that a lot, and like how many people actually don't get caught and they make it to their destination? Like, what are
Oh
the
yeah,
odds that they got pulled over?
yeah, 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 yeah. You know, I always thought about that because these trailers that we use, they're so big. I always thought, man, you could probably turn these into to homes, but in reality, there's no ventilation in this shit. So it's really a bad idea once you really look into it. So people aren't supposed to, People
So
need that
say
air
even say like
circulation.
someone had like a semi truck with like a trailer and stuff, and they somehow cut a hole in it, got ventilation, even an AC in there. Like, is that legal to be on the streets though?
Oh, nah. Not while it's moving. You could like repurpose it, and if it's standing still, you could do it, but not while it's moving.
Okay.
Yeah, nah.
So
That's
yeah, it
illegal.
would have to be like a certified like RV, something like that, for it to be
Yeah,
acceptable.
yeah. Nah. And I mean, just think about if he would have hit the brakes real hard and they just flying over there.
Man, he hit multiple potholes and they were bumping back there.
Yeah, this is crazy. Damn. Yeah, dumbass niggas, man.
That's right. Dumb people for sure.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I wouldn't do this shit, but they took a
I
shot.
mean, shit. What if you only had one box truck? It's 10 people. You only got one choice.
You could figure something out.
You could figure something. They were probably low on money too, though.
Yeah, I mean, you could have easily just put them on a bus. Bus tickets not that expensive.
Yeah, that's true. They're like $60 to $100 or something.
I think they got what, Greyhound, Megabus. They got all. I think the Megabus actually closed down, but
yeah, Greyhound's still around though.
Yeah, I saw Greyhound the other day.
Have you ever been on like a Greyhound to like?
Yeah, I've been on Greyhound, Megabus. I've been on all of those shits.
How are they? I've never been on a Greyhound, but my sister has, and she said it was a very, very long trip.
Yeah, because they stop in like every city that has a Greyhound terminal. So it's like it's gonna take a while, but it's not that bad. I prefer trains, honestly.
Oh, I want to ride a train so bad. I'm not gonna lie. I did go on a train one time, but it was like one of those little, just an expedition tour, like go around, a couple townships and then go back to, the train station where you were at. And it was when I was a kid, but like actually going on like a train with like carts and sleep things in it. Yeah, I want to do that for sure.
Yeah, nah, it's fun because those tracks, they cut into parts where there's no road at all. So it's like you just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of tranquil where you see a bunch of shit you never really see.
You never had to like worry about like other people, like, or just like weirdos,
I'm not a girl.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Lolo.
You're a man.
What the hell? No, I fell
Sometimes I'd be thinking it's unsafe for everybody out here, Oh shit, he dropped out.
Statistically speaking, it's more unsafe for men.
Why do you say that?
Men are more often, way more often, the victim of crime, especially violent crime.
Like as in like robbery, assault, things like that?
Yeah, it doesn't even come close.
But as a man, like, isn't that like what men like, that they feel that they can protect themselves, so why would it be more, basically?
Why would what be more?
Just like if you said like basically the statistics, like men are the ones who get more of the aggressive robberies, assaults, that type of things, but that's a part of a man, I feel like, is protecting yourself and being able to protect yourself. So like, how is it more? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do you understand what I'm asking?
I guess most men, even criminals, won't attack a woman, I guess. I don't know.
It's kind of weird, actually. I mean, obviously, I feel like we know, like, when it comes to like sexual assault, a lot of women, I mean, no shit, a lot of men too. Men just don't speak up. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. I didn't know that. Why I wouldn't have figured, actually. You guys already know what I'm doing. It's 8:00 in the morning. I just took my nephew to school. I got to spark my blunt. I, I got work today and shit, guys. Man. Damn, I was looking for other articles to show you guys too, but everything's so politics nowadays. Like I'm trying to hear stories other than politics. That's kind of why I read that one, because we're usually on like the Trump and Kamala stuff. Wait, I just now noticed 12th Man is in here. Is he sleeping or?
Yeah.
Okay. Just sleeping on the stream. Well, shit, at least the next time we'll speak to him, hopefully he'll be sober. So what's up, Denizen?
Not much. I'm trying to get this BIOS configured, and this computer's being a bitch.
Oh, okay. Well, is your morning going good or great?
I guess.
You guess? Well, you can make it great, Get some breakfast in. Maybe
There
some.
There we go.
Denizen is about to make us some lasagna.
Oh, there we go.
I wish this BIOS would work. What kind of lasagna?
My bad.
There are like some people make different, like some people make like a 4-cheese lasagna or like a pepperoni.
No, there's two kinds of lasagna, and most people don't even know about the second kind. So,
what's the second kind?
The Sicilian way is with bechamel instead of meat sauce.
Oh, okay, I've made that before.
Would you call me Denizen?
I called you a bechamel.
Bechamel? What the fuck what is that? Bechamel?
Well, how do you? I don't.
It's a white sauce.
Ooh.
I actually do not like white sauce. I know that's probably a controversial opinion, but like, I hate white sauce. I'm not even much
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, see, that's not
Lolo's
gonna work
racist
for me.
I love me some white sauce.
Any girl says she doesn't like white sauce, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, you might gotta get rid of her.
I love me some white sauce.
There you go.
Yeah, we need.
HB finally got it.
Virgo. No, I got it the first time. But no, you know, Lolo's still young, you know. So I hear it's in the I hear. Oh, what the hell?
Man, somebody's firing rockets into lower Earth orbit.
John is on the
But
move, y'all.
you know what, Lolo? If you suffer from acid reflux, white sauce is better because the red sauce will give you that.
Kicked me out. I feel.
No, I didn't kick you. I don't know. I think your audio got disconnected or something.
No, and I was gonna explain though myself. Like I was gonna say yes, I might hate white sauce, but I also feel like I just haven't had a good one. Someone who's made it good.
Oh. There we go.
So you didn't even
I make it good.
My point. You kicked me out.
Shut up,
I didn't kick you, Lolo.
Yes, you did, HB. You said get her up out of here.
Yeah, he did that to me when Denizen was the one who burped. It wasn't even me.
Yeah, and now I know what it feels like, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I feel neglected right now.
Backstage and shit. Nobody could hear me.
Well, I've had enough of this abuse. I don't have to stand here and take this any longer.
What the hell, John? John just out on a morning stroll on his bike. Does he even use that bike that he bought on live that one day?
Isn't that it?
Yeah, I've seen him on his bike.
It might be, but I just like... Didn't he say he had like a lot of bikes or something? He said he had a couple.
Yeah, I have a scooter. And this is my bike right here, though.
That's the bike that you bought, right? When you showed us.
Yeah.
Okay, period. Love to see that you're still using it and just on it.
Oh, all the time. This is my favorite.
John is on the prowl.
So where are you going this morning, John?
Well, last night I decided to stay in the nice part of town in Northwest. I didn't feel like going back to Southeast since I had something to do up here today. So I
Right.
just stayed at one of my places in Northwest last night. And so I'm in Northwest. Just about to go get a cup of coffee and cut a little grass, stuff like that, while I'm up here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's coffee
Well,
time
you
right now.
you gotta be safe riding them bikes. People don't be paying attention; they'll hit you.
And that's why I stay on the sidewalk. I stay on the sidewalk for real.
Well, it looks nice in that area that they're in. I mean,
Yeah,
I
this
can
is
only see
Northwest
like
DC right here. Yeah, this
it
is
looks
Northwest
like
DC. It's gonna
looks
be,
like a urban area.
yeah, it's a very, yuppie-ish type of area right here. You know. So man, you got a little kid on there, huh? Hey, did you get one of them through the DC City bikes? Shit, I got this one through the city bike. Yeah, that's a nice one though. Hey, yeah.
Oh, look at John
Hey,
bonding
little
over
man, how fast
bikes.
you going there, little man? Huh? How fast you going there, little man? You talking this morning? We taking him to school? Take it easy.
You bonding over
Hey,
that?
I don't know if you guys saw that or not,
No, we did.
but this man taking the little boy to school on his bike, no helmet, no seat or anything. Yeah. That's crazy.
No seat?
Usually they have, the yuppies will have like a little cargo seat for the kid on the bike. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So he didn't have a helmet. The boy was just sitting on the, on the base of the bike. Like the whatever it's called.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice bonding time though for a father and kid. That's cute.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Look at Free Palestine. See Free Palestine, son? Can you guys see that?
Mhm.
Free Palestine.
There we go.
Everywhere you go.
Whoa.
Oh,
There
here's
we
another sign. You see that? Full ceasefire in Gaza now.
Ah. Yeah.
Oh shit! Look at this sign. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I don't know if you guys can see it. You see that?
Yeah,
You,
We
see,
can
barely.
you barely
barely,
see it.
yeah.
Oops. Let me take my phone out. You see that?
A Kamala
You see that?
fucking yeah.
Ah.
And then you look at the sign behind him. It says, "In
What's
this house we believe love is love, science is real, no human is illegal, Black Lives Matter, and women's rights are human rights." I'm not sure if you can see that.
Hey,
And
at
and
least
then they got a book giveaway.
black rights matter.
And then they have a book giveaway. Then they have a
And
book
I
giveaway in
know
my front yard.
those little library book nooks, I think that's one of the best ideas ever.
Yeah, I like that though. I will say that.
I've seen those in a different couple places and I love those things.
What? I
I
think
think
John.
he
Yeah, he
dropped
hit a
out.
button. Yeah, he hit the wrong button. It's okay. You know.
No, have you guys ever seen those little like take and leave book nooks?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think they're the greatest idea.
Yeah. No, they have them all over Chicago, mostly in like the gay neighborhoods. But yeah,
See, I've
they.
only seen like two in my life. Like I seen one walking a trail, and I think back when I was in Ohio. But that's why I just think they're so cool because I don't see them that often.
You probably not gonna see them. You're in South Carolina, right? Or
Yeah,
North Carolina? Yeah, you're probably not gonna see too many down there.
you would think though, because people love being nice down here.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I was trying to think this whole time of like just something to talk about, but like this is just something that I've been discussing recently, even just like with friends and shit. So like okay, and obviously HB, you're from the north, right? And like I'm sure some other people in Virgo's from like the south. So like I'm from both, so I kind of can whatever. But anyways, so do you guys think like people, or hold on, let me find a bit better way to put this.
Take your time. Take your time, Lola. Take your time.
Don't do that,
You gotta roll it out the right way. We gotta roll it.
Listen, I just got done smoking. I'm trying to think. Okay, so I think that people, okay, so people are racist everywhere. Obviously, there's nice people, but like to me, people in the South are like secret racist, like closet racist. Like they're gonna smile in your face, but then as soon as they get in the car, they're calling you the N-word or something.
No,
but like people in the North, like they're straight up racist with you. Like they're gonna be racist like to you regardless. Like it doesn't matter. They don't care about your opinion. Because like I've had people say that to me like from the South, that they don't like Northern people because like they're racist. But I'm like, you guys are racist in the South too, but you just hide it better. You know what I mean?
You know, I think honestly, I really do think it's the opposite. I think
You think it's the
down south,
opposite?
yeah, I think it's the opposite. I think up north they're a lot more secret racist, and down south they're more open with it. Cause I'll tell you this, the people down south, if they don't fuck with niggas, they'll let you know they don't fuck with niggas. They just won't talk to you. But if you see somebody that's like white and they're, you know, nice to you, I think it's because they genuinely really don't have any malice towards, you know, you as a black person. You know?
No, I agree with, I feel like some white people definitely can have that attribute, but just even in my experience, like I've never really had anyone be racist to me when I lived in Ohio my whole life. You know what I mean? But then when I come down here, it's like, even though I've never gotten something verbally said to me, it's just like I could give you an example. Me and my 100% Puerto Rican friend we go downtown into like this little, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just like a whole strip, like a whole street of just like shops and whatever, right? So we go into this general shop, and we are literally the only people of color in that store. Like, no offense to white people, like, you know, you guys can have your stores, whatever, cool. But like instantly we walk in, everyone's looking at us. And it's just like, we already have to deal with that enough, just being, you know, people of color. It doesn't matter like for light skin or not. And it's just like the white old men are like kind of like following us everywhere we go, and I don't know if it's like on a like, oh, I'm fascinated or I'm racist, you know what I mean? But then there's like this little old white lady also, like I just remember, and there was no like talking interaction like in the situation, but me and my friend are like looking at like baby stuff for her sister, blah blah blah, whatever. This white woman, like she walks like around the corner and like she stares at us, and like I notice her, and my friend looks at her and like smiles. You know how you just smile so someone can like smile back and walk away? Like it's just that simple. And she kind of just like starts like pacing back and forth, but like a decent way. So it's just like she keeps on coming back and forth. So finally I look at her and like I smile at her because I'm like, is that what you're waiting for? Is like the approval of both people like smiling at you? And like even when I smiled at her, like just the look she gave me, you could just feel it when someone like has hatred in their heart. You know what I mean? And I don't care. It's facts. And
You know,
so yeah, that was that experience in the general store, and just like little things like that. Like they're just, to me, they're more secretly racist.
How old were these people?
I would say they were about all in the same age range of like late 50s, 60s.
That could be 70s, which means you got skewed data because they lived during Jim Crow.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's true, but still,
Because I'm with
they're still
HB on
around.
this one. It's up north where they're nice to your face, and then it's mooly this or that behind your back. But in the south, you either are a white person who gets along with everybody, or you're not. And if you're not, it's going to be obvious. They're not going to say nothing to you.
I know, I definitely agree with you. I think maybe then it's just the part of Ohio that I lived in, because like I've told you guys before, like
Ohio's not the South.
It was very diverse where I lived, and like the white people were saying the N word, or the black people was okay with the white people saying it. Like it was just like we all lived together, and there was no race. You know what I mean? And I don't know.
You know, Lolo, you probably. I'm not gonna minimize your experience. You probably did just experience some good old fashioned racism, but I don't think it's you might have been high too, and when you smoke that weed, you get a little paranoid. But what I will say about the South is it's either or. There is no like in between. So if you felt
Yeah.
that, if you felt that, it probably was that.
Yeah.
But
You
okay,
found
so
some
maybe I
old people
wasn't
though who
doing
like were
it.
like hadn't seen black people since they were
Yeah.
forced to go to their schools.
Maybe I wasn't explaining it in a
Yeah.
good way though, because like I said, like I explained, like whatever I explained the lady, but it was just like if you're gonna say something to me, say something. That's what I mean by like people, they're like in secret, like in her head, like if you wanted to just look at me and be racist, like just say something to me, like ask me why I'm in the store or something, like don't just stare at me.
Yeah, she probably was a little racist. Do you remember
So,
what
but
you?
no, that's just my point. But I agree with both your guys' points also. Like, I feel like you guys obviously have experienced something different, and I don't feel like I experienced a lot with racism. So, yeah, you guys are probably right.
Yeah, yeah. And you gotta take into consideration too. You be smoking those fat blunts too. They make you a little paranoid
But
sometimes.
that's not even
Yeah.
me. That's not HB. I swear, like I'm not the type of person to get paranoid when I'm high. Like
Come on.
my brain just gets like blanks. That's it. That's what I would say. Cause like I'm not like I like to say, but shit, when I'm high, I could go do whatever.
Yeah,
Go get a
yeah.
milkshake. That sounds good.
Now, like when you're getting ready for work and stuff, do you like smoke and then take a shower, or do you
See, no,
just
I don't smoke before I go to work, like at all, like any amount of hours, just because like I physically just can't.
okay. Yeah,
Like
that
my
shit is
brain
like
Shit,
physically just has like brain farts, and I can't talk to people.
that shit
I'll take
gas
some gummies
nowadays.
at work.
You said what?
I'll pop a gummy at work. Sometimes I just need to calm the hell down.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I can't.
Virgo pops a Molly at work. She don't give a fuck.
I had a
So,
boss who
No,
used to
I
tell
don't do
us to take
Molly,
a
but
break sometime. Like if we were getting too much attitude, she'd be like, "You need to go take a pot break."
Right.
wow,
I mean, no, I
wow.
feel like I used to be able to smoke at a lot of jobs, but just this particular job, I like the feeling of being sober. You know what I mean? Like having a clear mind. So, and that's how I want to talk to people and when I like greet people.
Yeah,
well, thank God I don't have to talk to nobody. I just put my earbuds in and I do my job. That's it. Except when they have these
yeah.
unnecessary meetings, which is hell.
Do they make you cam up in your meetings?
Now that I'm working from home now because I got 6 weeks off. So
Oh
uh
yeah,
uh
yeah.
yeah, I do, but I do, you know what I do? I just wash my face, put on a little gloss,
Um,
put a nice top on, and the bottom is pajamas. I don't care.
oh yeah. I wanted to ask the chat. Now, when you guys wash up in the morning or at night, whatever your ritual is, do you use a rag face towel or do you use your hand? I'm taking a quick survey of the listeners. Do you use a towel, face towel, rag, some
You could
sort of
put a survey
loofah?
in the chat, HB.
No, I can't. I just want them to type it. I just want them to type it.
Oh, okay.
Or do you
HB's
use
like, nah, that's doing too much. Like I can't do that.
yeah. Just type it. Just type it. Or do you just use your hand to wash your body?
Yeah.
Is that? Oh, damn. Antoine said my hand. Damn. Oh, okay.
Damn,
I
This
mean,
nigga
are
Antoine.
thinks
we
he's real
allowed to
sick.
answer? Cause I'll answer.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I wash my body with like a rag for sure, like my whole body, but I do wash my face with my hands because I use like a facial cleanser and like I just don't want it to be too rough on my face.
Yeah, yeah. Damn. Don't let Universal hear that.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
How much?
I'm in a good mood today, but I'm not that type of mood.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
No, because the last what were we talking about on the last stream? That was a lot. That was 12th man.
Oh yeah. You know, sometimes I kind of want to tell the guys to relax when it comes to you, but I don't want to.
I mean, honestly, I think it's pretty funny. Like, I don't mind entertaining it
yeah.
sometimes. Like, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But no, if it ever gets too out of control, that's when you can step in and be like, okay.
Yeah.
But no, HR, I mean, fucking 12th man, he's hilarious. Like, belly button. What are you talking about?
Yo, it's like a lot of times people want me to get 12th man off the panel a lot, but it's like literally everything he says is fucking hilarious.
Yes, 100%. And no, I would say I like him on the panel 98% of the time. It's just that 2% where he really is that drunk, and it's just like, okay.
I know he ruins a lot of the conversations and stuff, but he's so funny to me, man. I just don't have it, like, for comedic value. I just don't have it in me to say, 12th man, you gotta relax. Like, I just can't.
I'm literally over here thinking to myself, why do they let this guy on here when he ruins almost every conversation he's in?
Yeah, no, don't think we don't know. Don't think we don't understand that.
I'm trying to figure out what the math is,
No,
and for you, I guess it's just drunk man, LOL, greater sign, greater than sign, and then pretty much everything else over the other side.
No. I think his comedy like outweighs the belligerence for me.
Yeah, 12th man is funny, but we don't hate him. We love him.
No, I love 12th man. Absolutely.
Yeah, and plus he is, for the most part, he is a gentleman for the most part. He does get a little out of control sometimes, but I don't know.
This is an open panel for a reason.
Yeah. Okay, Black Manta said he uses a Brillo pad. Okay, that seems.
Oh,
seems
you gotta have lizard skin for sure.
Garion says he uses a washcloth. Roller skater Texas girl says she scrub with the washcloth. People. Antoine uses his hand. Ovary actor says his HB still dodging dingleberries. I guess so. Yeah, I was talking about that yesterday morning. Apparently, you're not supposed to wipe your ass and then wipe your face afterwards. So I gotta stop doing that.
Well, HB, you were doing that?
Yeah. I usually, like, in my mind, I thought you're supposed to do like the dirtiest places first.
Whoa, yeah, maybe for like dishes.
Oh, so you don't treat your body like dishes. Okay,
exactly. Yes,
got
you're getting it. Good job.
Got it. Yeah, I usually do my groin, then my butt, and then I'll wash my face after, and then my body after that.
Oh wow.
But yeah, they said that.
So is your skin clear, or do you got
Yeah. I got beautiful skin. It's like one of those porcelain dolls. Yeah,
okay.
A chocolate porcelain doll.
yeah. But
a Hershey kiss.
Gary said the dirty places last. You know what? All right, I guess I fucked up. I got a goddamn African telling me how to bathe. I fucked up. Yeah.
Well, we did teach everybody how to bathe. You know that, right? So.
Yeah. That is. We did. Allegedly, we civilized the white man.
We civilized the world.
Well, you're supposed to wash your hair before you wash your body. If anybody does that.
Oh yeah, because then it defeats the purpose, because all that soap and stuff goes onto your body. So yeah.
Right, exactly. I was just saying that if anyone didn't do that, wash your hair before you wash your body.
Yeah, I wash my hair first, and then I put in the conditioner. And then after I put in my conditioner, I use the rag to wash the private parts.
Yo, I
And
had
then I'll rinse the conditioner out, and then I'll scrub my body with the body brush.
Mm-hmm.
I had this hair braider lady down in Texas braid my hair, but she washed it and conditioned it first, and she like scrubbed the shit out of my scalp. I never had nobody like
It felt
scrub
good,
my.
didn't it?
Man, that shit felt crazy. That shit felt.
Yes.
It's like she was massaging my brain at one point, and she
That's why I
like
go to
washed
the
it.
hairdresser, man.
Yeah. She like washed it 3 times and then conditioned it 3 times, like all different types of
Mm-hmm.
conditioners. I was like, God damn,
I
that
bet your
shit
hair
was.
was feeling super nice after that, though.
Yeah, no, it was. I was.
And it was smelling good too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She used like some tea tree oil shit last, and it was smelling so good. I don't know, but
Them girls
yeah,
was like, "Come here, let me smell that."
hey, listen.
That's why them girls be knocking at your door, HB,
Oh,
because of
oh.
that conditioned hair.
Yeah. You might be onto something. You might be onto something.
Yeah.
I don't know. The white
Yeah, I
John
hope
God
y'all know
says
that
he.
HB got girls knocking at his
Uh,
door,
come on.
beating the door down.
Let me get
Yeah,
Virgo out of here.
probably.
Let me get Virgo out of here. The white
Oh,
John, the white John God said he uses sandpaper. Oh wow. All right.
What kind of grit?
You said what, Lola?
I said, what kind of grit?
What kind of grit? I
Yeah.
don't I would really hope he doesn't use sandpaper because that could get
It
brutal.
would
course.
explain his attitude.
Yeah. I can see I can see the actual John Galt using sandpaper.
I can't.
John Galt. Oh, roller skater Texas girl said, "Get that loop for a workout."
Really?
John, you all right
Yeah,
over there?
John's all in this new place and shit, and
Yeah, John over there.
half your camera's covered, John.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Garion said, "What's your opinion on back brushes?" I think it's good to wash your back, Garion.
Back brushes are okay. I feel
Yeah.
like I can reach like my back, so.
Yeah. I can reach with my hand too. So
But for people who can't reach their back, it's a good thing.
yeah, Garion just got a tattoo on the lower part of his back. So
He
you
got a
got to make
tramp
sure.
stamp?
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
No way, Garion, come up and let me see.
Yeah, he got some hearts on the back of his right above his
Does it say I'm a hoe?
It's a bunch of hearts, and then on top of it, it says "Daddy spanked me." I don't know what. I don't know
Oh
what that means.
man.
No,
I
he
don't
got like a insert here with an arrow pointed down.
Oh Lord.
Nah,
Okay,
Gary.
Garion, I'm actually sorry for that one. That was too much.
Damn, Gary. Insert here. Yeah, I don't know what that means, Gary, and I'm sorry, man. Jesus Christ. No, but I think what really sparked the conversation was Grace was saying that she only bathes once a week. So
Oh shit.
Grace said that?
yeah.
Well, she took her one shower on her live, so I guess that's the one a week.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, whatever
Now was she
floats
in
your
the
boat,
tub
I
with her
guess.
dad?
Uh, would
Or
that be
what?
would that be a bad thing if she was in the tub with her dad, Virgo?
I mean, it wouldn't be unexpected. I wouldn't be shocked.
Maybe he has
If it
to
was
show her.
somebody else.
Maybe he has to show her how to clean properly. You know.
Oh Lord.
You think Ben shows her how to make sure she's clean down there?
I'm sure he has.
Uh
Am I
wow.
restreaming this?
Yeah,
God
I
damn
think
it.
so. I think so. Yeah, that's.
Can't
Yeah, we're
fucking
gonna
let
get
your
that
guard
topic,
down with
Dennis.
HB like
We're
for
gonna get
2
off that
seconds.
topic, Dennis. Yeah. That is a wild. I don't know. No, because I think we were just talking about that earlier too. Yeah. They did. No, there's actual pictures. I think we have a picture here. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, there's the picture right there.
Yeah, that's not cool, man. Look at the cuck in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that he has
I think
his
he's
shirt
bringing them
off.
both some water.
Who's that? Ben
He got some roofies in there.
He's bringing them both
Bro, he
some
has his
water.
shirt off. Like, does he have his pants off too, or?
Yeah.
Use your
Yeah, John,
imagination.
that's Ben and Grace. Yeah.
Well, they only have one bed, right?
Yeah, it's only one bed. Yeah. Yeah. It is very, very peculiar. No judgments though. No
No, that was the
judgment.
perfect word. Perfect word to
Yeah.
describe it.
Oh, I give judgments. I don't care.
Well, what do you think, Virgo? I don't. What do you think?
You know what I think, HB. Don't try to get it out of me. You already know what I think.
I don't know what you
I don't
think.
know
I
what
don't
you
know.
think,
I
Virgo.
don't
I
know
would
what
like
you.
to hear.
I don't know what
I
you
think
think.
it's a very peculiar father and daughter relationship.
Ooh, peculiar.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, like the last time I've ever slept in the bed with my dad was probably, you know, and this is my stepdad too. Like when I was, young, like 2 years old, and I'm sick, so I had to, they had to keep a close eye on me, or
Right.
whatever. But after that, no, that's crazy.
No, I
Hey,
agree.
John,
I
what were you
mean,
about to say?
I mean, like if he had been facing her, like spooning or something, that would look weird. I mean, hell, what more
yeah,
weird
at
is
least he's
dude
facing
in
away.
there looking at him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is more weird.
Yes, more weird.
And I'm guessing if that guy wasn't there, like there would be more space on the bed, so she wouldn't have to be that close.
Yeah.
I think this is their stick in a way. Is that like?
Yeah.
It's a picture that can be taken a million different ways, and they run with that. With you take one way versus the other, you know what I mean?
That's exactly right.
The average person wouldn't release it, right? They just wouldn't release it.
You can think that all you want, but me and my husband sleep this way too. We're not always cuddled up, not always, like I like my space on the bed, sometimes I get hot, he gets hot, cold, whatever, we'll cuddle like in the beginning and then we'll just break off, and sometimes we're back to back, but okay.
John, roller skater Texas girl said, "I heard the smell in the RV will kill a horse." You actually smelled it.
So what? Yeah, I went in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a strong sense of smell, so maybe I'm not the
Yeah.
Garion, twin.
So I may not be the best person, best judge of that,
Can she not? Can Grace not get a sleeping bag or something and just put it in the middle of the RV?
Yo, John is hilarious. He said, "I don't have a good sense of smell."
Hey guys, I want to get your feedback on those interviews from yesterday. What did you think about those?
I thought they were great.
I didn't even get to see him yet,
Oh
man. We
yeah,
might have to.
yeah.
Yeah, we might have to replay him because I didn't even get to see him yet.
HB, you know what's crazy, man? Like damn near everybody that we talked to.
Kamala.
Well, yeah, that was it. Really. Yeah, old, black, like it didn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You're in DC.
But like like almost everybody worked for the government. You know, well, not no one worked for the government, but everyone was like attached to the government. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know, you can kind of tell how like the interests are so entrenched because you had one, you know, a couple people that just moved to DC, and he said, "Well, where you gonna be working?" "Oh, I'm working for environmental justice."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, damn, like there's a whole industry of these people. You know, they're just pushing the agenda. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why for a lot of people, I think their politics are really just wrapped up in their job. Like
Yeah.
if they didn't have that job, they wouldn't even be political. But you know, like you know, my sister, my little sister, she works for Facebook. So obviously, you know, she's pretty liberal, you know, and I think a lot of that comes from her job, you know, like you pushing these agendas, you got it, you know, it's all kind of wrapped in together. So even like her job, I don't want to give her like job title, I don't want to dox her, but you know, it's you know, maybe if Facebook wasn't so liberal, she might not have that job.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So
Man, I talked to Master Kim yesterday, HB. So,
oh yeah. How's he doing?
Man, he wants to do a you remember when he did that convenience store where we called that guy up in Baltimore?
Yeah.
And so I was talking to Master Kim, he said something that was very interesting. He said, this store right here could break the cycle of poverty. Remember that?
Yeah.
And so that phrase stuck with me, you know, and we talked about a convenience store the other day. But the phrase that he mentioned, it stuck with me because I understood exactly what he's talking about. You know, like these, you know, the foreigners, immigrants, or whatever, coming into these neighborhoods. They're working behind a plexiglass cage today, but their children won't. You know what I mean? Their children will go off to bigger and better things.
Yeah.
Hence the reason why that store was for sale. And so I was like, damn, that would be a great title for a series, Breaking the Cycle of Poverty, with Master Kim. And, you know, he get on and just talk about these little things, you know, maybe analyze business and stuff like that. So he wanted to do that. So I said, well, we're going to make it happen.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea.
You know, like 30 minutes or so for the people, you know, trying to figure out their way to go. You know, Master Kim, maybe to give them some good advice there.
Yeah, nah, Master Kim always has really good advice, man.
Yo,
like
he's working with my buddy. I don't know if you saw my buddy Chris that came on here a while back. He did one of the first interviews. I did one of the first interviews with him. So anyway, Chris is building a gas station, ironically enough, for someone. And, you know, I think he was on here when Chris was like, yeah, that's the man's name. And, you know, Master Kim, like, yeah, you call this guy. And that was the guy's name. And so now Chris is in line to, you know, potentially save about $70,000 by using Master Kim to, you know, cut out the middleman.
God
And
damn.
Yeah, very
God
too.
damn.
Yeah, we got to get Chris and Master Kim to come up here and talk about it because they, you know, they connected offline, and you know he helped Chris, you know, line everything up with the what they call it, the gas jobber. You probably heard Master Kim talk about it. So a lot of good resources for you guys here.
Yeah. I've definitely been talking to Master Kim behind the scenes about a lot of that type of stuff, man. So yeah. He's definitely a really good resource, man.
He was telling me he's been helping CKJ3's family member too. So he's a real good guy to have on your team, you know. That's Universal Jones. The lighting not that good in the room, so I got you. Okay, hey man, I'm gonna call you today, Universal. We talk offline. I got some other things I want to talk to you about.
I think Gary, did you want to talk about your tattoo to Lolo?
I ain't got no goddamn tattoo.
Oh, my bad.
Garen,
So
yesterday,
you don't have a "I'm a hoe" stamped on your back.
Darian, I'm
Hell
sorry
no, I
for
don't.
saying that.
hey, Garen, yesterday, a white man came on the stream. He
Freaky.
may have been wanting to build some of the schools in your country. Did you see that, Garen?
But Garion, if it was
Wait,
out of the three that we chose, which would it be?
I'd have to think about that.
The hearts, the I'm a
Anyway,
hoe, or insert here?
I'd probably do the heart.
You said
I
what?
feel the other.
Wait,
Wait, hold on, John. What did you say?
There were some people from Rwanda.
The white man. Oh, HB, you didn't get a chance to join yesterday.
No,
Oh
no,
man,
no,
this
no.
shit goes to show you, bro. Oh man, this shit goes so deep. It was a white guy. He looked kind of like Anderson Cooper, you know, like a well-built older guy. He's 61 years old. And I was like, what do you do for a living? He said, I'm here in D.C. for a conference. I'm from Wisconsin. And he said he does something about bringing foreign students to America. You know, a conference or something. And he mentioned Trump, of course. He was a Kamala voter. He's a white man, 61 years old. From Wisconsin, no less. So that's a swing state. And again, his bread was buttered by immigration.
Yeah,
Bringing foreign students to America, and anyone familiar with that, like those are the most profitable students on the university, the foreign students. They pay full freight. And so he started talking about during COVID, he had some Africans and shit staying with him going to school.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
He was talking about how he was building schools and shit in Africa, right? And then he told us, he said, man, he told us, man, I might have to show that shit. He said, man, there's a lot of opportunity in Africa. He said, Asians, whites, French, the Europeans, everybody in Africa getting that money. It was the most exploited thing you could have said without saying it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Everybody in Africa getting that money.
Yeah,
you know.
he ain't lying.
And
that's why I was telling Lolo earlier that these people up north, their racism is way more subtle. You don't even really realize it. But the racism is down south. The racism is blatant. You know if somebody don't fuck with you. But up north, it's shit like that.
They'll exploit your ass.
They'll exploit you, right? And you won't even realize it. They'll let you sleep in their house and everything. Oh yeah, I got a little outhouse you can sleep in. Yeah,
Then
yeah.
there was another lady,
got a little shack.
Yeah, go ahead, boy.
There was another lady, HB. She was like, she had worked over in Africa. AIDS treatment or some shit. You know what I mean? Going all through Africa treating these motherfuckers with AIDS. Preventing AIDS, I don't know. And then, you know, that's the payoff. That's the ritual that you have to go through to come over here and get a good job in DC. Yeah, I worked in the Peace Corps, helping some Africans and South Americans. Yeah. It's like a resume filler for, you know, the elite. You know what I mean? Poor people, you don't really get much out of it. But if you're elite, you know, it's just something to do. You know, you're going over there to Guatemala. You come back here, you work here in a ghetto public school.
It's good to have on your resume. You know, you help kids in Africa, help some black kids.
I think it's good if you're elite.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that good if you're not elite, man, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
Nah.
That's my thoughts about it.
Nah. Damn. Yeah.
You just, you know, you poor. Hey, I wouldn't work for the Peace Corps, working with poor people. Hell, you could have worked in your own community. It's poor.
Yeah.
Like, it was a young girl. Oh, my God, she was beautiful. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. We might have to run this back. We might got to run it back.
Young girl, man. I mean,
yeah, John, pull up the reruns.
Go ahead with the panties on. I don't even think I caught the panties. She was walking up the street. She said, yeah, I'm about to go exercise. And this crazy ass nigga was walking up down the street. You know, one of the people like, oh, man. This motherfucker pulled up in a Pooh Shiesty mask and his woman. Oh man! Did anybody see that story? The woman, she didn't know how. I don't even think she knew how many children she had. No lie.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
She was embarrassed of how many kids she had.
And
She
1
couldn't
minute,
even remember.
I got 4. Wait a minute, I got 5.
That's actually kind of rare.
Wait a minute, I got 5. Oh, I got 4 children. And then Nick was like, one of them mine.
Damn.
Oh man, it was a tale of 2 cities yesterday, HB. It was a tale of 2 cities.
Damn,
you know, like, oh man, it was a tale of 2 cities. Oh, bro.
Damn, man.
Nothing like it, bro.
Man, he said one of them mine too. Man, I don't know, man.
Now the pretty girl was that little girl with the white shirt on with the white panty. Like, man, let me see if I can do that goddamn girl. That girl was there, something else there. Man. And she was from Boston, Latinos hometown. You know, you could tell she had money. And
I did see the Boston chick, the white girl.
yeah, that little thing, boy. HB, have mercy.
John, I thought you ain't like white girls, John. She that was your type.
Like them. I ain't saying
I told you John was capping when he said that. He said, I don't really be liking white girls like that. I was like, that's a goddamn lie.
Now I don't interracial date, but shit, I got eyes. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I got you.
And then the lesbian HB, God,
John don't like putting this chocolate in that vanilla.
You see that man, that lesbian? Oof, she was a woman, man. Oh man, but damn it, she wasn't a lesbian. She said she gets hit on so much. You know, she's a fairly attractive woman. You know what I mean? And geez, Louise, let me see. I think I got a picture of her. I think I got her up right here, HB. Yeah, I got her up right here. I mean, you know, dress so feminine. You know what I'm saying? She said men hit on her even when she out with her woman. You know, just a feminine looking woman. You know, you can look at that there, right? Just very feminine.
Oh, she was a lesbian?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, damn. Well, all the good looking girls carpet munchers, man.
Yeah. We have a lot of streams, you know, playlists and a lot of different types of stream interviews. We've done a couple here in New York, so you might find that there with us. Let me ask you this question: Kamala or Trump? Go ahead. Yeah, I'll let you answer. I want to answer for you.
Kamala.
Now, what do you want to see Kamala do? Her first one.
Kamala.
Now, what do you want to see Kamala do? Her first one. What's the policy issue that really brings you to Trump, Kamala?
More fundings for HBCUs, and I'm
the benefits. Started working in this field, you see that refugees and immigrants, you know, they're not necessarily.
Be this motherfucker right here. His job is to relocate refugees all throughout America. That's his job right here. See this motherfucker right here. That's his job. It's to send Haitians to all 50 states and other Africans and migrants of all places. That's his job, bro. Listen.
Really getting any more help than an American who is in a similar place. But, you know, they need that sort of boost when they enter the United States. If there weren't agencies and organizations to help them, you know, they would never become functioning members of society, or it would be much more difficult to do so. Yeah. But yeah, there is a lot of animosity these days, especially, but yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Last question is a trick question. Kamala or Trump?
You take a guess.
Did you watch the debate last night?
I did watch it.
You watched it? And I didn't watch the debate. Oh, shit. That cute little girl. The mic right there.
Hello.
Tell us your name, man.
Okay, my name is Krista.
Krista, where are you from, Krista?
I just moved here from Boston, Massachusetts.
Boston, Massachusetts. We have a Massachusetts resident, I think, in the audience. How long have you been here?
I've only been here for a month.
A month?
Yeah.
Right. And what made you move down here from Boston?
I am a first grade teacher. Yeah, so I have visited DC before. My sister lives here, and I just fell in love with the city life.
It is a nice city, right?
Yeah, I love it.
Beautiful. What do you like about DC the most?
I like that everybody is very politically informed here. And it's very diverse. It's much different from Boston. You know, I don't know. People in Boston tend to be a little rude. I feel like I love how friendly everybody is here, and yeah.
And what brought you here? What type of work do you do here? You in school?
Yeah, so I'm a first grade teacher. I just graduated college.
What did you go to school?
Well, I went to UMass Amherst.
Mass Amherst. Ooh, that's
Yeah,
good. That's
yeah.
good. And what public? Are you teaching public school?
I am teaching in public school.
That's a job right there.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What part of town are you teaching this public school?
So I'm actually teaching in the Palisades.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So
you got it
it's
easy right there.
yeah. It's I mean.
You heard that, HB?
Yeah,
You're teaching the Palisades. To put that in perspective, that's where Tucker Carlson used to live when he lived in D.C. That's like one of the most. It's the hardest part of D.C. to get to. No buses, maybe a bus, but no trains. Very affluent.
She got there right out of college
and got into the best neighborhood, the best college. This girl's politically connected. You understand? You just by her telling me that's a seniority school. But, you know, they probably wanted a white girl so bad, you know what I'm saying, that they couldn't put her in the ghetto by where I live. So they put her in the Palisades, this very affluent neighborhood, you know, and let her teach. I mean, you know, it was just more stories like that all day long, you know what I mean? And all these people kind of live in the same area. You know, man, the poor people, oh my God, the poor people I interviewed, oh my God, yo, HB, like, did anybody see that interview with that black couple that both had just got out of prison? The one that had 4 or 5 babies. One of them had died. Remember that? Oh my God. Oh man, that was some story that HB. Anyway, not to derail it.
No. I think we're gonna have to do a replay of the whole thing because I want to see that, man, because that's crazy.
Yo, HB was a couple in here, man. On there, like I said, the one with the Pooh Shiesty, man. They went and stole a whole bunch of ice cream cakes and shit. It'd be like 4 or 5 to a pack. Man, they ate like 12, 15 ice cream bars in front of me. No bullshit. People on the camera saw it, like, I mean, they were eating M&Ms. I mean, they had Lunchables, M&Ms. I like, where do you live on the street? I said, where your baby at? She said she had a 1.5-year-old baby. And she
they
like,
eating the baby food. That's for the babies. The Lunchables is for the babies, man.
I guess so, man. Not the ice cream cake though. And it was a 1.5-year-old baby. You know what I'm saying? I was like, well, where is the baby? Because she like, I'm homeless. And then at one point she was like, I'm looking for my mom. I said, where your mama? And she's like, she out here too? I said, oh my God. On the street. Washington, D.C.
Now, John, do you think like with all the resources and stuff that, you know, you see all these people, all these jobs these people have, do you think that they could actually help people like that in the hood? Or do you think it's too far gone?
They too far gone. They both grown up. The boy grew up in foster home. Mama gave him away. The woman, I can't remember what she said a story of. It was fucked up, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? Molested, raped, blah, 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 blah. I said, do y'all work? She was like, hell no. Hell no. And this is why I keep telling you, man, that there are a lot of people out here, man. A lot of people. They have no attachment with the fucking economy. But they vote. Because that boy, young boy said, shit, he voting. Kamala all the way.
Damn, he said he was voting?
To the economy. What you say?
He said he was voting?
Mm-hmm. Luckily, he lives in D.C., but, you know, shit.
Yeah, you probably don't even,
everywhere, bro.
You probably don't even need an ID to vote in D.C. You just walk up in there. Vote 5, 6 times if you want to in D.C. Fuck it.
University Jones said, I thought my questions was good. Yeah, they were good. They were good, University. Yeah, indeed. But it's University, man. Why you don't get up on the panel today?
Damn, man.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah. This is what I was trying to explain to Lolo earlier, man. Like up north, like the racism is a lot more subtle, man. You don't really notice it, but when you start to see how things work and who gets what and who's benefiting from what, man, it's almost like It's almost like they want niggas to fail. I mean, obviously, niggas got to get, niggas got to do what they got to do. But man, they got resources for these niggas in Africa. They got people.
No, yeah, HB, I agree with you.
Yeah, they letting these Africans sleep in their crib. You know that, John? You ever heard of that Max Kellerman's little brother story with the
No, I never
boxer?
heard it. I know Kellerman though.
Yeah, so Max Kellerman had a little brother, and they both are really into boxing.
Mm-hmm.
And Max Kellerman let his little brother let one of these boxers. This boxer had took his gloves off and knocked the nigga out in the ring. So he pretty much he lost like a lot of money and shit, and he couldn't box no more. And he let this dude stay at his crib. The nigga ended up killing him. He killed his little brother. And it's like, even with people trying to help, niggas out, sometimes they'll fucking, they'll cut your throat, man.
Yeah. Man, you know what's interesting, HB, again, man, as I think about the difference between New York and DC, there was some New York people of all races, strata. Everybody kind of struggling together. You know what I mean? Like, there were some rich people, clearly, but they're so above the fray, you don't really see them, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's kind of struggling together in New York.
Kimmy.
I'm sorry?
No, I was just saying Kimmy. Kimmy's name.
Oh, yeah.
Her in the chat.
Good morning, Kimmy. Good morning. Hey, John, we gotta start replaying Kimmy Cake's videos too, man. She a content creator now.
I didn't know that. She didn't tell me. I know she was telling me about it, but she didn't tell me. Kimmy Cake, get up on your channel and picture channel. We bring you up and everything.
Yeah, we gotta make a commercial for her or something.
Yeah,
John, she got. I don't want to sound. I don't want to sound like a perv, but she got this one video where she's in a dance studio and Kimmy can dance.
She is Jamaican, by the way.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Kimmy can cut a rug, man.
She is Jamaican. She said, "It's Rosh Hashanah. I'm going to pray."
Rosh Hashanah. Okay.
That was pretty good last night, Rasgirl. Shout out to Rasgirl giving the assist on some of the people.
Rasgirl's a blessing, man.
Yeah, man. It was what was I gonna say?
You were saying how like in New York all the people kind of struggle together, but DC is a little bit different.
Yeah, in New York, you may come there to try something. You're an artist, you want to go there and blow glass or do murals. You go there and try to get your shit popping. You know what I'm saying? You want to go there and try to make it happen. In DC, it's like you come here, you kind of slotted. You know what I mean? Like the young girl, man, it's one like real button up. I can't remember her name, white lady. I mean, she looked, like she probably works in some government agency, corporate affairs. No, she doesn't work in government agency, probably corporate affairs. She worked that's the one that worked in international business or something. She traveled to Africa, I think. Real button up, man. The cake spade. I mean, just polished, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you come into that world, you're not dealing with people who, outside of that world. You know what I mean? Like, maybe she worked for the IADB, the International Development Bank, or something like that. So just very high strata. You know what I mean? And you walking past these poor people, and you don't have a damn thing in common with them. You don't shop where they shop. Like nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a tale of two cities. Like I asked one man, I said, "Hey, you ever been over to Ward 8?" He said, "One time in the daytime."
I heard that.
That's where I live. You know what I mean? He's like, "One time in the daytime." It was a tale of two cities, man. Like,
she made sure she let you know I was there during the daytime.
It was a man. It was a man, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They be knowing, man.
And he owned like two businesses. So again, a tale of two cities.
Yeah.
And then the poor people who live right on the same corridor that he lives, he walked right past them. You know, they homeless and shit. You know, man, it was truly amazing. You know.
Yeah, they have contempt for him, man.
You
I
know,
remember
go
the
ahead.
first time when I moved down to Chicago, I had saw some shit I never seen before. I was downtown at this it was like a coffee shop. You know, the coffee shops you can sit in like the window.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there in the window, and there's like a homeless man begging for money in the wind, not in the window, but like he's sitting outside the window, like with his back turned towards the window. So I'm sitting there drinking this coffee, and I see this the white guy, businessman. He got a suit on and everything. So he kind of like walks over to the homeless guy, and he doesn't really look at him. He just walks over to him. And then he bends over and like whispers into his ear, and he's like talking shit to him. He's like, I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I could kind of like read his lips. He was basically like, he was just talking down to him, like, you know, you're a piece of shit, fuck you, all this type of shit. And it was like the contempt that he had for this homeless man, knowing that, you know, he's up here, you're down there, you can't do nothing about it. You can't say nothing. And I feel like that homeless man is probably just so used to it. He didn't even react.
Yeah.
He didn't even react. It was the craziest thing. I'd never seen nothing like that before. It was like a movie or something. It was like he was just talking all type of shit to him. I'm sitting there watching it, but he made sure he like bent down and whispered it to him so nobody else could see. It's like,
Yeah,
damn,
yeah.
man.
You know, and you know, it was so much shit that as I'm just thinking about it, like there was several people. The white guy that I mentioned, there was a conference here he came to attend, and almost everyone was more concerned with Palestine than the shit just right around them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You know, or Palestine, or you know, helping Africa or India, or this or that, or bringing immigrants here. That was their job, which means that's you know where they're focused. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not, you know, criticizing, but you know, I think it kind of symbolizes America in a way. Is that like the help or the you know the focus is going, you know, outward.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
outside this country. You understand? Like,
No, John. I think it's purposefully done like that. I think it's it is. It's kind of that. Man, I do still think there is some underlying contempt that, you know, white Americans do have for black people, and I think, you know, instead of fixing this country, they would rather them niggas pretty much kill each other. Like, you can't tell me letting people get out on bail, you know, no cash bails, letting these killers get out on the street, all these laws to pretty much protect the criminal. You can't tell me that shit isn't like purposefully done.
well, you look how easy it is in America today, like to go out and help someone in Haiti.
Yeah.
They walk right past people struggling, homeless. I had homeless people interview right after a wealthy man. And the wealthy man, he's talking about helping Africa, building schools in Africa. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you find your interest and you pursue it. But in this country where so many people could probably really use the help that this man is offering to the Africans or whoever, they moved on. Like, you know, they, like, as Oprah said, shit, she'd rather build a school in Africa.
Yep.
And I think a lot of these people, you know, they see a honeypot outside of America that they can, you know, make money off of. And that's where the focus is, and not on the American citizens. Again, you know, nobody talked about immigration. I had to bring it up.
Yeah.
You know, nobody talked about the economy. Everybody doing well. Or they doing poorly, and they don't care. And, you know, it's very interesting, man. Like, very, very. But they all Kamala voters. All of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, every last one. That was interesting.
You know, how they doing, no matter what's going on in the rest of the world. And that's part of the reason we talked about the administrative state, and Stanley sent me an article a couple of days ago about the admin state, and how the president, all this shit is important, I guess, in a way to send to like whatever the sentiment is in your country. But the admin state, the people that are entrenched, that have interests that will last much longer than the president will be here, any president, much longer than any Democrat politician or Republican politician in the Senate, the House. These people have entrenched interests. Their livelihood depends on bringing refugees here.
Yeah.
Their livelihood depends on helping people in Africa, and so on and so forth, right? And it's going to be very, very difficult to break that connection and make them see themselves having the same struggle as someone in Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah.
I speculate that's why there are no migrants here in D.C.
Yep.
Because these people aren't going to bring migrants to where they live. Right? That would be stupid, right? They live here.
Yep.
They're bringing migrants to your hometown, but they're not going to bring them within 45 miles of here.
Yep.
They're not even in Baltimore.
Yep. Yeah, man. It's that's why even when people say systematic racism, I don't think they really understand what it is. Like it is systematic because so many people benefit off of it, but you don't even see it. You thinking it's some police officer roughing some nigga up in the hood. That's the byproduct of it. They not seeing all of these other systems going on behind the scenes and how many people getting paid off of it. They lively, just like you said, they livelihoods based on it. It's really insane when you really start to connect these dots, man.
We've had so many killings here by police in D.C. that were probably just as able to generate news coverage as all of them short of George Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
But I showed you that little paltry ass protest they had here in D.C. That shit couldn't even get any legs up on it. That same shit happened somewhere else. Ben Crump might have been here.
On that jet.
But Ben Crump, no, thou shalt not protest the federal government. Don't even come here protesting.
Yep.
And that's why you don't see Black Lives Matter here protesting the federal government, man. That's the only thing I can think of. Why haven't they been here? Why haven't they been here burning shit down the way they did in all these other cities? They know better, man. The federal government cracked their head, man. All kind of surveillance measures here and shit. Look how they did January 6th. You come here protesting the federal government, man, like you get your ass put in a gulag with the January 6th people. And that's why I think the Democrat protesters are like, foot soldiers, because they can protest all around their states and generate interest and make people want to vote one way or the other, or threaten people to vote one way or the other. But they really are dependent on the federal government. As you can see, all these Democrat voters making their bread by government policy, and so it is very interesting, if you connect all the dots, like you said, HB.
Yeah, nah, it really is systematic, man. And it's you won't see Black Lives Matter in DC because that's who's cutting the checks for Black Lives Matter. Who you think donated all the money to them? They ain't about to be in DC. They can do whatever in DC.
End up in prison.
Yeah. No, Universal Jones, what'd you think about the interviews yesterday?
Yeah, greetings everybody. I thought the interviews were good. The one that stood out to me was I think she was Puerto Rican, the older woman who worked at the school. She was the only one who didn't say Kamala, but she didn't say Trump either. But she didn't say Kamala, and I think she was being very open and honest about her intentions being in this country and what's happening in the schools. But she wouldn't call anything straight out though. But if you were reading between the lines, she knew what was up.
Yeah.
She was a well-placed Colombian too. You can tell that she didn't come here poor.
No.
You know what I mean? She spoke 4 languages.
Yep. And 4 good ones too. Italian, yeah, Spanish. What was the other thing?
Romantic languages, as they say.
Yeah.
She might have been selling coochie at one time. She's speaking that many languages.
Well, it worked.
Never money. Put that shit in your phone like they did over there on Roosevelt Avenue in Queens. You'll need pussy selling is universal.
Oh man.
Mouth, ass. You point to what
Especially if you can speak 4 languages. Yeah, that fly you out. Yeah.
you just point to what you want. Mouth. They put them price amount in your phone.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
No,
Hey,
they were
what
good.
do you think about that
What's
black?
up? What's up, John?
What do you think about that black couple?
Man, that's what I was going to say next, man. That was it was sad, but I see so much of that it's not sad. But man, they were so disoriented and just giddy. They seemed like 2 little kids. That's what I thought I was watching, was 2 kids who were just in trouble. Didn't know what they was doing. And then when she couldn't do the math on how many kids she had, and she wasn't clear, she kept saying my babies are gone. But ultimately, I think that they was in the system. Well, a couple of them died, and it sounds like some of them might have got taken away. But man, it was tragic. It was tragic overall.
Yeah, that was. Man, I should try to see if I can play that video, man. That was pretty
What's up,
good.
Antoine?
John, you don't.
Hey,
you don't
what's
got
up?
your,
What's up?
What's going
What's
on,
that,
Antoine? You don't got your mic today?
Oh, is it not up? Man, I'm on this. Let me make sure I'm on the right mic. It sounds like I can hear myself, but it's
it sounds like you on the It sounds like you're using like your headphone mic or something.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Let me know if my voice
Maybe I
changes.
need to turn it up or something. Is that better?
Real quick.
Is
Can
that
you all
better?
hear me?
Is that better or worse?
It sounds the same, John.
No, Universal Jones, you sound crazy right now.
Do I sound normal now?
No, you sound crazy.
The voice changer.
How about now?
Now you sound regular.
All right. I'm gonna try one more thing.
How do I sound now?
Is it still messed up?
This the voice changer Gary and be using. Be form bombing.
Now I gotta watch these buttons. I bought this Rodecaster Streamer X thing. John, you was pulling out all the machines. I was like, I gotta get some shit. So, and it got all these voice changing buttons, and I accidentally hit them a couple times. I was on a Zoom call. They were like, "What the hell's going on?" I was like, "Oh shit!" So I'm trying to figure out how to operate this thing.
Oh yeah, man. It's still a work in progress for me too.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. I think I got this shit. Is this him?
Yeah, that's them. They were so happy that that you gave them some weed too. That was funny. I was dying.
My man, you still wearing that mask? You out here on a mission, huh?
Stay out of the way.
Stay out of the way. Shit, I feel you.
Lying. He is in
Y'all
the
can
way.
see yourself. Just don't knock the camera down. You got you. Where y'all headed to tonight?
Stay out of trouble.
Stay out of trouble. Hold on, let me turn your mic up.
Have fun.
Stay out of trouble. Have fun. Shit, what y'all been doing all day then?
I mean, living prosper. You know what I'm saying? Living prosper.
Yeah. Okay. Shit. Where y'all from? Originally from DC?
Yeah.
What part?
I'm from South Beach.
South Beach. What part?
High Street.
High Street. That's Anacostia.
Yeah, by Pitts Place.
Yeah, shit. I'm Congress Heights.
I'm from Northwest, 7th and Taylor.
What part?
7th and Taylor.
Shit, you that way. That's my way too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am the urban landlord. I'm all over town.
Roosevelt.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I know. I'm around that way. Yeah, I'm a little bit further up than you. You know what I mean?
Probably by Soldier Home.
Yeah, for a Soldier Home and shit. Yeah. Shit. Y'all a couple? Y'all together? Okay. How long y'all been together?
For a good while.
How long a good while?
On and off since you been home. You only been home 2 months.
Give me 1 minute. Hold on. What? How long you go? What you say, HB?
Wait, which one is the girl and which one is the boy? Wait, I'm really confused.
The one on the left in the black is the girl.
Oh, damn. That looks like Gary, man. What the hell?
That's not from
I
Gary.
couldn't tell either.
It took me a minute myself.
Gender binary.
Oh, no, man. How long you going? 20 months?
21 months.
What the fuck you doing in DC to go wait 21 months? Boy, you ready to really be on the probation fucked up. What'd you do?
Not behaving.
What they do?
Not behaving.
What they do? Cause like you gotta really do some stupid shit to go to jail in DC, boy. They let everybody go. But anyway, they sit down.
But they locking everybody up for petty larceny.
Petty larceny. Where you go? DC jail?
I went to DC jail, then to the feds.
Damn.
Okay, what they sent you?
Oh, they sent you to the feds.
Yeah.
FCI.
Nah, USP.
USP. I was out FCI.
Wait, where did you go FCI?
When I was 14.
Where though?
Out Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia. What is in you?
Canaan.
Camden, New Jersey.
Canaan. You know Canaan? Oh my God.
That's what you fucked up out in Canaan.
Hell yeah.
And then I went out Lee County.
Lee County. What the fuck is that?
That's all the way out Virginia somewhere.
Oh shit. Yeah, the rural shit.
Oh my God, he's out there with them fucking
DC niggas be holding it down in the field, though. They get a lot of y'all niggas in the field, huh?
Everywhere.
Hell yeah. So you been home 20 months. What's the plan? What you got going on?
Right now, I'm just basically getting a little mental health things now.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
they got you on probation and shit, parole or whatever. How the hell you came out not on paper?
I had 18 months.
Oh, okay. But you did 20?
Yeah.
Why the hell you did 20 if you had 18?
I added on the little after months I did in jail. In Alexander.
Okay. You went to jail in Alexander. That's why your ass went to jail.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I was on probation in DC first.
Oh, you on wait a minute. So where did you commit the crime that sent you to jail?
When?
Where did you commit the crime? You committed a crime in Alexandria too?
Where y'all going?
No.
Because you fucked up.
We want to interview black people.
You fucked up. You committed a crime in Alexandria.
We on camera.
Yeah, y'all on camera.
She said,
Some more LGBTs. These some LGBTs here at HB.
Thank you.
Shout out your name. What's your name? Shout out your name. Where y'all going?
We're gonna have a good time.
That's fine.
Hey, after a struggle, we gotta get back to
The Diddy freak off.
My man, what y'all think about all the change in DC and shit?
Man, that's some fucked up shit.
What fucked
People
up?
want to do hungry, greedy, unequalized, basically, unprosperous shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're not fair. They want to be greedy, and everybody can have the succeed of achieving the accomplishment goals and the standing goals far as their generations down, and other ones that don't have no basically support too as well. They can help out a lot of fucking individuals, and a lot of people are, but man, from what these little youngins doing, that old people are teaching them, that shit is fucked up, dog.
Yeah.
That shit is fucked all the way up, man.
What they teaching them?
Shit that they don't need to.
Like what? It's
like guidance in the wrong direction. Self-destruction. Basically, at an early age, it's fucked up. No matter what it is, it's wrong. You teach a younger individual wrong, and it's constantly in front of them, and you're showing them, fuck, wrong with you ain't gonna get nothing but bad habits from that shit. No bullshit.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
I'm only 23. I had to learn. Keep doing wrong, you can get nothing but fucking wrong.
Yeah.
That part. You can do good, level it, at least. Fuck, but ain't no level in good and bad. You just do one or the other. It's just as simple as that. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Hey, yo, what the
you can't have everything
what
you want.
the job situation like out this motherfucker?
Ooh, oh hell no! I'm not paying Uncle Sam taxes, man. And they taking half of my fucking check that I'm working for. You got me fucked up, man. I'm not working yet. And I don't get no food stamp, TANF, SSI, none of that shit. My disability check, I'm nothing. I don't get none of that because I'm a fucking felon, ex-convict. That's fucked up. I'm an ex-menace to society. But I have mental health. That's fucked up that I don't get none of my shit. What you talking about? From born with it. Born from my mother womb.
You don't even get no food stamp, right?
I don't get none of that shit. I'm homeless, man.
You homeless?
I don't want to live with my family, man. I don't trust them.
Where do you live?
I live everywhere. And successfully comfortable with the shit.
Yeah.
Like, you get what I'm saying? I'm comfortable in my own skin house. I'd rather the streets say to me, you get what I'm saying? Like shit like this, restaurants and shit like high-rise buildings and shit that other people call them. That fair to me.
Right.
They like, okay, cool. She ain't fucking nobody.
Right.
She ain't fucking up the shit, none of that shit. Like the other niggas be going downstairs in the basement and shit, in the garage, leaving cigarette wrappers and all that. Everywhere I go, is more people that's like me that I will separate myself from, so I can be, you get a fact, I'm not no follower by no, hell no. By no folks.
Right.
But I'm loyal by default, and I'm also, I don't care. I don't mind to be on my own 10 toes by myself. Because that's, you can stay a lot of trouble from that shit. You don't got to worry about arguing with someone if you by yourself.
Right.
Or get a pad.
Yo,
Or get a
pause it real quick, John. Pause it real quick.
But I mean, if it comes down to family member, you can give them a loved one.
John's not there.
Partner, you know what I'm saying? But you know you're going to wind up walking in.
So y'all live together, or y'all?
We just came up.
Yo, does anybody know what the fuck she's talking about? Because I'm lost.
Yeah, I speak crazy, so I I understand what she's saying.
What the hell is she saying?
She's homeless and she doesn't trust her family. She prefers to be separated, something like that.
Yeah, she's trying to get her life together. Everything around her is moving around, but she's been struggling.
But she's really pissed off that she doesn't get EBT and stuff.
Right.
She didn't get no benefits.
Right. She's kind of on a victim tirade right now.
What is it called? A loose.
Damn, is that
for a minute. Go ahead, what you say?
Is that I think the craziest part about that is that nigga in the shiesty is smashing this. He's really smashing
Right. He had a baby by her.
Yeah, he had a baby by her.
And she's had 5 kids. Well, she couldn't do the math. So he ain't the only nigga smashing. So
Yeah. She started naming her baby daddies at one point, like one was dead, one out here, she said fucking everything. You know, I don't know if she got to that part yet, but this shit was tragic, bro.
I think he had her kid, honestly. I think that nigga
HB, it goes down in the tent cities. What do you think they're doing in there?
I don't know.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning, Portia.
Good morning, HB. Good morning. Hi. Hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
Morning.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all. Nice. Got a good morning from Texas, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey. Hey, y'all.
Oh my goodness. So that lady, so she had 4 kids, but 5.
I think she had lost one.
If that makes sense.
John, you got to start interviewing a better class of people.
Hey man, I take them as they come, bro.
What the fuck, John?
We touched every class.
Jamie, John had some he had some real high class people. This just this
It was
just
filler time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I take them as they come, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, I think it's good to show this side because again, they're all right walking up and down the street. The man that owns 2 businesses who pays $3,800 in rent, and the people who are homeless, they're within like an arm's reach of each other. But one man has his focus on Africa, helping the people in Africa, and no problem with that. But there are people like they're walking right past it, really need help here in America. And I've long said, man, like I think America has turned its attention and focus and help outside of its own borders. And several of the people that we interviewed have made their living helping other people outside of the borders. And that's one of the things, that I think if you put it all together here, poor people right here in America, you're looking at them. People in Africa, we put all our money and interest into helping. People are even voting that way now. Hey, what you want to see Kamala do? End the wars, help the people in Africa, help the people here, there, Palestine. But, we had it was a black man pulled up with a help the Palestine button on his shirt.
Oh yeah.
What was a black like? What would a black man care about Palestine when he's living in poverty here in America? I don't understand it.
And John, you remember he said he was waiting on the bus, but John, I know that you whenever you stepped away and I took over, do you remember what the white John last night told you whenever he said why we needed to vote for Kamala instead of Trump?
No, I didn't hear what he said.
He said because of his business dealings in Africa with Edify Africa, he hopes that the people listening vote for Kamala
because she's going to allow the business dealings to continue, but Trump is going to get it shut down. Now, he didn't say you messing with the money, but he said you messing with my money.
Yeah. And the man said the same thing, right? He said the sentiment of just having Trump in office is bad for business for him.
Yes.
Well, that was amazing. Yeah, that was amazing. So that shows you, I think, ladies and gentlemen, really what you're up against. You know what I'm saying? You know, I didn't interview one government official. They won't interview with you. Just like you don't see on the news. They won't talk to you. But the administrative state that circles around these people to get their daily bread, they talked yesterday. And they showed you where their interests were. They're not going out on missions to help people in America. They're leaving this country.
No, the hell they ain't, John.
They're leaving this country, going to Africa to help those people. That's where the government is spending their money now. It is what it is.
Yeah, but John, why do you think that is? Like, what interests of theirs does it serve for someone from this homeland of America to help someone else out of the homeland?
Well,
where's the connection?
I've explained it several times, and I'll explain it again. When I was growing up, I was a young man. The biggest appointment you could get was the Department of Transportation. Right?
Yeah.
Even when I moved here in D.C., early on, the blacks would be jockeying for Department of Transportation because you got to build all the roads. You got to get all the crony contracts from every road development, every this and that. You ride around your cities, states, or all over the country. There's this infrastructure provided by Donald Trump or Joe Biden or whatever, right? That used to be big business. But the thing is, you can't steal the way you can steal internationally. That's why when you see Joe Biden taking money, and I'm not picking on Joe Biden, I'm just using him as a recent example, it's in the Ukraine. It's China money.
And no money for FEMA.
You start stealing here, man, like you can really go to prison for the rest of your life. It's
No,
easy.
so I see that, but what I'm talking about isn't so much the governmental aspect; it's the individual aspect. Why do you think that these individuals, non-government entities, non-political entities, why do you think that they're trying to, support that?
Didn't the interviews last night should have told you their daily bread is tied to that shit? The young boy that just moved here, what did he move here to do?
Yeah.
Help move refugees around. All these nonprofits that are here in D.C., that are all around the country, as he said, we have offices all around the country, and we resettle refugees.
John, you think they get paid for every head?
I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure. I mean,
the grant money comes in.
Right. They have to say, hey, we brought 50. He could tell you how many heads he moved, didn't he? He told you how many heads he moved.
Yeah.
One man moved 50 heads.
That's crazy, man.
Yep. One thing about nonprofits is you gotta keep good records.
Yeah.
That's how you keep the dollars flowing in. There's always reports.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, 3 sets of books.
I'm so pissed off. FEMA don't even have money, and there's people
You're the one
that
man.
need help.
Yeah, and I think on a John, I think too on another on a level but beneath that, if you ask why are they creating all of these types of jobs and why aren't they really putting it on the American people, I think because even with the American people, no matter what the race, with the American people, there's gonna be a certain amount that are gonna have a criminal, they're gonna be criminally minded. And I think if you focused all your money and all your resources on stopping that, that's a whole nother industry that's not gonna be able to flourish. You can't you can't have all the cops.
No private prisons, none of that.
Yeah, the prisons, all of that. So it all kind of coincides with each other.
It's a game.
Now, I think that there are a lot of Americans that could stand boots. There's a lot of people out here. If you just cut their taxes, they ain't making much money. Shit. What the hell are their taxes gonna fund anyway? Listen to what the black lady said. I ain't about to work and pay all these taxes. Somebody out here making $40,000. Why the hell they ain't paying taxes? Are we gonna live or die on his taxes? If so, we got a bigger problem here. But they print money, and there are a lot of people on the margin, man, that just are not gonna participate when they just aren't gonna bring much home. They're gonna have to get up and go out of their way to work. I know it sounds fucked up.
Yeah.
But you can.
Yeah, it's gotten
people.
to the point. It's gotten to the point where you can go out there and work a job, work 40, 50 hours a week, bring home about $700-800 at a normal fucking starter job, and like it's pointless to do that because okay, $3,200 at the end of the month, take home if you're making $800 a week. That's nothing. That's fucking living to fucking be pissed off, basically. How do you even? And I hate to say it, how do you even convince people that that's okay? Because it's not. Fuck, 3,200. Take off $2,000, you're left with fucking $1,200 to play with, and part of the bills comes out of that, plus food, plus car. It's nothing. That's living to be pissed off.
You know, the only thing though is if both him and his baby mom, if both of them were working like that,
right?
They could work together, but I think
that makes the difference.
They're so far gone though. That's not even an option to them.
We interviewed a lady last night, a young girl, good sense. Again, I think she worked international development of business. I can't remember what she did.
Oh, not the lip smacker, John.
Say what?
The one that smacked her lips.
She was
when
eating
I
ice
jumped
cream.
up. Yeah, the ice cream smacker.
Yeah.
No, get the fuck out of it, John. What the fuck?
She ain't fucking with you. That's what she said.
If you're under $100,000, you can see she's fucking single too. Wonder why.
She was the only straight. She may have been one of the few straight women we've interviewed.
Yeah.
She probably has.
She need a whole 100 before she even fuck with a nigga.
That's crazy.
And no thoughts of, man, if he get 50 and I got 50, we got 100.
Nope.
John, this is probably the type of girl that will go out with a drug dealer than a guy that works at McDonald's.
Absolutely. Just based off the money. Yes.
Yeah, it depends on her age. Once she hits 30, 32, she's trying to find a more stable man. But
and desperate, and then she wants to get impregnated. Isn't that
Let me
funny?
ask you guys this.
That was my first question about her, what her age
All
was.
the black men that you saw me interview, will any of them look like they were making 100?
No, there wasn't many black. No, I would say no.
So who's she gonna date?
Well,
she's gonna turn lesbian, obviously.
Yeah, other women, which is what some of them said, right? Because some of them don't want to date white men because they believe in white supremacy, and they'll just turn to women. They'll date each other.
They don't care about that white
You
supremacy.
saw them two black girls going to the birthday party, both of them single.
Yep.
Big, overweight,
Yep. 5'6", 210 pounds.
Probably the same standards, right? Need a nigga to make 100. But there are none. I mean, there's so few of them that they're not going to take them women. I mean, you got fucking a unicorn black man making 100,000. What the hell he gonna take you for?
Yeah, it's like that everywhere. John. It ain't just
no
DC.
facts.
I'm just being real, man. Like,
That's real. No, that's real. That's reality.
Nah,
That's why I always ask myself, I want a 6-figure, 6 feet. It's like, bro, like, what is this? A Disney movie?
And don't forget the 6-pack too. Don't forget
It's like,
the
come on, man. Like, what world do you live in?
The
it ain't enough for me to go around.
And then when these people go outside to get another girl, then they say, "Oh, these guys are
I'll say
just
this.
pygmies. They ain't nobody." And it's like, oh, make it make sense.
If you check most of those boxes, you cleaning up. That's all I gotta say.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm cleaning up right now, bro.
Yeah.
You know what? I see one of the major problems is with someone that gives those like absolutes based on a relationship. If you literally have a formula for what your perfect relationship is, you are going to be fucking single for a long time. Because I'm telling you right now, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you got
everything I thought when I was, exactly. Because everything I thought when I was like 20 or 25, that shit's null and void. It's not even a part of the fucking equation anymore.
It's a
that
roller
shit's
coaster,
gone.
man. That's what my
That's why with that whole 666 theory, if you got 2 of those things, you got 2 of them, you're cleaning up.
Man,
if you just got 2,
I'm trying to
if
tell
you got
y'all.
all 3, if you got all 3, then you out of there. I mean, you out of there.
Trying to tell y'all.
But if you just got 2 of them, listen,
Look,
man.
Man, at least one. Just be happy with it.
Hey, if you got one, if you got
Like, come on,
one,
man. You think he got a 6-pack and he got a 6-figure? Like, let's be honest. You think he got the time to be in the gym and making money?
He ain't got all that time. He got no life at that
You gotta
point.
make the time.
if you got one, you out of there. That's why
You fucking pulling a David Goggins, fucking working out 8 hours a day, working 8 hours a day, and sleeping fucking 3 hours a day. What the fuck?
And these women
You got
want
no time to live.
man. That's what they want.
Yeah.
But the
The
thing
fuck?
is, though, a lot of these black women, they live in this fantasy world. They're all searching for the same archetype, and they're not doing anything to get to it. We actually were kind of getting at this a few streams ago, and I forgot who I was talking to, but I had asked her, I was like, "What are you doing to prepare yourself to be a wife?" And she couldn't, and none of them could answer the question. It was very interesting.
It's a good question.
Yeah, like because when
They
you
see
ask
that as
that
slavery,
question,
bro.
say that one more time.
They see that as slavery and work.
Oh, absolutely.
And men don't see it as slavery and work. Men see it as a goal, basically. Like, if I
reality.
can get a woman that I like enough to love, to give a children and wife to, then we straight.
Yeah.
But girls don't think that way.
I'm Stanley. I woke Stanley up, everybody. Hey, Stanley.
Oh yeah, nah. It's a good day every time Stanley wakes up, man. Good morning, Stanley.
Well,
Good
I
morning.
think that women are. Well,
It is an archetype, man. Stanley,
literally,
and this is one thing that
literally.
y'all were saying to Stanley yesterday. Is he may have just aged out of what's currently happening, and I don't think he's around
he
enough
has.
young people of what's going on. These second half of millennial women and down is a different breed, man. It's a whole different ball game out here, and there is an archetype. They're all of them, no matter how they look, no matter professionally where they're at, they're all seeking the same type of dude, and there's
They
not
all
enough
got
of them.
eyelashes too. Don't
Yeah,
forget.
and wigs. And we're just talking to black women. Like all the women are affected by it, but black women specifically, since we don't have enough men, like what John's saying, who meet this standard, they are really searching for like literally like 1 or 2% of the dudes who are out here, if that. And they all can't get it. They all can't get it, but in their
No,
minds,
I never
they believe
thought
that
about
they can.
that.
Yeah,
I
man,
never thought about that. That's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I will
another
argue. I would argue that the men that most of these women are looking for, the type that they're looking for, is in prison. Motherfucker in prison, and I've been in prison. You know, they
Or that
looking for it.
nigga, or John, that nigga might be
Oh, yeah.
gay too. That
I
nigga
mean,
might
they're
be gay.
looking for a type A aggressive alpha man.
Yeah.
And in the black community, that person doesn't have avenues to explore that in a corporate world.
John's
and
right.
abilities. So he do it on the street.
Yep.
You know, and that's what's appealing to them.
Yep.
The whole corporate thug shit. They just can't get the corporate part right.
They love
Jeremy Meeks is a good case study about that.
Yeah. But he wasn't corporate either, right? And he was the thug part, but he just couldn't get the corporate part right. And again, I think you're really searching for a unicorn,
right?
Someone that can cosplay as a thug and corporate all at the same time. That's very, very difficult.
This is why.
So we agree women are delirious?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. This is why shows like Power was such a big hit, because they gave you that corporate thug ideal. And that's why a lot of those women who watched that show, they hated the Latina chick that he was messing around with on the side, because he broke their idea of what they see in a man. And he didn't choose his black wife. I forgot her name. Angela.
Don't choose black wives either.
You said what's the name of the movie?
It's the show Power.
Oh, Power. Yeah.
They love
Yeah, black athletes the same shit, man. You think you want to go home after you being rich and taking care of a woman? You want to hear nonsense and bickering? Nah, man, just shut the hell up and make me a goddamn sandwich.
They ain't gonna do that.
I just took a whole bunch of hits over here on the defensive line, and I don't got time to argue with you.
Yeah. I dealt with enough shit throughout my day. I don't need to come home to it. Yeah.
I gotta come home.
If they wouldn't have kids so young, they could do it though. They could find a man making good money if they wouldn't have a kid at 20. I don't know no girl that's 30 years old without a kid. I'm in Orlando, so it's like everybody got kids.
All right, now I ask you, those girls got degrees?
Well, what you see here is you saw most of the women we of all the women we've interviewed in DC and in New York, if I'm coming to think about it,
the
only ones that had children were the uneducated.
Yep, the ones
That's what I
down
was
and
gonna
out.
say.
Yeah.
Right. The only ones that had children were the uneducated women and the immigrant, like, you know,
So the machine is working on the uneducated. The American machine is doing its job.
Yeah, it is. Making more stupider people.
It was one
Yeah,
woman,
have a kid. I'll pay you for it.
It was
Make
one
more
woman
fucking worker bees.
and the other woman was Puerto Rican or something. And I think they had maybe 6 or 7 kids between them. But of all the other women, you know, black or white, there were very few children, if any.
Yeah.
The only one, this woman right here, probably had more children than all the other
Than all
women
of them.
that we've interviewed total.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a shame.
You know what I think?
So the most
You know what I think?
masculine woman had the most kids. That's insane. That's crazy.
HB, what does that say about black men?
And
Gee.
she's also because I'm not sure if we're gonna get there. She is with child, so
Oh, I missed that part.
What you mean she's with what?
she's pregnant.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you, Portia. Thank you, Portia.
I forgot all about that.
That old
No way, she's pregnant.
Yeah, I wanted to walk you to the river, and I wanted you to take the river.
that down south Texas
And she smoked that weed too. She smoked that weed yesterday.
Yes, she did. Damn. She sure did.
He did get that baby high.
Hey, you know, John,
Oh, Lord.
to be fair though, weed is bad for a fetus than cigarette smoke. But if it was a blunt, it's kind of, you know.
What do you say? Neutralizes.
Well, she had Rasgirl paper, so she had bamboo.
Okay.
Oh,
So that's good. That's good.
Be like, shit, bamboo.
Oh.
Yeah. They've done studies like the weed isn't as bad for the
Hey,
kid as
well, how about
the
all them
cigarettes.
processed ice cream sandwiches? Well, they're a healthy diet for a baby.
Hell
How about
no.
all them processed ice cream sandwiches, M&M's they were eating? How about with that?
Hell
Man, hey, did that
Man, she should be drinking Ensure instead of eating all them ice cream sandwiches.
How about them Lunchables? They were eating.
Oh fuck! Poison.
And then
Fucking straight poison.
Did they get the lead out of those Lunchables? Like, did they do that yet?
she told the story about how she was born a crack baby, and she had several, holes in her brain, and I know weed is not the same, but
Nah. It's definitely not the same as crack, Portia.
Portia. Didn't she say she was brain dead or something?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
It sounded like she was.
John, that's not funny. That's not funny, John. Come on.
Oh fuck!
Oh damn!
Oh man, that is amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah, I guess when you really put it in perspective, those Africans are better investment, man. When you really put it in perspective.
Yeah, the productivity at the end of the day is there. I think they might be onto something we're fucking missing.
No, HB, you're actually kind of telling the truth. There's a couple of nonprofit organizations here in the Twin Cities that used to work primarily with Black communities, and over the last few years, they have shifted to work with Somalis, Hmongs, and various different Spanish-speaking people. And one of the reasons for that is they just come with less complexity, and also the funding is easier to get because you can get better outcomes than working with Black people. So there is a shift taking place.
I think you brought up a good point with the less complexities. Technology isn't steering the Africans. Technology isn't like a constant distraction like it is with modern Americans. We're so caught up in like a plethora of different avenues of life, and we're so distracted by different things to focus on that's being pumped into us, whether it be by design or willing participation. Either way, we're distracted on so much different shit that isn't geared towards like a furtherment of life, like an expansion of your actual horizons. And when they come here and they get their J5, they come here to work, they work their fucking ass off. And our standard of work compared to their standard of work, I mean, it's fucking night and day separation. So you get to the point where they come in here and then they start working, and it's like, oh, well, now they're pissing people off because I had a good thing going. I only had to do a little bit to maintain, but now I got to do a whole lot to fucking, be equal to them. And now I got to worry about my job getting taken. And that's part of it.
Hey, Jamie, I did want to say something to you too, man, because I hate to bring this back, but I gotta thank you for that conversation you had with Cosmic Fox yesterday.
Oh yeah, no problem. Fuck him.
You said something very, very, very. I never thought about it, but when you said it, it was like a light bulb went off. You said that he only chooses to live as a woman because it's easier.
Yep, societal norms and the constructs, the gender roles. That's it. And I'm not going to say that that's across the board. It's not, because there's some people that is not correct. That's not a correct analysis of why they made the decision that they made. But
I think he was projecting when he was talking about that genital finish too.
No, but
I think he gave us a little bit of insight into how people that get that type of surgery, they're obsessed with genitals.
Oh yeah, almost all teens are autogynephilic, so yeah, they have literal obsession with their.
But I think Jamie, for the majority, I think that you are correct. When I was in college, I knew a gay guy. I went to a film school, so it's all types of weirdos. But I was friends with a gay guy, and
I'll let him put it in my butt a couple of times,
No. But after I graduated and shit, we kind of, we weren't really,
Hooked up.
we were like school friends, you know what I mean? So we didn't really keep in touch. So years down the line, he hits me up. Come to find out, he transitioned all over this time. He transitioned. Like it was the craziest thing, and I feel like when he lived as a man, he was real like quiet, didn't have any social media, nothing, but as a woman, or a quote unquote woman, he got
he was the bee's knees.
Yeah, he got a whole bunch of followers on Instagram. He's somebody now, and I think it's a lot harder for a sissy gay guy to live as just a sissy gay guy. But it's easier.
I agree.
It's easier to just transition into a woman. You might as well.
Yes.
You got the feminine attributes instead of just accepting what you really are is a sissy.
You're as much as I hate to say this, they conform to societal norms. They have bent the knee to the surrounding society around them and said, okay, I accept your unacceptance, and now I'm going to take it a step further, and I'm going to conform on a whole different fucking plane than I've ever thought about before, based on your opinion of me. And that is the main reason why so many people become suicidal after transition, is because of that reason right there. They finally realize, okay, I fell for the fucking hat trick, and now there's no going back. Now I'm fucked for the rest of my life. That's dangerous. Like, and I've been, that right there is the main reason why I fucking speak out as much as I do about shit like that, is because I know a lot of people that have tried that, and there ain't no going back. They realize that maturity was a thing, like life experience played a role in it, and once they got to a certain age, they had come to the terms with the fact that they were wrong, that it was a phase or a fad, and I hate to even use those words, but that was what it was. It was a phase of their development, and they evolved past that mentally after the fact. And it's like, well, fuck, now I'm fucked. Now it's too late. Now there is no going back on that.
May I comment real quick?
Yeah.
It's not just the rise of suicides for that reason, but believe it or not, in Western Europe, and it's going to come to the United States as well, there are a rise in homicides from people who were involuntarily transitioned by their parents when they were kids.
Whoa.
Yeah, they
I've heard about that.
Yeah, they did a study with that. It was some doctor who had a kid, and they voluntarily transitioned the kid, involuntary as a child, just to kind of do like an experiment on him. Obviously, years later, he ended up deleting himself once he found out.
But what they're doing now is they're going. what they're doing now is they're going after the parents. In France, there was a couple that involuntarily, I didn't even know this, they transitioned their kid when I was in high school. And a couple of years ago, the police in France found them in various parts in a freezer. And the kid was basically, well, you basically took my manhood away from me. And I can't say as he was wrong. I'll be quite honest.
Yeah, see, that when Stanley was talking about it yesterday, Stanley said the word of all words, and it's one of those imperfect world facts, one of those really fucked up things of life, responsible parents. And when it comes to a situation like that, it has to be dual participation, not both parents, but both parents as well as the child. And even that is one of those imperfect situations that you can't really make a decision like that, because the adolescent is an adolescent. He doesn't really know what he needs to know to make those type of permanent lifelong decisions based off a temporary mind frame. And I'm more so on the, wait till the child is 18 years old, let him make his or her own decision. And if that's the case, I would be more comfortable with that. But as far as large, picture, looking outside, looking in, it's to the point where I would be less okay with saying adolescents can transition with the parents' permission, because you're still missing that validity of the understanding of the child to make that decision. So it's one of those imperfect world, type deals that I don't think
there's no such thing as
troubleshoot. What's
there's
that?
no such thing as transitioning.
No, I don't truly
The
believe
wazi,
that.
it's a woozy.
It's fugazi, totally.
It's fugazi. It's not real. You can't change your sex. These people need to learn how to love themselves for who they are and not be so. It's a weird mental disorder with an obsession and fixation on genitalia.
Well, I agree that you can't transition yourself, because at the end of the day, your chromosomes are still going to say XY.
Right.
And
if you want to act like a girl and talk like a girl, whatever that means, right? Say you want to have like a high pitched voice and talk real soft and grow your hair out and wear makeup and wear panties and the whole 9 yards. Who am I to stop you? Done. There, you're done. Now you're talking about carving out your breasts, taking chemicals in order to prevent your natural human development. Fuck puberty. That messes with more than just puberty. And puberty isn't just puberty. Puberty is how you become a functional adult who doesn't die of cancer at 50 years old. That's what puberty is for. So you can become sexually reproductive, and so that your cells aren't all in a woozy by the time you're an adult. You fuck with that shit, and you're fucking with God, and you're messing your shit up. And there's no reason for it. Because it's not going to change who you are at the end of the day. You're still going to be just as uncomfortable with yourself as you were before you started chopping off bits and doping yourself up.
I know a lot of people don't like me quoting out of the Bible, but I'm telling you right now, God made you perfect. Your body is a perfect working thing. When you fuck with something that's perfect like that, you will have lasting consequences, and you will not be aware of it until it is too late. You go to making, surgical shit, different decisions like that. You are messing with something that is completely perfect, and you should understand just how perfect it is and how many consequences come with it. Not just the ones that they tell you. You need to really put some thought into it and really, meditate on that for a while. Years.
Hey, Stanley, I think Denizen would be a great pastor, actually. If you ask me, I think he would be.
Denizen's my spiritual advisor.
I think he'd be a great preacher.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I really want to drive home whenever people have this conversation. You do not have to endorse someone's mental insanity in order to have empathy for them or sympathy for them or to care for them. You can love someone, care about someone, give them empathy, give them understanding without signing on to their psychosis. Yeah. It's not mutually exclusive. I get to tell you, you're not a man, you're not a woman, you're actually the sex you were born as. You're confused. It could be a chemical imbalance, it could be a psychological issue. We're going to work on it together, but I'm not going to endorse your delusions. You can't change yourself into the other sex, no matter how hard you try. If you try to cut yourself up in order to do it, you're going to regret it, and it's going to put your life at risk. That's what people need to be told, the truth.
Bob and I had that chat in the back chat last night when they were talking. I forget what the subject was. Oh, it was the Trump trials, and Bob had asked me about C16 in Canada, where they're actually forcing you to accept, that their lifestyle. And I'm thinking, well, I can like them as a person. I have friends that are, like HB. I have friends that are gay, LGBT, whatever the heck, but they don't force it.
Don't do that one.
They don't.
They not like HB. Don't do that one. I was talking about a guy I went to college with. Jesus Christ.
Well, same thing. I went to college with these people as well, HB. That's why I was saying that. But the thing is the thing is they don't force they didn't force their lifestyle on me. They don't force their lifestyle on me, and it's basically a live and let live thing. And what Bob and I were talking about in the back chat last night was, how dangerous C16 would be if you had the functional equivalent here in the United States, because it was, you have to accept their lifestyle or else you go to these de facto re-education camps. And I was mentioning to him that Chuck Schumer, because of that, said the other day that the First Amendment was in the way of getting, completing their agenda, their objective on full tolerance, so to speak. And I think that's what he's probably alluding to.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer's a sick fuck that has a lot of plans based on what you were just talking about. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because there's a reason why they want to take away a lot of rights that we have, is because of situations like this, that they can start to put us in re-education camps like we're fucking North Korea or China or something. And that in itself is a scary fucking thought. Like, we have to we have no free thought at that point. We have no individualism at that point. Even though they say that it encroaches on other people's individualism, you're taking my individualism and putting them in a higher bracket than myself. Like, and that's bullshit. That's just a way to fucking play Hitler at that point.
Hey, can I would you guys like to join us on the Urban Landlord? This is Gone Trucking, and we actually have some breaking news. Would you guys like to join us on the breaking news?
Yeah, I can jump over there. Post the link.
Okay. Oh no, it's right here. It's right here. We're just gonna cover some news topics. I just want we got a very diverse crowd right now, very knowledgeable people. I just wanted to know if you guys would join us on breaking news.
Is Portia gonna do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hell yeah.
Well, since we were talking about
God damn it, Portia.
Goddamn mushrooms.
I thought that maybe it would be the right time. And I can recall on yesterday HB asking this question, and he said, well, what if you did it yourself? And hey, we got some breaking news. Man chops up his own penis and stores severed parts in a jar of snow after eating magic mushrooms. Yeah.
Can I give the pro-trans take on this?
Wait. Let her.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let her finish the topic, or let her finish the article first. Then we'll go Denizen, we'll start with you, Denizen. We'll start with you. Go ahead, Portia.
Try and get serious here. A man in Austria reportedly amputated his own penis with an axe after ingesting a hefty dose of psychedelic mushrooms. Fortunately, doctors in Austria were able to reattach the severed organ. The patient's shocking story is the first of its kind, according to this website, and now detailed in the Mega Journal of Surgery. The 37-year-old man was reportedly suffering from depression and alcohol abuse at the time of his psychotic break. Psilocybin, forgive me, is naturally occurring compound in so-called magic mushrooms with the power to thrust humans into hallucinatory states if ingested. It works by altering the brain's serotonin receptors, altering our senses, and heightening emotions.
Throughout history, several indigenous cultures have used the drug in spiritual ceremonies to bring enlightenment to the physically ill. Lately, mainstream medicine has caught on to the therapeutic benefits of mushrooms, as studies show it could help treat patients experience psychological distress such as depression, anxiety, addiction, and post-traumatic stress disorder. However, the patient involved in the shocking new report found no such relief after using the substance without supervision to treat his ill mental health. This is the first documented case of Klingsor syndrome related to mushrooms in which a psychologically disturbed person self-inflicts harm on their genitals. Doctors at Hospital F in Austria wrote that the patient, who had been alone at his vacation home at the time, had eaten 4 to 5 individual dried mushrooms, inducing a brief psychotic episode in which he used an axe to chop his penis into multiple pieces. Not one, not two, but multiple. Yes. Later, he was spotted by a townsperson after wandering from his home to seek help. He arrived at the nearest hospital in critical condition about 5 hours after the horrific incident. The garish scene indicated to medical experts that the man had attempted to tie a piece of cloth around his penis to block blood flow and place the rest of the organ in a jar filled with snow. He had to keep it cold. He wanted to keep it cold. Doctors had to carefully clean the severed organ, which had been contaminated by dirt and snow, and managed to repair the tip and about 2 inches of the shaft. Other pieces had been too damaged to reattach.
Damn.
He got shorted.
He lost some of himself. Okay, the patient was unable to fully recollect the nightmarish event. Immediately following surgery, the man was placed under the care of psychiatric professionals as he continued to suffer from bouts of psychosis for about a week to follow. On the mend. He later continued recovery in the urology department. Complications arose during necrosis, death of skin tissue, yes, which healed with time. Within a few months of surgery, he had also regained erectile and urinary functions. So even though he cut it off, it was reattached, and I am pleased to let all of you know it still works. Thank you.
But he only attached just the tip. That makes that game weird now. Just the tip.
Wait, Denizen, what'd you think of that first? I want to get to Denizen first. Go ahead, Denizen.
Well, I identify as a pinata, and my genitals are strips of confetti. And it's my right to be able to chop my penis up with an axe. I find it empowering. Anyone who doesn't respect or appreciate my right to chop up my penis is basically telling me that I don't even have a right to exist. I took the psilocybin mushrooms are part of my religious ceremony, so it's my religion. I need to be able to take the mushrooms, and my confetti strip genitalia is also one of the main tenets of my religious practices. So this is all very American and above board. You're an un-American bigot if you don't support it.
What I'll say about this is, I think this was all just a misunderstanding. What I believe happened is he was taking a lot of shrooms. He was doing shrooms, and he looked down at his wiener, and he thought it was a shroom. So took an axe to it, and he
saw the mushroom tip.
Yeah, he saw.
He thought it was a snake.
He thought it was a mushroom tip.
A leech or a worm trying to enter his body.
A black racer.
I think the saddest part of this story though was that when they reattached it, it was only 2 inches. That's gotta hurt.
Dickless men's lives matter.
Yeah, that's
well, It probably was already only like 4, so.
Still, that's even worse. If I only got 4 inches, I get out of surgery and now I only got 2. Man, I'm suing the hospital. Fuck that.
We need to add C to the.
I'm sure some parts of
to
it
the
got
letter.
gangrene or something.
We're gonna feed it
The
to the
the
dog.
alphabet brigade needs to include C now for confetti genitalia.
Fuck that, man.
Now, when
Jesus
they
Christ.
attach it, does it work the same?
Yeah. Portia said that it still got hard.
I came here at the wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he
Amazing.
lost. He went down to a micropene though.
Yeah, Momo, what do you think about that story?
Yeah, man, the machine elves told him to tune out, and he did it. Fucked.
See, this is why I never did psychedelics.
He sounded like Boomhauer.
Was it not intelligible?
It was kind of like he's like, hey Momo, what do you think about this story? And you're like, man, I don't know, man. Just take some of that duct tape on there and to fix it up, and his dick be good as new. I don't know, shit.
That's why I only had shrooms once in my life, and that one time was enough. I don't like feeling like I'm out of my body.
Wait, what?
That's some crazy stuff.
Nah,
Shrooms.
hey, Jamie, what'd you think of this story? You ever did shrooms, Jamie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not a very safe drug for me. Like Virgo said, I can't be without control. I'm too fucking big, and yeah, it wouldn't be safe for those people around me. So I choose not to take them. But as far as the story goes, yeah, that wasn't caused by shrooms. This is just more bullshit that they want to put out and say, oh, shrooms are fucking dangerous, this, that, and the third. Like, it's not. The dude was having a fucking psychotic. Yeah, the dude was having a psychotic break and then did some overextension into getting fucked up, and this is the result.
Well, yeah, because if you're normal and you take shrooms, you might go nuts. So imagine if you're nuts already and you take shrooms.
Yeah, that's just you're guaranteeing the really bad shit to happen at that point.
Yeah,
it's not.
Now I wish they still had some real ecstasy though.
Yeah, now that was some good shit. Back
That
in the early
was some good
2000s,
shit.
that was good shit. Fucking sex
That
was never
was-
better.
Oh Lord. Oh, I mean, let me be a lady.
Hey, please, Virgo. This is a family show. Please.
Yes, I know, HB. I don't want to get booted off again like you did last time.
What the fuck?
Yeah. This, I mean, I don't know if you guys remember that back in the day there used to be like a viral video of a guy chopping his wiener off. It was like in the early days, like early 2000s of the internet. You guys probably don't remember that, but
What the fuck you been watching, HB?
No, it was
like I know what HB's talking about. There used to be all sorts of insane shit, the Pain Olympics, and like all kinds of fucking fucked up shit. Way back, the old internet was like the Wild West of just fucked up shit on the internet.
Yeah. It used to be a lot more unregulated back in the day, and there would just be websites you could go to. Like I think it was damn, I can't. I think there was one that was like Faces of Death. That was one of the websites, and you would see like brutal, grisly murders and shit.
Yeah,
Snuff films.
cartel executions, all sorts of shit.
Taliban executions, just all types of weird, just crazy stuff. And I remember that there was a guy who literally chopped his wiener off and videotaped the whole thing. And he was also psychotic. So yeah, I think the shrooms probably fueled it, but his wiener was gonna go one way or another.
It was out of here.
There's no proof that he even took shrooms. They don't test for it. What that article talks about is what he admitted to possibly doing. Oh, I ate a few mushrooms. The test.
Yeah, he could have had a steak.
the test for psilocybin is very complex and expensive, and I doubt any insurance company would have covered it.
Yeah, I
He
don't
could have
even.
had some steak with mushrooms and onions. We don't know.
Witchy, good morning. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, good
Good
morning,
morning,
Witchy.
Portia.
I don't
Morning,
even.
Witchy.
I don't even know if you can test for mushrooms. Do you? So Witchy,
Yes, there is a test that
You
you can
can,
test
but
for
it's hard.
psilocybin, but it's very complex and expensive because it's a fungal test. And we
Right.
typically, when people go in with a fungus, we treat them without testing because of how expensive and difficult it is to narrow down the fungus.
Okay. So Witchy, what did you think of the article?
What did
What
I think?
happened?
I think what Jen said, it's propaganda against people who are using mushrooms, just like there's a bunch of articles coming out saying that the mushrooms in chocolate bars are causing people seizures and psychosis, when in fact there's no evidence of it. If you go and look, there's zero evidence of it because they can't, not that they can't, but they don't test for psilocybin. So, like I said, it's a really complex and expensive test, and insurance typically won't cover it. Like, I can't even get them to give me a viral test when I'm sick. You really think they're going to test for psilocybin? They test for the drugs that are easy to find in your blood and urine. Psilocybin isn't one of those. They have to test the fatty tissue for that. So it's like I said, it's an invasive and complex test, and it typically is not done.
You know what I noticed too, Witchy? A lot of jobs. You remember how back in the day, drug tests and everything was just mandatory before you get a job? I noticed that now a lot of jobs don't even give drug tests anymore.
Well, I think
Yeah, they don't.
I think they don't because most people would probably fail the drug test. Honestly.
That could be, that could be true
Yeah, that's
too.
for
But I
insurance
remember,
reasons. That's for insurance reasons. If you've never been tested and they can't prove you're on drugs, the insurance still has to cover shit. But if they test you and it's proven you're on drugs, insurance doesn't cover shit.
now I tell you this, working for the car industry, like a lot of the guys, sometimes, stuff happens. If they're moving a car off the lot, they'll bump into something else or whatever. Even if it's just a little scratch, they'll send them to get a drug test.
Yeah,
But we also used to have surprise drug tests. This was the first dealership I worked for. This was a Honda dealership. And they used to surprise drug test us every 6 months. So, man, I never got drug tested. I never was in the pool. But god damn, every 6 months I had to be like, okay, month 5, I gotta stop because they're gonna drug test us.
The only job I ever got fired from, I was a carry out at a grocery store, like carrying out people's groceries. And this woman opened her door while I was bending down over the cart and hit me in the eye and tore my cornea.
Oh,
wow.
I had to go in for surgery on my eye, and then that's when they drug tested me. They covered my surgery, but then corporate said they had to fire me. My manager went to bat for me and didn't fire me for 3 weeks trying to keep me my job, and he finally corporate forced him to fire me for having a dispute.
Oh, man.
But that was the only job I've ever been fired from, and it was for a drug test.
Jesus Christ. Witchy,
No, I've been fired plenty of times.
Witchy, if you have some can you I think you got a little bit of background noise. If you could turn it down a little bit. But we're definitely appreciate you hitting the panel.
I don't think there's any background noise. I just have really poor equipment, and so I'm always low volume.
Okay. No, you're good then. You're good.
Because you tried to cut your equipment off.
Come on. Jeez.
I did want to say, with the talk about the, could y'all say the word for me again? The psilocybin. I teach math. Okay, so and I'll just leave it there. Okay, my words and pronunciation isn't always the best, but as far as them using that. Thank you. Thank you. As far
leave her alone.
As far as them using that, based on what Witchy and Jamie said, as a negative thing, it looks like in Boston, I just found this news story that they're talking about legalizing
mushrooms. It's going to be on the ballot. They'll be voting for it soon.
Yeah,
So
Massachusetts is doing it, and New Mexico, Arizona, California, possession is already decriminalized, and it's basically legalized as long as you're not selling it.
okay, that's
Well,
interesting.
same thing with weed.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with
And
weed
what
over
did
here.
it
I
come
mean,
up positive for on the drug test? It was marijuana. I've been smoking marijuana since I was about 6 years old.
6? Well, goddamn.
My mom started me. I was diagnosed with ADHD, and they wanted to put me on Ritalin, and she put me on cannabis tea instead.
Oh, okay. So it was like a liquid form.
Well, until I realized that it got me high, and I started stealing the roaches out of her ashtray.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Wow. Let's get to this.
Yeah, they do that in Florida too. It's like it's legal here, but
First time I did
you
mushrooms, I
cannot
was
sell it
12
in the
years
street.
old. Stole my mom's drink, and I drank her blue juices, which is how she did her mushrooms.
Oh,
what a ride!
Well, I'm known for replacing the vodka with water in my parents' bar.
I never had to do that. My mom made me make her drink, so she was never aware how much was left in the bottle anyway.
Oh wow.
All right, I'm gonna play this video to give some more context for those of us that aren't too familiar with mushrooms.
Should plant-based psychedelic drugs be legalized in Massachusetts? Well, voters are going to decide in less than 6 weeks. Ballot question number 4 would make things like magic mushrooms legal for therapeutic use. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Wade.
And I'm Courtney Cole. Now, critics worry that there could be dangerous side effects, but supporters say that drugs can help people battling depression or addiction. WBC's Tiffany Chan talked with a woman who says the treatment transformed her.
My life is completely different now because I'm excited to be here.
But that wasn't always the case for Emily Onischuk. The Navy veteran grew up in Wakefield and fell into depression when her brother was shot and killed in 2017.
When I got out of the Navy, I went to the VA. I was using cognitive behavioral therapy and art therapy. I'm a yoga teacher. Like, I had a lot of tools, but I still was waking up every day and just didn't want to be awake.
Onischuk turned to so-called magic mushrooms during a healing retreat in Jamaica, an unconventional method that she says led to a breakthrough.
No matter how much people tell you they love you, like, you can't receive any of it. And this cracked through this armor I had on and let me feel that.
She's supporting question 4 on the November ballot that would decriminalize the use of plant-based psychedelics in Massachusetts, allowing adults 21 and up to grow and possess psychedelic substances like psilocybin. The measure is facing strong opposition from psychiatrists who warn of the dangerous impacts a bad trip could have.
These drugs are hallucinogens. That means they cause hallucinations and delusions. These agents should be treated like any medications. That is, they should be given by prescription with medical supervision.
Supporters of legalization say it could help veterans and other adults battling depression and PTSD when coupled with talk therapy.
People who are trying to stop using more addictive and dangerous drugs. And there has been really good research into how psilocybin can help you stop using heroin, stop using cocaine.
While the Massachusetts Psychiatric Society argues the medical research is limited, they're worried about the risk of addiction if these psychedelics are legalized.
They can have it in their house, they can grow it, they can share it with their friends. So there's no talk therapy going on there.
But what this does is set up like a really powerful way for people to use this in a really healing capacity.
Voters can decide on Tuesday, November 5th. From Cambridge, I'm Tiffany Chan, WB.
So I want to say something about what they're talking about there. Somebody down here says, hopefully they don't, I think Stanley said, hopefully they don't cut off their penis after microdosing. What she's talking about isn't microdosing. I do microdosing, and it is daily, and it's about 150 to 300 milligrams a day to maintain my PTSD and for neuropathy. What they're talking about isn't microdosing. They're talking about large hallucinogenic, what we call
hero dosing.
What we would call a heroic dose. Thank you, Jamie. In order to, while in that state, be in therapy and be helped. Now, microdosing is something you do daily, and you don't even get high off of it. You get a little bit of an upset stomach when you first take it for a few minutes, and that's it. And then for me, what it does, it takes away my anxiety and it controls my neuropathy. I have really bad neuropathy in my hands and I get sciatica. And with the microdosing, I haven't had an attack of my sciatica since I started it a year ago.
Yeah, no, I knew it was a joke, Stanley, but yeah, Stanley said it was just a joke. But what I'll say about this, I've actually had an experience with mushrooms, that hero dose, and honestly, for me personally, it was the best thing I ever did, because it made me not want to do any drugs after that. I stopped smoking weed, you know. I didn't have that need for anything anymore after that. So I think maybe I didn't need to have therapy or anything, but you know, having that experience, it really kind of put things in perspective for me on a mental level, where I kind of overcame my you know, overcame my weed addiction per se.
HB, I have a question for you. Did
Yeah,
you
yeah.
do it with the gay guy in college?
Ah, who said that? Who said that? Let me get to my. Let me get Jamie up out of
Get
here.
him off.
Yeah, let me get Jamie up out of here. Who
I
said
just want to
that?
say I have
just
a lot of
swear to it,
anxiety
yeah.
and PTSD, and that mushrooms are the only thing that make me feel normal, like a normal, relaxed human being. You know.
Wow.
And
Witchy, I have a question. Go ahead, HB. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask. Damn, I always fumble saying your name.
just call me Zach.
Zach. What's your like dose, and how long have you been doing it for?
Well, I did them for years, and my friend would give me a handful that was like the size of a quarter ounce, you know, and I would eat them all at once. And I mean, you know, if you're gonna go crazy from something, it's not gonna be mushrooms. Someone earlier said that mushrooms can drive you crazy. I don't believe that. I think that if you already have mental problems, it could exacerbate it maybe or bring it to the forefront. But
Yeah,
I
that's what
don't
I
think.
said.
Yeah, but I don't
Yeah, that's what I
think they
said.
can make you crazy. You know what I mean? It's not that powerful of a thing.
But I'm telling you right now, if you've never been on psychedelics and the first time you try it, if you take too much,
Yep.
Oh yeah.
it is an experience.
It could be
I mean,
scary,
you
yeah. It could
literally
be scary.
feel like you're outside of your body, just like looking at your body,
There's a
leaning
guy
up
that
against the
jumped off a
tree in the
third floor
forest.
roof in the hood.
So
Yeah, it can be scary, but
is
the
anybody
thing
against
with
it?
psychedelics is you have to go in with no fear. You have to just accept whatever's going to happen.
Yep.
You can't try to maintain control because
I
you're
saw
not
my
going to maintain
ancestors
control.
that day.
Well, I believe you.
Is
There's
anybody?
a reason.
Wait. I
There's
just
a
want to ask:
reason.
is there anybody that's against it being legalized?
No.
No, I'm not against it. I don't have to take it.
In a way, I kind of am, man, because this is in my home state, and the reason why I say this is because if you saw the article, the news headline, whatever, the news video, it was saying that somebody could take it and talk to somebody else that's basically not a therapist, so you could just basically take it amongst friends and talk to each other. And I'm like, how is that helping anybody?
Well, if
Show
it's
me
legal.
Show me the comparison of success with therapy, and then show me the everyday comparison of talking with your friends and actually getting good
No,
advice.
I agree.
I know what you're
That
saying,
talk
though.
to your
Like it.
family and everything. It's way
Yeah.
better to talk to your family and friends than it is a therapist. That I agree
And
100%.
most people who are put on psychotropic drugs by psychologists don't get talk therapy in this country because there's wait lists for talk therapy.
Yeah,
So
but
you
look
get the
what you said,
psychologist first and
microdosing
they put
compared
you
to
on all
the.
kinds of drugs, but then you don't go to talk therapy either. So I don't see how the shrooms thing is any different. And they aren't legalizing it. They said very clearly, decriminalize. There's a big difference.
Hey, Witchy, I had a question for you.
Stanley says, I'm telling you right now that MAGA voters talking drug use is scurry. It's scurry.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, Stanley hasn't had
Okay.
his Stanley hasn't had his oatmeal this morning yet, so you
Well,
guys
he's
Okay, what's
on
the
don't.
vacation.
question?
Yeah,
You know what?
He's off the meds this morning.
So
Okay,
yeah.
what's the
I'm
question?
not against decriminalizing it. I've never done mushrooms. I've thought about it, but
Don't do it.
Do
because
acid
I've read about it and stuff. I'm not a drug user, but I'm not against them decriminalizing it. The same thing with weed. Because I just think about like the pharmaceutical industry and a lot of the impacts on the chemical drugs, as well as these from the earth drugs. So I don't think it's a bad thing to do, but of course, as long as people are doing it safely.
Well, some people think it's a party drug. Like you get together a
Yeah,
bunch of
that's what I'm
people and you
saying.
do it and you laugh, and that's true. You know, that can be true. But for me,
Fuck that.
the most benefit I got out of
That's
it
what people
was
driving.
sitting doing it alone in my bedroom, and then I felt so peaceful, and I was able to just sit there and just like make some mental
Experience.
adjustments. Make some
Yeah.
mental adjustments.
I'll tell you guys a story. I used to smoke for 5 years cigarettes, right? And the first time I tripped on acid was on vacation in the Bahamas with a group of friends, right? And ever since then, I haven't smoked a cigarette. I find cigarettes to be disgusting. It's so weird.
You got a good mental adjustment.
Yeah, I do think it is kind of interesting that the therapy and psychology community is staunchly against it. It might be something to it.
Well, there's a reason they're staunchly against it, because it can't be just like cannabis, it can't be synthesized well, so they can't patent it and sell it to you. You can
That's
grow it
another thing I'm
yourself.
scared of, if the government starts tweaking with the actual formula, because you know how they
Oh,
are.
they
Like
will.
they're doing with pot since they legalized it. I'm kind of upset that they legalized pot, because it's gotten to the point where you're going and they want to give you 37% THC. What happens to all the flavonoids and the
Terpenes.
terpenes and all of that
Yeah,
when you
all the
put
stuff I buy has
37%
to be high
THC
on
out there?
terpenes.
Yeah,
Oh, and I wanted
shit.
to answer
Terpene gives a
Stanley real
taste.
quick. Stanley, as to your question about, or your statement about MAGA voters, I'm not even a voter, much less a MAGA voter.
Uh-oh.
Same.
And I even got a mail-in ballot for my dead mother
I
this
wanted to
election,
ask you
guys.
guys
It
that
was
question,
mailed to the house for
if
my
you don't mind.
dead mother. So I don't trust elections.
I wanted to ask you guys that question, if you guys don't mind. I received 2 mail-in ballots already this year, and I already told them that I'm going to vote in person. Like I did it and I sent it in. It's just crazy that they keep doing this thing. And so to me, that's just a way of fraud, dude, and cheating.
Nah, they don't play that shit in Florida.
I could have filled out my mom's ballot and mailed it in. Who the fuck would have known?
It's ridiculous.
Shit, I'm mailing out one for each of my family members. I'm voting for them.
He means
They
in
send me 5,
Minecraft.
I'm filling out 5.
Lord have mercy.
Well, let me ask Portia. What do you think about that? Because you are a poll worker. What do you think about that?
Poll worker.
Wait, Portia works the poll?
Yeah, Portia's.
Where is that? I'm moving to Houston tonight.
I want a video.
No. She's she works for the voting polls. You guys, what do you guys?
Oh.
What do you guys? What the hell did you guys think I'm talking about?
Well, it is an open panel.
I thought we were posting an OnlyFans link here.
No, what the hell is going on?
We can't trust you, HB.
You guys are sick. Go ahead,
HB,
Portia.
we know you, HB. Come on.
What do you think, Portia?
I'm actually the election judge over the precincts in my county, and I told Latino this before, and I think I looked it up that night also. But since you've now gotten a second ballot, I think you said that you mailed it back in, right?
The first one at the beginning of the year, because they sent me one at the beginning of the year, and I already said no, and they already had sent me another one.
Yeah.
like
So the
last month.
one that you have, you need to take that ballot with you.
Got it
to
right here in my hand.
in person, and you need to surrender that ballot. And when you surrender that ballot, is something called a provisional, and you'll have to fill out provisional paperwork, and you will then surrender that ballot, and they'll actually seal the ballot that you bring to them inside of that provisional envelope, so you can then vote on the machine. And what they should do, so basically this is here's what to expect. Once you fill out the form for your provisional to surrender your ballot, you need to also make sure there's receipt of that.
Okay.
You don't want anything to come back on you.
How do I get a receipt of that? Do they stamp or
They'll
something?
give it to you. Somebody at the polls, they should give you some form of a receipt.
I have another question, Portia, too, when you're done.
Oh, yes. Yeah, go ahead.
So my wife is not even registered. She's been here since 2002, and she's never voted. But for some reason, they always keep sending her ballots too. So what should I do about that?
You need to go to your elections division where you are located, your precinct. So you need to find out where that is and go and talk to them about that, because she's never voted and they sent her a ballot, and you said she's registered to vote.
Never.
Yeah, so you need to bring awareness to that. And I would also go so far as to contact my congressperson, my senator, and even my commissioners.
Oh, Jesus. I'm not going to talk to Elizabeth.
So I don't want to be rude to this person and like make assumptions about their finances, but if you've ever applied for any social services, unless you check the opt-out, they automatically register you to vote.
Not us.
Just so you know, for people out there, if you go for any social services, when you apply, if you don't opt out, they automatically register you to vote.
Not us, dude. Like, cause I'm listening on the radio station this morning too. Radio station I listened to. I forgot the guy's name, but he was saying that there was a lady that called that works for the postal service in Boston, right? And she was saying that this morning she has received over at least 8,000 to 10,000 ballots to give to every house that she delivers. And she goes, "This is insane, because most of these people I know and most of these people I talk to, and they say they never asked for a mail-in ballot. These people actually go in person." So she was just like, "Why is this happening?"
Massachusetts or
in Massachusetts, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. So I'm gonna post this link in the back chat for you as well. Let me see. Are y'all able to see this? I just had an alert.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can actually go to this website and you can look up your wife's voter registration status and see about this, because there could be, you said since 2002, that's quite some time.
It is.
So there could have been somewhere in that where she did not opt out per the guidelines in your state, but you can search to see if you are registered to vote. And once you go through this process, it'll give you your VUID, your voter ID, and all of those things like that. But
all she needs to know is that if she's voting for Kamala, she can't vote.
I would still take that information, and if you just want to start at the lowest level, because you need to go in person and you need to let them know, hey, we've never registered to vote, and all of that good stuff, and make them aware of that so they can make that change, because it is millions of people we're talking about, and they don't always know.
Like where I live, like, okay, my area is mostly Trump supporters, but if you go a little bit farther to the south, you'll see Harris and signs and stuff like that. But I don't know, man. Like, these people are just trying to cheat, dude. That's what I think.
But
So
you have
here in
to
New
do something
Mexico,
to combat the cheating. If that's what you think.
Yeah, for sure.
here in New Mexico, the first year I was eligible to vote, I went to vote. And at the time, I was young and liberal, and I voted Democrat. And in the county I lived in, the majority of the population was Democrat. And somehow, for the first time in our history as a state, New Mexico was a swing state, and we all went for George Bush. Well, our local election got reran because they discovered that over 2,500 dead people had voted Republican. And we had to rerun the
God
local
damn it.
elections because all of a sudden we had a bunch of Republicans in office locally instead of Democrats. And people said, wait a second, this isn't right. So they went and did a recount and they found over 2,500 dead people voted in our election. Ever since then, I don't believe in elections.
Well,
Well, it's interesting
I
that
have
you
a question for you.
because sorry Virgo, really quick.
No, go ahead.
There's a lot of stories that because I've been trying to find the proper way to segue into that news because we do have a lot of news that is exactly similar to what you just.
I literally got a mail-in ballot for my dead mother this year.
Yeah, and it's things like this, that people, we don't know until it's reported, and there are so many stories out there right now, about this very thing. But Virgo, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Portia. I had a question for Witchy. You said you have necropathy. Now, do you have it in your feet?
Not necropathy. That's where there's dead flesh. Neuropathy, where
neuropathy. Sorry.
And it causes
Well, listen, I'm like Portia.
clear.
All I do is math all day. Don't be correcting my grammar.
My degree is accounting and tax, so I just
I'm an
accountant
accountant.
because necropathy is pretty scary. Neuropathy is pretty common.
Okay,
so go ahead with your question.
So I have it in my feet, due to vitamin deficiency. So, what's the best way to do that? Because I've been taking this thing called what is it called? It's this medication.
Biktarvy?
My cabinet.
Is it
Tramazone or no?
It's Tramadol.
Prednisone.
Yeah, there you go. Tramadol or something like that.
Tramadol,
Tramadol's okay, but it doesn't really help very much for me.
That's how old Dirty Bastard.
Yeah, it doesn't, and it takes a while to wean off of it too.
And it affects your liver pretty heavy.
Exactly. That's why sometimes I can't have my little beers that I enjoy because they said I had not cirrhosis, but there was like my liver enzymes are elevated.
Your ACLs were high.
Mm-hmm. So that and my kidney. So
when your liver starts to go, your kidneys have to work harder, so they tend to follow. So for me, what I did was I did a bunch of research, and I live in a state where they're decriminalized, so I got a hold of some and I just tried it. I do a very small microdose, typically 150 milligrams, so that's 0.15 of a gram, and I grind it up and put it in capsules. And I just take a capsule before bed. It helps me to sleep because my neuropathy is controlled, so I don't wake up with tremors and the sharp pains. And then my sciatic hasn't acted up once since I started doing it.
I used to have sciatic. I used to have sciatic because I had 2 bulging discs and 2 herniated discs in my back, and I actually had a surgery back in 2003 for my back. I got a metal rod up there. So yeah, every time I go to the airport, I light up the so yeah, so actually my sciatic is gone.
I don't recommend anyone try anything without consulting their medical professionals first. I will suggest that people look into getting themselves a functional medicine doctor as opposed to an American Medical Association doctor.
Hey, listen, my phone is about to die. I'm going to charge it, but I'll be listening on my TV. So you can go ahead and continue. But that's what I needed to ask you. And I'll jump back on once my phone gets some juice, guys.
Yeah, look in your local area. Look up functional medicine. This will be someone who treats you holistically as a whole person. American doctors specialize too much, and one hand doesn't watch the other. One will prescribe you something that's contraindicated for what the other one already gave you. So you need a doctor who looks at you as a whole person, physical, emotional, and spiritual, not as a liver or a pair of kidneys or a set of eyes.
I'm a liver.
Well, I mean, to an oncologist, all you are is a cancer. To a rheumatologist, all you are is inflammation. You know, like that's all they focus on. They don't look at the other factors. They don't even half the time look at your medication. So you see one specialist and they prescribe you something, and you get to the pharmacy and they're like, oh, but this is contraindicated with 3 medications you're already on.
Well, if you have a good specialist, they take that into account first, and they ask you what medications you're taking.
See, that's the thing, though, is they ask you when you go into every appointment and you give them a list, but half of them don't look at any of the information you fill out when you come in.
Well,
So
you know how you can tell? You write a medication that's just for dogs, and then you see if they notice it. So, like, you write down, I take Simparica Trio. And if they read the list, they'll say, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, like, that's a dog medication, and they would ask you about it. But if they don't read it, they'll never see it.
when she goes over your chart with you, the doctor rarely looks at it. And this is true all over the country. So what I found for myself that helped me to get the help that I need so that I'm actually functioning happy and healthy these days is functional medicine. And this is because they treat you holistically. And I don't mean that like they treat you with what they call supplements instead of medicines. They're doctors who can prescribe prescription medications, but they treat you as a whole person, not as just one issue at a time, the way America breaks it up. They're also, most of them, not beholden to big insurance companies to go through your appointments quicker and get more appointments during the day. So they take the time to actually get to know you as a patient rather than just, this is my 9:15.
Yeah. Sounds almost like a modern shaman, you know? I mean, the shaman always took into account the whole individual when they were performing their whatever they do, you know?
Most of them practice Eastern medicine. When you find functional medicine doctors, the vast majority of them practice Eastern medicine. So you'll get less prescription drugs and more herbs recommended. But if you have an infection, they're going to give you an antibiotic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're not stupid.
If you have cancer, they're still going to refer you to the oncologist.
Right.
They're going to treat your symptoms better than the oncologist will.
They're taking into account the whole picture instead of just looking at one part. It's like the story of the blind man and the elephant, right?
Yes, exactly. I love that story.
I mean, honestly, a good MD or OD, they're not going to just ignore Ayurvedic or Chinese. They'll explore all the modalities.
Dude, you're breaking up real bad.
Yeah, I'm out here and I'm probably not going through. It's all right.
Okay, let's see. So I have a couple of articles as it pertains to the ballots and all of that. So we have, hold on, wait, let me make sure y'all can see this. Okay, good. All right, so leaked conversation between Arizona's Democrat governor, attorney general, and secretary of state reveals attempt to cover up 98,000 voter registration glitch. Officials worried about calls for new 2020 and 2022 elections. A newly leaked phone call between Arizona's Democratic statewide office holders reveals how they scrambled to find a narrative before announcing a statewide error that validated citizenship of nearly 100,000 voters. It's going to validate all of their theories about illegal voting in our elections, said Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs on the call obtained by the Washington Post. They're going to be calling for new 2020 and 22 elections as well. Hobbs worried, referencing her own election that she rigged and stole from Kari Lake last midterm cycle. Democrat Attorney General Chris Mays admitted that all of these elections are challengeable. Still, it is unclear who leaked the phone call. They know who did it, I'm sure, at this point. This could have been a staged phone call and leaked to the regime media in order to make it seem as though the officials were doing their best to ensure election integrity and transparency. All three of the officials on the call allegedly won their elections in 2022, where 60% of machines failed on election day in the state's largest county, Maricopa, and hundreds of thousands of phony or illegal mail-in ballots were believed to have been counted. Notably, Katie Hobbs, as Secretary of State, was responsible for overseeing the elections in 2020 and 2022. I'm not sure if any of us here remember that day back when it happened, whenever 60% of their machines failed on election day. I can only imagine for people in my position that actually work during the election, that would freak me out. I wouldn't know what to do, immediately in that moment with the machines being down. This leak of the September 10 phone call also verifies that the election officials knew about this issue a week or more earlier than they led the public to believe. Arizona GOP chairwoman Gina Swoboda told the Gateway Pundit 2 days ago, "It's my understanding that the secretary knew and informed the governor on September 6th. However, Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richard did not notify the public of the glitch until September 17th. The Gateway Pundit reported on the error announced by Richard and the Arizona Motor Vehicle Department's system that caused nearly 100,000 voter registrations to be validated without verifying the registrant's citizenship." So here's their official election mail. Okay. But this error wasn't new. In fact, for 20 years, a loophole in the system has allowed individuals who received a driver's license before 1996 to vote without citizenship verification, because Arizona began requiring documentary proof of citizenship to vote in 2004. Licenses issued before Arizona required proof of citizenship to drive in 1996, regardless of citizenship status, showed as proof of citizenship on file with the MVD, election officials claim. So this is interesting. I'm going to take a moment to pause here because of what I just read. So before 1996, licenses were issued. Okay, hold on, wait. Did it require proof of citizenship to drive?
No, what the article says is
it's
before
saying regardless.
1996, they did not require citizenship.
Okay, so yeah,
citizenship.
I started to read again while I was talking. So this is interesting to me because they said that they didn't require it then, but where we are now with immigration and immigrants being all over the place, all throughout America, more specifically to what's at the top of my mind, and is it Charleroi and Springfield, Ohio? So Charleroi, Pennsylvania, and Springfield, Ohio, how people are just getting licenses and they don't have citizenship status is the alleged claims. But there was a time in America where, or in certain states, more specifically Arizona, where they did let you get a license without proof of citizenship. So I didn't know that.
New Mexico still does. The only way you have to prove citizenship is to get the real ID.
The real ID
is a federal ID.
Yeah, and so in Texas, our deadline is approaching near fast to get the real ID. So, and that's mandatory here in Texas for everyone to have one. So you have to go up there and get your stuff switched over. And
here you can get ID and driver's license that isn't the real ID. The only one you have to prove citizenship for is the real ID. So I think if they're going to do ID for voting, it's going to have to be the real ID, because there's podunk states like New Mexico that make exceptions, you know?
Yeah. You know, I find that, you know, I say it all the time, you know, the thing about America is like every state is its own little country, and New Mexico and Texas, you know, we're right there. And it's just interesting that in Texas, it's like, hey, you have until this day to get this ID. If you don't have this ID, we will be contacting you. Over 30 million people. You better make sure you better make sure.
What they're doing is they're gonna cancel your existing driver's license, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Your current ID, if it's not real ID, will no longer be valid, is what they're doing, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. That's what they're doing. So anybody in Texas, if you haven't did it, go and do it. Okay, go and do it. So if a driver received a license prior to 1996, he did not have have a documented proof of citizenship on file. But then if he got a duplicate license, in the case of losing a license, for example, the issuance date would be updated in the statewide voter registrations interface with MVD. During the 40-minute phone call, the Democrat officials debated how to proceed in what Hobbs described as an urgent, a dire situation. Attorney General Chris Mays and Secretary of State Adrian also worried they would be accused of election fraud in 2024 and beat up no matter what the hell we do. Well, I think what matters is the fact that this was leaked, and as long as you address it head on, the people might be okay. I don't know. When this goes public, it is going to have all of the conspiracy theorists in the globe, in the world, coming back to relitigate the past 3 elections, at least in Arizona, said Governor Katie Hobbs, noting that it will validate the issue of illegals voting in elections. Well, isn't that the issue, Katie Hobbs? Isn't that the issue? So people have been saying it, and it turns out that it was true. So just take the L. It's okay. Chris Mays reportedly expressed worry that they could come under fire for disenfranchising Republican voters, who reportedly were more likely to have driver's licenses issued before the citizenship requirements were implemented. Hobbs, who did not
I want to comment on that, Portia.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's proof positive that as you get older, you get more conservative. Because these are people issued license before 1996, and they're saying they're more likely to be Republican. It's because they're older people.
I've heard that quite a bit, that, the older that you get, the more conservative you become, even, in your lifestyle as well as in the way that you vote. So that is an interesting thing to point out. And so now these people are like, okay, well, wait a minute. Let's see. Hobbs, who did not want to discuss the affected voters' party preferences out of fear of politicizing the issue, was met with Chris Mays reportedly telling her in an incredulous tone, I mean, Katie, I understand your point about not politicizing this, but the reality is that if we let this happen, all of these elections are challengeable. They're going to be calling for a new election. So, Katie, listen, Katie, I hear you, but this is what it is. This is where we are, Katie. Their solution to this issue proposed by the Democrat Secretary of State, Adrian, was a friendly lawsuit, which, as the Gateway Pundit reported, was filed by Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer. It makes sense, as the Democrat leaders were worried about politicizing the issue that affected more Republican voters. They would use Richer, a Republican in name only, Republicans, I tell you, to file a lawsuit. Richer's lawsuit called for the affected voters, mostly Republicans, to be registered as federal-only voters, who, under state law, cannot vote in local elections because they have not provided documentary proof of citizenship. The emergency lawsuit filed in the state's highest court was quickly ruled upon, and affected voters will still be allowed to vote on a full ballot. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. This is a developing story. So that would be the same thing that's similar to what will take place here in Texas if you do not have your real ID. So it looks like they have that issue there in Arizona, and hopefully they mend that with their voters, and hopefully they keep their voters well informed.
Do you go to the rodeos there in Texas, Portia?
Of course I do. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so do they do there what they do here at the rodeos, and they got a guy there registering people to vote?
So at our rodeos here, is where I'm located. No, we don't have people on the grounds registering people to vote. Not that I've seen.
Well, the
I've
last
not
rodeo
seen.
I went to, there was a guy registering people to vote, and half the bronc riders were obviously of Mexican descent, and he was registering them all to vote. They all had ID, so I assumed they were all citizens. But a bunch of them had Arizona ID, and it kind of makes me wonder. This was years ago. I haven't been to a rodeo in a while.
Yeah, no, I've never seen anything like that here in Texas. As far as our rodeos are concerned, of course, there's so many other things going on, but they're not registering folks to vote. They've been cracking down on this voter registration in Texas, though. Like it's gotten more strict. I'm not upset about it, though. I do appreciate it. Now, there are some things that I feel have made the process more complicated for people like me, who has to sign the ballots. And we can't use stamps anymore. For example, we used to be able to have stamps to stamp on the back of our ballots because we use machines, and we take the ballot, they insert the ballot into the machine, and then they process the ballot once they are done. But at the end of the night, whenever we take all of the ballots back, we count our ballots and we make sure all of our ballots match up with the numbers on the machine. Now, there was an issue, well, several issues here in Texas where stamps were being misused improperly by poll workers, and there were some sort of election fraud issues with that. And so now we have to sign all of them. And I did sign them all at one point, but then I got a stamp because I got tired of signing everything. But like now we're back to signing every single ballot. And of course, you want to make your signature look nearly the same as much as you possibly can. And no one else can sign that ballot but me. Why is this doing this? I don't know. Let me see if I refresh this page really quick. But there seems to be a lot of issues. Oh, goodness gracious. Sorry. Okay, great. HB, I saw your comment in the chat. It's okay. Take your time. I know you're working. I know you're working. But there's been a lot of issues, of course, surrounding voting and all of that. And so it seems like a lot of states, and be it because which you told us about the story where you are, and it was actually the Republicans. And so now you have a lot of Republicans saying it's the Democrats, but I definitely believe that fraud happens on both sides. So I don't just want to make this a left thing. I do believe that it happens on both sides, but what needs to be done is what's being done right now. You guys just need to go through your register list, see who's dead, see who's alive, make sure all of these things have been taken care of, and we're not sending ballots out to people that aren't living, that we don't have ballot harvesting and people casting votes for other people. That would help. But, every place is different. Now, in Oregon, they revealed that hundreds of non-citizens were mistakenly registered to vote since 2021. Now, it's 2024. What can we do about that now? In Arizona, they said it's challengeable, but I just don't know what you would do. I mean, I understand the process, but I just don't. You can't get those years back, if that makes sense. So if they did challenge these elections and Katie Hobbs was found to not have won governor, does that mean that Carrie Lake becomes governor now? Or do they hold a special election?
Well, and more to the point, everything that she's initiated or signed off on in the 2 years, how do we reconcile all of that?
Yeah, so and that's a lot, It just seems it's like it's a lot. Now, of course, comparable to the border, okay, we have all these people over here. So what do we do to get them out? Do we just let them stay? Do we make them citizens? It's a lot. It's a lot. And so Katie Hobbs, she's been the governor for the last couple of years. So, okay, she lost. Usually contested elections are, within the year, let alone within the month, or maybe 2 months of the actual election. But to actually, because Carrie Lake is a type that would challenge this, and she's not going to stop. And so do they get to have a vote again? I don't know. We don't.
Does she even want to be governor now, though, that she's running for federal office?
Yeah, does she even want to be? That's true.
Like, that's another question. If she wins this election coming up and takes a federal seat in Congress, does she even want to be a governor?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know.
She's running again. I get the ads every day.
Yeah, she sure is. Yep. Let's see. So we have more than
my internet believes I'm in Arizona for some reason. From the Starlink, I get all the Arizona political ads.
That's crazy. More than 300 non-citizens in Oregon eligible to apply for driver's license were also mistakenly registered to vote, officials admitted this week in what they chalked up to be a data entry issue. In an initial analysis, the Oregon Department of Transportation found that 306 non-citizens statewide were registered to vote, and 2 have cast ballots in elections since 2021. It is illegal for a non-citizen to cast a ballot in a federal election. Now, these numbers don't seem too staggering in comparison to the other numbers that I've seen, the hundreds of thousands. So we're talking about 300 people and only 2 have voted. Now, we are talking about Oregon. So hopefully we will see if something happened to those people. However, to any of you out there in Texas, if you are not a citizen, and if you are a felon, do not vote. Just don't do it. Okay? I don't do it. The state of Texas will come down on you harder than the man that we talked about earlier with that axe. Okay? Just don't do it. Don't do it. Officials expect to find more instances of the error as they continue to investigate. DMV Administrator Amy Joyce told the Oregonian on Friday it was basically a data entry issue. No big deal. No big deal. Spokesperson Kevin Glenn for the Department of Transportation. Oregon passed a motor voter law about a decade ago, which automatically registers people under 18 and older to vote when they apply for a new license or renew an existing one. And that's what Witchy was saying earlier, whenever Latino was saying what he was saying. So they just automatically register you. When
they don't even tell you. You have to know and opt out.
Yeah. And that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? That's even, see, because whenever I get into this stuff, because, as I've said, I actually do this work, but it's like, so if mail-in ballots are a thing, you said that you got a ballot for your mother whom has passed. Latino has gotten 2 and his wife has gotten 1, and to his knowledge she's never been registered.
Well, he said 1 was at the beginning of the year. I suspect he got a primary ballot and then a general ballot. I doubt he got 2 general ballots. They weren't sending out general ballots at the beginning of the year. Those were primary ballots.
So he got a primary, and then he said he sent something back.
That would be my guess, is he got a primary and a general, because he said 1 he got at the beginning of the year. The only thing sent out at the beginning of the year are the primary ballots, right?
Yeah. In his state, I'm sure. I know, like in Texas, we have elections like every 2 to 3 months. So we vote a lot here, but I'm assuming in his state, 1 for primaries and then now the 1 for generals. But if we're in a state like in Oregon and they automatically register people, that makes me wonder, does that mean they automatically mail out ballots to people as well? And how many people, I wonder how many people know that they voted in the last election or not. And growing up, there was this stigma around you don't tell anybody who you vote for, or people aren't supposed to know who you vote for. Like, that's private information. However, in the state of Texas, uh, you can look up your voting record online. Just like I shared that link with Latino. Like, I'm like, hey, use this link. You can look it up and see if you're registered to vote. Now, I'm not sure if in Massachusetts you can see which party you're registered for or who you voted for last, in the last several elections. But in Texas, you can. So you kind of know what's going on in the voting world. But people kind of need to, I know a lot of people may not care about this, but if you do, you should check to see if you're registered to vote. If you know, in fact, you did not register to vote. Because just imagine that. All of these people who get automatically registered to vote, they have no clue about it. They turn 18, they get their little license. They want to get their 18-year-old license instead of their, I forget what it's called when you're 16 or 15.
Provisional.
The provisional license?
You're allowed to, you're not supposed to have a bunch of passengers, and you can't drive after a certain time at night. And
because whenever I did my driver's ed, I got that. And then whenever I turned 18, then I got, of course, when I turned 16, I got my license. But whenever I turned 18, I had to have 18 on there. That was important to me. So there's maybe a lot of kids out there that don't even know that they are registered, and adults, because some people have never voted before, ever.
Well, a lot of the disenfranchised people, those in lower economic statuses, get at least some form of government aid. They get WIC, they get Medicaid for their kids, they get school lunch program, or they get, maybe even the full TANF, or, those sort of benefits. I know in my state, and I do know in Colorado as well. In Colorado, they give you the option to opt in to register to vote. But in New Mexico, you have to opt out or they register you. Also in New Mexico, we allow non-citizens to garner benefits. As such, it makes me wonder if those people are automatically opted in to register to vote too, unless they opt out.
Yeah, so many questions. It's just,
and this is why I have no faith in the vote. I mean, not to mention the fact that the two people you get to choose from for most elections are already pre-chosen before you're given a choice.
That's the thing about the whole idea of the more you know. The more you know. Sometimes I have the moment where I wish, it's like, I wish I didn't know that. I just wish I didn't know that. Because now that I know about these things, I care. And it's like, well,
ignorance is bliss.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I want to do something about it. I want to do something about that. So here it says, while this error is regrettable, the Secretary and the Elections Division stand by automatic voter registration and its many benefits. Governor Christine Kotek said the error was discovered because the DMV and the Secretary of State were doing their due diligence ahead of the 2024 election. Well, it's about time. Okay.
So why don't we do what other countries do? It's automatic when you turn 18. I mean, if you're registered at birth through a birth certificate, that's digital now. Why not at 18? Anybody registered at birth through a birth certificate is, the computers do it. They get registered. Anybody else has to apply.
I mean, if especially in regards to this topic, if we're talking about citizenship, and the real ID and all of that stuff, that makes sense.
That way you don't have so many agencies participating in registering to vote. You have one agency that does it, the birth vital records.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense, but it sounds too simple. And for some reason, complicating things, because there are a lot of agencies. There's so many of them. I mean, it's probably been a month or so now, but we did talk about a story, or maybe a couple of weeks. I don't know. We stream 24 hours, so I don't know. But there was a mother who went to maybe it was last week, a mother who went to her daughter's school, because at the school, whenever the kids are getting ready to turn 18, they automatically register the kids at school.
They take them into the office and encourage them as to what party to register with too. And they do it on an individual basis. They don't offer forms in the front office. They don't have an assembly where everybody's brought in and offered to register. They take them on an individual basis and try to influence them as to what party to register with you.
Yeah,
I watched that with you guys.
Yeah. So yeah, that story there. And I thought that was so crazy. And y'all know I'm a teacher, and I teach middle school and high school, and in all of my years in education, I've never heard of that before. Now, of course, different states, I get it, but I've never heard of that before, and it just blew my mind. I'm like, what? That's crazy. And even me, whenever I was in high school, no way. And I'm in a state like Texas, in a state where maybe people would assume that that's something that we do. I've never heard of that. That just blew me away. And I'm like, gosh, this is a lot, but to Stanley, what he always mentions is, good parenting and things like that. I had my parents, talk to us and take us to register to vote and do all of that. I had that process, but to have it happen at school. So I'm in class and I get pulled out by this voter registrar lady, and she pulls me into her office and we have a conversation, and I'm registering to vote while I'm at school. That doesn't even sound right to me, but different states, different
well, like here in New Mexico, for the longest time, you could go to a school nurse at the middle and high schools and receive birth control through the school nurse without notifying your parents. Now they've expanded that to include gender affirming care through the nurse at your school without informing your parents. So I'm not surprised that states are trying to influence how these kids vote as well.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And, again, on a state by state basis, but in Texas, that is absolutely illegal. And we talked about it yesterday.
I think it should be illegal to do any kind of medical care to a child without their parents' consent.
Yeah, it should be. I agree with that. I just feel like, they're not our kids. We are in the care of them, for 8 hours out of the day, but they're not our children. These parents need to know it. At the end of the day, they're still minors. I mean, what are we doing? I just feel like, big things like that, parents need to know. And, for the teachers out there that don't feel like parents need to know, you probably shouldn't be teaching. But you want to keep your parents involved and keep a steady flow of communication about the things that are going on your school's campus so that they know. So this is also something.
And the only reason that came to light, the video that you guys shared and what you're talking about, is because a child went home and told a parent who cares. How many other kids have been taken into the office that their parents didn't come into the office and say, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah. That's another problem too.
She was not the first one taken into the office this year and registered to vote.
Yeah, having that open line of communication to where your child, like, how was your day? And to where their parents actually will come up here. But you'd be surprised. I don't know if you saw this part of the interviews, the street interviews yesterday, but there's a teacher that was in DC, and she was talking about how she has not seen one parent this entire school year. And it's like, it's like that. It's like that a whole lot. Do you see them? Do they call? Do they respond? Do they answer? Do they anything? And it's just like, some of them are so disconnected, but the ones that are,
I took my kids out of public schools because of how much overreach it has gotten to. There's enough apathetic parents that have just allowed the schools to take over raising their children, period. And those are the kids I don't want around my kids. It's not even about the teachers, although I had issues. My children have disabilities, and I've had issues with teachers, with staff, with other students. We had a kid pick up a chair and throw it at another kid in class and not get in trouble because, they have behavioral issues. It's not the parents and the teachers I want to keep away. It's those other kids, these kids that are being raised by the state. They have no idea and no sense of responsibility or respect.
Yeah. Whenever I have children, I want to homeschool my kids.
I wouldn't even want them at the school that I teach at. I just much rather teach my kids or have them be a part of a homeschool coalition, and we have a lot of homeschool coalitions here. And
Yeah, we're part of a co-op, and I do most of it myself. I, I do participate in something called unschooling, but not to the extreme. Like I still use textbooks. I'm not proficient enough, even in the areas I feel that I excel, to veer away completely from texts.
yeah, I like using textbooks too. Now, of course, with COVID and all of that, it gave us, they created so many wonderful things that you could just do online. But what I found with the online, and which is why I stay away from it with my kids, is, I have to keep continuously checking my hound on my computer to make sure that they're on the right screen. I have to kick them off other screens. They get distracted. They're not paying attention. They're just looking at this screen, but they're more engaged whenever they don't have their digital form of education. But some kids, they do well with that.
I think there's a mental connection too with having physical textbooks. That's why I purchased them. I find that there is something to actually putting your hands on the book and pen to paper. It's not just with motor skills, of course, but just in general, there's a mental state that you go into when you're sitting with a textbook at a table versus the source of all human information in your hand.
Yep, it is. And they retain that information better as well.
Well, it narrows the focus because that textbook only contains specific data, whereas when you hand them a computer, it has a bajillion bytes of data,
Mm-hmm. And that's since we're talking about it, there's another article that I saw today, and it says show the courage to keep cell phone ban in New York City schools. I've not heard about this, and I wanted to read it because I'm interested about a cell phone ban. It says it's the best idea that the City Department of Education has probably ever had, banning phones in schools, and the bureaucrats didn't even have the courage to stick by it. Chancellor David Banks reversed course on Wednesday, saying now is not the time to do it, and that any ban needed to be studied first, which means years of feet dragging while classrooms suffer. That stated reason was a lockdown on the Upper West Side last month at the Louis D. Brandeis High School. The gun scare that sparked it turned out to be unfounded, but some parents were furious they couldn't reach their children right away, which wouldn't have changed a thing. It's a part of the job of schools to keep kids safe, which is something that I mentioned last night. Whenever parents drop their children off here, their children are now our responsibility. We have to keep the kids safe. We have to try. And teachers and administrators at Brandeis reacted correctly by making them shelter in place, of course, because that's what we do. Having 1,000 ringing cell phones would not have made a difference and even could have exposed students to greater danger. And whatever benefit there is from having instantaneous access is far outweighed by the negatives. Phones cause and fuel disciplinary problems. Study after study has shown they harm the mental health of young people and increase bullying. Most important, they distract from education. Oh, don't they? Kids are scrolling through TikTok, checking their text messages, playing mobile games when they should be learning. And this is, in fact, true. Teachers overwhelmingly favor keeping them out of the classroom. I am one of those teachers. I'll tell you what we do here at my school in a second. The best schools in the country already ban phones. Refusing to do so, and struggling schools will only make a bad situation worse. Don't kowtow to a small number of parents, Chancellor Banks. Stand up for the vast majority of us who want our children off their phones and paying attention. Well, you deal with that issue where parents do want their children to have their phones, but at my school, there's we have the locker law or we have the classroom law. So in high school, it's different from middle school. So in middle school, that's the locker law. In high school,
it's classroom law. So the moment that, because our kids line up outside of our doors and we greet them to come into the class, and we have our nice little containers that they provided us with that have the lovely cushion, because we don't want to be responsible for a broken phone, where they have to put their phones in that bin before they walk into the classroom. Now, if something were to happen, I have the phones in the classroom with me, and you are free to get your phone in the event there was an emergency. However, they cannot have their phones during class time. But of course, as we're wrapping up, last 3 minutes of class, they get their phones back, and they are allowed to, as they transition through passing period, they can text on their phones, do whatever they want to do. But we do our very best to keep phones out of the classroom. Now, of course, you do have students, because kids will be kids. They'll do that thing where they won't follow the locker law, or they won't follow the classroom law, and they get caught with their phone. Well, then that's when we take next steps. For me, I'm at a charter school, so I am the guidelines of what that looks like. So the first incident, I'm just going to keep it until the end of the day. Yep, nope, you're not getting it back until the end of the day. The next incident is, no, your parent's going to have to come in. Yep, I'm going to keep it, and then your parent's going to have to come and get it. And the third is where I will then turn it into administration, and that's when you're going to have to pay to get it back.
So what about, though, that this issue that's created with that sort of enforcement that we're seeing in videos out now of one student beat his teacher over his what was it, a Game Boy or whatever those things are now?
Oh yeah, that one kid.
And the other girl who maced her teacher over herself taking the cell phone in the classroom.
Mm-hmm. I have not had an issue like that before. Even whenever I did work in a public school, and the public school that I worked at was ooh-wee, okay? It was the heartland of the Bloods, the Crips, and the cartel kids. I didn't have that issue at all, but I just feel like maybe...
No, you're going to find that more in suburbia. No offense, but hood kids are used to mom taking shit away. It's the rich, spoiled kids who think they have entitlement to their property.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like that has a lot to do with the culture of the school. And that's going to be up to, of course, the staff and the administration and the way that we run things. And, being a part of a fortified team to make sure that, we might do things different, because, we all have our own teaching styles, but we all keep that same culture with the phone, so the kids know that I'm not singling you out. I'm not just picking on you. You already know the rules. You know what time it is. And so they'll just hand it over. I've never had a kid threaten me or anything like that, but I do understand that is an issue. I just believe that they probably need to work on their culture, and they need to make sure that they need to hold the teachers accountable as well. And of course, the administrators need to support the teachers whenever they make complaints about a lot of the scary things that kids do. And teachers need to know that the administration has their back whenever they find themselves fearful.
Well, and then you also have to take into account that, like, there was a video of those students assaulting the teachers because other students had phones. Like, instances where there's abuses of school police officers against children or teachers against children. I know there was recently in my state a story about a paraplegic child whose mom hid a cell phone in her chair in order to catch the aide abusing her child during the day. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why there would be an argument, I think, as to whether or not, the pros and cons of having this sort of stuff. Maybe if we could assure the parents they had access to videos inside, video feed inside the classroom, some sort of CCTV that parents have access to, or, I mean, there has to be some solution to that, because a lot of instances of abuse have gone on for years and are only being caught now because of the availability of cell phones.
Yeah.
as far as the CCTV, I know like in our primary school they have that option, but we don't have it in the secondary school. But there's always the good old fashioned phone call. But the one thing I think is that whenever something is going on at the school, instead of the adult contacting the other adult, the adults just talk to their kids. And whenever we're trying to reach out to parents and let them know, because we've had issues, every school has issues, where you need to reach out and you have to go down your call list of your homeroom class and call all of the parents, let them know what's going on. We've had that, but whenever we call, the parents don't answer, but whenever their kids call, they do. Whenever we text, they don't respond. Whenever their kids text, they do. They might not, respond right away given what they're doing, but I just don't. I mean, listening to you and just thinking about this stuff more so out loud, it's just like, what do you do? It's almost like a losing battle, and it's just like, well, I guess just let the kids keep the phones, because.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is it's a pretty interesting debate for the pros and cons to see what would be the best solution. For me, the best solution is just not participating in public schools.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do recognize that cannot be the solution for everybody. A lot of people don't have the opportunity, or they think they don't, because people think that there has to be this 8 hours of sitting down with your child in front of them like a teacher would in a classroom. Well, that teacher has 35 students. That's why it takes her fucking 8 hours.
Right.
If you have 1 or 2 students, it shouldn't take you that long to impart the same knowledge.
I appreciate you saying that. What you just said is so funny, because parents, whenever you deal with parents in that context, it's like they forget, because I imagine that they went to school too. And whenever they were in school, they knew it was more than 30 of them, or at the very least, it was more than 20 of them in that class. But there's only one teacher. And whenever I'm teaching, okay, that's 35 to 45 different personalities. They all learn differently. They all have different energies. Some of them come in and it's a bad day. You ain't really fooling with them. They put their head down. I'm not gonna bother you. You handle whatever it is you got going on, type of thing. Everybody's different, but it does take time, because you can be in the middle of the lesson. Of course, you have your class clowns. I like to crack jokes too, so that's a given. And then you have kids that just don't understand. You have to explain it a little bit longer, and then you have to decide as a teacher in that moment, okay, do I continue? And then during independent practice, I go deal with them, or I have to assess how many kids are struggling with the same issue, and do I want to continue? Like, there's so many different things. But whenever because at my school we do small groups, so we'll pull 5 to 6 kids at a time, and whenever we have that more individualized attention, it's easier than kids being in a larger group setting. So I say all of that to say, to support what it is that you're saying, because whenever you do have a smaller group of kids, it is easier, and you do not have to spend 8 hours a day. And what's extra special about that is those kids are yours. You're not dealing with somebody else's kids that don't do things like you do, that don't run their house the same way that you run yours. But you see, teachers, we have to deal with all of that. So it does take all day long. But
and then there's the administrative part of it, because as parents, we want data. So as a parent, since I'm doing it directly with my child, there's nobody who has to compile the data to give it to me as well. So you're not only collecting this data while teaching them, you've also got to, record this data, quantify it, and return that to the parents. I don't have to answer to anybody. You have to answer to, 35 sets of parents as to why you gave this particular grade. I just got to answer to myself if I think my child actually got the concept, not if it was quantifiable.
Yeah, and then two, that's one class. So I have over, I don't know if you're ready, I have over 1,200
kids.
Right. I was gonna say that's I'm talking elementary level. When you get up into the higher levels, these teachers are dealing with over 1,000 students a day, and
Miss
and
Witchy,
their parents.
I can't do elementary. Lord knows I can't. My patience is just not set up for it. But that's one thing that a lot of parents don't consider, because it's just like, man, your kid isn't the only one. Now, of course, we keep up with all of our kids. I know every last one of their names. And most of them, they've been here since I've been here, and I've been here for a while. So I have relationships with them. I know them. I know how they learn. I know what they need, things like that. But I often think about me in my role and how I would do it at home with my own children, and how I would be able to say, okay, hey, we probably don't even have to do school every day. We could probably do Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we'll have all of our subjects. We'll go through and we'll spend however much time, but I believe it'll be more focused so that the kids would retain, the information better.
Well, and you're able to do more hands-on. And I want to throw this out here real quick, Portia. God bless you, and I commend you for what you do. I could not do it. I can homeschool my own children, like you said, because they are my own children. But dealing with all those other people's children, never. I like, someone asked me, how come since I'm homeschooling, why don't you open like classes? You could make a business out of it. And I was like, nah, not a chance.
Miss Witchy, I've been approached with that a lot, and I think I've talked about it on the channel maybe once or twice. And I've been kind of in this space where there are so many coalitions around me, so many, and wanting to have a math teacher, or because I do private tutoring as well, but just getting out of the school altogether, and being able to step into a situation where the job feels rewarding, because it doesn't feel as rewarding now as it once did. We have our moments, but taking in or stepping into like a co-op and working with other kids in the community outside of the school, I think it's a great thing, and I love that so many parents are doing this. But I can also understand how it's just like, hey, I got my two. That's it.
Well, and we do participate in a co-op, and they go to clubs, and like you have to have socialization with people their own age, and although I do have 5 children, their ages are gapped, so it's and you still want them to have more than just other kids in your home to socialize with. So I'm all for that, and so you do end up participating, but this idea of actually like taking on a class of students,
yeah,
I'm good with my own. And I know people said that during COVID they got a taste of homeschooling and they didn't like it. No, you didn't. You got a taste of public schooling at home and you didn't like it. Now think about what you would change about it, and that's what would be homeschooling. Because what we did during COVID was they just took the public school in our kitchen on a computer. It was not, and it made it more difficult for the students and the teachers, because it's a lot harder to gauge the engagement. It's harder to measure the engagement and the retention through Zoom than it is face to face. It just is.
It is. That was one thing too during COVID. That's the nicest that parents have ever been, and that's whenever their kids were at home. And here in Texas, they weren't at home long, but they were just so grateful. Sending us gift baskets, and because we were here, teaching from our classrooms while the kids were at home. But I just knew during COVID that we were going to be stepping into this new territory of parents being better with their children's education and their teachers, because they were so grateful. But the moment that it was time for the kids to come back, the bell doesn't ring until 8:03 for our first period class. I usually get to the school around 6:30, 7, maybe 7:30 if I'm running late. whenever the first day back before, and the first day back to school, I want to be at work early. So I'm talking like 5:30 in the morning. I'm not lying to you. Kids were at the gate waiting. 5:36 in the morning. Kids are at the gate because my school is like a fortress. You can't get in here. So the parents, they just dropped their kids off. It's like they were that excited to be rid of their children. It's, coming into daylight, early morning, drop their kids off. They just left them. And I'm at a charter school. We don't have school buses, so we have car line. So the parents actually have to come and pick their children up and drop them off, right? And so instead of them picking them up, when they're supposed to, parents not coming to pick their kids up to 7, 8 o'clock at night whenever kids came back from COVID. It was insane. So it's like y'all are dropping them off at like 5:36 in the morning. They have a smooth 2 hours before they have to be in class. Kids aren't allowed into the building until 7:30. And you're just dropping them off outside the gate. I was like, okay. And then it's like the parents became even more disconnected after COVID than they were during COVID and before. It's like they just completely checked out. It's like they had to spend all that time with their kids or have their kids at home all that time that they just didn't want to deal with them anymore. And so now the babysitting aspect of teaching it's so much more than I've ever felt. And it's like these parents, it's just like they kind of like gave up. Not all of them, of course, but most of them.
Well, the way that most states set up the distance learning was very difficult to make it work for both the teaching staff and for the parents. And it created this stress around schooling that parents were happy to let go of. And if it had been handled differently, I think you would see less of this. But what you've seen is a growth in apathy, right, of the parents, because they're like, well, I can't fucking do this, so you do it.
Right. Right, exactly.
Yeah, I can't do homeschooling that way either. If I tried to do homeschooling the way that they did distance learning, I would burn out a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I've homeschooled. I have adult children who I've homeschooled. One is an electrician. One is in his 4th year at New Mexico Tech, which is a university. And I homeschooled both of them. My daughter, on the other hand, my adult daughter went through public schools the whole way. I give choice to my kids. Mm-hmm. They all started out in public schools for the socialization, because kindergarten and 1st grade are really more about the socialization. They all started out there, and then they were given a choice to homeschool with me or to continue with the public schools. I'm not adverse to assimilating my children to society, so to speak. I'm adverse to them being brainwashed in ideals that aren't my own. So, and the one thing that most people don't realize about homeschooling is what's beautiful about it is I get to individualize the education to the student. Mm-hmm. So I don't have to follow this cookie cutter thing. And when you're trying to enforce that cookie cutter that works in the classroom in people's homes, it creates a huge tension and stress in those homes. So I could see how parents were ready to alleviate themselves of it.
Yeah, because it's not tailored in that way. Like the way that we structure our lesson plans too. And and another thing about homeschooling too is our administration, they tell us what we can and can't use a lot of the times. Hold on, wait, I think somebody's in the back. Let's see. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're given a list of acceptable material, right?
Yes, and we have, different programs that we can use, but I institute a lot of my own things because I don't like a lot of the new ways.
But you're charter, right? So charter, that's easier to do.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm charter. MPC the game.
How are you? It's me. Yeah.
Have you been over
How are you
here?
guys doing? I never met you. What's your name is Portia? No, I've talked to John before and some of the other guys. Yeah.
I've seen him on the panel, Portia. I
Okay.
don't know him personally, but I have seen him watching some dens.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You gotta check, gotta make sure.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Well,
Yeah, you guys are talking about school, huh?
Yeah, we're talking about school. I was gonna change the topic to something else because I know, two women up here, we're talking about education. It's important.
Well, I mean, I'm a teacher. That's my
You're a
job.
teacher? Really? That's
Yeah.
We got
Yeah.
three teachers up here then.
Well, 3. You teach too. You teach.
That's
Yes,
okay.
I
We
do.
got 3 teachers up here then. Mine isn't.
Mhm. So what do you teach?
Yeah. I teach English.
What grade? Are you secondary, primary?
No, I teach anywhere from first graders all the way to high school. I teach overseas. Yeah, I don't live in the States anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So that's
So
going to be
Yeah.
completely different from anything
So
that.
are you talking ESL when you say you teach English?
yeah, I mean, yeah, basically. But the kids, the students I teach, they're have a high level. So and mostly we teach English through teaching science and math and also do a lot of creative writing and essay writing and stuff like that. So and read a lot of cool books and stuff, novels and stuff. So yeah, that's what we do. That's what I do. Which is funny because I never thought I would become a teacher. Now I think that sometimes for some of us teachers that it's our karma for giving our own teachers a hard time back in the day.
The thing, I was a good one. I was
That's
willing
my
to-
joke.
Yeah, I know, and that's a great joke because when I first started out teaching, and did you ever teach in the States?
Tutoring and stuff, but that was my main mission. Yeah.
So
And DC, you're from Thailand, right? You're from
Thailand, Taiwan.
Oh,
Yes.
John, you just be popping
Hey,
up.
John. Yeah.
You like the I don't even know what to call you. You just be popping up out of nowhere sometimes, and I'm not always looking at the screen.
Yeah.
I'm cleaning all day in another place. The background's a little different, but
Yeah. John did the math on my city out here in Taiwan, Thailand, the oldest city. Yeah.
be a break right now for me though. I've been working all day.
Yeah, we see you over there cleaning and stuff. So you are in a different place, different culture. So I know that the things that we're talking about and the stories that I've told about my experience, that's just not what you're going through. It's probably a lovely experience, I imagine.
I'll just say it's lovelier than what some of the stuff you said, but it's not all roses though. Definitely not. I was actually like really fascinated by when you were talking about like homeschooling and stuff, and how witchy I think you gave your children an option after going to school, because like I have a 6-year-old son and he goes to public school out here, and before he was born, like I had my ideas like I want to homeschool my children and all this, and I started to get like curriculum ready and whatnot, but life happens and it didn't work out that way. But I think I get what you were saying about like the socialization. That's part of the reasons why I was okay with sending him to public school, at least the first couple years of school, and plus he gets a good handle on Chinese and stuff out here. But so
Yeah, I absolutely think that, especially in those first couple of years of school, where it's more about learning social norms and social cues than actual ideologies, I think that's a great time for them to be publicly schooled. I think as they get older and you start to specialize into what your interests are and where your strengths lie, that individualized learning becomes more conducive to producing a healthy adult. Individualized learning at a small age. At a small age, most of what you're learning are social norms and communication, and you need to socialize for that.
right.
Speaking of that too, during COVID, so many kids lost out on that. Too many.
too many kids did not have that. And so you had the 2 years. So what was strange, and the one thing that I don't agree with, and you guys can let me know your thoughts, and John, we know that you are the COVID expert. However, 2 years, just about, kids are out. And, even though Texas had lifted all of those, bans and whatnot, kids still weren't coming to school. Their parents weren't bringing them. I mean, 21 days for a habit, we're talking about more than 365. And so we weren't at capacity for a long time. We're just now back to capacity this school year, actually. So the last time the kids were in school, I have a third grader. And the next time they're in school, now they're in the 6th grade. Last time they were in school, they were 9. I have the last time a kid was in school, they were in the 5th grade. Well, now they're in the 8th grade. Then, again, for the kids who just did not come back, we have kids, the last time they were in school, they were in the 2nd grade. Now they're back in school, they're in the 7th grade. There was no in between. And to trust that the parents or the distance learning is all working, you have kids that came back to school off COVID the last time that they were there. Not only did they miss out on those social cues, they also missed out on all of the things, the foundations to be able to step into a middle school, and then from a middle school to a high school.
Well, especially with math, I think that's the biggest issue I have with a lot of the parents that I co-op with. A lot of the people I co-op with are unschoolers. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with that term, but it's 100% student-led. They don't purchase textbooks, They sign their kids up for classes that they want to be in. And a lot of these kids have zero math skills. And one of the things with my adult children that I homeschooled that I recognized they have some issues with in the educational area was math. So I've really focused in on being more careful about getting those foundational skills of math laid down with my younger two. Because math, particularly, if you don't have the foundational skills and you get to college, you can't even take basic college algebra, which is a prerequisite for every degree.
Yeah.
If you don't have those foundations, and then you're stuck in tutoring, trying to take what's considered to be a general study course.
I remember reading an article in New York. It was a while back. And it was about more or less how grocery stores trick people. How they say, hey, it's 3 for $3.30, $3.33, right? And then it may be $4 individually. And people couldn't figure out, should they buy 3 or should they just buy 1? They couldn't figure this type of shit out. And so I think it's just like the transactional math that people really have trouble with. Can they go in their grocery store and figure out how much is this per pound if it's packaged at 1.5 pounds? A lot of people can't figure that shit out.
You don't have to do that anymore. If you look in every store now, there's a little tag that tells you how much it costs. And if you look, they're required by law to tell you what that breaks down to, price per ounce, price per pound. Most people just don't bother to read.
Well, I think you are correct. But, there are different quantities where they could have it priced by ounce, and another one would be priced by gallon. Well, shit, if I can't figure out which is which, how many ounces in a gallon, you kind of just at a loss. And they even have to make tape measures now. Anyone that's familiar with tape measures, down to like the 16th of an inch. Because people can't deduce, like, well, half of a quarter is an eighth or something, and so they have to put all the tick marks. And this is just like transactional stuff. This isn't calculus, trigonometry. But I think a lot of people just really need the basics. If someone says the conversion.
That's why I opted on for math this year for my 7th grader. She's doing it's all word problems, and it's actual real life scenarios where you're going to make use of the math. Because one of the arguments we are having over math is, why the hell do I need to learn this? I'm never going to use it. So this, instead of talking about somebody with 50 oranges and 50 apples, This actually takes these word problems and gives you like a whole business scenario. It breaks down the business and gives you numbers that you've got to plug in and formulas so that you see where the math actually applies when you're going to get out into the real world. And I think if kids were given the opportunity to see application more of the foundational skills that they're learning, they'd be more interested in learning them. But unfortunately, the way administration ties the hands of instructors, they're not allowed to give very much in the way of actual application. They're required to stick strictly to textbook learning for the most part.
Well, let me ask you this question. How many of you know, or you may do it yourself, use math beyond, say, basic algebra in your profession?
Well, you know, I do for sure. My thing is, like even in my classroom right now, on my wall, whenever you walk in, you'll see math is in everything. Math is in everything. And so I always try to, tell my kids that, because of course, before kids get to me, whenever they first get to my classroom, there is that, when am I going to ever use this? When am I going to use this? Well, I'm going to show you how and where. And so, John, the example that you gave about being in the grocery store, gallons or pounds and things like that. But there's also miles that you drive, distance. There's also, the equations that we can write from you calculating your bills and budgeting.
How many people are doing the sine, cosine, the tangents? That's geometry.
I'm feeling like,
well, I use geometry in the Navy, basically doing navigation.
The one job I can think of where I've had, I was a software developer where I used math. It wasn't even in software, it was in finance. And even with that, the computers did all the calculations. It was more or less, I had to understand the concepts. And Denizen may be able to chime in here. If rates go up, what happens to prices? Things like that. Where you kind of had to understand the relations of things, but you weren't necessarily doing the calculations. And I think many people's weaknesses are in their everyday life, where they just can't make heads or tails over, how to do their everyday transactions. I think is where people have probably a bigger problem.
Yeah, small transactions. I always tell my kids and the kids that I tutor, my favorite thing to teach is percentages, decimals, and fractions. And by the time my kids are done with me, I'm like, you're set up for life. There's not anything you won't be able to do with these three things. How to break down a part of a whole and how to convert that, speaking of conversions, to a fraction or a decimal, and understanding division, subtraction, multiplication, addition, and how all of these things work together. Because there are rules in math, but there's a way to simplify it, to break it down to a student or even an adult. And in this moment right now, I'm thinking about suggesting that Crack made last week. I need to start doing what I did. Do you remember whenever we played the game over here, John? That's whenever we first started. And I was doing the math questions. And it was a struggle session over here with everybody. And I was doing basic equations. But that was fun. But, I need to think about how I want to do that going forward. Whenever we play games and whatnot, but
heck, they can't even make change. You guys are talking about getting these people to do equations. When you go to a business now and there's a cashier there, I was taught as a cashier in my past life, so to speak, to count up. If somebody hands me 100 and their total's 86.37, I'm going to give them 63 cents and I'm going to tell them that makes 87, 88, 89, 90, and 10 makes 100. Right? But now when I go to get change, they type it into the thing and they hand it back to me. $3.03 is your change.
That's a good
they don't even know how to make change anymore.
Right. And this one, those are the microtransactions again.
Not only that, I was going to say not only that, but you counting back change. Make sure you're right every time, and you're less
Exactly.
likely to get cheated.
Yeah.
I've seen, I've seen customers do that. Oh, I didn't give you a 10. That sort of thing.
Yeah, I worked in the retail clerk business, grocery store business, like for almost 20 years before I moved out here, and I used to count back change all the time, like that, like you just mentioned. It's just that the people that are training people, they don't tell them to do it, and then I guess they didn't. Most of these workers, associates, they didn't think about it, doing it themselves, so they're just gonna do the easy, what they think is the easy way to do it, when in fact they're not covering their bases by counting it back.
See, those are the foundational skills. I think Portia mentioned it. Like long before we get to the geometry and the calculus, like we got to get people able to count change back, because they're going to.
There's a comment, John.
Which comment?
Claris, and this actually did happen.
I can't come up on StreamYard that with my phone by sitting. Sound like I'm driving.
A&W released a third-pound burger to compete with McDonald's quarter pound, but it failed because people thought a quarter was bigger than a third.
Right, and you see what I'm saying, like, right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's those microtransactions that you go through life, where the quarter and the third, you're a better suited person who understands that, can take advantage of the poor person. That's what we have to. That's where the poor people really need to focus, right? Just get that, learn your fractions, be able to read a tape measure. Every child should.
My kids would not take to fractions until I taught them cooking. When I taught them fractions through cooking, they got it immediately. When there's something that you can apply it to, it sticks in the brain.
Yeah.
And I think
some of the best people I know with fractions allegedly used to sell street pharmacy.
There you go.
Yeah, the best mathematicians right there.
And make the kids use tape measures. They're pretty handy around the house.
Yeah, Stanley, that's why I talk about. That's why I talk about things in drug parlance a lot of times, because you got people that probably in the chat that can tell you about an 8-ball versus an ounce and this and that. They can tell you, but they can't correlate that shit over into the real world. So sometimes I put it in their parlance. So that's why you hear me say it.
Well, you know what? I actually wondered and made jokes about it. Now I guess I can't joke about it anymore. You're doing us a service.
Well, you're asking about using geometry in real life.
I respect that.
You're asking about using geometry in real life. So again, I homeschool and I try and do a lot of it with application. Well, we build things. We've built our chicken coop, our rabbit hutches, my greenhouse. We're constantly building. And my children participate in that. If they want something put in their room, we take measurements to see where it's going to fit and how it's going to go. But I don't do that for them. They do it. They come tell me the measurements, and they come tell me, they use the level themselves to make sure that the shelf is level. I don't level it for them. I might sometimes have to give them the muscle, but they've got the smarts,
Which I was just about to say. That, teaching your children, like some of the best math people, aside from bakers, are finished carpenters. They get those angles just right where their molding doesn't have a seam where they don't have to caulk it over. Those people know math very, very well. They may not be class book math teachers or anything like that, but the practical aspects that many people don't have, reading that tape measure, things like that, because that's a matter of degrees at that point. Those type of things are very valuable. And I think the practical learning goes a long way with many children as opposed to just regurgitating it back from a textbook.
Okay, I'm about to, let me see really quick. I want to share something with y'all. I'm just pulling it up really quick because I'm on my MacBook, not my main computer. The icebreaker that I do at the start of my classes with my kids, especially, I can't do 6th grade, but my 7th graders, 8th graders, but even my high school kids, I do this with all of my kids at the beginning of the year. And let's see.
I know it's going to look silly. I know it is. Okay. So here on your screen, you see it's a circle. That's it. It's just a circle. But what I need for you, my biggest class has 43 kids. So all 43 of you, I'm going to give each one of y'all a time. It could be anytime, but I'm going to give y'all a time. Everybody's going to have their own individual time. And you have 3 minutes to draw me a clock and tell me what time it is. I need you to show me where the numbers go on this clock. I need you to show me the big hand and the little hand, whatever it is you think a clock is and however you think a clock is supposed to look. That's what you got to do. 3 minutes. How long do y'all think it takes for them to come up with an answer if I say 2:15?
12 hours.
I think you get 5 or 6 students who get it done instantly. You get the 10 in the back who are discussing their times with each other, and then you get a bunch of blank circles.
You know, I haven't had one yet, and I've been doing this for years. I haven't had one yet. And
get it right?
Get it right. Yeah, get it right.
Oh, wow.
Do you have a clock in your
nobody
room on the wall?
uses them anymore.
Like
yeah.
with hands and
Yeah, I have 3 clocks in my room.
they don't. Oh wow.
Right. And so
Still
now
don't.
it's during the first week of school, whenever we're doing icebreakers and I'm, just trying to assess, trying to see where they are. Of course, it's the expectation now because I'm used to it. I take my clocks down for this activity. But what I find is that they don't know how to tell time. And knowing how to tell time, as I tell my kids, knowing how to tell time is also knowing math. Because you have to be at school because the bell rings at 8:03. The bell to leave is at 4:03. So how many hours in between 8:03 and 4:03? What type of equation do I need to create to solve that? Well, I'm on the basketball team. I have practice at 5 o'clock or I have a game at 7 o'clock. So how many hours between now and then? I need you to start thinking in numbers, right? But whenever you can't even tell me the time, or whenever you're looking at your clock, you have your 12, your 3, your 6, your 9, your intervals in which you count in seconds, minutes, hours, all of these things. It's the basics, simple stuff. Should be, but it's not. And so with me, what I like to do with my kids, even my seniors, my calculus kids, this is where we are. As me and Ms. Switch, we were talking earlier about curriculum. Well, there is a set curriculum that they have for us that they would like for us to use, but I have to do my own thing and I have that freedom in a charter because I need to make sure that you understand the basics before we even, because if you can't tell me the time on a clock, I like to do that with you before we even get into fractions, decimals, and percents because all of these things work hand in hand. But with COVID, it has become more difficult because things like time and change, a lot of these kids can't tell the difference between a nickel and a quarter. They can't. And I know it sounds crazy, but these are the things that they learned in elementary school or that they would have learned in elementary school that they didn't because of COVID. And now they're back. And here I am, Miss Math teacher over here. And I have to now fill in the gaps while also making sure that I hit my goals because I want to keep my job and that my kids are showing proficiency in the subject level. But I have found that the way that I encourage my kids and I teach my kids is it's like I'm walking with them and I'm with them every single step of the way. But that comes with being able to say, hey, okay, we're looking at numbers, we're dealing in numbers. And I tell my kids, and I try to say this when I'm on the panel, we don't talk, we talk numbers in here, okay? And I want you to think in that way. And I want you to be able to use all of the things that we talk about to apply them to your real life and everything that you do, just like Ms. Witchy said, the activities that she has the kids do for geometry, because if we're building a chicken coop, we're gonna have to take down some numbers, or even what John's saying with tape measurements. There's a lot of different things that we need to do to get here. But whenever you get kids to understand how math is incorporated in their everyday life, once they get that, they start to thrive. And once they are able to solve problems in a way to where it makes sense to them, it is the most beautiful thing to witness.
Yeah, that's
Math is the
yeah.
language in which we record logic.
That's true, but it's interesting from Taiwan because most of these students are in college. They end up becoming engineers because this is like the hub for the semiconductor, for example, and math is stressed big time. I don't think they don't even let them use the calculators in high school like they do in the States, and it's
Do they
interesting
use
how
slide rules?
what?
Do they use slide rules?
Yes.
Awesome.
And then
I
yeah.
had a chemistry teacher, Sister Johanna, that would not allow calculators. You either did it in your
Yeah.
head, or she would let you learn to use the slide rule.
Yeah, these kids are like bombarded with their math, and I mean they're good at it in general. However, it seems like I don't know, man. Maybe I'm generalizing, but it kind of sucks the life out of them the way they teach math.
Oh yeah,
here.
wonder what the suicide rate is.
Yeah, I don't think it's as high as Korea, which is really high for young students, but it's still you still hear about. You hear about students here jumping off the building every now and then. I heard that happening in the next city over here.
You
a couple
know,
weeks
it's
ago.
funny. There's in the Navy. There's a nuclear power program, and I have met very few happy nuclear engineers in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough, academically rigorous, and yeah, they're an unhappy bunch. Retention
Yeah,
sucks.
there's not a lot of joy there. Maybe that's just a part of the culture or what, but it's very math heavy here, definitely.
Yeah, I just think that math should be heavy everywhere. And I'm partial. I feel like there, of course, other subjects matter. Again, I'm partial. But for me, my focus as a math teacher, I teach trig, calc, algebra, and geometry. Jesus. My ultimate goal by the time that my kids walk up out of here is that they feel accomplished. And I believe that math is so difficult for so many kids and even adults is because they don't understand how I get from step 1, to step 10 to solve this problem, because it seems like there's so many rules. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why is it this rule? Why is it that way? Well, math is, hey, it's absolute. I understand you love English. I understand you love history. You go in there and you write that paper. It's 10 pages and it's still wrong. But in math, whenever you come in here, there's going to be an answer every single time. But whenever you get them to understand that there's ways that we have to work out problems to find solutions for every problem, there is a solution. Now, of course, in real life, whenever we have issues, personal issues, life issues, whatever, there may not always be a solution. But what math does for you is it provides a foundation to where you learn how to navigate through real world problems and then come up with solutions, because you understand that I started here at point 1 or point A and I had to move through to get to the answer. And so not only in math, in my opinion, the way that I teach math and the way that I understand it is that, okay, if I can do this, if I know I can navigate through this problem and I know that I can conquer this problem and get the answer correct, then whenever I'm navigating through the hallways and I have drama between, my 2 girlfriends, they're jealous because I spend more time with the other. Now I might be able to navigate that relationship because I understand problem solving skills.
Well, math is crucial to critical thinking.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I actually don't agree with that. You can critically think without math. Believe that or not, logic can function outside of actual equations.
You have to quantify things.
It can, but as far as what I'm saying for the basis of this current discussion that we've been having for the last hour or so is the way that I get my kids to understand.
Well,
And
actually, I was going to make the point that, the first time kids step across the threshold into kindergarten shouldn't be the first time they get exposed to math. Again, everything comes back to how you prepare your kids for school.
yeah,
You
that's
know,
true. But
I think one of the bigger missing pieces here, you oftentimes you'll notice when we're having conversations and people would get hung up on statistics, all, some, many.
Yeah.
And if you think about that problem that we talked about where the doctors had a difficult time and I can't tell you how many times I've heard people debate who's on welfare more, and they get the statistics and population samples versus sample sizes messed up and things like that. And I think those are the things that, really, really hamper people in terms of making decisions in life. If you can't analyze things statistically, um, you know, you're kind of behind the eight ball in terms of making a lot of decisions where probability comes into play.
Yeah,
And
the
Portia, what you
risk.
were saying, Portia, like your example about navigating the relationships in the hallway and stuff, it reminds me of a good friend of mine once said, he was kind of a metaphysical dude, and he liked to use the term mathematics and science. I guess you can say kind of loosely than it's normally used. And he would say he was all about mathematics and science. Mathematics meaning measuring, and the signs of life. You know, and that always stuck with me. And it's like kind of like what Witchy's saying about measuring the signs of life is basically to me critical thinking. And that's something I didn't even know that word until I was in college. And I think if I would have known about critical thinking and what it entails, probably would have hyperlinked me to a lot of, to my successes a lot faster than not knowing what critical thinking was.
I think getting critical thinking confused with mathematics, of course they're related, but there are people who critical thinking to me is whatever the problem is. Not every problem is math. So, I have a problem with they can intersect, but they're not the same.
I think
I guess that's my point.
I think oftentimes that's where the problem somewhat arises, though, is in the use or misuse of math. Last night we had a couple on the stream from England, and the lady said she worked at Imperial College, and we had just talked about Imperial College. Does anyone remember I talked about Imperial
Yeah,
College?
I remember.
Right, and Imperial College was at the crux of the COVID lockdowns, in that the statistical model as to how many people would die of COVID left out a very crucial variable, and that variable was human behavior. And there are many, I've built many models over the years, and you're trying to refine a model, and these people, the highest of education, left out the variance of the most critical variable there, human behavior. And it contributed to the lockdown of the whole world. And that is what I'm saying, that, the lack of critical understanding of statistics, how things move, sometimes in concert with each other and sometimes counter to what you would expect. And COVID was a classic example of that, led out of Imperial College.
it is so. And then I also wanted to. So whenever I was giving my analogy earlier, it's not that math is in every single critical situation, and this is in response to Stanley. It's not that math is in every single situation or issue. It's just that it can provide a foundation to, because I'm trying to make sure I'm communicating this properly. It can, in a way, provide a foundation to help them think critically in other areas outside of math, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if it does. Maybe John can help me explain that better.
So in my understanding of logic comes down mostly to risk-benefit analysis, right?
It does.
The idea of being able to discern in critical thinking whether the risk is worth the benefit.
Interesting.
That's much of life,
That
though.
is math 100%.
It's much of life. It's probabilities. If I do this, then this may or may not happen. What are the odds of that?
It's
You know,
then. There you go. More math.
Oftentimes, again, I've written a million if-then statements in software. But oftentimes, people just can't effectively estimate the probabilities. Again, back to the doctor example. How many people have been told, hey, there's a 95% chance this surgery will be successful?
What if I told you that doctor example, the math problem was poorly written?
Well, again,
that's not a math problem. That's a language problem.
Well, fair enough. But the point I'm making is, if I said to you,
not every logic is math-based.
Math is a language.
If I said to you, if 95% of people,
one of many, if you
have
didn't
a high
notice,
success rate, right, on anything, right, then that's of the people that had the surgery. Well, what about the people that had the surgery? Were they all healthy? Those are the type of critical questions that I think many people, when faced with, when they have to apply some logic, and oftentimes, again, if you're going to get food in life, it's often going to be on statistics, where you're having to apply some logic surrounding statistics. The probability of this, what decision should I make? Is there really correlation versus causation? In finance terms, Denizen will say, well, that's the beta, right? That's the beta. I think that's the beta. No, beta is the volatility. But there's a correlation coefficient and things like that, that you have to be able to discern to effectively make decisions. And I think that's where a lot of people, have a hard time, just discerning correlation versus causation.
I wonder how we ever made it to this point. Way before, say, an Isaac Newton. I wonder how man survived all these years without knowing about. Well, they probably knew it, in a different way. It makes me wonder. People are always telling you what you need to know without actually going back and thinking about it. What you need to know in and of itself is a little bit of a puzzle.
Well, I think man had to effectively know the risk reward. He had to deduce it. An early man. Hey, I'm gonna go out here and try to kill a lion. If I don't come back, the lion kill me.
Well, that's cause and effect.
Well, but if two men go out and one come back, people start to say, well, the chance, right? They start, it's real life that when you're putting your life at risk or, things like that, you really
risk
start.
Benefit, cause
right,
effect, all of those require measures.
Right. You really start to weigh that shit when
But you're going to fight for this, aren't you?
The same with firemen. Don't firemen, they immediately weigh the risk. Should I go in this building and save this person? Is it worth the risk or no? Right. We talked about the Ford Pinto. Those people made an actuarial calculation and say it's worth letting the people die if they get hit from the back of it. Right. That's what they did, right? That was 35 years ago.
Until it came back to bite them.
But it was worth it.
So the actuarial tables, actually didn't predict, the fallout.
Well, I think it did.
Even things like math can be flawed.
But Stanley, they knew that there was a vulnerability, but they did an actuarial calculation. They said, you know what? We'll sell 1 million cars before someone gets killed, and it'll all be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's math. Right? What's the likelihoods of something happened versus the amount of money we make, and you make a decision.
Now I wonder. I haven't right because that happened back in the 70s, right? I wonder how many lawsuits the actuarial folks probably figured the lawsuits in too, right?
Probably, right?
And the lives lost. Yeah, that's
those lives had a cost. They factored it all in. That would be in the actuarial tables, right?
Yep.
It says there's 117 lawsuits for the Ford Pinto. rear-end accidents.
Pintos did they sell?
According to Google.
How many Pintos did they sell?
I
10
wonder
million?
how many mathematicians retired on that calculation.
How many accidents were there versus lawsuits? Because I know my mom had a Pinto and we rear-ended somebody because the brakes failed.
Well, no, it was a gas tank, if I remember right. Gas tanks exploding.
It was in the rear of the car.
I'm just saying, but
Yeah.
how many of them actually resulted in lawsuits back then? Lawsuits weren't a big thing back then. A lot of people just ate their losses and moved on.
See, all that would have been.
Well, it's big enough to make the evening news. I mean, I remember that, that clip where they test a Pinto, where they run a car into the back of it, and the big explosion. This is like 40 years ago, 50 years ago. I remember
They even made a joke about it in the movie Top Secret. I think it was like in 1987, the Zucker brothers World War II
I remember
spoof.
that. I never saw the movie either.
Yeah, it was like a pin. It literally made the pin noise when they hit the back and just burst into flames.
And nothing's changed. Look at Tesla. Those things catch fire and you can't even put the damn things out.
Yeah.
You have to put them out a different way.
Tesla. Well, it was nice talking to you guys. I'm going to get some oatmeal. Thanks for having me up.
Thanks for coming up.
Good talking to you,
Yeah.
DC.
Man, that's great.
Yeah, guys.
I'm
really.
just saying, Gary. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Witchy. What?
I'm just saying, I put my name out for you and I don't regret it.
I appreciate you vouching for me. Yeah, and yeah, it's awesome that you guys. I was watching from the bleachers when you guys got 1,000 subs, and I think it's amazing what you guys are doing this 24-hour. It actually keeps me plugged into home. It's kind of like comfort for me seeing you guys always on and shit. Appreciate y'all.
We can't see Portia or HB or Stanley or Crack or anyone, but that put a smile on my face, man. I think it's something different that it took a team of people doing, and I think for other people, in all aspects of life, I can't do shit 24 hours by myself. And I think, last night, I don't know if you saw the street interviews.
I saw some of them.
There was a young lady who said, I need a man to make $100,000 before I would date him. And I think that's the biggest problem is no one is willing to build a team. Everyone wants the team already built for them. And, I think this challenge is a good example of, how you can do, things that you couldn't do yourself if you're able to team up with other people. So, that put a smile on my face when you said that.
It will. I mean, you guys inspire me. I have my own channel. I mean, I've been doing this YouTube thing for a minute, but it's no coincidence that my numbers have been going up. But when I be listening to you guys got something great, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Peace.
That's awesome. That always makes you feel good.
Portia, people always say to me when I say we stream 24 hours. They say, "How do you do that?" I say, me. What do you think I still 24 hours a day?
I know.
I mean, they never have the concept of them. Maybe it's more than just him. Right? They hear them. I say, we stream 24 hours a day, and they be like, how do you do that? Singularly focused. How do you do it? I say, we.
Whenever HB says to listen, you say,
That's
we.
That's the pressure to be individualized and stand out on your own in our society today. When you say we, people assume you, because in their mind's eye, every man pulls himself up by his own bootstraps. Everybody stands on their own 2 feet. You're even intentionally meant to move away from your parents as you grow up. There's this focus on the individual as opposed to what could be a collaborative effort.
You'll get a whole lot farther with people in the same boat rowing together versus individual boats going in the same direction, but rowing individually. That's the way I've always looked at it.
I hate to be nerdy, but I actually sent. I think John sent you and Portia, or maybe it was just Portia. It was a podcast. Maybe while you're painting, you'll listen to it, and it's to me, it was kind of right up my alley. But basically, it's talking about MAGA philosophy. More an academic thing, not so much street level politics or anything like that. But individualism versus teamwork, team building, collectivism, that sort of thing came up, and it might be worth you or someone listening to.
Stanley, I love
Not that it'll change your mind, but in my opinion, knowing what other people are thinking or what's out there in the ether is worth knowing.
I
mean, I
love
think
you said while you're painting. And I'm
I
like,
think there are a couple of people that are Trump supporters here, or maybe Republican supporters. But I think Denizen, he's not very Trumpish. He's kind of anti-establishment altogether. Me, I'm rather apolitical. So
really,
you're all over the spectrum. Yeah.
Stanley, is it
you're less apolitical than you give yourself credit for?
I don't even vote, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? Voting is not like the magic bullet for being political. There are plenty of people who were political. Shoot, there have been politicians who got shamed for not voting.
I guess it's true.
Stanley, are you talking about the video that says MAGA is not as united as you think?
It might be. Hold on one sec. There was a specific podcast. I have to check my email.
Okay.
Look at my sent email.
Okay.
These I listen to so many podcasts.
So when you say apolitical,
oh, here it is.
John, how do you define political?
Were you asking that to John?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a YouTube.
Political.
Sorry.
I'd like to understand how he defines political, so I can understand what he's saying.
Oh, I don't vote. I have some opinions about things. I think they're all kind of in cahoots together. I think the kind of regardless of who wins or who loses, as you saw yesterday in the street interviews, there's a large administrative state that has their own agenda to push. Be it immigration or welfare reform.
So to clarify, by political, you mean participation in the establishment?
I guess that would be one way of looking at it. But, I'm somewhat indifferent. Be it Trump, Kamala, whoever else. I guess I've seen kind of how the sausage is made. That I don't want to say I'm hopeless or.
And I see political as an amalgamation of things that affect the whole. So if you're participating and getting your opinion out there about things, you would be political. However, you're not involved in the electorate. You're not voting. You're not caring about the puppet that gets put up this week, or the sacrificial lamb that will be put up next week, because it's all propaganda. However, being political in my mind would be sharing and trying to help influence societal opinions about justice and what reality is and what should and shouldn't be acceptable to the whole.
Well, okay, in that sense, and by that definition, I think a lot of my immigration coverage and probably some of my opinions on COVID would be political, because I want to, I probably have a desire to get outreach out to say, hey, you guys, look what the government is doing to us, regardless of party. They're all kind of going along with it. The digital currency, they're all kind of going along with it, and so on and so forth. So in that sense, maybe I am political, but it's not slanted to either party. So that's probably where I'm kind of.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism is still
Okay, fair enough.
political,
Yeah, fair enough.
even if you want to undo it all and go back.
Well, I'm not trying to
still
undo anything. I'm probably more awareness. So I think you mentioned something about awareness, and I think that's
You're trying to influence others to care about what's going on in our society is political. We've taken in our Western society and turned politics into this separate thing from daily living. Oh, that's not connected to my daily life. That's Washington, D.C. You know, that's the state office at the state capitol. That's not directly connected to my life, when politics really represents how we interact as a society and what we set as acceptable parameters for that.
Well, I'll tell you
And they don't
this.
have to be laws to be political. A lot of it is just common law and common courtesy throughout our history.
Well, I'll say this, like, there's a lot of slanted news, right? People putting their own spin on things. And if I were like trying to do that and change your opinion, I probably would have hung up on that Springfield barber who had very positive things to say about the migrants, as an example. I probably would have not covered J.D. Vance the way from the angle that I came at him from. So from that standpoint, you may be right in terms of maybe me trying to shift people or get my opinion. But I think it's just more or less kind of a, hey, here's what's going on, guys. Here's how you can, keep your head above the fray.
Well, I'm interested in Witchy's statement about government not being involved or Washington not being involved in day-to-day life. Does that mean Washington is disconnected from individuals?
I think the individuals are disconnected from Washington. I think they've disconnected themselves. They've created a dissociation between themselves and the government. It's us and them. I don't think the government.
Okay, you know what? I absolutely agree with that. We're kind of on the same team for that. In that way,
we agree often, Stanley. You'd be surprised how much we agree, as much as we argue with me in the chats. I just don't appreciate some of your opinions. That doesn't mean we don't agree on a lot.
Right.
Stanley, I thought long and hard about, your situation because, you're kind of, not kind of like me. Your son is older than my children, but you're similar. I guess you're in a similar case to my parents in that your children have made it through, you've made it through. But I think a lot of people, as they face this immigration, and I would say even the government shift to international type development and things like that, as you've seen on all the street interviews and you can see in the news as well. You're in an interesting position in that your livelihood, your lifetime, you probably won't see the effects of all the changes that are happening in America. So you're somewhat exempt.
Well, I don't know about exempt. Who knows? I might live to be Jimmy Carter's age.
You could live to be 90 years old, and then things may change. Your neighborhood could become all Haitian or Hispanic.
To be fair, though, with the immigration thing, John, when my people came here, they were hated as immigrants too. I mean, I'm the third generation American on both sides of my tree. I just got my DNA tests in because I had never met my father, and it turns out that 3 generations ago, my family was in Europe and they immigrated here during the wartime, and the immigrants were just as hated then.
Well, but
now we accept our German and Jewish and Polish neighbors just fine.
I think the things that are different are, you look at what's going on now with the ports. You look at what's going on with Uber Eats and DoorDash and automation and shit like that. You look at what's going on with the
well, that's what they said about the Irish and the Germans coming in and taking up the trades in the cities.
That was never immigration. That was never integration. I mean, technology that was displacing people, in that the corporations could make a choice.
It wasn't technology, but it was.
Well, I argue against that. I mean, moving to the cities to work in factories, that was technology. The Industrial Revolution was technology for that time.
That technology needed people.
The immigrants did that.
But that technology.
They worked in factories.
DoorDash.
Again, I repeat myself again. That technology needed people. But we're rapidly progressing to a point where the technology is replacing people. We've talked about Waymo.
Okay, but you still need people to make the AI.
And those people tend to be the people like Philippe, Philippe worked. I've known Philippe for years, man. For most of my life, Philippe and I both work 2 jobs at a time. Right? 'Cause our talent has been so in demand that we can take 2 seats at the table while other people are looking for one. Right? And those Waymo drivers and those port workers, man, I don't know if I shown that Long Island port, but man, there's nobody there. There's fucking machines running this shit. And I said yesterday, I said, man, like, it might be worth it for us to say, you know what? We need some human workers for the sake of our civilization. Right? Maybe it's worth it, like, because technology is moving so rapidly that you're going to replace render a lot of people obsolete. Is that really what you want? Right? I don't know. Those are hard decisions to make. And so those are some of the things that I've come away thinking. So I kind of sympathize with the ports people. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I do sympathize with them.
May I respond to a comment,
Mm.
John? Phoenix Fish says prior immigrants didn't get ass loads of government assistance. Actually, when my ancestors came in, they were put up in government tenement housing. So they didn't give them money to pay landlords into the market because we privatized everything now. There's no more government project housing, tenement housing. So what they do now is they give them money to rent from a private landlord, whereas before they just built fucking houses and put them in them.
Yeah, there's a danger in not knowing history.
Wishing, I'm gonna say this to you, like, people who think that, well, this is a nation of immigrants, and that's true. Everywhere could be true. People came here, Ellis Island, whatever, but it was somewhat like self-selection, natural selection. How those people came
Well,
from
the English to America were immigrants.
How did the people get to Ellis Island? Answer that question. I'm just curious. How did they get to Ellis Island?
They rode
by
boats.
ship.
Okay.
How are the people getting from Venezuela? They're walking.
I asked you one question.
Thousands of miles to get
I asked you
here.
one question. And Stanley answered the question. He said the people that came here from Ellis Island, they got here by ship. That's a different group of people than the people that.
So you think if the people in Venezuela could afford a ship to come over instead of having to walk across the land for months, then they should.
What I'm saying is that it takes organization. You get on that ship, man. We've seen Carnival cruises evolve into madness. People with money, and they're fighting and shit like that. We've seen it. Who hasn't seen it? Then people got on the ship and sailed for days and days. They didn't kill each other. They weren't chained up where they had to behave. They ain't throw anybody overboard. And people became civilized.
That's not true.
The shit, it ain't true.
Yeah, how do you know this? What research have you done into this, John? Or are you just making it up?
It was on that ship throwing revolts, man. The ship wouldn't have made it.
Dude, it was 100 or more years ago that these happened. You don't know it off the top of your head.
Well, have you walked?
What I do know is this.
What you do know is what you think you know, and I think you need to kind of solidify some of these points.
I could be wrong. So let me ask you a question.
You could be wrong is not the answer.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Let me see if I can clarify. The people that came to Ellis Island, did they come in chains?
Oh, for God's sake.
I mean, that's a yes or no question.
People coming over the border now are coming in
I'm asking you a yes or no question. Did they come
No,
in chains?
they came with the threads on their back, John.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's all I want.
They were as heavy as chains, John. They had $5 in their pockets and couldn't afford change, John.
Fair enough. So the answer is no. They did not come in chains. Right? The answer is no. Right?
They came poor.
Okay, thank you. They came poor. Okay, fair enough. They came poor. And so they cruised across the Atlantic, poor, voluntarily, unless they were sent over here. You said they didn't come in.
Oh, no. A lot of times they were escaping places like Nazi Germany. So it wasn't necessarily voluntarily.
So they
had to escape. They were refugees.
So they could have stayed there.
Many were, not all.
Okay, so let's see if I can get back to the main road. Either they could stay there and face persecution, or they chose to leave. Is that correct? That's a yes or no.
You know what? Yeah, it was a choice, live or die. Like that.
Choice.
Yeah, it was a choice, live.
And so they got on a boat and they sailed over here, unbound, unchained. Is that correct? Yes or no? Okay, yes or no. So when they got here,
yes.
So when they got here, those people, more or less, didn't have any animosity. They were more or less grateful to get away from that persecution that you spoke of, correct?
Correct.
Unchained, right? And then when they got here, unchained, right? They were unchained. From the whole shit right here, they were unchained. So they had no animosity about being chained up.
No animosity, unchained, eager to come to America.
Now contrast that with the African who came here chained up. That motherfucker got a lot of animosity. Right? A lot of animosity.
What the fuck are you talking about? Now, wait. Did the Africans in chains come after the boat from Europe or hundreds of years before?
What I'm saying is the journey, Stanley.
Well, no, what I'm saying is how about let's put things in historical context.
Okay.
What does one have to do with the other is actually my
And
question.
if you're talking about a pilgrimage, have you watched any of the videos? There's so many on YouTube of people walking with these people from Venezuela through 7 countries to get to the border before they get here.
Let me ask you this, Wishy. The people that's coming here that you speak of, what do you think would happen if you put all them niggas on a boat? And say, hey, instead of you niggas walking, here on a boat.
If you gave them a boat?
You'd have to chain them motherfuckers up to keep them from killing each other.
Oh, this is going to get interesting.
Yeah.
They walk together. They walk together in groups and take care of each other. They mete out their own justice within these groups as they travel.
Wishy, they got coyotes and shit keeping them people in order down there.
That's not true.
Okay. How do you think they got? You think they just figured out?
I'm gonna go get a video to share with you. I'm gonna go get a video to share with you, John. I'll be back.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm gonna go get a video to share with you. I'll put it in the back chat.
You think a strong group of people like the Mexicans just gonna let these niggas just walk through their country raising hell? Hell no.
Actually, the Mexicans get this. If they can get to the southern border of Mexico, I have video proof of this. There's a guy I watch. I'm subscribed to. I'm gonna go get you a video in a second. But the Mexicans, if they get to the southern border, will bust them up to their northern border to keep them out of their country.
They don't want them in their fucking country. That's right. They say, you got to get on this bus and get the fuck on. Right? We're going to organize your ass getting the hell up out of here because if you stop
and then we bust them back to the southern border of Mexico, and Mexico busts them back again.
If them migrants stop and tarry too long in Mexico, their ass would be tore up without the coyotes. They get their ass set on fire in Mexico. I promise you. That's why they got to be guided. There's no way those people can walk through Mexico without protection or being bust through because those Mexicans are strong people. They would not allow that shit. I trust you. Believe me. They would not allow it. I've talked to people say they have to walk at night and shit under cover of darkness. And that's what I'm saying. Like, these are different people coming here under different means, under different circumstances. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just pointing it out.
Well, I mean, but you're pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, it was.
You're not making a profound statement saying that immigration in 2024 is different than 1904.
Different people with different motivations, different animosities.
Yes, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
So when they come here, they don't come here like the people from Ellis Island.
Yes, obviously.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm trying to figure out what your profound point. Yes, we all know 1904, what happened in 1904 isn't the same as 2024. Are you saying that the people coming in 2024 are worse?
Yeah.
They shouldn't be here?
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't be here. I'm saying that they're a different class of people. They are going to have a harder time assimilating versus the people that were coming here who wanted to be here, not for economic reasons, but for persecution, which is a legitimate reason to bring someone in.
Have you ever watched The Godfather?
But tell me what else you know. What you trying to?
Well, I mean, immigrants could join gangs, and I'm just looking at a movie. I don't know the history. I guess I should know it. It wasn't a smooth um acclamation for immigrants from Europe over here. There was a lot of violence, gangs of New York. There are all kinds of just
That type of
movie
thing.
examples of unrest caused by immigration. It was not a smooth. The melting pot boiled sometimes.
Well,
So
Stanley,
I
he keeps
really
bringing
don't
up
get what your
jobs.
big point is here.
He keeps bringing up jobs, and those guys came in. The Germans, the Irish, so many people came in claiming persecution and were allowed in through Ellis Island, and they took over the trades. Even still to this day, they dominate
I
them.
got fucked up.
If I wanted to get down to brass tacks, to not, just be dancing around here for y'all. You look at the country. Let's just be honest. You look at the countries where those people come from. Those people had fundamental skills that they could apply here. Some of those people did very, very well here. Albert Einstein, I think. Hold on, I know someone's going to interrupt me, but let me just land the plane. I think the people that are coming here, this is my opinion, they're coming from countries where you look where they're coming from, they just can't do what those people that came to Ellis Island did. This is my opinion. The civilization, the assimilation, the ability to speak languages, the ability to learn languages, the commerce and things. They're a little bit more cruder people. And I think that they look different, which makes them easily identifiable. And I think that that's going to create a lot of problems. It's going to, the people don't like each other in many cases. In many cases, the people feel like, hey, I'm coming from my country because you messed up my country. This country messed up my country. But they're here now. And that's a whole lot different than bringing someone here who is fleeing his country because of what the country was doing to him. A lot of people from Haiti feel like, hey, I would be in my country if it wasn't for what the United States did. So I'm going to come to the United States. Well, how the hell does that make sense? And so those are the things that I think make it a little bit different, right? It's not an assassination on the people's character that are coming here, but we're letting people in kind of like we let the slaves in. And those people aren't going to forget.
Wait, we let the slaves in?
Well, we brought the slaves in, whatever. Don't get caught up on the word. But you're letting people in who more or less have animosity toward you because of maybe what you did. That's fine, understandable. But that doesn't make a lot of sense to me to let someone in your house that doesn't like you.
But that was the same. That was true of most of the immigrants. Most immigrants didn't come over here and become instant patriots. They formed their own areas. They lived together. They meted out their own justice. They didn't call the local justice. They meted out their own justice within their communities. They spoke their own language. Most Germans spoke only German in their households, just like Mexicans only speak Spanish in theirs.
But if you came here from Germany, if you came here from Ireland, you didn't come here with the hatred of America, with the thought that America destroyed your country the way you make feel like if you're from Venezuela. A lot of Venezuela feel like we've interfered with their politics. I don't know if we have or not. I don't know enough about it. A lot of people from Haiti feel like we've interfered with their politics. I know a little bit about that. And their concerns are at least valid to consider. And you're bringing people in who feel like you destroyed their countries. How can they forget that once they cross the border? This is not magical dirt where all your thoughts.
Well, do you think these people are coming here like with a mission? Like, you destroyed my country, you're going to come and destroy yours?
No. I think that what is natural, though, and I think Frederick Douglass even spoke of it. People don't forget. I told you I had a tenant across the street from where I am right now. His name was Weebert Jones, a Haitian. That motherfucker hated the Clintons. By extension, he hated America. He's a nice guy. But he hated America because he felt like America fucked up Haiti. I don't know anything what happened down there. But he held a grudge against the Clintons and by extension America. And I can't blame him. I never had a problem with him. He paid every time he owed. But
well, you spoke of Frederick Douglass. Do you know that he actually went back and met? We still to this day don't know if the master and I haven't thought about it in a while, but Frederick Douglass went back to meet his enslaver and possibly his father. You know what? Frederick Douglass had grown so much that he went back there and knowing Frederick Douglass, he probably brought an expensive present. All I'm saying is Frederick Douglass really the best example? Because he talked a lot of shit, but in the end, he figured out it really doesn't matter.
But he also said, though, the enslaved people will never forget, or something to that effect. And I believe that people who coming from Haiti who feel like their country was destroyed by the United States, they're never going to forget that. I wouldn't. Right? I don't blame them. I blame the United States.
You know what? As long as they don't commit crimes, there will be a second generation who grow up with great American kids. And I understand I'm being a little Pollyanna-ish. Mm-hmm. However, the one thing, and as negative as I can be, the one thing I always emphasize is American creativity. We are essentially a unique culture. And you know what? Coca-Cola makes a difference when you're overseas. And I know I sound like horrible here, but I've actually seen it. I've actually seen how Americans get treated overseas. And you know what? The thing about, oh, hey, I want to come to America, land of opportunity, that can't be discounted. There are many people who might want to come over and seek revenge. I hope there are many more people who just, you know what? I want to be American. I want to raise my kids as American. Diwali is a perfect example.
Stanley, I'm not talking about seeking revenge, right?
Well,
it could be a lot. It could be a lot more subtle than that, right?
I see.
Let me give you an example of what I mean. You ever heard of Henry? I think it was Henry McMasters. You ever heard of him?
Isn't he a governor of South Carolina, right?
Maybe
Henry McMaster. McMaster. Let me look it up. There is a Henry McMaster who is currently governor of South Carolina.
I think he served in the Trump administration.
Henry McMaster, current governor of
South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
If you Google,
what's your point?
If you Google further, and I know you're going to dismiss his point, but
I might.
There are a lot of older Americans,
mm-hmm.
and my mother was one.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the hospital, man, and you just want an American. You're in that motherfucker 15 days. You want someone to come to you and maybe talk baseball to you, or football, or the American news, or blah, blah, blah. You 15 days. And I know it just sounds like trivial to you.
No. You know what? I had another two who died January. We can compare those stories one day. Don't discount people so quickly.
My mother's in the hospital. She's a 70-year-old plus woman.
Mm-hmm.
And all the doctors and nurses were foreign. And she couldn't wait to see that young white former military doctor come in her hospital room to take her blood.
Former military doctor. Interesting.
Yeah, former military paramedic or whatever he was, not a doctor. So, but I'm saying, like, those are the things that you end up losing when you bring in people who may or may not have sympathy to your people for whatever reason. You know what I mean? And it's the culture that's lost. You can't even measure it, right? But when your mom, go ahead.
I have a counter story, and this goes all the way back to 2013. My wife was in intensive care,
Mm.
and her doctor, I believe, was Indian. Great guy. He was an intensive care, specialist, intensivist, they call him. And he had a slight accent. So one day, my dumb ass is in my wife's room looking at her toes, which are, starting to discolor. So I go to the doctor who just walked in, and I go, well, doctor, it looks like, if we're not careful, something's happening with her toes. Is she going to lose toes? This doctor, with his very pleasant accent, and he didn't even have to yell, he looked at me and went, Stanley, I'm trying to save your wife's life, and walked away. So my experience with a foreign medical professional is he reoriented me to what was actually important. Lose a couple toes, who cares? Save a wife's life. That is what I'm working on. Dumb American.
Nah,
So
Stanley, you should have slapped the shit out of him, man.
sometimes, yeah, I should have.
Yeah, you
Except
should
he
have
was
slapped.
trying to save my wife's life.
Yeah, but he was very condescending though, man. All you were
You
doing
know
was asking
what?
about some
And
Well, and
but
you
see,
you're
I
saying that
don't get butt
But
hurt when somebody's
you guys
right
are
and
saying that the
hold
condescending.
medical
on, hold on, Stanley.
professionals are Indian, right?
Go ahead,
You
Wish.
guys you guys are saying that the medical professionals are
I
Indian.
appreciated
My
that
experience
doctor's candor. Is my point.
Go ahead,
my
Wish. What you
experience
saying?
raising 5 children is that all my pediatricians have been German. We have one Asian one at the office now, but it's all my pediatricians. And I've lived in 2 states, in several cities in my adult life, and all of my pediatricians have been German. That's where I've been recommended to go out of the hospital having my babies.
You've heard what Master Kim has said about certain convenience store owners. He hasn't maligned them. He just told you they're strictly about business.
Mm-hmm.
He's told you, hey man, break the law. You want to get
Mm-hmm.
rich in America, break the law.
What does
Well,
Master Kim
that's
have to
what the
do
white
with?
people do.
Let me
They
finish. Let me finish. Let me
calculate the
finish. Let me
cost of
land.
breaking the law
Let me
into
land.
their cost.
Let me land the plane. There are a lot of Americans. It's just my opinion. Are oriented around obeying the law. I told you fuck the law. I showed you sometimes. I fuck the law. This is a gangster country. There are a lot of people that got that gangster in their blood. They come from countries where you get away with what you can. It's just the way it is. It just ain't my opinion. It is what it is.
But the white people actually calculate the cost of breaking the law into the
And
cost of
there's
their
some people
product
that
before they
calculate the
sell
cost of
it.
breaking it. There's some people that come from other countries that calculate the cost of breaking the law too. But the thing is, they can have straw men and shit where their costs get a little lower than yours for breaking the law. Master Kim has talked about it. You don't hear me talk about it because I don't know that world like that.
Well, in
Actually, I know
pharmaceuticals,
it, but
to be
down on
in
the concrete
pharmaceuticals,
level,
for a big
down on,
example of this.
hold on, Wishy. Down on the concrete level, Master Kim can tell you how it's really done. I just know it abstractly. Yeah, I can see how that would get done. Master Kim tell you, hey man, shit, they don't give you your change at these corner stores. The Indians don't. That's what he said. He talked about dealing with them. They're unscrupulous. That's what he said. Master Kim, he ain't like casting aspersions against those people for no reason. He's telling you the straight.
Well,
No,
that
he's
may be
just
true,
making
but look at
snide remarks.
corporations.
Dude, you know what?
Look at corporations, which are mostly run by white people, we will agree. American corporations are mostly run by white Americans who you seem to think don't do this stuff.
I
But
didn't
they
say that. I didn't say that.
literally calculate the cost of
I
undermining
just gave you an
federal
example of
law
Pinto.
and the fines they're going to have to pay, and they put that cost into the final cost of their
I
product,
gave
so
you the
that when
example of
you
Pinto.
buy
I'm
the
not just.
product, knowing they broke the law, you buy the product that is an illegal product to cut corners and make more money, And you're paying for the fine they're going to pay for breaking the law
you,
because they calculated it into the cost of their product.
Richie, who led off with the example about the Ford Pinto? It was me. Ford Pinto is an American company.
Right, but you're using this to say that that's why immigrants shouldn't come in, but that is the American way.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Down on the level where the average people live, where they're consuming services. As an example, I'll give you an example. The black people in these inner city communities, they have a hell of a problem with the immigrants. They cuss them out. They call them all op in New York. Master Kim has talked about how they disrespect the Koreans and the Indians and things like that. Like, they're disrespecting each other. Americans don't really have that level of disrespect.
The Irish and the Germans did too when they immigrated here, along with the Chinese were definitely.
Where's Master Kim been? I haven't heard his whiny voice in a week.
I talked to him yesterday. We're going to start a new series called Breaking the Poverty Cycle. Right, breaking the cycle of poverty.
He'll be back next week.
So yeah.
Well, Master Kim goes down to Southwest Atlanta and does street interviews, right?
No, you can't do that. But anyway, so I don't mean to belabor the point. I think Portia has something she wants to bring up, so we'll go with that.
No, there's a video that Witchy shared in the back from whenever she said.
I mean, you guys don't have to show it, but it's something that you guys might be interested in watching or checking out his channel. This is Oscar L. Blue. And he's gone through various parts of the journey for these people who are actually pilgrimaging this huge long migration over land to get here, and the what's going on in these encampments. I mean, and it's a pretty interesting story from start to finish. This is just one section. I think this was the Honduras Guatemala border, but he's got a whole series where he actually goes along with these people and documents what's going on. And if you read the histories of those boats that Stanley was talking about, they tell similar stories of banding together to rout out the criminals in their group and defending one another from them, because otherwise you won't make it.
Would you guys, John and HB and Stanley, and would it be okay to play it, or do y'all want to?
Wait, how long is it?
2 minutes and 14
Oh,
seconds.
yeah. Play that shit.
Oh, absolutely. What she
play that.
does? Yeah, absolutely.
Play that shit. It's only 2 minutes. Play that.
Okay.
It's muted, Portia. It's muted. We need some audio.
Okay, sorry, give me 1 second.
I could kind of hear it. I think it's a volume.
I'm gonna share my screen.
I picked a short one on purpose. He has a lot of stuff, Oscar L. Blue, if anybody's interested in checking out what he covers.
Okay, y'all should be able to. What is this? Stop. Okay, let's try that one more time. And then you guys should be able to hear it this time. I do apologize about that. Let's see. Let's go.
How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for joining in. I'm Oscar Blue for Border Network News, correspondent for Real America's Voice News and the Wendy Bell Radio Network. I'm in Honduras, practically. I'm in Honduras. This is the port of entry of Agua Caliente between Honduras, and behind me you will see that right here it says Guatemala right there. So the situation right here is that basically the countries of Honduras and Guatemala have adapted to the policies of Joe Biden as they are implementing the National Guard from Honduras. Behind me, you will see it. You will see the National Police right here trying to regulate the behavior of the migrants. They are letting them pass, the ones that they're coming in on a regular fashion, documented peacefully and with a purpose. They are letting them in. They're letting them pass. As we were driving over here to this particular port of entry, there was a lot of migration. There was around 200 to 500 migrants that we saw walking into downtown Esquimulas. That is the first city in Guatemala. So you actually are going to see an influx that is going to continue to enter from entities from Nicaragua and ultimately from the country of Honduras. You can see behind me is
like wine.
actually standing in the land of Honduras and in the country of Honduras. So we came all the way down here to document and to tell you guys that ultimately the collateral damage the Biden administration has done to these countries, it is enormous because of their open border policies, and now they're closing those open border policies. Other governments need to adapt to whatever the Biden border policy says. That is the thing that, in particular, you know, all the governments from Honduras, from Guatemala, and also ultimately all the way down to Nicaragua, they are extremely upset that they are doing some work that the United States should be doing. That is just basically being clear. The border is going to be closed. They're going to enter in a regular fashion. Okay, that is the way it's supposed to be. But it has, since Joe Biden came into office, you have seen this chaos and this irregular migration that has caused a collateral damage, a lot of collateral damage to all, you know, the countries that they're in Central America. I'm Oscar Blue for Border Network News correspondent for Real America's Voices and the Wendy Bell Radio Network. The migrants continue their travesty, their, you know, hurtful travesty as they're trying to go to the north from Honduras and also from Guatemala. Bringing you guys.
He sounds like Juan.
It sounds like these people are mad at the United States. That's what it sounds like to me. Are they mad at the United States?
Not the people coming through, the people along the way.
It sounds like the people
coming through see America as their way out, as their freedom, their chance at a new life.
Those same people
along
see
the
America.
way see it as a burden to see them along their way.
The people in those countries see America as the source of their problem. Would you say that's fair? Guatemala, Venezuela, they see America having interfered with their politics or whatever.
No.
Okay.
Most of them don't.
John.
Most of them see America as their way out of the hell that they're in.
Yeah, because he started out with saying that these people are taking advantage of Joe Biden's policies. So I think they're looking at America more as like a, you know, just a way out. Yeah.
All right, let me
America's going to save me.
Let me ask you this question. If you were to go to Haiti right now and you ask the average Haitian, what do you think about America? What do you think they would say? I want to go around the panel and ask curious to know what you would say.
I have no idea. Get us a video.
Okay, you have no idea. What about you, HB?
Now, only because I actually if I would, first of all, I would never go to Haiti, but I told you that I trained with a lot of Haitians when I went to trucking school. Well, not a lot, maybe like 3 of them, and most of them failed except for one. It was matter of fact, like 2 of them passed, but most of them failed. But I think the Haitians, it's 2 things with the Haitians. Yeah, they're mad at America, but they're also mad at the Haitian people too for letting it get to where it's at. So I think it's like a 50-50 thing.
Okay, so you say they're mad at themselves and mad at America. Okay.
Yeah.
They're not gonna kill themselves. They're not gonna beat themselves up forever.
Well, they've been doing a good job at it though, John. I mean, they kind of going wild over
But
there
at the
right
least
now.
you said they're mad at America, correct?
Yeah, they are
But
mad at
it's
America.
their country, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, fair enough. Momo, you able to answer?
Yeah, what's up?
If you were to go to Haiti and ask the average Haitian, who is the source of their problems, what do you think they would say?
I think first they might say the French. They just don't. But America was probably in there too.
Okay, all right, he said the French and the Americans. Stanley, 15.
I'm trying to figure out how we went from Venezuela to Haiti.
Oh, we go to Venezuela, but I asked you the question about the.
Oh, well, we should have stayed on Venezuela. Going to Haiti, I don't have an answer for this. I don't like the hopscotching. Haiti is not Venezuela and vice versa.
I think he got disconnected.
Oh yeah, John jumped out.
He's back. He's coming back.
Yes, I love to hear your answer, Wishy. You ask the average Haitian, who just says what do you who would say
So the thing is, I have 2 questions to ask you if you're going to ask that question. One, what country that is living in subhuman conditions doesn't hate America, number one. And
I
number
just asked
two,
about Haiti. We go
number
around.
two, what does Haiti have to do with what we're talking about, these South American immigrants who
All
are
right.
walking
All
to
right.
the border?
Fair enough. Can you just answer the question about Haiti?
I wouldn't know. I don't know any Haitians,
Fair enough. You don't
and
know.
I've never been there.
You don't know. Okay, fair enough. All right. You don't know. Okay. So of the
I would say America.
American. Denizens not here, so we got 1, 2, 3. 3 out of the 5 said probably America. They would have some either hatred for the French, the Americans. The French hatred is long removed, 300-400 years ago, whatever, but definitely for America. Is it smart to let people come in your country that have some sentiment of hatred for your country? That's the question I just got to ask. You can say yes. Okay, fine. Let them in. You say no, then you got to.
And my overarching question is prove they hate us. I need statistics. I need even anecdotes. This thing about, well, immigrants come in and commit crime, Americans commit crime. I need some statistic that says everyone or most people or a large portion of immigrants from Haiti or Venezuela, wherever you want to skip to Malu to, prove they hate America coming in.
Hey, we got Virgo up here. Maybe we get Virgo.
You know what? Don't skip out on it.
No, I ain't skipping out. She joined the panel, so we're gonna ask her the question.
You know what?
Virgo's Haitian.
You know what?
Well, I guess
Yes,
my
John.
question will never be answered or my challenge.
No, we have to answer that later.
You
but-
asked for anecdotal proof, Stanley. I believe Virgo can give it to us. She is a Haitian. She can at least tell her story.
She is a Haitian. She's from New York. She's an American.
Oh, Stanley. Yeah, but my
is
mom,
kinda true.
my mom
That
is
is kinda
Haitian.
true.
Yeah, but I grew up with I didn't grow up American per se. I grew up with Haitian values, and you know, so I can tell you how we feel sometimes. If you allow me to talk, Stanley, is that okay? If I answer John's question?
Oh, I was on mute. You go right ahead, girl.
You know what?
Yes, HB. You know what?
Oh no, I was just doing a Stanley impression. Go ahead,
Oh
Virgo.
my God.
Go ahead, Virgo.
You're wrong. Here's the
Literally.
problem. Here's the problem, John. The Haitians that are coming here now are not the same Haitians that came here back in the 50s and the 60s, okay? The Haitians, like my family that came here, they just came for the American dream. Whether or not they lost their farm, they lost something, and they just wanted to make a better life. They came here, they worked hard. The Haitians now that are coming here, I can tell you this much: they hate America. They hate you. They hate me. They hate this land. They blame, and I think that's the only way they can get back at France is to go through, Americans. But they do the same thing in France. They hate France, but yet they still move there.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, standing with anecdotal evidence. I've dated a Haitian for a long time. Man. I dated a Haitian woman for a long time. I had Haitian tenants. That's anecdotal, I know. But the things he said, I've heard repeated in other places. It's almost down to the word. And I've heard her. I mean, I dated her for years. And I just don't think it's smart to let people come into your country that have a negative sentiment towards your country because they can end up being nurses or CNAs in your hospital.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
Can
saying,
I?
John. I see what
don't
you're
think
That
the
is
Germans,
the.
you You don't think
I
the
think I
Germans and
have
the
to.
Japanese
I,
that came in after us bombing them had hatred for America?
Nah, I think. See, I've
well,
been
no,
I've been
they want to
listening.
concentrate on Haitians.
I've been listening to what John's been saying, and I've been trying to kind of understand where he's coming from, and it finally just hit
Oh well, please enlighten us, HB.
me get where John is, what he's trying to say.
What is
Yeah, they're
what
gonna
is he
come over.
trying to say that he didn't say himself?
No, I think what he's getting at is that there's gonna be a deep hatred for Americans that these people have. Yeah, they're gonna come over here and get good degrees, work hard, buy houses, benefit from this American society that we've all
Mm-hmm.
contributed to. They're gonna come over here and do that. But I think when it really comes down to it, are they gonna have the same love for you like you would have for them, or are you gonna have the same compassion? Are they gonna have the same compassion
That's the
for
word.
you, like their American, or like their brothers and sisters from their country? So like, let's say for instance, like me on the road, yeah, I'm a black man, but whenever I've had issues, a white man has always come over to help me. When I'm struggling with something, white man come over to help me. We have that culture, we have that rapport. But you know, the Indians, the Mexicans, it's a different vibe.
It's hit or miss.
Black, it's hit or
This
miss.
is
It's hit or
like
miss.
I blinked out for a minute, and I'll come back in my time.
Yeah, HB,
Um,
I'm glad you chimed in on this because describe the rest stops of the different people.
Yeah. It's there's like a unspoken kind of camaraderie between the blacks and the white folks. We can be cordial. Now when it comes to the Arabs, the Indians, the Africans, they, they don't the same
Mm.
something as simple as the bathroom.
Is it me or is he
White guys,
breaking up?
black guys. Oh, my bad. I might be breaking up.
No, go ahead. We got the HB. Go ahead. I want you to expound on this
Okay.
point. Go ahead, HB.
All right, so I never told this story because it was just kind of too crazy. But black guys, white guys, we have a understanding about the truck stop bathrooms. We all got to keep it clean. Don't throw don't throw your paper towels everywhere. Keep it clean for the next person. Simple stuff. One day I walked into a truck stop. I saw a fucking African cleaning his feet in the sink.
Yep.
Cleaning them.
Yeah.
See, hold on, HB. I want you to go deeper. But what I want people to understand is you're a man on the ground, right? You're a man on the ground. Like, you're seeing the differences that the people in the office may or may not see, right? People that work from home, they don't see that shit, right? You understand? Like, that shit gets more and more. You be like, damn, nigga washing his feet in the washroom, right? Americans don't do that shit, right?
We don't do
John,
that shit, and not because it doesn't work. Like if you need your feet washed, obviously it's your feet. But because we have a certain decorum about us, and honestly, it's a hygiene thing too. Like you're not about to wash your goddamn feet in the same sink that you brushing teeth in. That's great. That's crazy. But these people, that's just how they live. That's their culture. We have a different culture over here, and there's nothing that's gonna change them from adopting our culture.
John,
And
you highlighted a comment.
You just heard from a man on the street who travels across the country. He just gave you anecdotal evidence. I give you mine. Right? Shit, take of it what you will. Right? That's all I'm saying, right? I ain't trying to change your opinion.
You highlighted a comment, John.
When you're done, Witchy, I have some questions for Virgo.
You highlighted a comment, John. I think it's less about hating America, more about not wanting to assimilate with society, likely because they aren't incentivized to do so. I just want to say that every group that has come in has not assimilated to the society. In fact, our society has assimilated and absorbed their culture. In every town you go to, there are Italian restaurants, Mexican restaurants, freaking hibachi,
But
sushi. We assimilated their culture. They didn't assimilate ours.
there have been people that come up here and say, man, the Mexican tacos ain't like American tacos. That shit is assimilated to us.
Yeah.
An Italian pizza restaurant in New York ain't like an Italian pizza restaurant in Italy.
Yeah,
Okay, that's not a no.
Chinese
That
people
is
they don't eat
accommodate versus assimilate. Two different concepts.
That's a good thing though, Stanley. That's why.
Oh, I
we
didn't
can
say it was
accept
bad.
them.
We
No,
just
but
need to know the difference.
But that's why we can accept them, because they did accommodate our culture
Yes.
with theirs. These people now, when you see that African in the bathroom washing his feet and then putting back on his slippers or fucking flip flops with the feet out. Hell
Okay,
no,
well,
they
wait,
don't even
hold
got
it. Does
Crocs.
he clean
They don't
up
even have-
after himself?
Stanley, you can't clean up after feet, man. Come on, bro. Come on.
HB,
If
as a
you
trucker,
ever
have you
raised
ever
a
stopped
child,
in
of course you
Albuquerque?
can clean up after feet.
HB, as a trucker, have you ever stopped in Albuquerque?
New Mexico? No. I haven't stopped in Albuquerque. No.
So in Albuquerque, the homeless situation is such that there are not access to public restrooms anymore in most of the city, because not just foreigners, but the homeless will go in and do similar things in public bathrooms because it's what's available.
Well, yeah, no. I think, we're talking about civilized people. Homeless people are gonna be homeless people. Like they're a lot of them are, nomads. A lot of them have mental illnesses. They have their own thing. Like
Yeah, but they
comparing.
can't pray. They can't pray without washing their feet. And if there's not a available place to wash their feet, how are they to pray?
That's the thing. Like
Maybe the truck stop needs to accommodate them by putting a foot wash into the restroom.
Oh.
Yeah, wishy bitchy. I think if that's as far as we go, we might as well put prayer rugs everywhere. I mean, we might as well.
They did. I found your prayer rug in the JFK airport.
Yeah.
Lies.
We might as well
Lies.
Muslims.
HB, can you see the screen right here? Let me
Well, hold on.
this motherfucker.
You do know I've seen
hold on.
prayer rugs on Navy ships.
Yeah, I don't got a problem with that. Listen, let me maximize the screen right here. I'm a little fucked up. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie.
we noticed.
Hey,
Come on.
Oh, wait, hold it. I
Well,
didn't say you
cheers
were
to
fucked
you,
up.
John. I'm having a Yingling. Cheers to you.
I'm in Northwest DC, and it's nothing but yuppies pushing their
God's sake.
babies,
Now you hate
walking
yuppies
their
too.
strollers, and it's a
But
different,
they're
it's a
white
different
and
vibe up here.
assimilated.
There's a different vibe up here in Northwest DC, Washington DC, Petworth, as it is. Not far from Canna Coffee. Not far from where we were last night. I rode my bike here. And this is what the guy, you remember the guy I interviewed from Canna Coffee? You remember him, HB?
Yeah, how's he doing?
I might roll by there on my way home tonight, but we're going to watch a video that he posted on his Instagram. And I don't know how the fuck to rewind this shit. Let me see if I can rewind it. And I want you guys to see kind of what he's going through.
He doesn't wear hats a lot. It looks too big on him.
Let me see if I can rewind. Let me see if I can refresh this shit. And I want you to see. Can you see this? What?
Yeah.
What's going on? What? No, he ain't.
Yeah.
No, he ain't.
Wait, was that a pee in the middle of the day?
Wait, what are you about to do
Couldn't
now?
find a tree?
But what are you about? Oh, wait a minute. Let me cut the volume on. He just touched his dick. Wait a minute. Let me cut the volume.
Oh shit.
No respect. He about to deliver some food.
Yes, he is.
He about to deliver some food, y'all. He about to touch this food.
Let Remember this.
He about to touch his food. This a DoorDash. He just touched his dick. Excuse my language. You nasty. You nasty. I got you on camera. I got you on camera, boy.
Pull your dick out.
You nasty. And this is DoorDash. Same people who never paid me. Same people who sent that dude in here to do that video. Boy, you going viral on TikTok. He just took a piss. He's a DoorDash driver.
Where's the DC government to shut this nigga down and touch this dick? No. But they sent the government to shut that nigga down. And this is what I'm saying. Like,
all I'm saying is he's assimilated.
No, he's not, Stanley.
Into American culture now, isn't he?
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Just
Stanley,
like
Stanley,
an American would do.
Stanley, Americans, what we do, if we got
Is he not American, HB?
No, that's a goddamn immigrant, man. That's an immigrant. Stanley, Americans at least have the decency enough to piss in a bottle, man. Come on, bro. We're not pissing on the ground like a goddamn dog.
Yeah, pissing in a bottle, but do they use gloves?
Stanley, that's not the point, man.
What is the point, HB? We seem to be really good about saying stuff, but never getting to the point.
The point is there's no decency. He's pissing on somebody's front lawn.
But that's true of most Americans.
Have you ever lived in the country, HB?
Stanley, this is not the
country.
I'm
dead serious. It's an honest question.
No, I've never lived in the country.
Okay, well, you know what? Be careful whose hand you shake in the country. There are lots of trees. My basic point is he's just being an American.
Nah.
That African being inconsiderate and washing his feet and not cleaning up after himself, that's American.
Does it ever make you wonder why there's a sign in the bathroom that says all employees must wash hands before returning to work? It's because so many employees don't fucking wash their hands.
you know what's so hold on, stop this. You know what's so interesting about this? How many people were washing their UPS bags during COVID? Oh, I can't bring my groceries in. I can't bring my UPS delivery in without spraying the bag down with Lysol.
Yeah.
Did these people spray their bag down after he done pulled his dick out?
He ain't even putting no hand sanitizer on. Where's the COVID hand sanitizer?
Maybe they sprayed their bag, HB. Maybe they sprayed the bag and they said, you know,
What
I know.
do you do when your food gets delivered?
Maybe they say, I know a nigga that delivering my food probably just took a piss.
Do they wash their hands before they deliver your beer?
Maybe they say, hey, I knew that the nigga just took a piss before he delivered my food, so I better wash the bag down.
When your waitress delivers your food,
you think these people wash?
You think her nails are pretty, but you don't think about the bacteria under them falsies.
HB, you think the people that got their food wash their bag down like they did during COVID?
Nah.
They didn't wash the bag down. Either they took a piss.
They probably just ate it. They probably ate it right out of the bag. They ate the food right out of the bag. Right out the bag.
Look at that shit. Look, is it even a bag? I don't even see a bag.
Fries on the bottom and everything.
Was it a bag? I don't even see a bag.
Look at these little germaphobes going on and on and on. John, when's the last time you washed your hands? How many times today?
Nigga, I wash my hand almost every 20, 30 minutes while I'm in these niggas' houses. All day.
Okay. Well, you know what? Your mother trained you right. Every time my son comes home, even now, first thing I tell him to do, wash hands.
Look at this son, bitch. He ain't wash his.
Hell no.
Stanley, you need to train this nigga up. He just put his dick on your food.
You know what? I don't order from Uber that much.
Well, they did.
That's how I control my dick. No one's gonna get stuff on my food because I just don't order it.
Yeah, well, but they did. And they wouldn't expect this nigga to put his dick on their food like that. Put your dick on.
Hypothetically, suck some dick.
Oh, for God's sake, you had to go there.
Don't even zip up, nigga. Just pull your whole dick out.
Yeah, man.
Most of you people have never worked in service.
Now
so-
I'm gonna admit this is no. Did he piss on that box?
But Stanley, you know what's so
That's
crazy,
what it
man?
looked
Like,
like.
Stanley, you know
Got
what's so
some
crazy.
pee on it.
Stanley, you know what's so crazy.
Piss splashes.
Oh my
You know
lord!
what's so crazy, Stanley? Like, these fucking liberals that voted for this shit, they get what they deserve, man. Like, it cost $2 or $3 million to live right there. You know, pissed in front of their mouth.
Well, you know what? I bet he's a conservative delivering to a liberal.
Piss.
Oh my God! He's a conservative. He's a conservative driver. He is salt to the earth, and Trump, as a populist, would support what he did, delivering to a limousine liberal house. I bet that's what's actually happening, John.
Jesus.
That poor limousine liberal's gonna be eating all kinds of germs on his stromboli.
Stanley, you know the difference with these migrants and Americans? Yeah, Americans piss outside too, but we at least had a common courtesy to go in the alley and piss behind a garbage can. This nigga.
Wait, how is that relevant to this video? Please connect the dots.
It's a courtesy. It's a common courtesy. We understand how society goes. Nobody wants to go outside, walk outside, and see somebody's dick, Stanley. That's the American way.
Well,
the American way is to wash your hands after
Well,
you
except
touch
for
your
Virgo.
penis.
Except for Virgo. It's not about that.
I had no idea those signs on the back of the bathroom, door, as my kind friend Witchy brings up. They have to be reminded to do it. That's how un-American it is.
Stanley, he didn't
What America are you living in?
Stanley, he didn't piss in the back lawn. He didn't piss on the front
I
lawn.
understand that. Your point. People don't wash their hands.
Lawn.
That you know what?
Lawn, Stanley.
I think you and John are fucking.
Let me ask you this question.
I think y'all are mad that he didn't wash his hands, not that he pissed.
Let me ask you this question. If you were looking at your window waiting on your food to come, and you saw that nigga that took that piss, would you take the food?
Man, I'd have threw the drink at him, man. Man, take this shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'd have threw the drink at
The
him.
better course would have been not to open the door and call the restaurant.
No, I'm gonna cuss his dumb ass out first. He's that disrespectful. You gonna? I can see if
he doesn't know you.
And he don't give a fuck about you, nigga. He
and that's the point. I can see.
Nigga.
So we can all agree that what he did was disgusting.
Got me fired up.
But what we can't agree on is blaming that on his immigration status.
I ain't got no more weed over here, the motherfucker HB. I got no more weed.
Oh,
shit. Really
you got on other side. Somebody.
I left my weed over on the south side, HB. There's nothing to mellow nigga there. You know. I only brought like a quarter ounce of weed over here. I'm gonna smoke the quarter ounce. John Galt, you know how much a quarter ounce costs? White John Galt. This nigga asked me how much weed you smoke. Go to the street.
What's that like $60?
Hey, John, don't let the White John Galt poop on this parade.
White John Galt is kind of right too. This guy has a grudge against DoorDash, and he just happens to be filming when this happens.
Oh, Roz.
He says in the video, the same DoorDash that didn't pay me.
Yeah, that's right. I keep telling you. You know, Stanley sometimes, the White John Galt sometimes, he asked me, it was Stanley. He said, why are you talking that dope man parlance sometimes? Well, I am a man of the streets, Stanley.
Well, you explained it.
And I did explain it.
You know what? You enlightened me.
I did enlighten you, Stanley. I did enlighten you. That is true. Because again, like Stanley, this ain't, this is for you too, but for a lot of the people in the chat and shit, maybe they can't understand all that high level talking. You gotta break it down in the dimes and nicks, Stanley. Break it down the next time so everybody can understand.
I'm gonna have to say this though. Sometimes when you explain it like you did, and you know me, I'm good for a one-liner or something. Did I even say anything other than John Galt, you have enlightened me? I understand now. It makes sense. There's nothing wrong with explaining the method to your madness.
You know, sometimes, you know, like Stanley, you're right. I have to like really break it down sometimes. I expect people to be able to connect the dots sometimes, and you're all right about that. You're right.
Well, no, I'm worse than you are. You know what? It's why I never homeschooled. I literally expect someone to hear it once and remember it, and I'm horrible about it. And you sometimes complicated things that you come up with do need explaining to us peons.
Yeah, I don't think it's complicated, Stanley. I think it's abstract. John is very abstract.
Well, abstract is complicated.
Yeah, I can see.
You know, I tell you one time, Stanley, you know, I'm not a genius by any means. One time I had and I tell you about the white guy that fired me. And
You would be surprised, John. You're not chopped liver.
One time I went to this motherfucker, and the white dude that fired me, man, I could call in. One day I'm gonna call that nigga on the stream. And I'm like, yo, I need 10,000, man. Like, can I come pick it up tomorrow? I need 10,000. And he be like, maybe the day after tomorrow, I come pick it up. I'm gonna do that shit on stream one day. I'm gonna set it up so I know you're ready, and I'm gonna call and I'm gonna tell you niggas to get mute. And I want you to hear how John Galt can just go pick up 10,000 in the streets, no questions asked. And this is what I really wanted to impress upon you people. You know what I'm saying? You got to be honest. You got to be you gotta handle your business. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker fired me off my job when I walked. I told you about when I walked into the housing authority with the gun and shit. And he's like, I hate to fire you, bro.
Was it court or the housing authority?
The housing authority where I walked in with the gun. That's why I couldn't take action anymore. And that motherfucker told me, man, we've been friends since he fired me. He said, man, like, I hate to do it, but because I was a good software developer. I am a very good software developer. And he said, man, I hate to fire you, but I got to because, the government, remember I told you DC, all this shit's federal. So one day I went to court and they said, yo, the judge was like, are you working? I said, yeah. He said, where you work? I said, blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, okay, cool. I'm going to let you go, let you get out on bail or whatever. Not bail, but, As soon as I got to work, when I left court, the prosecutors had called my job and you got to get that going. So anyway, so the guy called me in and said, yo, I got to let you go. I'm sorry. And
hey, John, quick question. Are you sure you want to do this confessional now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Understood, HP.
Anyway, I'm gonna bring the guy on the stream. He'll tell you responding when he fired me and shit. And again, I call that motherfucker right now. Yo, I need 10,000. Anyway, all right, no problem. Meet me over at the cigar bar on Wisconsin Avenue or something. All right, cool. I'll meet you there. And this is what I'm telling you, like all the banks and all that bullshit. If you really want to get where you got to go, like Master Kim tells you, you got to demonstrate to people that you're trustworthy and honest and you're about business. And you won't need any banks. I don't have a fucking credit card in my wallet. Not one. Other than my business credit card. And I ain't even apply for that. But you got to be honest. You got to be about business. And, it'll work out for you. Anyway, go right ahead, guys. Sorry to get off topic.
No.
I wanted to add, thank you, Miss Witchy, for coming and spending time with us today. I wanted to add to that what you played with what happened in that video, because we've had that issue here in Texas, more specifically in El Paso. And I wanted to share with y'all what they have been doing to try to rectify the issue of peeing and pooping.
Not peeing on the tacos.
Yeah, it's a thing. I don't live anywhere near here, but it is still in Texas.
Well, good morning, Stephanie. Yes, so we're out here. As you can see right here, the street is closed off. And I know we have a couple barriers up, and police are out here making sure that everyone is keeping safe for what we know so far since the incident that happened in Brownsville. Now, although many migrants are sleeping in out here in every corner of the streets surrounding the church, starting from Oregon, Father Ram Avenue, then to Mesa and 4th Street, the city of El Paso has closed down streets to keep vehicles from driving by. That is also including the streetcar that runs through downtown. When Title 42 expires, another influx of migrants is expected, which is why many are trying to stay safe before they head out to their final destination. Now, Alejandro from Venezuela says he does not feel safe regarding the 8 migrants that were killed, even though Brownsville police are still investigating the cause of the incident. And Alejandro says why he is sleeping by the fence to protect his family.
How can you feel safe here? There's a public here, basically an eternal life. There are 4 corners and they've already closed one. One car can come in high speed, and how can they stop right here?
On Monday.
So I won't play it all, but so you have, of course, the threat of the driving and then them shutting down streets because they're, you know, defecating and urinating all over the streets. And, you know, other people live there, you know. Some people walk to work. Some people, it's like walking in the city. We don't want your dog's stuff there. So, and we certainly don't want yours. But I don't believe that that's assimilation at all, and I don't believe it's American. I believe that these are practices they bring from their countries. India, anyone, okay?
Wait, say that again. What about India?
India, you know the joke, take the poo to the loo.
They shit in the streets, Stanley.
Yeah, except they run Microsoft and other tech companies. Somehow or another, they went from poo in the loo to running Microsoft. Anyone ever wonder about that?
But Stanley, at the same time, though, at Cisco, what did they do? No one talks about that. That's the underside of.
Well, what happened at Cisco is there was a fairly senior engineer who did a lawsuit, and you know where I'm going with the whole with the whole caste thing.
Enlighten us,
California. Well, you know what? It looks like you already know.
No, I do, but the panel may not. So tell us about what.
Well, you know what? Tell them to Google it.
Ah, come on, Stanley. Come on, Stanley.
My upshot is that caste does not work in a Christian company. Indians probably need to realize this isn't India, and that was my analysis.
You want me to tell them, Stanley, since you're not going to tell them? Yeah, it's fine.
Is there anything more? Maybe you noticed something that caste isn't a Western concept. Obviously, you know more.
In the company Cisco Systems, which makes network
routers, networking stuff,
and little shit like that. You got a router in your house.
Stanley, you had a chance.
Cisco probably makes if you have in the back office shit where all those, if you look downtown, you probably got a building, got a Verizon sign in front, no one goes in and out. Bunch of Cisco equipment in there. And so Cisco is based in, I think, San Jose or wherever, and the Indians start instituting a what the fuck they call that shit? What they got in India?
Caste system.
A caste system.
Yeah.
Inside of a company.
Oh!
Right? And some of the Indians sued, which is what Stanley mentioned. They say, hey man, these motherfuckers are instituting a caste inside of a fucking company based upon me being from India and I'm dark skinned, I'm not like in the clique. That's what happened. Right? They brought their values over here from their country and they started implementing them here. That's what happened. I've told you guys, so I was working at Con Edison, Consolidated Edison, and I swear to you, it was a fucking Indian didn't know what the fuck he was doing. He didn't know heads from tails. But I didn't understand the language that he was speaking, and I swear to you that someone else was telling him how to write his code. How could I prove it? I can say, hey man, I heard him saying, write this, write that, do this, do that. He don't know what the fuck he doing. I couldn't prove it. These H1B, they're looking out for each other. And Americans, we don't have those advantages to be able to be right in front of our manager, telling another employee how to do some shit that should be rudimentary, basic to him, while he's getting paid $100,000 a year.
Are we still talking Cisco?
No, I'm talking practical now.
Oh, okay.
And that people with with different languages have advantages, in corporate America, and it's one very good example. I swear to you, I was in Consolidated Edison's, the utility company in New York. And I swear to you, I can't prove it because I can't understand what the fuck they were saying, but I don't think the guy knew what the fuck he was doing. I think he was incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
But someone else was telling him, like, blah, 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 blah. And, it seemed like he was telling him what to do, right? I can't prove it because I don't speak the language. But that's the problem. That's the point.
Wait, John. Wait. What made you believe? What made you believe that though? What was it?
It's like, okay, you got like one Indian who speaks English, right? And another one, well, they both may speak English. And so you said, why don't they speak English? I wish Get Crack was here, man, because Get Crack, he could explain to you from the hardware side. I'm on the software side. But it's the same shit, right? In the technology world where you can't understand what someone's saying. And it's almost like you can tell that they're instructing each other. It'll be you drive a truck. He's like, damn, like he really is explaining to him how to back the fuck up out of this parking spot. This guy don't know how to do it, right? MoMo may understand. Like, he don't know how to back up, right? But you can't understand what the fuck they're saying because they're speaking another language. But if you can understand, be like, damn, this guy, like, he probably shouldn't be on the road.
Yeah.
You understand?
Right? Oh, I've seen plenty of people who should not be here at all, but they are.
See, I ain't telling no lies here. Like, I'm a man of the streets. I understand the way the world works. And so, like, I'm looking at this dude don't know shit. Like, and I'm not putting it into context, but every day we have like meetings. They call it stand-ups in the software world. We got to tell what you did. This guy can't really explain what the fuck he did.
Okay, there we go.
Then some guy after the stand-up is talking to him like, blah, blah, blah. Then he goes over to his desk and he's helping him. And then now with technology, you don't even have to go to his desk. You can log onto his computer and do it for him.
Yeah.
You understand? And like, these are people who are coming from third world countries where their livelihood depends on being able to stay in America. It's a totally different game. You know, people don't understand it. You understand? And so, I can't really explain. And I'm a little fucked up.
No. I think you explained it perfectly, because you got to look at it too. What would? There's nothing that would really stop them from cheating. Like, let's just say they're cheating, just to keep it simple. Maybe he got somebody, and mind you, this ain't trucking. You cheat in trucking, you're gonna kill some people. This is software programming. This is code. You just copy and paste in code. Like,
no, copy and paste is not code.
No, that's what they're doing, Stanley, bro. I'm telling you.
Nah, bro. A lot of it is
okay,
copy and paste.
dude. If you bring, John Galt, you know that you take something like VB.net, dude. There are classes
Bro,
there are.
hey.
You can copy and
I'm
paste them within an editor.
I've done fucking code reviews.
Okay, motherfucker, I have too. Not to your
You know,
level.
damn code reviews,
But
Stanley.
this
We done
is
some code
not like some coding is not rocket science, John.
No. What I'm saying is
Anybody can do it.
Listen, no. Well,
It literally
I don't disagree.
anybody can do it.
I've done code
There
reviews.
are 14-year-olds who are better coders than you.
That's true. That's why
Okay,
I said.
then what the fuck are you acting like this is rocket science?
Let me finish. I've done code reviews, Stanley.
Oh, for
some of the big, at some of the biggest companies in the world, Comcast.
Thank God for that.
Where motherfuckers have pushed code to production, where they motherfucking copied and pasted and had comments that were referring to someone else and not even relation. Like they
Let me know
weren't
when
even,
I can respond to this.
and anyone in the audience that understand what I'm saying is, when you write comments in your code, you be like, this function should return true or false based on what you get.
It's a code review, John.
Let me finish. These motherfuckers will have comments in their code that like, Jeff wrote this. You be like, Jeff? That's the nigga that committed the code. Your name is Varun. Why the fuck you just didn't delete the code? They're copying and pasting code because they're just taking real short. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Can I ask you a basic question?
Sure.
Did you enjoy software development?
Man, early on, man, I did, to be honest with you. Like, with the guy that fired me, that motherfucker was very intelligent, man. Like, one of the most intelligent software developers I ever worked with. White guy. And I remember going to him and I said, man, like, I really don't understand these patterns shit that people keep talking about in software. And he broke it down to me.
Understood.
And now every time I look,
would you recommend it for my son?
What do you mean? Recommend what?
You know what? He is going to school. He's going to do computer. I want engineering. He wants software. He wants to do AI. Would you recommend it?
Recommend what? Recommend what? Software?
Him getting into software.
You know what I would recommend? You know, I was thinking about this earlier, Stanley. I was talking to Master Kim and your name came up. What I would recommend for your son is start to work on code. You know, you don't need.
He's been coding since he was 10.
Good.
Dude, that's why I want him to be an engineer. He can build a computer.
I'm about to give you some advice. You asked me a question. I'm about to give you some advice.
Gotcha.
Start uploading your code to GitHub. Right, critic. He may already have one, but I'm just telling you if he does. You said what?
Who knows? I don't. You know.
Well,
he's smart.
Bring him on here one day.
I will. And you know the first thing you're gonna do? Make him fucking paint.
Well, you asked me about software, about painting later, but you bring him on here, and what I would tell him is start creating, like, basically, you know, a library of things that he's done on GitHub. And if you do that, and if he does it and he's like passionate about it, he won't make it.
He's not passionate.
Well, he won't make it to graduation before people will be offering him jobs. I'll be honest.
And that's what I don't want.
Well, you know, it's up to you,
You
right?
know, you know what? Startups happen. I understand that, but in a way, I kind of like. I think it's more important for him to know how to paint a wall or drive a nail, and then you know he knows how to do that. But some of the stuff you put out is great. Don't be black man. Welcome to the Fortune 500. Welcome to the big time. You swim with sharks. You get attacked by sharks. You become a shark. You survive or get out. That's what black people need to learn. Swim with sharks. You need to be a shark.
Well, I'm telling you, you know, I don't disagree with that. That's why I moved to New York, Sam. I done the government shit, did the World Bank shit. I'm like, man, I want to go to the
And
big.
you're not the only one on
No,
your
no,
channel
I'm
who
not
has
saying that.
done
What
this.
you asked me about your son, and what I would tell you for your son is create a GitHub account. He probably already has one. And just start uploading code to GitHub. And so when he goes on the interview, be like,
Well,
look,
the advice was more for me. I have no clue what he does.
okay, well, this is what I'm telling you, right?
So I know what to tell him.
Right. Create a calculator app. Create a fucking whatever. John Galt says, do you know what a linked list is? Hell yeah, I know what it is. Create a linked list. A virtual function, right? What a virtual function is where you can have multiple functions with the same name but different signatures. Am I not right, John Galt? I am that motherfucking urban landlord and a software developer at the same time. John Galt.
Can I respond to
And
Samuel
I
here?
just came off the hip with that goddamn answer. Right? 6 beers in, I just came off the hip with the answer. Am I right, John Galt? Tell me. Am I right, John Galt? I know I'm right.
Wait, hold it. Are
Tell
you
you,
talking to yourself?
no, tell you something honestly. Start writing code. Motherfucker. What did he say? I'll give you that. I am that nigga.
Oh, you know what?
Get up
You
here and lie.
gotta
I
take
am that
the
nigga,
white
John
John Galt with a grain of salt.
He thought he was gonna blow me. Man, those are basic fucking.
Why are you having this huge chat with
These are
a
basic
huge
when I was
pushback in the chat?
when I was a baby program. John Galt, I used to teach software. I ain't never took a class, but I used to teach it to motherfuckers. You ask me a bullshit ass question like a
John,
virtual
if
function.
he had balls, he would come up and chat
How about
personally.
encapsulation or some shit? You want to ask me some shit like that? Right? Well, how about it? Polymorphism. Has any motherfucker in this goddamn chat heard of the term?
Yes, I know I know what it
John
is.
Galt, put it in the chat, John Galt, if you know what polymorphism.
The white John Galt. He's not John Galt.
Polymorphism. He got that. He go Google it right now. Go Google it, John Galt. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Tell your son, start writing code. Get a Google GitHub repository. I promise you, he won't make it to graduation. If you listen to that advice right there, he won't make it to graduation.
No, he's gonna make it, and it might be a black thing.
His choice. It may be his choice.
Well, no, you know what? I don't have a choice anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. If he go and build out
I can only advise.
If he go build out a Google repository, if you listen to what I'm saying, he won't make it to graduation. The numbers would be too big for him to overlook. It'd be like going pro at 18, right? I'm giving you the pipeline to go to pro at 18. Go build out a Google repository.
All I'm saying is he can barely read a book. To my satisfaction.
Oh, come on, don't put that on him, man. You ain't got to read the code though.
Well, no, I mean my son. You know what? I hope he does, but he has a good head. I asked John because, quite frankly, I might need to know what to tell him. And you know what? If that does come to fruition, we might just have to do it on the John Galt channel. Imagine.
It's the best advice I can give you, bro. I promise you. Anybody that's listening, you want to get in STEM? Show you got the promise and the desire. It just goes.
But I didn't force him. It's what he does.
And whatever. I'm just saying that anyone that has a desire to get into STEM software, go push some code to GitHub. It could be the basic shit. A connection to a database. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Because the person that's looking to interview you, he's going to ask you some questions like, what do you like to do? Or, hey, this is what I like to do. Look at my code. I push it to GitHub. I ain't get paid to do this. I just did it. Just like we're here on YouTube with you guys, right? Ain't nobody paying us to be here, right, HB? Portia, ain't nobody paying us to be in this motherfucker, right? Push it to GitHub. Push it to... if Portia, HB, me, John Galt, somebody want Stanley, somebody wanted to go further with this YouTube thing, they got a library of content that they can show you. Hey, look at me. I had 40 people in the audience on Friday night just talking shit. Take a chance on me. And the same thing goes with software. Show me what you got. Let me look at what you've written. You might not have any experience working for a company anywhere, but if you can show me that you did something, I'll take a chance on you.
Yeah.
Go to GitHub, man. Tell your son to put some code out there. It could be the most rudimentary shit ever. But just the showing that you had the grit to do something that most other people aren't going to do. They're just going to come in and interview. Yeah, I know I do it. Your son can show people. Here's something, passion, that I did it for no other cost, for no charge. Nobody paid me to do it. I just did it. It'll go a long way, Stanley. I promise you. You know what I mean? Almost every one of the interviews I had, like, typically they'd be like, yo, what kind of computer you had when you were growing up? And that
Who, me?
No, as a software developer, there have been so
Software
many.
developers don't care about computers.
It's not the question. It's not the point. It's not the point about the computer. They're asking about your passion.
Software developers don't care about hardware.
They're trying to get to how long have you really been into this shit? When did you get your first computer?
Yeah.
When you were 25 years old, or when you were 8? And that's how they know.
8 is too old. It's like tennis.
But I'm 49. You got a computer at 8, you had to beg your parents to improve.
No, my brother is about 3 years younger than you. And he and I, back in the Commodore days, used to do my son, I keep calling him that. My brother is like some big time IT person. If you're going to go that route, if you want to know computers, you literally do. He was using computers before he walked.
And now he's in the IT world, right?
Oh, he's better than that.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
He's
right?
IT management.
That's what I'm saying.
Sometimes you don't code.
That proves my point. Like when I used to go, I'm just telling you, when I used to go in interviews, people ask me, like, what was your first computer? I'm like, Commodore 64. They be like, oh, I had a Tandy. And they knew then that you were serious about it.
But none of that matters. Can you code is what matters.
But it's like
degrees, qualifications, none of that matters.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you now. Degrees, some of the best software developers I ever worked with, they ain't have a degree.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And again,
it is literally like art.
No, I wouldn't say it's like art because maybe because it requires a passion, Stanley, and that passion comes out very early. And I think that the people that are interviewing people are trying to tap into where did the passion start for you? Is this just a job for you, or like? I'll give you a very good example. I've told you that I worked on this app that basically it was Joe Biden's baby, right? It was to hire a bunch of cops all over America. It's called Cops. You can look it up. And the dude that fired me, we worked on it together. We developed it together. And there was an Indian woman that could have worked on the project, but she said she didn't want to learn anything new. And at that time, VB was switching from VB6 to .NET. If you anyone in the chat, White John Galt, you know what I'm saying? She had no interest in learning it, right? She had no interest in learning it. But me, let's go. Let me learn something new. And I've told you about all the books that I had to throw away because they were obsolete within a year. Like there are things that you can like pick like figure out like, okay, are you a real? Is this your passion, or are you doing this for a job? Right? Does the nigga that driving the truck, is his truck clean? Is his cabin clean? Or is he just riding around this motherfucker making money because he moving on to something else? It's like differences. Like I hire people, like I can just feel it. They're like questions that you can just, ask people, and you can like deduce what type of person are you? Are you really into this shit? Is this just like a means to an end? And for real software developers, I think there's some Rasgirl's in the chat. She know, you know what I mean? It is what it is, Stanley. But go ahead.
Oh no, you've explained.
Yeah.
However, I have to, this is kind of a joke, kind of a story. I once had a boss tell me that, you know what? I think in your perfect world, we would just put you in a room, close the door, and just let you think great thoughts. And you would come up with something innovative. We just need to just let you be there and not be bothered, and you'll come up with something. Now, that was an insult, but it was also a compliment. He just thought that was my kind of thinking.
You know what? Stanley, it wasn't an insult, man.
And I
Like,
see you in a big room.
I mean, it wasn't an insult because, like, he recognized where you were, and he recognized the talents of where you probably should be. You understand? Like, I had a similar situation. I'll tell you guys about it later. But like, they recognize something in you. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be fucking talking to you. But hey, man, get the fuck out of here. You ain't got no place anywhere. Get the fuck out of here. No small room, no big room, nowhere around me. I don't need you around. But they saw that, hey, you be better off in a small room. And there are companies that can utilize people that be better off in small rooms. Right?
But this is what I see. Someone gives you a problem and you get to figure it out. Now that is heaven. For me, give me a problem, I'll figure it out. Might be unorthodox.
Some people just ain't cut out to solve problems. They just want to do something. They want to do what they told.
Yeah, Stanley, in regards to your son, if he got a passion for coding, don't try to get him into anything else. Don't tell him to
doesn't
get
have a, you know what? Here's the most interesting thing about my son. He's just smart. And he literally just he said, and I think I told this story, he wanted to write computer games literally from his first Xbox. And he is 18. I think he was just turning 7, got him one for Christmas. He's been talking about that forever. So, but all I'm saying is he likes fishing. He likes a lot of different things. My way of raising him, my desire was you need to be more or less a Renaissance man. You need to know how to do more than code. You know what? He will come home. He will say, "Dad, I'm going fishing," and he will go fishing.
No, I get it. I get it.
That's
but
what I'm proudest.
I think, Stanley, in this world that we're moving towards, coding might be the only thing you need, honestly.
You know what? Here is why I think that doom and gloom COVID bullshit from like 4 years ago. It's 2024, son. That's what I would tell my son. Go and figure out a new problem to solve.
No, I got you.
Don't litigate the past. Find a new problem.
You should bring your son up on the stream someday. You know, I give him some
I
advice
will.
if he
He
wants
will
to.
never understand it. He will look at me like, Dad, what the fuck are you doing?
We'll be on our best behavior, Stanley.
No, you know what? No, actually be on your worst behavior.
I don't want him to think you're crazy, Stanley.
But if he wants to, you know, if he really
You'll
wants,
survive.
if he wants to get into the software world, you know, I think what I'm telling you, what I would be telling him is probably the realest shit. You know, I was talking to Master Kim the other day, and yesterday, whatever the fuck. But man, when I was in grad school, man, like I was developing databases. You know, it's a small part-time job and shit.
Databases are fun.
But I developed the interfaces to the databases, you know, and that required VBA, Visual Basic for Applications.
Yep.
Which led me to learn VB6, which is basically
Not a database.
I'm sorry.
What brand of database
I
was?
was developing access databases, but
Okay, all right.
But you know,
well, you know, those are database light. You know, access
very
databases.
But the bigger thing is, if you understand databases, right? The theory. Forget about the is a record. This is a deletion. This is an insert. If you understand about normalization, right? You understand how to flatten a database.
Yeah, it's basically getting rid of all the broken links.
All the
how tables relate to queries. Yep.
Right,
making it more efficient
in a database. And so here we have here. Let me see if I can share this with you guys. And this is something that, you know, database normalization is the process of organizing data in a relational database to improve data integrity and reduce the redundancy. And that's
yes, because there will be duplicate records, duplicate queries. It gets rather inefficient.
It's more or less duplicate content. You often won't have duplicate records. You have duplicate content.
Duplicate records are duplicate content.
Well, not exactly, because the thing is, you could have a customer and you have his address in one place. You could have that same customer, you have the address in another place.
Broken records connect.
Well, that means you may have to update the address. If a person wants to go to a website and update his address, you got to change it in two places. There's a transaction that you need to, right? Yep. And so you want to normalize your database, and there are tiers of normalization, and there's let me see if I can pull it up. And I was developing databases in third normalization form in a database. So you go deep in normalizing a database, and you'll see that here. Third normal form is a database schema design approach that helps reduce data duplication and redundancy and ensure data integrity and simplify data management. There's an example over here. And so those are the things, you know, I forget where I was going here, but when I was developing databases for, you know, University of Alabama, I was offered a job just strictly off the understanding of databases. I went deep and I learned the third normal form of normalizing a database, not just the basic. You know, you can go deeper and really extract out any redundancy.
Hey John, Crack, get Crack. For some reason, he really believes that StreamYards has real bad coding in like the system.
Oh, he's right.
And he said there's like a lot of is that kind of what you're talking about, where you try to there's StreamYard probably has like a lot of duplicate codes or something in it?
Well, no, he's talking databases.
Yeah, they probably have a
kind of a different animal.
Yeah, they have a scalability issue where, like, you know, we may be on right now, and then someone else could be on with 10,000 people, and to be able to scale to that level, I talked about like just-in-time inventory. There's a such thing as like just-in-time like database accessibility. So in the You know, in the middle of the day, StreamYard may pay for more database and concurrent connection than it would be in the middle of the night, right? Where there are very few people on. So that's it, just in time.
Hey, I wanted to say too. Not only were those Indian guys cheating, but I got a strong suspicion that that's why they get into, you know, coding and IT work, because it is. Listen, if you got a language that only the people in your village can speak, it's a really easy job to get into and cheat your way through.
Yeah.
Well, wait, hold it. You do realize that, you know, your village language isn't going to get you into Oxford?
No, what I'm saying is just kind of like a lot of these people, like, you can't verify if they're good at something. It's easy to game an interview, man, like, because there are so few people with software skills to even interview you. That
Right.
most of the questions on the interview, you can Google them. Hey, I'm about to go interview C#. Okay, cool. Here's the interview question. And I mean, like, I've been doing this shit so long, man. I know how to deduce if a motherfucker just Google the answers. I'm like, nigga, give me a real world example, right? I don't want to hear that shit that you just Googled off the internet. Give me a real world example, right? Like HB, like, hey nigga, you're pulling into a truck stop and
Well, you do know I've been through a technical interview or two.
right. But what I'm saying, like, yeah, so you understand what I'm saying? Like,
There are two of them.
HB, you probably can,
and maybe more.
HB, you probably can distinguish between somebody who done learn how to drive a truck by experience versus someone who learned how to drive a truck in a textbook. Would you say that's fair?
Oh yeah,
Right. And that's what I'm saying. But with so few software developers, they're slipping through the cracks because there's no one to really interview them to deduce, are you real or not? Are you really a software developer? Did you just learn to in the book and show up for the interview? And when you have the, right, it is. And then you have the Indian recruiter companies who are basically doing the bidding of their country, who are putting these people in front of hirers, employers, and that's all they're seeing is people who are giving you textbook answers. And just imagine if that happened in trucking, HB. Everybody could show up to the trucking interview and they'd be like, yeah, I know I drive a truck because the book told me how. It'd be very difficult.
It would be a lot of dead people. But I think in front of a computer, it's a lot easier to finesse. You could finesse it for a minute,
And that's
especially
why
when
I'm
you
telling Stanley son to do the gift of library.
Well, I
you
wouldn't
gotta
worry
look at the
about my
cultural-
son. I would worry about tropes, and thank God Richard isn't here. They're actual, like, active people who are talking some.
What Tropes has, like, graphical skills and shit.
Dude, I'm not anywhere. I'm not even in your league, John.
Well, no, I was saying, like, Tropes has graphical skills by the Angel video.
Yeah,
by my-
databases are way more complicated than when I was working with them.
But what I'm saying is the Indians will get the third normalization of data. They can figure that shit out. They can read about it. They can tinker with it. And then, you know, ultimately those type of things will work itself out. But the creative aspect of the Universal Jones, the Porsches, the Tropes, the Indians, it's a different learning curve. Because you can't learn this shit in school. Right? Like, you can't really go to school and learn how to create something that translates to the people, like an intro, like Universal Jones commercial for the Lolo. You can't learn that shit. You just it's gotta be intuitive. And so it's a big difference. You know, I'm not sure if I'm making heads or tails with this, but
you are.
No. And I'm telling you, John, I really believe that's why they get into IT, because it's for them, it's a lot easier to scam people, man. And just think about it too. They all you need is one Indian to get $100,000 job, and he gotta team of Indians back home searching all the shit for him in his ear. He got a little earbud in it.
Like
You know?
what Maverick G said, most interviews have basic Google. That's true. Like, see, I ain't telling you no lie, right? What the fuck I got to lie for, right?
Yeah.
But here's something more interesting. The white John Galt said something about virtual functions. I think he said earlier today, right? I'm going to show you the distinction between an Indian developer and a better developer, right? And he talks about virtual functions, right? And basically, a virtual function is something like, let's say, walk the dog, right? Walk the dog, right? Well, what kind of dog? Pit bull, poodle, Rottweiler, so on and so forth, right? Well, it's the same action, walk the dog, but the methods or the it's the same method, walk the dog, right? But the actions that you may walk a particular dog could differ, right? And the textbook example, see, I ain't want to give you a textbook example, but in interviews, it'll be something like a print function. Okay, now override the print function. I want to print a Word document, a PDF document, or this or that. An Indian will have print Word document, print PDF document, print a CVS document, print a text document. But they're the same functions. And you could override those functions, right? Which is what John Galt is talking about, virtual functions, and have the same name but different signatures. PDF versus Word versus CVS file or CSV file versus I don't know, whatever. It's the same function, but different functionality. An Indian would have 4 functions: PDF, Word, CSV. And every time you come up with a new file type, she got to go write some new code, a new function, and that's going to cause upstream changes. And I know that sounds all obtuse and everything.
No, actually, it doesn't sound obtuse, but it doesn't sound.
Go ahead.
Well, no, oblique is a better word. But
anyway,
if you know what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying,
right? So and so those are the nuances of writing software that, and I've seen it. So I'm
can
giving you the real
anyone be a
example.
coder? You know that big, and actually, I think it's a more left wing thing. If you can't mine coal, go and learn coding. Now that part I've always been a little weirded out by.
Well, if you think about almost anyone can write code, but as I just told you, I did code reviews.
Well, no, what I want to say is, if you're in, some small town in West Virginia, and you know what, I don't want to work in a coal mine anymore. Back in the day, and wasn't so long ago, it might have even been Barack Obama or someone, code it, learn how to code. If you have to do a second career, learn how to code.
I don't think just think about when you log into StreamYard, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of thought put into it when you log in. You probably don't think about it. You just hit the button, enter studio, whatever, enter studio, but another button. But all those little check boxes, enable your camera, enable your speaker. Some of those are by default, turn on and turn off.
And then if they don't work, you have to go back and do permissions. The first
let's assume that it all works, right? Let's assume it all works.
Gotcha.
It's the user what do they call that word? The
Experience.
the user experience, right? The UX, right? Of how it just seems so seamless,
Mm-hmm.
right? That the Indians just can't get right.
Oh,
You
really?
understand? Like, if that shit is seamless, like you just click, click, boom, I'm in the studio,
Interesting.
right? But it's the, you know, the what should be checked, what shouldn't be checked. I hit the button. The button is blue. They can't get that shit right, man. They don't have the aesthetics, the workflow, you know, to get it just seamless. You understand?
Now, John, you have to understand you're almost 50.
Yeah.
I know Indians my son's age. I
Mm.
mean, they're literally like fluent in English because they're second or third generation.
Mm.
You know, they understand, you know, software, like when you log into StreamYard, it's intuitive if you have ever used a computer before.
But as I tell you,
You
like,
know what echo cancellation means. You know this stuff.
but as I tell you, like, you know, someone, John Galt, I think he mentioned linked lists or something like that, right?
Whitey John Galt? Because I'm
You're
going to tease him now. I'm going to tease him from here.
I don't think he's really white.
You know I got to
By the
roast
way,
him because he has
I don't, thi-
outworn his welcome.
He probably.
I don't think he's really white. I
But
got a
You know
suspicion.
what? He's got white in his name, so I'm going to be prejudiced.
But if he mentioned linked lists, like, a professor couldn't explain that shit.
A good professor. They're bad professors too.
If you're that good, then you out making money, real serious money,
Interesting.
right? You understand? Like,
yep.
And so, and I'm having a hard time trying to. A linked list is basically got a list, and it ties back to. Damn, a linked list is. See, I'm even having a hard time remember what it is, but you know, basically a link because it's like a object type. But anyway,
yeah.
So.
Well, it is a what? A text list.
Well, you could have a list that links back to that's tied to static data, right? If you click on this, it goes to this.
Basically text.
Yeah, text, right? Static data, that's text. Or you could have a link that clicks to some data, that clicks on something that returns you an item from the database, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's like it may be linked to, you know, when I used to develop CMS systems, it would be linked to another item in the content tree, as an example. So there's like a linked list. Let me see if he's not coming. But anyways, those type of things where you have to make software decisions. Like, again, when you log in the streamer, all this shit you just take for granted, that shit has been developed by Americans to appear seamless to you. When you have, you know, some software developed by someone who's not very intuitive, the UX is just kind of rudimentary. You're like, damn, I gotta click this box, I gotta click that. Man, fuck this, I'm going to another website. That's how it works. You know what I mean? And it's subtle, maybe from a user perspective, but from a software perspective, all behind the scenes.
Well, let me explore this. This is so weird. Now, I'm 10 years older than you are. The first computer class I ever took, I don't know, I think I was 17, senior year of high school. I took to it like a duck to water. I've been, you know, basic is what I learned, you know, then Fortran and, you know, all those other like back in the day languages. I think understanding how computers work, understanding coding, understand any sort of thing that is remotely associated with zeros and ones, it's a talent. I don't think I'm not a mathematician. If math is a language, I use it when I need it. I don't think mathematically.
But it's not really mathematics, Stanley.
Right, and that was my whole point about logic. I've known psychologists who were teaching Cisco. You don't have to be a mathematician.
But someone
You don't
probably
have to know the language of math to be a good coder.
But someone probably could, the more and more I think about it, there probably is some math to it. Let's say,
Well, no, there is math, but you may not see it as
there's common sense. Let me give you an example.
Well, exactly.
Let me give you an example, but the common sense is really kind of based on like logic, I guess. Like, let's say that you have a I don't know, you have a condition or something. You say, hey, and in software you say, I want to check for this condition.
Yep.
Right.
An object.
Right.
Check.
So you say, okay, is the person sick? Okay, boom.
Yep.
If the person is not sick, that's probably not a better example. Is when you do. I'm trying to think of a good example. Is when
let's not belabor the point. I think
but basically, it's like how you build. It's like how you build filtering.
Yes.
Right. And so if you say, okay, if someone searched for X, well, that's not a good example, but basically it's filtering till you get to the all-encompassing answer, right? If not this, and it's not an if, but it would be like a select statement. If not this, which would be the highest choice, the more likely or whatever, then this, then this, then this. If not all that, then give me an all-encompassing answer, right? And so that is, how you may write succinct code. You would see somebody on Indian, he motherfucker, he got 5 subroutines, what they would call spaghetti code. Code all over the fucking place. Hey, do this, do that, do this, do that. And it's like skinny methods and fat classes. Right?
You take 5, collapse it into 1.
Skinny methods and fat classes as opposed to fat methods, because the methods, and see, this is all like abstract. Like, you got a big fat ass method, do this, do that, do this, do that. You need a bunch of skinny methods, right? And that kind of conceptual logic, you probably not going to find it.
I see what you're saying.
Right.
Oddly enough, sometimes you take something complicated and make it simple, and that's a thrill.
Right. But
that's how you. It's kind of how.
But in software,
can I just interrupt you right quick? This is what Black men should do. And now I think, there's a bunch of fuzziness I hear on this channel, but in the end, making it smooth, quick, efficient, and not cruel. That's what a lot of folks don't seem to understand, that words matter. Even if you are the best coder, even if you're the best mathematician, words matter. And that is where I'm going with this. Saying B, saying N, sometimes that stuff matters. And I know you're getting annoyed.
I'm listening.
I'm not saying do better as much as at least understand what you're doing. And I think some of this is just, I'm sounding like Granny, and I don't mean to, but I just want to feel better that people, you can say any word you want to say, but know what it means when you say it. And I'm not always sure that people do.
I can
and I'm no better than anyone else. I'll throw out a word every now and again, but I attempt. Actions have consequences, words are actions, etc. And I think you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to sound like Granny.
No, you're fine, Stanley. You're fine. But I just gave your son $1 million for game there.
And you know what? I will not if he makes that $1 million, I will. You know what? Money is a thing. If he does it, and you know I'm serious about this, if he makes $1 million with your idea, you're probably going to get half of it.
Man, I
wouldn't even hesitate.
I don't want anything, but
hopefully half is good enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't want anything. But what I'm telling you, though, if he's trying to move along in that world, the education, I ain't even gonna say it's important, but if you see it's important, great. But they're gonna look for practical experience that's gonna separate yourself, and they're gonna be looking for passion.
Mm-hmm.
What code have you written that you didn't get paid to write? Because there's so many kids out here 6, 7 years old, as you said, writing code. And so if I'm gonna pay you $100,000, $150,000, $200,000, whatever, I want that passion, because everybody can do it. I want that passion. Are you going to be seeking out the latest technologies to make my shit fly off the front end faster, quicker, so I don't have kick crack and all these other people complaining about StreamYard? That's what people are paying for, honestly. And what they're looking for is that passion, not the skill, the understanding. They're looking to see, what have you done? What can you do? Show me that passion. What have you been doing just trying to do something? And if you got to look for work, it'll work for you. If you don't have to look for work, you may bump into that passion just by virtue of writing code. You may end up with some software that you could sell for millions of dollars. We've had people on here that have sold software for millions.
Oh, I hear the people over here who are young folks that are good stuff.
Yeah. Man, I got to get out of here. I got to finish cleaning rooms. And so I'm going to get out of here, guys. And you guys take over.
Oh, you're going to be doing street interviews again?
Not today. I got some other things to do. Sorry to belabor the point. Portia, HB, he dropped off. Sorry to belabor the point, but I'm going to get out of here for sure this time.
You're going to escape my butt.
Say what?
Portia's going to kick my butt for... I don't know. I had fun, John. Good talk.
I thought it was great. John, are you going to be coming back today at all?
Yeah, I'll be back this evening.
Okay.
All right.
Well, have fun. So, what's on the docket, Stanley?
I have no idea. Where is Oh my goodness. I do tend to be rather random. I want the white John Galt to come up and chat. And apparently that's not going to happen.
Oh, give me 1 second, Stanley.
Well, I'll drop the link.
It seems unlikely.
Momo, where are you? That's beautiful territory.
Say like 40 East, but this specifically, so I don't know if you saw earlier in the morning, I passed through Memphis.
Oh, wow.
You can see the pyramid, the Bass Pro Shop pyramid. So right now I'm just in Tennessee going long ways.
I-40?
Yep, on my way to I-81, so I'll be going up Virginia towards Pennsylvania. Yeah.
No, I know that my father-in-law lives in close to Knoxville, Oak Ridge. So, between 81 from like Front Royal, from that exit all the way down to down through my favorite name of a town ever, Galax. I just know that whole corner of North Carolina. And then back over to 81 is trucker heaven, if you're in a car. It's beautiful, beautiful country.
Oh, for sure. I really like this. I mean, I-40 between Memphis and Little Rock is crazy. There's not a lot of scenery, and there's just so many trucks. I think particularly because there's the merge with I-30, Texarkana split, so there's just a whole ton of trucks there, and it's just, yeah. But this part, once you get to Tennessee, I mean, I like all of Appalachia. Really, it's very beautiful. Just generally.
I have to ask you a very weird question, and
yeah,
you know that grade when you go up, and I've always been fascinated because it happens coming from like Hendersonville, North Carolina, back down to the Spartanburg area on I-26, down that grade. And then the same thing happens, coming from southwestern Virginia down into North Carolina. How do you handle that, driving a heavy load? Cars, I use a brake a lot, just coming down that type of grade. Does it scare you? How do you, and I know it sounds weird, like I said, but damn.
No, it's a good question, actually, because a lot of people don't know, I would say, that all trucks, I forget when exactly it was developed, there's something called a Jake brake. And so when I go down any, go ahead.
Never heard of it.
Exactly. So what people don't know is that the engineers at some point, I don't know if it was 50s or 60s, they developed what is called a Jake brake or the engine brake. And so what it does, I don't know the exact mechanics. I want to reread the mechanics because I went over it in the textbook.
Right.
I haven't read it in a while. But it uses the engine's own inertia to slow down the mass. So I only use the brake pads I spike them to kind of help the Jake brake, but all of the inertia is really majority through the Jake brake. And so like on the steering column here on the right side, I got a little lever and I pull it down and there's 3 levels. So it kind of uses some of the cylinders, the max level, use all the cylinders, and it does its mechanism to initialize that inertial slowdown. And so usually when I go down any grade, I don't use, like, my goal is not to even touch the brakes.
Gotcha.
I just purely, just by feeling the momentum and the inertia starting from like the top of the hill, I set the correct setting and I kind of spike the brakes a bit so that my goal is to get a consistent speed going downhill without ever touching the brake. And a lot of the time I get to manage to, or I'm just going like 35 and I don't have to touch anything. Or maybe I'm just like tapping the lever from like level 3 to level 2 or like switching between them and I'm just like fluctuating at 35, 36 mile an hour. It's a really cool system. But yeah, it's called the Jake brake.
Let me make a rough comparison. And when I first moved up, and this is years ago, up to when I first moved up to the Blue Ridge Mountains in Northern Virginia, I lived on a road where there was literally getting off this road back up to the main road was so steep, you had to put a switchback in it. It was an S curve going up, and it was, I had a Jeep, like an old 95 Jeep Grand Cherokee with a low. And you could creep down this hill without ice at like between 5 and 10 miles an hour. If you tap the brake, you kind of like ruin the way the tires adhere to the road. Is that the same thing? Tapping the brake pretty much is not a thing to do. You want to do it so little, let the engine do the work.
Well, yeah, so for the reason I don't want to touch the brakes is just because I want to keep the brakes for emergency. Really. And I've seen cases, I don't know if you saw that like news case of somebody I think it was an immigrant driver. He did a runaway on Denver and he went down. This was like 4 years ago. And he went, there's also the runaway ramps, which you should take if that happens, but He ran past all of them, and he ended up going down into Denver and did this huge explosive crash, and like 6 people died or something. But what can happen is if you're constantly on the brakes going down, and it's constantly gaining momentum because you're not using the Jake brake, or you just whatever happened, but the brakes can literally burn. They can completely disintegrate, or they can set on fire even. So yeah, that's why it's important to kind of, you want to gear down at the top of the downgrade, and you want to set the Jake brake at the correct settings and manipulate it that way so that you can just have the engine's inertia slow the mass to the desired downgrade speed.
Right.
And then brakes, just you want them cool. You don't want to be flying down there with, wheels on fire and just blowing things up. It's not good.
Yeah.
And I've seen, I think one of the craziest crashes I ever saw was on a West Virginia, one of the downgrades, because it can get pretty intense in West Virginia on the interstate. And
shit. Yeah. I've never done deep driving into West Virginia, but I can only imagine.
well, I mean, but wait a second. Oh wait, so what had happened to the guy? I think he was dead. Because I think what happened, yeah, it was insane. Okay, so I think what happened is he hit the off ramp, or he hit the runaway ramp, but I think he was going so fast, he went off the end of the runaway ramp, and the truck was like completely obliterated on the side of the mountain. So like it was strewn, like ripped to pieces, and there was like a couple people like parked on the side. They were like looking for things. It was insane. That was one of the craziest crashes I ever saw. 'Cause yeah, if the momentum runs away and you're really heavy, you can probably get over 100 miles an hour before you even know what's happening. And when you got that much mass going that fast, it's a lot of force.
And then you hit the runoff. You're gonna do, one of those. You remember Hot Wheels, where that's essentially what's gonna happen. And
I mean, yeah, because I think for that guy, the runaway ramp, it failed because he was going literally too fast with too much momentum. It's crazy.
Right. No, it's so cool. I remember the first time seeing a runaway ramp coming down 81 into North Carolina from Southern Virginia. And I'm like, well, damn, that looks neat. And to go back to something HB says, y'all are fearless. Speak of the devil.
Oh, hey.
Y'all do something I couldn't do. Can't read Shakespeare and drive a truck.
Yeah. I heard you guys talking about the Jake brakes and the runaway ramps.
Well, I was curious. Those runaway ramps, the Jake brake, I didn't even know they existed. So
yeah,
learn something new.
Hey Momo, they say with those runaway ramps, if you don't hit them square in the middle, you're probably gonna obliterate. So that guy that you saw, he probably
he probably was like too much to the left or something. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you gotta hit those things square on, or it's yeah. If you're to the left or to the right a little bit, yeah, the hill's just gonna eat the car or eat the truck. And it's pretty brutal, man. But Stanley, the Jake brakes, they pretty much do all the work for you, man, when you're going down hills. Because if we had to brake, man, our brakes would, yeah, they'd catch on fire if we had to do them.
Well, my father always told me, in regular cars, you hit that brake once the wheel starts spinning, which is basically, obvious, a stop wheel's going to slide. It's not going to, have contact with the road. So, that's what I was thinking about going down those grades. And even in a car, and I know y'all have done it on 81. 81 could be terrifying.
Yeah.
Now, maybe not to professional drivers, but
yeah. You guys don't get that momentum, man. Sometimes when that momentum catches you, and if you got like a full load too,
right, yeah, exactly.
It gets spooky, man. And I've definitely driven in West Virginia and some of those hills.
Yep.
And it's brutal. It's not like Utah and shit like that, but it's pretty much up there. It gets brutal. It gets real brutal. But you just keep your Jake brake on, just ride the hill, try not to lose the truck. If it speeds up a little bit, just lightly tap on it. You'll be safe, You'll be all right.
Well, it's all about being a pro.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like my larger point. Something Glenn Lowry says, and I don't like a lot of what I don't really get into that Thomas Sowellism and all that stuff. But the one thing that I do like Glenn Lowry for pushing back on, because he had I'm going to get into something, weird about IQ and black people and stuff. But the one thing that Glenn Lowry has always said several times, black people are okay. There's nothing wrong with black people, and I guess he means at a fundamental level. I'm not going to go into my, liberal spiel. But
I know you want to, Stanley.
No, I don't really want to, because it will bore y'all, because I'm generally right about these sorts of things. It is it is y'all that are wrong. Time will bear me out. But there's nothing wrong with black people. And quite frankly, I think black culture in America is a branch of American culture. You can't have one without the other. So
yeah, that's why I can't really blame John for feeling the way that he feels about the migrants and stuff. Because
you're actually going. I really want to hear this, because I have pushback. I don't think migrants are the problem.
No. Me personally, I don't necessarily think they are either, but I understand somebody like John why it kind of irritates him, and not because them themselves, but because so many Americans equate them to their struggle, and it's like they're not us though. Just like you just said, black culture is American culture.
My brother's only 3 years younger than John, so I have a frame of reference.
No, but what I'm saying is, when you say black culture is American culture, you're right.
Well, no, it's a branch of it.
You said what?
A branch of it.
Right. But we wouldn't have one without the other. Like, where and you could, when Witchy Bitchy was talking about, the Irish, the Italians,
Germans,
Germans. I mean, the Irish came in the 1800s. The Germans came in the 1900s. The Italians came around the same time.
Well,
Like
the
these people,
Germans also had a wave just before World War II, so there were several.
right. And I mean, the Irish came during the
But
potato famine.
Witchy's point was counter to John's point.
Yeah, but I don't think
Europeans didn't just sail here on ships and it was like drinking champagne, like
no. Each of those groups had their own reasoning for coming to America.
Well, not only that, they also had their own experience, and probably none of them were smooth.
No. It took some time for them to
Well,
be
no.
accustomed to the American
And
culture.
also the opposite. Americans took some time to get used to them and appreciate.
Yeah. But I think with these groups of people
Immigration
coming,
is a two-way street.
there's not going to be none of that with these groups of people coming.
And I thoroughly disagree. History does not agree.
Time will tell.
Time will tell.
Time will tell.
And actually,
time will tell.
I forgot to tell John this. Sometimes you actually have to know what you're talking about. Talking to a barber is not proof. Thinking it off the top of your head isn't proof. Anecdotals are not proof.
Yeah, but
As a matter of fact, I think better than that is sometimes people just be patient and let stuff happen.
Yeah. No, I mean it's gonna happen regardless. I just think that
True.
So many Americans that are so agreeable to it. I think that's really what irritates John more than anything. For me, I actually appreciate it. I like the competition. I like that these people are basically changing the fabric of the United States in a way where us as Americans, we're gonna have to get stronger. We're gonna have to compete a little bit harder. We're gonna have to be a little bit more shrewd, a little bit more. We can't just live the way that we lived during the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s. It's a whole different ball game now. So I enjoy the way that it's changing for the competition of it. But I think John sees it more culturally that a lot of black people are gonna, if they thought it was bad, then it's gonna get a lot worse. And in the working environment, his kids, your kids, these are the people that you're gonna have to be competing with. People that can cheat and do things that your kids can't do. They don't speak these languages. They don't know what they're talking about.
Well, wait, hold it. I'm confused. Which languages should my kids know other than
I mean, they got like 60 different dialects of Gujarati or whatever in India.
Who gives a look? Here's the deal.
No. And see, this, Stanley, this is where I actually agree with you too. I think as long as you understand who you are and who your son is, none of that shit really matters. And that's the difference between us and the people that don't understand what's going on.
But it's not as stark as understanding and not understanding. Some of it is just knowing when you need to understand.
Yeah.
I mean, right tool for the right job.
Mm-hmm.
I might not understand something now, might need to know it in the future. Don't get wrapped up around the axle. And bottom line is, and I've been trying to say this for a while. There's ADOS, the group, in FBA 2, but ADOS specifically. I've known a couple people in that group, and I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the group, where they start complaining about Haitians coming in or Mexicans because they're taking black jobs.
Yeah.
And the first thing I thought is, you know what? Why the fuck why are black people, who have roots as deep as any white people here, at least on, the US soil, the contiguous 48. Our roots are maybe 19 years less, maybe more, but you get my point. Why are we still, after 400 years, competing for mowing lawns or working chicken factories? Why are we getting upset over immigration? We should be beyond that. So there's
Part of it,
problems.
Wait, Stanley. I'll answer that. I think part of it with the ADOS people, part of it is a grift.
Well, yeah, the group.
Yeah,
I get your point. Point.
Part of it is a grift, but I think the actual part of it though is that it is a real thing.
You know what? I'm not fucking worried about competing with someone mowing a lawn, and it might.
I'm not either. I'm not either. But
let them come. They should not be. And now it's a theoretical argument. I'm not actually facing reality, but I would be horrified if my son had to compete with a Mexican for a lawn mowing business.
Yeah. No. I don't. It's not about that. But I think the thing is, let's say your son just over the summer he wanted to mow lawns just for extra money.
I did it as a kid.
Yeah, you did it.
Now there were no Mexicans in Cloverdale to challenge me.
John. I mean, Stanley. That's the point. That option for your son is no longer available. He can't do it anymore.
Okay, but we're all, dude. Back in the day, I never asked my son to go. My father, I went out and mowed lawns because I was tired of asking him for money.
Stanley, you're that.
But here's my point. I never thought of my son mowing lawns.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
we grow. Black people grow.
No, I get it. Society grows.
Yeah.
For extra money.
I never thought of my son mowing lawns. If he had come and said, "Hey, I want to mow some lawns for some extra money," I wouldn't have said no.
Because you get that it's not really about the money. It's more so about the work ethic and wanting to do. Yeah. So, but even if he wanted to do that now, that's not even really an option.
I think it would be.
I don't think so.
You know what? I know there are a lot. I just don't see it the way y'all see it. And maybe it's, you know what? Maybe I'm just elitist. There is no competition. You are your own competition. Yeah, there might be some other people who want the same job, but you either get it or you don't. Don't be bitter if you lose your programming job to a Mexican.
And I think that's just our arrogant American thinking. Yeah, we don't see any competition, but they look at us as competition.
No, there is competition. You have to have confidence. Oh, knowing you are the best doesn't mean you are the best, nor does it mean your interviewer is going to think you're the best.
No. I get it. I'm just saying that we might not feel like there's people competing with us, but they are.
I just don't see it that way.
I know you don't see it, but I see it.
Maybe I don't have to.
I see. Yeah. Stanley, you respectfully, you are old. You're kind of out of the.
It's not. I hope it's not just because I'm old, dude. I'm raising a young man to go out into the fray. And
No, and
you know what?
that's why I think
But the thing
subconsciously you
is
like having these conversations, because it doesn't affect you, but it's definitely gonna affect him.
if it affects my son, it affects me. And by the
Exactly.
way, my sister has kids that are roughly the same age. You know, we have four, and then my brother has a kid who's in seventh or eighth grade. There are people that are, you know, the next generation going out, and you know, I don't worry about Haitians. I don't worry about white people. I don't worry about other black people. I worry about, you know, our progeny. And, you know, my father's getting old. I might wind up being the old motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, you
But the
right
bottom
there.
line is
Right
don't
there.
worry about other people. Worry about what you can do. And you will probably win if you're that good. And if you know why you're not getting the jobs, then go out and work on that and then get the job.
Yeah, nah, I agree to that to a certain extent. I just think understanding who these people are that are coming here, and I honestly I do look forward to it though, because they are going to change the fabric of America, and I do think a lot
Good.
of people.
Then that just means we need to change with them and be better.
I
Look at
agree.
what
I
no, no,
agree.
no. Let
I
me give
agree.
you a good example. And this is the funniest example, which I never bring up. Asians suing Harvard and North Carolina. It was a white lawyer behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Asians got ahead because of affirmative action, but they forgot about it. They literally went into this lawsuit, and yes, I read the Supreme Court decisions. There was one for North Carolina, one for Harvard, because you know affirmative action is important, or was. It was bit. I think Asians, and I have many Asian friends on a Discord I've been a part of for years. Asians are very not black. South Asians tend to be very Hindu. They don't raise a fuss. Asians, they let people make mistakes. And you know what? They chose
Hey,
black people. Um,
okay.
the
Yeah,
point
yeah, yeah. I
is
got you.
Asians are going to win this whole thing, and white people are dumb enough to let them. Amy Wax. There are tons of examples that I'm thinking about. Um, White people are so busy being worried about black culture and all this stuff. Um, Pretty soon they're going to be. Berkeley is the perfect example. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but Asians have pretty much taken over University of California at Berkeley.
Hey,
White
yeah,
people
yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to work hard. That example I gave you of Cherokee County or somewhere in that area in Georgia, where Asians were in the same
Thank you,
high
man.
school.
No, no, you're good. You're good. Thank you, man. My bad. My bad. I had to handle some
Yeah,
business real quick.
I've been preaching. White people are losing and they are struggling. And they don't have to lose, they just have to stop being assholes.
Yeah, yeah. I just think it's bigger than just white people, Stanley, man. Because
What's bigger than white people in America? Please enlighten me.
I think even with the Asians, they come here and yeah, they might put dog and cat in the
Wrong way to go.
and
It's the
and the
second
Chinese food.
generation and the third generation. The first generation, it's the Master Kims who are second generation, and the motherfuckers rich as shit.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
He took his mother's maybe harsh upbringing, and look at him. He is, whether he wants to tell you or not, that motherfucker rules.
Yeah, no, but see, Master Kim has, you know, he's as American as it gets, you know.
Oh, he's more. I will argue he's more American.
Yeah, he's not one of those Asians that are, you know.
He is Trump level American.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and I think maybe because it is. You know what, Stanley? You might have a point.
Well, but I actually do. I know I sound crazy half the time, but I, you know, every now and again I come up with something.
You know, I think too. The thing about the Haitians is
Haitians are just. You know what? They are the new Mexicans.
Nah. I think
you don't think so, huh?
Nah, I think one of the biggest things with them is the religion. You know, it's one thing with these Arabs that come over here or the Indians. We kind of understand their religion. Asians.
What religion are the Haitians?
They practice voodoo.
Okay, then you really don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I'm
Stanley,
just
you're in denial. You're in denial, Stanley.
In your ear.
You're in denial, Stanley. These people practice
You know what?
voodoo. They practice voodoo.
I will just go and admit I'm in denial. Voodoo is the next big religion in America, brought here by Haitians.
It's already here. It's already here.
It has been, dude. Have you ever heard of Dr. Buzzard? Have you ever been to New Orleans? Have you ever been to Savannah? Have you ever been to Charleston?
No.
That voodoo stuff has been here like since forever.
No, I know. But I think
okay, then what are the Haitians?
Bill Clinton did some voodoo.
Zora Neale Hurston. Have you ever read Zora Neale Hurston?
Yeah.
The stuff has been here, and sorry you didn't read about it. It's been here. Haitians aren't actually bringing anything new. Zora Neale Hurston literally did like scholarly work on Haiti and other places in the Caribbean. There's nothing new under this American sun. It's whether you actually know about it and whether it's new to you in 2024. Now, of course, you know, there's new stuff, things change, but like Vodun in America, been here a while.
Yeah. So you don't have anything.
Stop reacting. White people need to fucking understand this shit's been here all the time. And, you know, patriotic education where you actually don't teach American history. That's why every generation goes, what? They're weak.
Yeah.
What? Voodoo, Springfield, Haiti.
Well, I think the main reason it like spiked in the kind of whether media, alternate media, circles, is because of the ratio of the surplus of those two, I guess, Charleroi and Springfield. I think it's whoever was doing like that guy with the long hair from yesterday. They put too many at one time. That's obviously going to bring attention. So that's what it was.
Yeah.
Because it's been happening for decades, but it's kind of been more subtle. They kind of, for the prior decades and prior years, And they really put it in more subtly. They put in groups more intelligently, where they say, okay, we're gonna some percentage ratio into Arcadia, Wisconsin. We're gonna put this many Mexicans in there, and they're not gonna bring it that much attention, almost any attention. So yeah, it's kind of what happened.
Hey, and Momo, I think too, a lot of it's been like big business bringing them over too. So it's not like them just coming over naturally because they want to come over. It's they have like people actually bringing them over and signing for them basically. Like
Well, yeah, we saw the website for hiring to scale, which uses these tools of people, and for Arcadia, because I noticed this. This is when I went to the Ashley Furniture Store HQ, which is there. This is in the middle of nowhere. It's probably like 300 miles east of friggin' St. Paul, Minneapolis.
Oh yeah,
So it's like it's way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I think I've been there before. Is there like a quick trip up the street from there too?
What? Yeah, there is.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I've been there before. Yeah, I've been there before. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure that Ashley Furniture needed some wood workers, and so they got some orders to scale workers there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a lot different than what it's been before. People naturally kind of migrated to the U.S. before looking for jobs. Now the jobs are already set up specifically for them.
And we are going to talk bullshit and not look at the past. The thing that disturbs me, especially about Black people and Black people on this channel, we spout and we don't know. We go off the top of our heads.
Wait. All right, Stanley. All right. The Japanese were okay. They got brought over here for something specific. All right. I
Unlike your theory about white people's worth ethic, right, Stanley? That one you researched the hell out of that one. Has nothing to do with something you pulled from your old racist ass.
When you don't want to hear me, you turn up your
ideas about the collective work ethic of white people definitely didn't come from your ass, Stanley. It came from years and decades of research, Harvard research.
Denizen, what you're gonna do is turn up your volume and ignore actual knowledge like you usually do. Turn it up, Denizen.
Yes, actual knowledge that I ignore from people. Here I go. I'm turning you down now, right? So actual knowledge from people like Imperious, actual knowledge from people like 12th Man when he's drunk off his ass, and actual knowledge from people like Stanley when he says all white people are lazy and that's his economic plan.
All white people like you is what I really mean.
Come on, Stanley. You don't know.
Turn up your volume, Denizen.
Denizen could be working in a coal
Turn
mine
up your
right now
volume,
for all you
Denizen.
know.
Or did you turn it down so you can't hear me?
Come on, Stanley. He could be working in a coal mine for all you know.
I turned you down so I could hear myself, Stanley. It's the only way anybody can get a word in edgewise with you when you're in this mode. When you get like this, you don't stop. You just filibuster.
Much like you, Denizen, you filibuster too without a shit shred of evidence or knowledge.
Yeah, much like your assertions about all white people.
Like you, I'm imitating you. No. See, I'm like Denizen.
You won't catch me saying all Black people or all Haitians are lazy, Stanley.
Turn up my volume now.
I think you're just imitating yourself.
I think I'm imitating you, Denizen.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you either.
Yo, to be fair, Stanley does have a deep hatred for white men, so don't take it too personal, Denizen.
No, Denizen likes to come in at the worst possible times and make the worst
best possible time.
Oh, dude, you are
knee breaking points. I swept your leg, Stanley.
Vacuous.
I swept your leg.
You think you did? You've come.
I Cobra Kai'd you, Stanley.
You have come out of your haze from your dream.
I
And
Cobra Kai'd you, and you don't know how to do the crane.
You sweat my leg, yet I'm still standing.
He's still here, y'all. Still here.
Look at you, Denizen. Sweet my leg, Denizen.
Stanley, can you not understand why Denizen would feel a little offended when you're making like general statements of?
Oh, it didn't offend me. I just thought it was funny.
No, Denizen is
The way he casually said it out loud on the internet was awesome.
Denizen,
It just kind of slipped out because he was comfortable enough.
You know, I give Stanley a pass.
What Denizen never does is he never asks me specific questions. You want to know why I think white people are lazy, Denizen?
No, why would I care?
See,
who cares why you're racist?
Why would you care? Is the general like? I don't care.
It'd be like, why would I care if you thought the sky was green, Stanley?
I don't care to know why.
Why would I care why you think frogs can fly?
And shiftless too, Stanley, right?
Oh,
lazy and shiftless.
Look at you, frogs and flying. You are flying from why I said it.
I'm just saying, though, we need Haitians because all white people are lazy and don't want to work. I don't know what to tell you. It's just that simple, Stanley.
You are literally Donald Trump.
Come on.
Sorry, what I couldn't hear you is I thought I heard Trump.
See, you couldn't hear me. You don't want to hear me.
Stanley, don't use that voice, man. Come on. Come on.
No, it's a fake laugh. I can laugh like that too.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Portia. Yes, Portia.
Am I like borging out, or do I sound crazy?
No.
No.
You're not gonna sound as crazy.
I mean, you sound like you might about to go crazy.
Oh.
Denizen,
Yeah, I'm okay. I was
always
just
dare pop
making
up.
sure that my headphones were still connected. That's all.
You might need to blow your nose, Portia.
Yeah, it's just what I told you earlier. Like the air quality, it's just like it's getting worse.
In Texas?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there
we
a
have
windstorm?
we have an AQI of orange for 3 days now, and it's like you just can't breathe. It's like everything is in the air and the wind, and it's awful. So I just want
Would
to
a
make
mask
sure.
help?
Don't do that, Stanley. You know what, Stanley? You are crossing the line now, all right?
Come on now. Wait, hold it. How was that bad? How is that a bad question?
You already said white people are lazy and shiftless. Now you're
Oh no, I didn't say shiftless. I can add that.
Now you're telling Portia to wear a COVID mask.
I didn't tell her. I asked her a question.
You need to
Why y'all
relax,
doing
sir.
that?
Stop it.
I asked, would a mask help?
How dare you?
It was just a question.
Yo, Portia, go get a COVID
Stanley,
mask.
your bullshit has overloaded.
My bullshit has overloaded your mic, Denizen.
Yo, Stanley is on one right now. Yo, go get a COVID mask, Portia. Get over it.
I didn't say any of that. You know what? Dust, when you go and you do woodwork and like sanding, you put on a mask, correct?
Yeah. No,
and particulate matter is a problem. Pollen is particulate matter. Allergies, pollen, particulate. That's why I asked HB.
You got a point. All right.
I generally do if people will take the time and not be a denizen about this sort of stuff.
Well, you know, a denizen is actually what is a denizen again? Denizen.
I think Denizen is awfully smart. He's just a little bit too sensitive sometimes when I get brutal with my language.
I think a denizen is like a man with no.
Yeah, I'm sensitive because I successfully made fun of your shitty point. You see the gaslighting that's involved when talking to this guy?
I'm gaslighting.
I successfully made fun of you. It landed perfectly. Everybody enjoyed it except for you, but I'm the one in my feelings, Stanley. Of course,
Yes,
that's what's
you are.
happening right now.
Yes, you are, Denizen. At least you get that part.
Right? Samuel Stanley is just, he's just sick, man. Hey,
Oh, I'm
Portia,
not sick.
why don't you go get a MAGA mask? Hey, Portia.
Wait, hold on. Did I not just make a logical point? Obvious, and see, I didn't even have to involve math.
Hey, Stanley, I just saw, this gas station, fueling up, and I just saw a guy with a MAGA, trucker with a MAGA hat on. Real old guy. He's in a,
And
he's in a
please don't.
Kenworth.
You didn't knock his hat off, did you?
Absolutely not. You would think you would see more truckers out here with MAGA hats on. I think a lot of them are pussy though.
I think that to John's point, most people tend to be apolitical.
Yeah, but trucking is different. We actually see the difference between red and blue cities. Right? It's a big difference. How people treat you and all
What's the
that.
difference?
I mean, in the blue. Hold on.
I guess there's no quick answer to that question, huh?
All right, so, oh wow, I guess I am getting a new truck tomorrow. Jesus Christ, they're having me take some parts to another. Oh, fuck it. All right, whatever. Anyway, but all right, so red cities are usually very accommodating. Usually a lot of parking, a lot of people are
Name a
friendlier.
great red city.
People are friendly.
Your favorite red city.
I mean,
Are there
everywhere.
any red cities?
Well, I heard blue cities, so I'm assuming they're red cities. Where am I wrong in this logic, Denizen?
I don't think there's any red cities.
I don't think there are any blue cities.
Oh, what blue cities are cities where a majority of the voters
Blue
vote Democrat.
cities exist, but red cities don't. Is that your contention, Dennis?
Yeah, that's a good one. Salt Lake City. Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a beautiful city. I've been there.
It's a red city. It's a very red city.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yeah, those people they don't want to get too liberal around there.
Except you can't get beer.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Have you? You know what? You can go to a beer store and get like 2% beer. Was it twofer? Having a strong beer in Utah can be a problem. However, I did love it. I have to admit that. So Salt Lake's a red city. Is it New York City? I would probably hang out in, I get bored in Salt Lake, go hang out in New York City. Sometimes having soul requires grit. So Salt Lake is your favorite city there, HB? Well, HB's busy. So Denizen, what's your favorite red city?
I'm not aware of any.
You're not aware of it?
Any red cities.
But they're blue cities, correct?
A blue city is a city where a majority of the voters for president are Democrat.
Okay. Are there any cities where the majority of voters are Republican?
Like big major ones? No, not that I'm
Is
aware of.
Salt Lake City not a major city?
I don't know if it's major or red. I would say it's major. I don't know if it's red.
Well,
would
I'm going
say
to concentrate
Green
on the
Bay.
part where you said you
Green
don't
Bay.
know, or I
Green
don't know.
Bay.
That's
Green Bay.
specifically
I would
what
say
you
Green
said.
Bay is another one.
No more. Dennis.
No, I'm cool.
You are
Stanley,
cool.
Green
I'll
Bay.
give you
Green
that.
Bay is another one. Green Bay.
Yep, and
That's another one.
major city.
It's not a major city, but it's
Okay,
definitely.
then you've named 2 red cities. Thank you.
They're so small you never would have heard of them, Stanley. Come on. Man.
Oh, they've Utah Jazz and Green Bay Packers. So that's why I've heard of them. There are red cities, is my point, and none of them compare to the blue cities. And I can go back to, if blue cities are too blue for folks, I welcome Republicans winning those cities. The blue cities can become red cities if Republicans can win them.
Yes, Biden won Salt Lake County.
Did he?
53%. Oh, that was the. Hold on, that might have been the primary. 53% the first.
Now, can I
outright majority for a Democratic nominee in the county since
Right.
64.
Right.
Biden also won Summit County along with Salt Lake.
So it's not a red city? Is that your point? Or was that a primary? Which is it?
There may be a bunch of cities where, like, the city proper might be blue, but the wider metropolitan area in total might be red overall.
It says presidential
You'd have to
election.
look it up.
So Biden won a red city? Is that correct?
But I think that makes it a blue city.
Well, you know what? HB. I asked favorite red cities and Salt Lake came up. So that one's a bust. Goes back to my point about knowing stuff. And I have to admit, I did not know Salt Lake was a blue city. Well, I guess I will go to the chat because no one wants to talk about red and blue cities anymore. Look how quickly.
Did you hear what I mentioned about the wider metropolitan area? I don't know. Yeah, but people would have to look that up.
Well, see, that's my point, Momo, and that's actually one thing that I totally respect. You'll look up the stuff before you spout, and I'm as bad as everyone else on this channel. When you say shit, I actually have to. Sometimes I don't even bother researching. There are other people on here who will spout off stuff about red cities and blue cities. I don't even research because I know they're wrong. So, Momo,
well, it's funny because I think
you teach us how to not talk shit.
Well, it's funny because I think it's actually pretty common on the internet where we have access to the internet, but a lot of people on the internet basically don't utilize it or don't leverage it. It's kind of a funny phenomenon.
Who is So, Denizen, are you still there?
What I mean is, like, if people are having a discussion and there's some point that you could, but I think Googling or like search engine utilization is a skill. Actually, you have to know how to prompt things correctly to get like results quickly that you're looking for.
Well, you know, one of the disadvantages I get on this channel is I make a quick point and I get right-wing filibuster. Like, we will go off on red and blue cities and all this shit. One of my problems here is I don't like writing points down because I figure if I make a point, it can be addressed quickly and we move on. I don't have to whip out a pen and a notebook because these people will go on for 5 minutes about Haiti to Venezuela and back again, and then come back and go, well, Stanley, can you respond? I'm like, it's a gift job. These motherfuckers will go on forever about the most useless bullshit and then want a pithy response. So I guess this is Stanley complaining about like Trump voter day. And speaking
Everybody
of
got
Trump,
busy.
here's my favorite Trump voter, my darling Virgo.
Stanley, why you gotta mess with me as soon as I get on the panel?
You've been on for a couple minutes.
You know what? You know what, Stanley?
Well, see, you say it better than I do. It's going to be your catchphrase.
Yeah, I told you I'm gonna make a T-shirt out of it, and you have to send me a picture of yourself that is approved by you, and I am gonna wear my Stanley T-shirt.
What I'm afraid of is you'll bedazzle it.
No, I won't bedazzle it. I know you don't like that kind of stuff.
Well, I don't want.
Yeah, we're having another storm supposed to hit Sunday.
Oh.
And what I'm afraid of, because my house sits up pretty high,
right?
It's about 2 feet off the ground, but the water hasn't receded yet in my neighborhood.
Oh wow!
So
Is it
I'm
around
afraid.
your house?
Not on my block. I'm like 3 blocks in from the river, but on the
Are
second
your
and first.
in-laws okay? Are your parents or your side of the family okay?
Well, my family's in New York, but my husband's family is here in Florida, and they live
You
on the
need to get
opposite side of the river.
Well, they're okay in their place, right? In their apartment.
Well, they're in a hotel right now. They had to get their whole
accommodation.
house gutted. I did a walkthrough like 2 days ago.
Understood. Or will they be able to weather a storm?
Well, they're in a hotel, so, and then they're moving into an apartment.
You mentioned a second storm this weekend, or
It's supposed to hit Sunday.
Will they be okay in their hotel?
Yeah, they're on the 3rd floor. They should be fine. And
think about exit plans.
I know I bunker down. I don't leave. I don't abandon my house.
Understood. Do your in-laws have enough medicine? I mean, this is planning.
Yeah, they're still getting there. Like I said, they're in a hotel. They're out of the house. The house has to be totally renovated. Mm-hmm. We're gonna get hit hard again.
Be a storm. Correct.
Oh yes, it's supposed to hit Sunday. It's already a category 3.
Can your in-laws survive like a few days? Do they have enough medicine? Do they have enough food, etc.?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And you've asked them? Well, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
Of course you have. My bad. I'm thinking.
Yeah, we brought them dinner last night, and I think a coworker from my mom-in-law's job brought her some dinner as well. So they have plenty of food.
Good.
I'm just worried because Yeah, the first storm, it didn't flood my house, and that was fine. But now, with the water not receding yet, this second storm, I'm wondering, can it rise above 2 feet and flow into my house? That's the issue.
How are you planning for that contingency?
Saturday we're gonna put everything up. So we're gonna take everything off the ground, as far as like cords and stuff is concerned, so we don't lose like electronics. And I guess we'll stay at the hotel with the parents.
Ah, interesting.
If it comes down to that, I mean, I would rather stay in my home and defend it, but
defend it how?
Oh, Stanley, come on now.
No, I'm actually curious. How do you defend against flooding?
Oh, against flooding. Oh, I thought you were talking about against looters and people that are coming.
No, ma'am.
No, well, we could put sandbags, but obviously the sandbags didn't work for a lot of people here. But yeah, the problem is I don't think we could afford to lose our cars. That's the problem. So maybe we don't have a lot of garages here in Florida where you can just like park your car for like a month or whatever, but I guess we have to look into it if we can park our cars somewhere we don't lose them, because once the car gets water damage, that's it, it's over.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just trying to get over the first storm, and it didn't even hit me that bad. It hit my in-laws bad, and now to have a second one coming through, like, man, fuck this shit.
Well, it is
I'm
Florida.
over it. Yeah, I guess. I mean, everywhere you go, it's something. You move to the Midwest, you have tornadoes. You know, you move to California, you have earthquakes. You move up north to New York, you have crime. So everywhere it's something. You can't escape bullshit, you know?
Well, weather specifically.
Yeah, you can't escape weather. That's true.
Well, how are you doing? How are you? I know you just had surgery and all that stuff. I mean, how are you?
I'm on go mode. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna feel it later on when I relax.
will.
But I'm on this adrenaline right now. It's like, the parents needed help, so I'm like on go mode, and even they were like, oh, relax and relax. Don't worry. No, I have to get up and I have to do something. I have to help. Even if it's something little like cooking dinner, or sitting down and helping packing stuff out the house. I could do that. Yeah, I couldn't lift anything, apparently, but I could do little things. And my husband really worked really hard, and he deserves a day off. Poor thing.
Well, problem is, if you know what, you're understood.
Yeah, he deserves a man spa day where I just take care of him.
Yep.
He likes when I wash his hair. He likes like HB was saying earlier, like do the scalp massages and stuff like that. Oh,
well, I know HB likes that spa treatment, and I think I heard he likes like that Jamaican black castor oil stuff.
Oh, that works. I use that in my hair. That works wonders.
Put it on HB's scalps, he just that he moans a lot.
Oh God, does he go? Huh?
I don't know. I just heard.
Yeah, that's probably what he does. He goes, huh?
Well, you know
what? I think all the interstates to Asheville are closed. They're still busted up by the storm. Yeah. Asheville, you can only get there by air.
Yeah, Asheville got I think Asheville, like, I don't even know. That was the weirdest thing. There were collapsed roads, and I've been to Asheville.
Yes.
It's a great city. Loved it.
Yeah, me too. Same. I stayed there once, went on like the Blue Ridge Parkway, really nice. I think I went to the peak of like Mount Michael or something.
Mhm.
Really cool.
The
Yeah, you bring
Panhandle
up
got slammed over here.
Blue Ridge Parkway. I have never, you know, I live, right where Warren County, Virginia, Front Royal is, off of 81. MoMo.
What'd you say? I mean, I probably driven past it plenty of times, but
Well, you know where Winchester is, right? On 81.
I think so. Let me.
Um. Anyway, if you've been up to 81, right where 64, you hang a right on 64 going back to DC. That's pretty much a little bit, maybe 20, 30 miles off that right, on a mountain somewhere up there is where I lived. I love that part of the country.
Now, is
So
that Route 64 or State Road 64?
I-64 from
Oh, I-64, so
81
interstate.
Going towards Richmond, right?
going where?
Going towards Richmond.
You broke up a bit.
Richmond, Virginia.
Oh no, it's not.
That's a really nice area.
I'm sorry, I said I-64. I meant I-66. 64 is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I live off of SR 64.
I'm so sorry. It's been 10 years now since I've been up that way. I miss it. I think I just missed Virginia in general.
I've never been to Virginia.
It is awesome.
Drove through it.
I've lived in Norfolk. I've lived, in Northern Virginia. It's an awesome state.
Yeah, never been, but like I said, I've drove through it. Traveling from Louisiana to New York, or New York to Louisiana, New York to Florida, Florida to New York. I've driven through all those states, but other than gas, I haven't, visited.
Yeah, the region between 64 and 66, that's where Shenandoah National Park is. That area is gorgeous.
Oh,
Yeah,
Shenandoah, that's on 64.
You're talking about Waynesboro up to the start of the Shenandoah National Forest is in Front Royal, all the way down to Waynesboro, which I think empties out on 64, maybe south of it. I can't remember. It's been so long, but yeah, Shenandoah National Forest used to do it all the time. This time of the year, it's getting close to leaf season. Actually,
yeah, I've been around the area around leaf season. It's awesome, even off the road.
Yes,
but I would like to go to Shenandoah right when it's peak. When the color's at peak, that would be really spectacular.
Yeah, one of the first trips after my son was born, my wife and I and my son went up there. Unfortunately, I have a thing for tuna subs, and I got one from Subway, and it was interesting. But we did the leaf trip. We went up there just for the leaves, and my wife and my son had an awesome time. One of the things, if you get up into the national park, when you start driving from Front Royal back down to Waynesboro, you get to see some of these old, like, homestead sort of places. Because, the national park was kind of like, I don't want to say taken away, but you see, there's still people who live up in the national forest. And you see some of these old like homestead places, and it kind of, it's almost like the Waltons. When I was a kid, I used to watch the Waltons. It's almost like that. You see some of these old gas stations, some of these really old places, and it's beautiful during leaf season. God damn it, I am getting old.
I'm glad you realize that.
I'm sorry, young people. God damn it. I'm talking about the Waltons.
I hear you, Stanley. Getting up there too.
No, you still got a good 10 years left there, young lady.
Yeah, the body says different. The mind tells me I'm 21.
Screw
but the
that.
body says different.
You know what? I lost my
I got
wife.
aches and pains everywhere.
I lost my wife when she was 48. It was you got some years left.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we hate getting old though. Let's be real.
Embrace it. It will make it easier. And you know what? Shit. I'll be 60 next March. I'm actually loving life.
Oh wait, March what?
Not horrible. We talked about it. You will know well beforehand. I promised to eat half a gummy. So
okay. Well,
we'll make it
my boys are March 18th. So if you're anything like my boys, oh my God.
Yeah, I've heard
me and you
stories
are in
about
for
your
some
boys.
trouble.
Raise them better.
We bump heads all the time. And that's the thing with Pisces. I bump heads with Pisces all the time. All the time. But I think Pisces are good people at heart, but they're just so abrasive. I don't know.
Oh, we can be.
Yeah, my boys tell it like it is, and especially now that they're grown, they tell it like it is,
Oh, well, you as their mother, they really don't know how it is. And sometimes they do, actually. So you as
but they were also raised by a Virgo mother, and Virgos are very nurturing and we're sweet people.
Well, you know how I feel about all that. You are their mother, period. And that's that, And,
oh yeah, I forgot Stanley's not into astrology.
Well, no, the thing is, astrology is like when you're, soothing them when they have a cold. You and your husband, bottom line is, of course, your kids are adult. I'm just learning that my son is an adult, so you probably have more experience than I do in that way.
Yeah, just a tiny bit. I mean, they're about to be 22.
Probably more.
Yeah, and I think what your son is 18 already.
Oh yeah, and off, and so far no problems.
Yeah, I mean we raise good kids. That's it. Let's thank God for that.
Well, not only that, expect the bumps and plan as best as you can.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of bumps in the road. Absolutely. But you just gotta
they'll be my son's
handle
bumps.
it.
They won't be mine.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. The kids, yeah, there'll be bumps in the road, and you just gotta think about it before you act on it, and just pull yourself together and talk to them, and let them know, what the deal is. It worked for me.
I don't worry about all that boring stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know the problems, hopefully before, or unfortunately maybe afterwards. I don't know. I think I've just spent so much time with my son. I just, knowing him well enough. And one day I'm going to be wrong, but, I've been lucky enough that you kind of know when something's not right.
Yeah.
And that's when you start asking the prying questions.
Yeah, and that's with everybody. It's like sometimes my husband go through things, and and he's just not himself. And sometimes the same with me. He knows when I'm not myself, and we get to digging and asking what's wrong. And sometimes you don't feel like talking about it right away. Sometimes something went left at work. I don't feel like right away talking about it, and he knows to just back off, and I know when to just back off. And, we come to each other when when it's time to vent and, let loose what you're going through. And that's fine also. But with the kids, you have to be on top of them. And like a lot of people said I'm too much of a what did they call me? Nosy or whatever. No, I'm not nosy. They had a cell phone that I paid for. Yes, I go look in their phone. Yes, I demand them to give up their passwords. That's what a parent does. There's no locked doors in my house. Now you can close your door for privacy, if you're changing or whatever, but I should never have to knock on your door and you don't answer and I can't open it. I'm sorry.
Well, I threatened to take doors off hinges and stuff like that, but
I've had that done to me.
In the end, I don't know. The other bad thing about parenting is you tend to raise kids like yourself. So there's always that trap too. And let me deal with the white John Galt.
Don't give them a phone, please, man.
They're you know what? That's not a solution either.
I like the fact that I can call my kids and find out where they are instead of waiting. Like my parents used to do. We used to get on our bikes and ride off and not come home until lunchtime. There was no way that my parents would know where I was or what I was doing, and then come back for lunch and ride off again and don't come back until the street lights come on. There was no way. If something happened to us, there was no way of them,
back in the day.
finding out.
And the
So
thing
I
is,
like the fact that
if
they have
something
phones.
happened, your parents would know because the neighbors would call.
Yeah, but we were in the neighborhood. We'd ride off to the park. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, and maybe if something happened, one parent would know and alert all the other parents. And that's another thing too. People that people don't do. I don't know if it's true or not, but I tend to know all of my kids' friends. Okay, you want to sleep over this person's house? Let me talk to their mother. Let me talk to the dad. Let me find out what's going. Let me feel them out. Let them come to the house.
Literally, know none. Shit, I haven't even met my son's college roommate. I just know, I'm not that interested. I trust my son.
My mom has met my one of the twins. One of the twins live with my mom, and he goes to college locally, and then the other one goes to college in Long Island, or he was attending on Long Island, and he was in a frat house, so he brought all his frat brothers to my mom's house. Yeah, frat.
Oh my Lord.
He's like his mom, man. The only thing, he doesn't go to HBCU.
Let me answer this one question. The white John Galt. When my son was 5 years old, and I can't remember who it was. It was a relative of my wife's, maybe it was one of my relatives. We were at some family gathering, and someone asked my son, a dumb question, actually. Do you consider yourself white or do you consider yourself black? It might have been one of the kids in the company, at the family gathering. And you know what my son said? He was maybe probably 4, maybe 5. And it has stuck with me forever. You know what he said? I'm Trevor. and that was it.
Oh.
So that has always been my son. He is Trevor, period. And I kind of feel the same way. There are labels. Labels are sometimes useful, but in the end, I think like Stanley. So
yes, you are an individual, Stanley.
Apply labels when necessary, but don't be boring when you do it.
Yeah.
And White John Galt, sometimes you border on boring. So anyway, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I mean, my kids will say, "I'm Black and Puerto Rican." That's what they say.
Cool. I think that's awesome.
They don't pick.
But
they don't pick.
in my mind, you're a Virgo.
Yeah.
And the White John Galt, I think when I read some of the stuff you write and some of your critiques or criticisms, I see white. So don't get boring. Don't be passive.
Virgo, did you ever visit oh wait, sorry, keep going.
Go ahead, Momo. I'm sorry.
I was going to ask Virgo if she ever visited the Arecibo. The big old,
the what?
Well, it shut down now, but I guess it did never go. There was this big, I think it was the largest radio telescope in the world that was in Puerto Rico. It was in the rainforest, basically. I visited once, it's pretty cool. But they shut it down.
Did I visit where? I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
it was called the Arecibo in Puerto Rico. I might be breaking out.
Oh.
No, I went to El Yunque, which is another big rainforest.
Yeah, I've been to El Yunque too. That's cool.
Ooh, that worked out my knees. Let me tell you. I had to climb.
So is that in the rainforest?
That's a rainforest.
What'd you say, Stanley?
No, I was asking if that was in the rainforest. I never made it up there. I've been to Puerto Rico once. So anyway, I was wondering if that telescope is in the rainforest, like up at the top.
It's situated in the mountain. You know, like, if you want to see it, it's in one of the movies, James Bond movies. I think GoldenEye, I think.
I think it's in Aguadilla or someplace like that. I believe it is. So it's not in Ponce and it's not in San Juan. Yeah, so we got a rental car and we went all over Puerto Rico. You can do all of Puerto Rico, especially if you're staying there in a week. Visit the whole island.
Yeah, geographically, it's not very large,
our number
but
one
it is
spot,
very dense.
Yeah, our number one spot was stopping off at the Bacardi factory.
Oh wow!
Every morning to get some free rum and coke.
Did you ever visit the Gonku?